Flower Stealing Master Chapter 155 to Chapter 209. Patriarch, you're done with your business so quickly? Song Qingshu asked in surprise, recognizing that the man was Patriarch Sunflower. Last time, the Red Flower Society colluded with the Southern Shaolin Temple to trick me out. It was all thanks to you that the young emperor was saved. Patriarch Sunflower spoke as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. For someone like him who had lived for hundreds of years, there really wasn't much that could move him. Song Qingshu remembered that Patriarch Sunflower had said that the reason he was protecting Kangxi was because of the aura of the pure-blooded dragon in Kangxi's body, which would help him cultivate the Sunflower Manual. Patriarch, there's something I don't quite understand. You need the aura of the pure-blooded dragon, and Temujin has it. Why don't you go to him? Genghis Khan is a good man, but his desire to conquer is too strong. He's always fighting on horseback. I'm old and tired, and I really don't want to follow him around. Among the remaining emperors, the chi of the other emperors is full of decay. Only Kangxi's is thriving. Plus, I'm used to life in the Forbidden City, so I don't want to change places. Patriarch Sunflower explained slowly. His voice was as sharp and unpleasant as fingernails scratching glass. Song Qingshu frowned. What do you want from me, Patriarch? Song Qingshu knew that Patriarch Sunflower had always lived in the shadows like a ghost. He wouldn't show himself unless there was something important. Kid, you know that I'm quite proficient in the art of aura observation. Just now, in the Imperial study, I saw a black aura gathering above your head. I assume you're going to face a great calamity soon. Since we've known each other for a long time, I'll give you a kind reminder. Take care. Patriarch Sunflower laughed dryly, then quickly turned and disappeared. Benefactor, your glabella is dark. You're going to face a bloody calamity soon. Song Qingshu seemed to hear the words of those swindlers on the streets in his previous life. If you're really that capable, why didn't you predict Kangxi's assassination last time? Song Qingshu shook his head, not taking Patriarch Sunflower's words to heart. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Song Qingshu wanted to go to the Viscount Mansion to see Xianxia. However, he was worried that the other party was too thin-skinned and wouldn't know what to say when they met. Thus, he decided to go straight out of the city and rush to Blackwood Cliff to let time dilute the awkwardness between the two of them. 2 days later, Song Qingshu came to a place about 40 miles northwest of Pingding Province. The rocks were as red as blood, and there was a long beach with rapid water currents. After asking the local residents, he learned that this place was called Cici Beach, and that it wasn't far from Blackwood Cliff. Heading further north, Song Qingshu soon saw the mountain gate of Sun Moon Sect in the distance. The stone walls on both sides were like walls, and there was only a stone path about 5 feet wide in the middle. Along the way, the Sun Moon Sect was heavily guarded. Song Qingshu leisurely urged his horse forward. Who dares to break into Sun Moon Sect's main altar? The guards quickly noticed Song Qingshu and quickly stopped him with a knife in hand. Please inform your sect leader Dongfang that her friend Song Qingshu wishes to see her. Song Qingshu jumped off his horse and cupped his hands at them. Song Qingshu? Chapter 153, Aerodynamics in the River Crossing on a Reed. Never heard of him. The guards discussed among themselves for a while, then looked at him with an unfriendly expression. You said he's sect leader Dongfang's friend? Yes. Although Song Qingshu noticed that it was inappropriate, he still answered. The guards all thought, the sect leader's friends can be counted on one hand. Which of the elders on the mountain don't know? This person dares to pretend to be the sect leader's friend. If the news gets out, and the people on the mountain investigate, we won't be able to keep our lives. They looked at each other, then uniformly swung their knives and slashed at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu had long been prepared for this. With a cloud ladder, he leaped over their heads and raised his head to take a look at the mountain. All he could see was clouds and mist lingering around him. He couldn't see anything clearly. He was bewildered. Could it be that Ren Wuxing and the others had arrived a step earlier and had already taken control of the Blackwood Cliff? No, I have to go up and see. Worried about Dongfang Bubi's life and death, Song Qingshu used his lightness skill and rushed up the mountain. The Sun Moon Sect's headquarters was heavily guarded, and the path up the mountain was even more so. It was basically impossible for an ordinary person to force their way up the mountain path that was about 5 feet tall. However, Song Qingshu's lightness skill was too high. With the traceless sand steppe, the guards only felt a breeze and lost sight of the enemy in front of them. Their knives and swords slashed at thin air. When there was really no way to avoid, Song Qingshu used the cloud ladder to step on both sides of the mountain wall and jump over the guards' heads. After a while, he actually forcibly broke through the first line of defense of Blackwood Cliff. After crossing 3 mountain paths, he came to a lake. There was a vast expanse of blue water and steam rising from it. The few ferries by the lake had already received the news and all rowed to the center of the lake. The people on the boats all pulled out their knives and were on guard. Sensing that the pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer, Song Qingshu smiled. In the past, there was a miracle of Dharma crossing the river on a reed. Today, I'm not talented, so I'll follow the example of a wise man. He pulled out his wooden sword and used his vital qi to send it across the lake. The wooden sword shot out like a sharp arrow. Song Qingshu kicked his feet and used his lightness skill to chase after it. He stepped on the surface of the water a few times and stepped on the wooden sword. One man and one sword, like the wind breaking through the waves, flew across the lake, leaving behind only the horrified people behind. Sun Tzu's Art of War says, the disease of stirring water, as for floating stones, it's momentum. Stepping on the opposite side, Song Qingshu finally understood why Feng Qingyang could fly on a sword on a full moon night. It was the same reason why a stone could float on the surface of the water. The key was speed. However, this method could only be used for short distances. If he wanted to fly on a sword and travel around the world, it would be impossible. Thinking back to when he stepped on the surface of the water with the tip of his foot and felt the gentle force from the surface of the water, Song Qingshu seemed to have understood something. Legend has it that during the Republic of China, there was a martial arts master who could walk on water with his feet above his knees. He had great inner strength and peerless lightness skills, so why did he have to rely on speed to float on the surface of the water? Could it be that he didn't make good use of the power of the water? Since the power of the water can be used, then if he could make full use of the wind in the air, it wouldn't be impossible to fly on a sword. Seeing that he had already left his pursuers far behind, Song Qingshu continued to move forward, deep in thought. He didn't think too much about it. After a while, he came across an iron gate. The guard stepped forward and shouted, "Password." Song Qingshu groaned inwardly. How would he know what the password was? It seemed like he could only force his way through. Desperate, he casually replied, "Scholarly and martial." Unexpectedly, the guard heaved a sigh of relief and replied, "Benevolent and wise." What a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Song Qingshu didn't expect to guess this correctly. His face was full of joy. That damned eunuch even said that my glabella is black. This is obviously a lucky star shining on me. I've hit the jackpot. Where's your waist tag? Before he could finish his joy, the guard stretched out his hand in front of him. Song Qingshu's wooden sword was specialized in piercing people's acupoints. The person who was pierced would feel numb and lose the ability to fight in an instant, but it wouldn't kill him. Coming from a modern society, he couldn't treat people's lives as worthless. The alarm on the mountain rang, but Song Qingshu didn't care. He broke through 3 iron gates and came to a cliff perpendicular to the ground. He noticed the bamboo basket hanging in the air and realized that the top of the cliff was the Hall of Accomplishment, the center of the Sun-Moon sect. Although the bamboo basket had been kept in the air because of the alarm, it wasn't a problem for Song Qingshu. For him, it was much easier to borrow strength from solid soil than soft water. He used the cloud ladder and jumped up. When he felt that his strength was about to run out, he tiptoed on the cliff wall and jumped up a lot. Along the way, he could see light clouds floating over his head. After a while, he entered the clouds and the people below could no longer be seen. After taking 4 breaths along the way, Song Qingshu finally came to the top of the cliff. The first thing that came into view was a huge white marble archway. On the archway, there were 4 golden words, "Blessed by the common people." They shone in golden light under the sun, making people feel deep respect. Song Qingshu laughed to himself, no one in the martial arts world can match Invincible East's extravagance. Shaolin Temple and Mount Song can't even compare, let alone Mount Hua and Mount Heng. It was clear that she had great ambitions, not to mention ordinary sect leaders. I wonder what Kangxi would think of Invincible East if he saw this scene. The people at the top of the cliff had already been warned and were ready for battle. Seeing him come up, they surrounded him. Song Qingshu didn't want to fight anymore and said loudly, "Who's in charge here? Come out and answer me." Sect Elder Bao Dachu, what can I do for you? A short and fat middle-aged man came out of the crowd. Song Qingshu saw that his breathing was even and his eyes were bright. His cultivation was probably not below that of the Five Mountain sect leader. He secretly sighed that the Sun Moon sect was indeed full of hidden talents. Where's Ren Wuxing? Why hasn't he come out yet? Song Qingshu was trapped in a tight encirclement, but he wasn't worried at all. If he couldn't beat them, he could just run away. He believed that no one in the Sun Moon sect could catch up to him except for Dongfeng Bubi. You're a subordinate of that traitor Ren Wuxing? Bao Dacha glared at Song Qingshu and asked, You're a subordinate of that traitor Ren Wuxing? Seeing him call Ren Wuxing by his name, Song Qingshu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like Ren Wuxing's group hadn't attacked the mountain yet. He immediately said in a pleasant tone, It seems like it's a misunderstanding. I'm a friend of your Dongfeng cult master, I hope Elder Bao can pass a message to me. Bao Dacha didn't dare to believe him. He signaled his subordinates to surround him and said, If you want to see cult leader, you should first surrender. Song Qingshu didn't want to fight with these loyal subordinates of Dongfeng Bubi and let Ren Wuxing take advantage of him. When he saw them pouncing on him, he quickly leaped onto the roof of Achievement Virtue Hall. He took a deep breath and used the lion's roar to shout, Dongfeng Bubi, I came all the way here to help you. Is this how you greet a friend? If you weren't in the immortal realm on earth, I could play with you for a while. His voice was like a loud bell, spreading to the entire top of the cliff. How dare you? How dare you call cult leader by his name? Hearing him shouting on the roof, the faces of the people below changed. Just as they were about to jump onto the roof to capture him, a dignified voice came from afar, Bao Dachu, bring him to me. Hearing this, the people of the Sun Moon sect put down their weapons. Although they were puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey cult leader's order. Young master, please. Bao Dachu had never seen anyone who dared to speak to cult leader like this. Moreover, from cult leader's tone, it didn't seem like he was blaming him. Could he really be cult leader's friend? But in all his years in the sect, he had never heard of this person. A purple-robed emissary came out to lead the way. Song Qingshu followed behind him. They walked to the back of Qingda Hall, passed through a long corridor, and arrived at a garden. They walked into a small stone house on the west side. The purple-robed emissary stopped and pushed the wall on the left. The wall turned out to be alive, revealing a door. There was another iron door on the inside. The purple-robed emissary took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and opened the iron door. There was a tunnel behind it. Song Qingshu followed him down the tunnel. There were a few oil lamps on both sides of the tunnel. The dim light shone like a bean, and it was a gloomy place. He couldn't help but raise his guard. The old eunuch said that I'm going to face a great calamity. Could it be that the bitch in the east is jealous of what happened last time, and in a fit of rage, she tricked me into the dungeon and locked me up like Ren Wuxing for the rest of my life? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Song Qingshu was secretly annoyed with himself for being too careless. He was hesitating whether he should go back the way he came, but after a few turns, the path ahead suddenly opened up, revealing the light of the sky. Song Qingshu suddenly smelled the fragrance of flowers, and his chest felt refreshed. When he came out of the tunnel, he found himself in a very exquisite little garden. There were red plums, green bamboo, green pines, and emerald cypresses. The arrangement was very ingenious. Several pairs of mandarin ducks swam leisurely in the pond, and there were 4 white cranes by the side of the pond. Song Qingshu never expected to see such a beautiful scenery. He laughed in his heart. No matter how majestic Dongfeng Bubi is, deep down she is still a woman. He went around a bunch of fake mountains and came to a big flower garden full of deep red and pink roses, competing with each other for fragrance and beauty. The purple-robed emissary had already left. Song Qingshu stared at an elegant little house in the sea of flowers and smiled. Miss Dongfeng, I heard that your cult's former cult leader, Ren Wuxing, has returned to Jianghu, so I've come to lend you a hand. Why are you standing so far away? What, since you had the guts to barge into my divine cult's main altar alone, you don't have the guts to enter this little wooden house? A sneer came from inside the house, the voice was gentle but carried a hint of arrogance. Miss Dongfang, you're finally willing to use your original voice to talk to me. Song Qingshu was overjoyed when he heard the voice and walked forward. When I heard your rough male voice earlier, even though I know you're a woman, I still couldn't bear it. Whoosh. Song Qingshu's expression changed greatly. He quickly flipped over and dodged the embroidery needle that shot towards him. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another silver needle seemed to have predicted his position and went straight for the major acupuncture point on his chest. Song Qingshu was lying on the ground at this time and had nowhere to borrow strength from, so he could only use a paradise on earth. The lazy donkey rolled on the ground and narrowly dodged the needle. However, his clothes, which had not been stained by a single leaf along the way, were now covered in mud. Song Qingshu was enraged and was about to open his mouth to shout angrily when the third embroidery needle arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Humph. Song Qingshu snorted coldly and closed his eyes. He actually stood there without dodging. Huh? A cry of surprise came from inside the house. Another silver needle shot out and hit the first embroidery needle. Looking at the two embroidery needles stuck into a rock at the side as if they were pieces of rotten wood, Song Qingshu's face twitched. With your martial arts, you could have dodged it. Why are you standing there and not moving? Dongfang Bubi stood at the door and asked angrily. Chapter 155, Meituan Naiku. At that moment, the anger in Song Qingshu's heart disappeared, and he became a little absent-minded, because Dongfang Bubi was dressed in women's clothing. He was dressed in a crimson-red set of deep curly clothes. Even though he knew that Dongfang Bubi had shaken the world of martial artists for decades and that he was definitely not young, he could not find any signs of age on his pretty face. He looked as if he was 17 or 18 years old, and he was at the age where he could be considered to be brilliant and beautiful. Song Qingshu looked carefully. Her hair was like a mountain in spring, her cheeks were supple like a hibiscus, and her skin was soft and smooth. She was born with a charming appearance. If you look at me with that lustful gaze again, I will dig your eyes out. Dongfang Bubi noticed Song Qingshu's expression and snorted coldly, then turned and walked back into the house. I've never seen you in women's clothing before, Song Qingshu said excitedly as he followed behind her. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Invincible East would be such a charming and delicate girl? Put away your tricks to trick young girls. Dongfang Bubi looked at him unhappily and sat down to continue with her embroidery. Song Qingshu walked into the house and saw a few transparent screens in the middle of the room. There were a few ladies with different expressions embroidered on them, and there were embroidered cushions on the chairs. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. In the end, he noticed the wide front of Dongfang Bubi's robe, which was tied tightly with only a belt. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Dongfang, the deep clothes of the Han dynasty are indeed beautiful. They are bright in color and show off your graceful figure, but they are not suitable for fighting. I like them. Dongfang Bubi gave him a sideways glance and turned his attention back to the pictures of the ladies on the screen. I heard that the deep clothes of the Han dynasty didn't have underwear. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time and decided to swallow his words. He didn't want to be shot into a porcupine by the angry Dongfang Bubi. Did Kanshi send you? Dongfang Bubi asked faintly. Can't I come to help because I'm worried about my friend? Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to make Dongfang Bubi feel that he owed him a favor and not let Kanshi take the fruits of his labor. Are we friends? Dongfang Bubi said disapprovingly. Of course we are. Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than the city wall. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you just save me? I just wanted to make you suffer a little to take revenge for what happened in the suburbs of the capital. Dongfang Bubi's lips curled into a smile when he thought of how pathetic he looked when he rolled on the ground. Unfortunately, you didn't dodge in the end. You made me feel less pleasure from taking revenge. So you still don't want me to die? When he saw Dongfang Bubi's face turn cold, Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. How's your injury? Last time, someone boasted that he wanted to be my man. Why don't you dare to mention it now? Dongfang Bubi flicked his finger, and the embroidery needle shot into the screen in front of him. At that moment, the anger in Song Qingshu's heart disappeared, and he became a little absent-minded, because Dongfang Bubi was dressed in women's clothing. He was dressed in a crimson-red set of deep curly clothes. Even though he knew that Dongfang Bubi had shaken the world of martial artists for decades and that he was definitely not young, he could not find any signs of age on his pretty face. He looked as if he was 17 or 18 years old, and he was at the age where he could be considered to be brilliant and beautiful. Song Qingshu looked carefully. Her hair was like a mountain in spring, her cheeks were supple like a hibiscus, and her skin was soft and smooth. She was born with a charming appearance. If you look at me with that lustful look again, I'll dig your eyes out. Dongfang Bubi noticed Song Qingshu's expression and snorted coldly. She turned around and walked into the house. I've never seen you in women's clothing before, Song Qingshu said excitedly as he followed behind her. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Invincible East would be such a charming and delicate girl? Put away your tricks to trick young ladies. Dongfang Bubi looked at him unhappily and sat down to continue with her embroidery. Song Qingshu walked into the house and saw a few transparent screens in the middle of the room. There were a few ladies with different expressions embroidered on them. There were also embroidered cushions on the chairs. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. In the end, he noticed Dongfang Bubi's wide robe, which was tied tightly with a belt. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Dongfang, the deep clothes of the Han dynasty are indeed beautiful. They are bright in color and show off your graceful figure, but it's not convenient to use them in a fight. I like it. Dongfang Bubi glanced at him and turned his attention back to the pictures of the ladies on the screen. I heard that the deep clothes of the Han dynasty didn't have underwear. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time and decided to swallow his words. He didn't want to be shot into a porcupine by the angry Dongfang Bubi. Did Kanshi send you? Dongfang Bubi asked calmly. Can't I come to help because I'm worried about my friend? Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to make Dongfang Bubi feel that he owed him a favor and not let Kanshi take the fruits of his labor. Are we friends? Dongfang Bubi said disapprovingly. Of course we are. Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than the city wall. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you save me just now? I just wanted to make you suffer a little just now to take revenge for what happened in the suburbs of Beijing. Dongfang Bubi smiled when he thought of how he rolled on the ground and looked like a mess. Unfortunately, you didn't dodge in the end. You made me feel less pleasure from taking revenge. So you still don't want me to die? When he saw Dongfang Bubi's face turn cold, Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. How's your injury? Last time, someone said that he wanted to be my man. Why don't you dare to mention it now? Dongfang Bubi flicked his finger, and the embroidery needle shot into the screen in front of him. At that moment, the anger in Song Qingshu's heart disappeared, and he became a little absent-minded, because Dongfang Bubi was dressed in women's clothing. He was dressed in a crimson-red set of deep curly clothes. Even though he knew that Dongfang Bubi had shaken the world of martial artists for decades and was definitely not young, he could not see any signs of age on his pretty face. He looked like he was 17 or 18 years old. He was at the age where his eyes shone brilliantly and his eyebrows were black. Song Qingshu looked closely. His hair was like the mountains in spring, and his cheeks were full like hibiscus. His skin was soft and smooth, and it was even better than cream. He was born with a charming look. If you look at me with that lustful gaze again, I'll dig your eyes out. Dongfang Bubi noticed Song Qingshu's expression and snorted coldly. He turned around and walked into the room. I've never seen you in women's clothing before, Song Qingshu said excitedly as he followed behind her. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Invincible East would be such a charming and delicate girl? Put away your tricks that you use to trick young ladies. Dongfang Bubi looked at him in annoyance. She sat down and continued with her embroidery. Song Qingshu walked into the room and saw a few transparent screens in the middle of the room. There were several ladies with different expressions embroidered on them. There were also embroidered cushions on the chairs. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. In the end, he noticed Dongfang Bubi's wide robe that wrapped around his back. It was only fastened with a belt. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Dongfang, the deep clothes of the Han dynasty are indeed beautiful. The colors are bright, and they show off your graceful figure. But it's not suitable for fighting. I like it. Dongfang Bubi gave him a sideways glance. His attention returned to the pictures of the ladies on the screen. I heard that the deep clothes of the Han dynasty didn't have underwear. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time before he decided to swallow his words. He did not want to be shot into a porcupine by the angry Dongfang Bubi. Did Kanshi send you? Dongfang Bubi asked faintly. Can't I come to help because I'm worried about my friend? Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to make Dongfang Bubi feel that he owed him a favor instead of letting Kangxi take the fruits of his labor. Are we friends? Dongfang Bubi said disapprovingly. Of course we are. Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than the city walls. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you save me just now? I just wanted to make you suffer a little just now to take revenge for what happened in the suburbs of Beijing. Dongfang Bubi's lips curled into a smile when he thought of how he rolled on the ground in a pathetic manner just now. Unfortunately, you didn't dodge in the end. You made me feel less pleasure from my revenge. So you still don't want me to die? Seeing Dongfang Bubi's face turn cold, Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. How's your injury? Last time, someone boasted that he wanted to be my man. Why don't you dare to mention it now? Dongfang Bubi flicked his finger, and the embroidery needle shot into the screen in front of him. At that moment, the anger in Song Qingshu's heart disappeared, and he became a little absent-minded, because Dongfang Bubi was dressed in women's clothing. He was dressed in a crimson-red set of deep curly clothes. Even though he knew that Dongfang Bubi had shaken the world of martial artists for decades and that he was definitely not young, he could not find any signs of age on his pretty face. He looked as if he was 17 or 18 years old, and he was at the age where he could be considered to be brilliant and beautiful. Song Qingshu looked carefully. Her hair was like a mountain in spring, her cheeks were supple like a hibiscus, and her skin was soft and smooth. She was born with a charming appearance. If you look at me with that lustful look again, I'll dig your eyes out. Dongfang Bubi noticed Song Qingshu's expression and snorted coldly. He turned around and walked into the room. I've never seen you in women's clothing before, Song Qingshu said excitedly as he followed behind her. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Invincible East would be such a charming and delicate girl? Put away your tricks to trick little girls. Invincible East glanced at him unhappily and sat down to continue her embroidery. Song Qingshu walked into the room and saw a few transparent screens in the middle of the room. There were a few ladies with different expressions embroidered on them. There was also an embroidered cushion on the chair. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. In the end, he noticed Dongfang Bubi's wide robe that wrapped around his back. It was only fastened with a belt. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Dongfang, the Xianxia of the Han dynasty is indeed beautiful. It's colorful and shows off your graceful figure. But it's not suitable for fighting. I like it. Dongfang Bubi gave him a sideways glance and turned his attention back to the ladies on the screen. I heard that the Xianxia of the Han dynasty didn't have any underwear. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time and decided to swallow his words. He didn't want to be shot into a porcupine by the angry Dongfang Bubi. Did Kanshi send you? Dongfang Bubi asked faintly. Can't I come to help because I'm worried about my friend? Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to make Dongfang Bubi feel that he owed him a favor and not let Kangxi take advantage of him. Are we friends? Dongfang Bubi said disapprovingly. Of course we are. Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than the city wall. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you save me just now? I just wanted to make you suffer a little to take revenge for what happened in the suburbs of Beijing. Dongfang Bubi's lips curled into a smile when he thought of how pathetic he looked when he rolled on the ground just now. Unfortunately, you didn't dodge in the end. You made me feel less pleasure from taking revenge. So you still don't want me to die? When he saw Dongfang Bubi's face turn cold, Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. How's your injury? Last time, someone boasted that he wanted to be my man. Why don't you dare to mention it now? Dongfang Bubi flicked his finger, and the embroidery needle shot into the screen in front of him. At that moment, the anger in Song Qingshu's heart disappeared, and he became a little absent-minded, because Dongfang Bubi was dressed in women's clothing. He was dressed in a crimson-red set of deep curly clothes. Even though he knew that Dongfang Bubi had shaken the world of martial artists for decades and that he was definitely not young, he could not find any signs of age on his pretty face. He looked as if he was 17 or 18 years old, and he was at the age where he could be considered to be brilliant and beautiful. Song Qingshu looked at her carefully. Her hair was like a mountain in spring, her cheeks were supple like a lotus, and her skin was soft and smooth. She was born with a charming appearance. If you look at me with that lustful look again, I'll dig your eyes out. Dongfang Bubi noticed Song Qingshu's expression and snorted coldly. She turned around and walked into the house. I've never seen you in women's clothing before, Song Qingshu said excitedly as he followed behind her. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Invincible East would be such a charming and delicate girl? Put away your tricks to trick young girls. Dongfang Bubi looked at him unhappily and sat down to continue with her embroidery. Song Qingshu walked into the house and saw a few transparent screens in the middle of the room. There were a few ladies with different expressions embroidered on them, and there were embroidered cushions on the chairs. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. In the end, he noticed Dongfang Bubi's wide robe, which was tied tightly with a belt. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Dongfang, the Cultivation of the Han Dynasty is indeed beautiful. It's bright and shows off the figure, but it's not suitable for fighting. I like it. Dongfang Bubi looked at him from the corner of his eyes and returned his attention to the ladies on the screen. I heard that the Cultivation of the Han Dynasty didn't have underwear. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time and decided to swallow his words. He did not want to be shot into a porcupine by the angry Dongfang Bubi. Did Kangxi send you? Dongfang Bubi asked calmly. Can't I come to help because I'm worried about my friend? Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to make Dongfang Bubi feel that he owed him a favor, and not let Kangxi take the fruits of his labor. Are we friends? Dongfang Bubi said disapprovingly. Of course we are. Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than the city wall. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you save me just now? I just wanted to make you suffer a little just now to take revenge for what happened in the suburbs of Beijing. Dongfang Bubi smiled when he thought of how he rolled on the ground and looked like a mess. Unfortunately, you didn't dodge in the end. You made me feel less pleasure from taking revenge. So you still don't want me to die? When he saw Dongfang Bubi's face turn cold, Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. How's your injury? Last time, someone said that he wanted to be my man. Why don't you dare to mention it now? Dongfang Bubi flicked his finger, and the embroidery needle shot into the screen in front of him. At that moment, the anger in Song Qingshu's heart disappeared, and he became a little absent-minded, because Dongfang Bubi was dressed in women's clothing. He was dressed in a crimson-red set of deep curly clothes. Even though he knew that Dongfang Bubi had shaken the world of martial artists for decades and was definitely not young, he could not see any signs of age on his pretty face. He looked like he was 17 or 18 years old. He was at the age where his eyes shone brilliantly, and his eyebrows were black. Song Qingshu looked closely. His hair was like the mountains in spring, and his cheeks were full like hibiscus. His skin was soft and smooth, and it was even better than cream. He was born with a charming look. If you look at me with that lustful gaze again, I'll dig your eyes out. Dongfang Bubi noticed Song Qingshu's expression and snorted coldly. He turned around and walked into the room. I've never seen you in women's clothing before, Song Qingshu said excitedly as he followed behind her. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Invincible East would be such a charming and delicate girl? Put away your tricks to trick young ladies. Dongfang Bubi glanced at him in annoyance. She sat down and continued with her embroidery. Song Qingshu walked into the room and saw a few transparent screens in the middle of the room. There were a few ladies with different expressions embroidered on them, and there were embroidered cushions on the chairs. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. In the end, he noticed Dongfang Bubi's wide robe, which was tied tightly with a belt. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Dongfang, the deep clothes of the Han Dynasty are indeed beautiful. The colors are bright, and the figures are graceful. But it's not convenient to use it in a fight. I like it. Dongfang Bubi gave him a sideways glance. His attention returned to the pictures of the ladies on the screen. I heard that the deep clothes of the Han dynasty didn't have underwear. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time before he decided to swallow his words. He did not want to be shot into a porcupine by the angry Dongfang Booby. Did Kanshi send you? Dongfang Booby asked faintly. Can't I come to help because I'm worried about my friend? Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to make Dongfang Booby feel that he owed him a favor, and not let Kanshi take the fruits of his labor. Are we friends? Dongfang Booby said disapprovingly. Of course we are. Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than the city walls. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you save me just now? I just wanted to make you suffer a little just now to take revenge for what happened in the suburbs of Beijing. When Dongfang Booby thought of how pathetic he looked when he rolled on the ground just now, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Unfortunately, you didn't dodge in the end, and my pleasure in taking revenge was reduced by a lot. So you still don't want me to die? When he saw Dongfang Booby's face turn cold, Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. How are your injuries? At that moment, the anger in Song Qingshu's heart disappeared, and he became a little absent-minded, because Dongfang Booby was dressed in women's clothing. He was dressed in a crimson-red set of deep curly clothes. Even though he knew that Dongfang Booby had shaken the world of martial artists for decades and that he was definitely not young, he could not find any signs of age on his pretty face. He looked as if he was 17 or 18 years old, and he was at the age where he could be considered to be brilliant and beautiful. Song Qingshu looked carefully. Her hair was like a mountain in spring, her cheeks were supple like a hibiscus, and her skin was soft and smooth. She was born with a charming appearance. If you look at me with that lustful look again, I will dig your eyes out. Dongfang Booby noticed Song Qingshu's expression and snorted coldly. She turned around and walked into the room. I've never seen you in women's clothing before, Song Qingshu said excitedly as he followed behind her. Who would have thought that the world-renowned Invincible East would be such a charming and delicate girl? Put away your tricks to trick young girls. Dongfang Booby looked at him in annoyance and sat down to continue her embroidery. Song Qingshu walked into the room and saw a few transparent screens in the middle of the room. There were a few ladies with different expressions embroidered on them. There were also embroidered cushions on the chairs. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. In the end, he noticed Dongfang Booby's wide robe that wrapped around his back. It was only fastened with a belt. He hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Dongfang, the deep clothes of the Han dynasty are indeed beautiful. They are bright in color and show off your graceful figure, but they are not suitable for fighting. I like them. Dongfang Booby gave him a sideways glance. Her attention returned to the pictures of the ladies on the screen. I heard that the deep clothes of the Han dynasty didn't have underwear. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time before he decided to swallow his words. He did not want to be shot into a porcupine by the angry Dongfang Booby. Did Kanshi send you? Dongfang Booby asked calmly. Can't I come to help because I'm worried about my friend? Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to make Dongfang Booby feel like he owed him a favor instead of letting Kanshi take advantage of him. Are we friends? Dongfang Booby said disapprovingly. Of course we are. Song Qingshu's face was thicker than the city wall. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Didn't you just save me? I just wanted you to suffer a bit to take revenge for what happened in the suburbs of Beijing. When Dongfang Booby remembered how pathetic he looked when he rolled on the ground just now, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It's a pity that you didn't dodge in the end, and because of you, my pleasure in taking revenge has been greatly reduced. So, you still can't bear for me to die? When he saw Dongfang Booby's expression turn cold, Song Qingshu instantly changed the topic. How are your injuries? Last time, you said, you wanted to be my man, and you don't have has. I dong man is. Dongfang Booby flicked his finger, and the embroidery needle shot into the screen across from him. Chapter 155 Meichuan is cruel. The final stroke of the painting was completed. It's mainly because I'm worried that you'll be too thin-skinned. Once you hear about it, you'll want to fight to the death with me. In the end, Ren Wuxing and the others will benefit from it. Song Qingshu said with an awkward smile. Ren Wuxing? Dongfang Booby seemed to have sunk into his memories. In the end, he shook his head. If you're here to help me deal with Ren Wishing, you can go back now. Although his star-sucking technique can be considered one of the best in the martial arts world, it's a pity that I still don't take it seriously. Normally, you wouldn't have to be afraid. However, you suffered internal injuries during your duel with Feng Qingyang. I reckon that you won't be able to recover that quickly, so I came over to help you hold the line. Song Qingshu hurriedly said. That's good too. Leaving you here can help me deal with some stragglers so that they don't get in the way. However, Ren Wishing must be dealt with by me. Dongfang Bubi originally wanted to reject him, but for some reason, she had a bad feeling. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. Song Qingshu was worried that Dongfang Bubi would be too arrogant and look down on his help. When he saw that she agreed, he was overjoyed. Haha, if we work together, Ren Wishing won't be able to do anything even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Dongfang Bubi ignored him. She took out an embroidery needle from the box beside her and started to embroider on the blank screen. There's a question I've always wanted to ask you. When you snatched Ren Wishing's position, why didn't you just kill him? Why did you lock him under Westlake and cause the disaster today? Why didn't I kill Ren Wishing is the greatest secret of my sect. Dongfang Bubi turned around and smiled. Do you want to know? Yes. Song Qingshu nodded his head like a chick pecking on rice. Unfortunately, I don't want to tell you. Dongfang Bubi ignored him. All her attention was placed on the screen opposite her. Miss Dongfang, you've learned bad things. Song Qingshu was stunned. He wasn't angry. Instead, he was a little happy. He didn't expect that she would tell him such a cold joke. Dongfang Bubi ignored him. She waved her hand and the flying needle guided the outline of a lady on the screen. Song Qingshu was bored. He suddenly thought of a question. Miss Dongfang, is there a person called Yang Lianting on Blackwood Cliff? The fire of gossip burned in his eyes. With a snap, the thread in Dongfang Bubi's hand broke. She turned around and stared at Song Qingshu. There was a cold light in her eyes. Where did you hear this name? Seeing that she had such a big reaction, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she really had an affair with Yang Lianting? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. I forgot where I heard it from. Dongfang Bubi was silent for a while. She said, he's dead. How did he die? Song Qingshu thought. Without Yang Lianting as a hostage to distract Dongfang Bubi, Ren Wishing and the others were doomed to die. I killed him, Invincible East said faintly. What? Song Qingshu was shocked. Unfortunately, Dongfang Bubi didn't want to say anything else. He could only mumble, the noble circle is really messy. As if he was reminded, Dongfang Bubi raised her head and said, oh right, it's not good to let an outsider like you stay in the sect. You can pretend to be a member of the sect. Then, you can surprise Ren Wishing and the others. Pretend to be who? Song Qingshu asked blankly. Yang Lianting, Dongfang Bubi said matter-of-factly. What? Song Qingshu thought of Yang Lianting's image in the original novel. He was weak and had the heart to attack. He immediately felt disgusted. He quickly rejected, absolutely not. Why? Dongfang Bubi asked curiously. Despite Song Qingshu's repeated protests, he couldn't win against Invincible East's indifference. He had no choice but to put on Manager Yang's clothes. Song Qingshu sniffed the clothes with a look of disgust. These clothes are that gay. He looked up at Invincible East's face and changed his words. That Yang something used to wear them? Handsome and tall, just like Manager Yang back in the day. Invincible East nodded in satisfaction. He didn't seem to have any intention of answering his question. There's no smell. It should be new. Song Qingshu had to keep hinting at himself. It was quite boring watching Invincible East embroider all day. Song Qingshu yawned and rambled on. Why doesn't anyone come here all day? This is my place of solitude. Without an order, no matter who from the cult comes in, they will die. Invincible East seemed to be tired from embroidering. She rested her chin on her hand and pretended to sleep on the couch. Song Qingshu saw the curves of her waist and said gloomily, are you really a man lying down like this? There's a man in front of you. So what? Invincible East opened her narrow phoenix eyes and looked at him indifferently. Aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Song Qingshu asked in surprise. What advantage can I take if you look at me a few times? Even if you can't help but want to touch me, it's fine. You can't beat me anyway. Invincible East yawned in boredom and closed her eyes again. You make me feel humiliated. A man's pride is very valuable. Song Qingshu glared at her. Really? So what if I humiliate you? Bite me. Invincible East's red lips moved slightly and she looked at him with a faint smile. Her right hand was deliberately playing with a shiny embroidery needle. Looking at her moist red lips, Song Qingshu really wanted to pounce on her and bite her. But after considering the strength of the two of them, he gave up on this tempting idea. Don't your subordinates know you're a girl? How old are you, Miss Dongfeng? Song Qingshu asked a lot of questions like a machine gun, but unfortunately for him, Invincible East was not interested in answering. He did not seem to be discouraged. A thought appeared in his head, and he asked another question. By the way, there's something I've been wondering about for a long time. What's your name? This time, Invincible East did not ignore him. She looked at him strangely and asked, Don't you know? Invincible East Song Qingshu clicked his tongue and shook his head in disbelief. I don't believe that any parents in the world would give their children such a cool name. How dare you call the sect leader by his name? At that moment, a clear female voice came from behind him. Song Qingshu was stunned and thought, isn't this Invincible East's forbidden ground? Why would someone else dare to come in? When he turned his head, he saw a young girl, who was about the age of 156. She was about 13 or 14 years old and wore an emerald green robe. Her skin was snow white, and her face was delicate and cute. She still had a bit of baby fat on her face, but her expression was exceptionally solemn. When she arrived at the small house, she respectfully half knelt down and bowed. Feifei pays respect to cult master. Get up. Dongfang Bubi waved his left sleeve gently, and the girl sensed a gentle presence lifting her up. Has the internal conflict in Five Venoms been settled? Dongfang Bubi asked. The girl was about to speak, but she looked at Song Qingshu and hesitated. There's no harm in saying it. He's one of us. Dongfang Bubi's words caused Song Qingshu to be so excited that tears fell down his cheeks. Just when he was about to express his joy, he suddenly realized that he was being a little too shameless, and he immediately put on a stern expression. After getting Invincible Dongfeng's promise, the young lady replied, the two most powerful sects in the Five Poison cult have always been the Lan family and the He family. Recently, a genius, He Taizhou, appeared in the He family. Not only is he talented in martial arts, but he is also the most talented in poison among all the previous family heads. His reputation is gradually overpowering the Lan family. This time, He Taizhou. Because cult leader killed Yuan Qingji and she has always admired Yuan Qingji, she betrayed the Lan family and forced the Lan family to retreat. Not only is she incompetent, she can only help the Indigo Phoenix to stabilize the situation and form a stalemate. He Taizhou? Dongfang Bubi recalled the time when she came to visit him at Blackwood Cliff. That girl is not bad, but I didn't expect her to betray me for a man. She is skilled in both martial arts and poison. Feifei, you are still young, so it's normal that you can't beat her. I sent you down the mountain to train you, so you don't have to worry about it. Thank you, sect leader master. The girl's face showed a hint of joy. You two are master and disciple. Why are you bowing so often? Why are you so distant? Song Qingshu couldn't stand it anymore. He walked in front of the girl and circled her a few times. You call yourself Feifei, and you are from Sun Moon sect. You must be Chu Yang's granddaughter, Chu Fian? The girl looked at him in surprise. Dongfang Bubi frowned too. How do you know her name? Song Qingshu didn't answer. Instead, he fell into his memories. In his previous life, when he watched the 1996 version of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, he felt that the most pitiful character was this weird little girl. She was killed by Fei Bin from Song Mountain sect not long after she appeared. If that was all, it wouldn't have left such a deep impression on him. That chubby little girl actress from back then had actually starred as Shi Feishuan in Twin of Brothers 8 years later. The contrast between that fresh and refined girl and the chubby little girl from back then had really blinded Song Qingshu. He exclaimed, "A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood." The ancients didn't lie. Dongfang Bubi didn't really care about this question. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't answer, he put it aside. Instead, he raised his hand and threw a token into Chu Fian's hands. "Feifei, take the Blackwood token and go to Dali again. Mobilize all the resources that can be mobilized to help Indigo Phoenix. You must not let 5 Venom sect be swallowed by He Tai's Ho." Dongfang Bubi didn't know why, but he kept feeling that his heart was beating faster recently. When his martial arts had reached a certain realm, he had a keen sense of hidden dangers. In addition, his injuries hadn't recovered much. That was why, for the first time ever, he agreed to let Song Qingshu stay and help her. This time, he subconsciously sent Chu Fian away because he had the thought of protecting her. She didn't know how big of an impact this one thought would have on the future. In the next few days, the two of them would chat sometimes. But most of the time, it was Song Qingshu who was bored watching Dongfang Bubi embroider. As for the night, the scene that Song Qingshu had been looking forward to seeing a man and a woman alone in a room didn't happen. Once night fell, Dongfang Bubi ran off somewhere, leaving Song Qingshu alone in the empty room. Just like that, a purple-robed messenger came in to report. Reporting to sect leader, Elder Shengguan has already caught the traitor Xiang Wendian. He is now waiting outside for sect leader to summon him. Soon, a few people walked in with a stretcher. Song Qingshu looked carefully and saw that the person on the stretcher was dressed in white. His appearance was thin, and his chin was sparse and had a long, grizzled beard that hung in front of his chest. There were many bloodstains on his clothes and beard, and he looked like he was seriously injured. "Cult Master, you are wise and benevolent. You have revived the sacred cult and brought glory to the common people. I, Shangguan Yun, an elder of the White Tiger Hall, kowtow to Cult Master." A person dressed in an elder's robe kowtowed. Dongfang Bubi did not express his opinion and asked indifferently, "Why didn't Elder Jia come back with you?" Reporting to sect leader, Elder Jia and I were ordered by sect leader to capture the traitor Xiang Wendian. Unfortunately, Xiang Wendian's martial arts were too strong, so Elder Jia sacrificed himself to give me the chance to severely injure Xiang Wendian. Shangguan Yun didn't dare to tell the truth. Jiabu had already died in the hands of him and Xiang Wendian because he didn't join Ren Wuxing's side. This time, he went to the Blackwood Cliff with everything he had. Once he succeeded, he would be rewarded by Ren Wuxing, but when he thought of Dongfang Bubi's prestige, he still felt a little scared. "Who are these people behind you?" Dongfang Bubi was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and interrupted him. Song Qingshu stood at the side obediently as if he was the real chief steward Yang. He secretly looked at the people Dongfang Bubi mentioned. He saw a tall man with a long face. His face was snow white and without a hint of blood. Although he kept his head down, he could still see that his face was terrifyingly pale, like a zombie that had just come out of the grave. Judging from his age, he should be Ren Wuxing. Beside him stood a young man with a long face, sharp eyebrows, and thin lips. He had a heroic spirit between his brows. He should be Ling Huchong. There was a low-level follower standing close to him. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent and there was a faint layer of redness. Who else could it be other than the cross-dressing Saint Nun, Ren Yingying? Since Song Qingshu could tell, so could Dongfang Bubi. She sneered and said, "Cult Master Ren, I thought you were a hero, but I didn't expect you to be a coward." Ren Wuxing threw his head back and let out a long laugh when he saw that the other party had exposed their identities. His low-ranked disciple clothes fell off inch by inch as he looked at Dongfang Bubi and said angrily, "Dongfang Bubi, you didn't think that this day would come when you locked me at the bottom of the West Lake, did you?" Xiang Wendian also climbed up from the stretcher and drew his weapon from the stretcher with Ling Huchong. He stood by Ren Wuxing's side, and with solemn expressions, he guarded against Dongfang Bubi. "I'll let you enjoy the rest of your life in Hangzhou's West Lake. As the saying goes, there is heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. The scenery of West Lake is famous in the world, and Lone Mountain Plum Manor is the best place in West Lake. I didn't expect that not only would you not be grateful, you would even hate me." Dongfang Bubi shook his head, as if he was filled with regret. "Pooh." Ren Wuxing was so angry that he laughed, "So you locked me at the bottom of the West Lake and didn't let me see the light of day?" Dongfang Bubi said. "At least I didn't kill you, right?" Chapter 157, The Conscience of the Industry. If the 4 friends of Jiangnan didn't send you water, would you be able to last 10 days? Ren Wuxing snorted coldly. "Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. For the past 10 years, you've asked Black and White Chess to use all kinds of methods to deceive me. Naturally, you won't let me die. Cult Master Ren, you're as perceptive as ever. I really admire you. I didn't expect you to see through me right from the start." Although Dongfang Bubi said that she admired him, her expression was normal. She probably didn't think that Black and White Chess could really deceive Ren Wuxing. "If I was really perceptive, I wouldn't have let a traitor like you usurp the power of my divine religion. If we're talking about admiration, you're the one I admire the most," Ren Wuxing said through gritted teeth. "Cult Master Ren, you're too humble. That year, you also realized that something was wrong. That's why you imparted the Sunflower Treasure Book to me with bad intentions. You wanted to numb me, but you didn't expect me to make the first move and succeed in one strike." Dongfang Bubi couldn't hide the pride in his voice when he talked about what happened in the past. "Ha ha ha, speaking of the Sunflower Treasure Book, looking at your androgynous appearance, I'm afraid that you've really practiced it." Ren Wuxing laughed. "You wanted to practice a divine skill and castrate yourself. Dongfang Bubi, you really can do it." His voice revealed endless mockery and disdain. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He looked at Dongfang Bubi and thought, "I've clearly touched her soft breasts." In today's world where flat breasts are rampant, it's rare to see the conscience of the industry. Could it be that I really have to take off her pants to determine her gender? Dongfang Bubi looked at him disdainfully. "How can a vulgar person like you understand the principles of the treasure book?" Ren Wuxing suddenly frowned. "Dongfang Bubi, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Why are you getting younger? Could it be that the Sunflower Treasure Book really contains ancient cultivation techniques like the rumors say? Cult Master Ren, if you're interested, you can castrate yourself. I'll let you practice it on account of the kindness you showed me when I imparted my skills to you." Dongfang Bubi smiled. "Bah!" Ren Wuxing scolded. "I don't want to become an androgynous monster." Dongfang Bubi's eyes turned cold. The crowd only saw a pink object flash in front of him, as if his body had moved. Then, with a clang, the saber in Shang Guanyun's hand fell to the ground. Then, his body swayed a few times before he suddenly fell forward and prostrated on the ground. From then on, he didn't move anymore. Although he only fell for a moment, Ren Wuxing and the other experts saw clearly that there was a small red dot between his eyebrows, his temples, his nose, and his philtrum. There was blood oozing out of each dot. It was obvious that he was stabbed by Dongfang Bubi's embroidery needle. Ren Wuxing and the others were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Ling Huchong pulled Ying with his left hand and stood in front of her. For a moment, the room was silent and no one breathed loudly. Ren Wuxing slowly pulled out his sword and said, "I didn't expect the Sunflower Treasure Book to be so powerful." Dongfang Bubi had already returned to his original position and was calmly playing with the embroidery needle in his hand. "Shang Guanyun was dreaming of becoming a dragon by relying on you, but I didn't expect you to use him as a scapegoat without hesitation in such a critical moment." Ren Wuxing was careless just now and Dongfang Bubi had already attacked him. His sword was still in its sheath and he couldn't defend himself. He could only grab Shang Guanyun and use him as a shield to withstand Dongfang Bubi's lightning attack. The pitiful Shang Guanyun thought that he would be safer if he stayed by Ren Wuxing's side, but he didn't expect that he would die a wrongful death right from the start. Ren Wuxing's face was slightly red. Fortunately, other than Dongfang Bubi, the rest of the people here were people close to him, so he didn't have to worry about what happened today spreading. Song Qingshu experienced what it meant to be attacked even when he was just lying down. But when he remembered the scene Ling Huchong described just now, he found that it was pretty good. Dongfang Bubi did not have such a good feeling when he heard it. His face turned red, and suddenly, a red figure moved. And an embroidery needle went to stab Ling Huchong. Ling Huchong had said those words to make her angry, but when he saw her swing her sleeve slightly, he thrust his sword at her throat. That thrust was incredibly fast, and to others, Dongfang Bubi looked as if he was going to crash into the tip of the sword. But at that moment, Ling Hucheng felt a slight pain on his left cheek, and the long sword in his hand swung to the left. In truth, Dongfang Bubi's attack speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already stabbed Ling Hucheng's face with a needle, but due to his old injury, his movements were slower than usual. He knew that if he stabbed Ling Hucheng with the needle, Ling Hucheng would definitely die, but he would also be heavily injured. He could only pull his arm back and use the needle to block Ling Hucheng's slash. 9 solitary swords, which attack the enemy when they must save themselves. What is your relationship with Feng Qingyang? Dongfang Bubi asked while smoothing out his robes. I am Ling Hucheng of Mount Hua, and today, I will take revenge for great martial uncle Feng. Ling Hucheng had just recovered from his shock. He knew that he had run into a powerful enemy he had never seen before in his life. If he gave her the time to attack, he would immediately lose his life. He immediately thrust his sword 4 times, and all of them were aimed at her vitals. If Feng Qingyang isn't my opponent, then what can your half-baked 9 solitary swords do? Dongfang Bubi snickered. He pushed to the left, right, up, and down, parrying all 4 of Ling Hucheng's sword thrusts. Ling Hucheng focused his gaze on her attacks. Her embroidery needle was parried everywhere, and there was not a single opening around her. At that moment, he would definitely not allow her to counterattack. He immediately shouted and swung his long sword at her head. Dongfang Bubi grabbed the embroidery needle with her right thumb and index finger and lifted it up to block the incoming sword. The long sword could not cut down. Ling Hucheng felt a slight numbness in his arm, but he saw a red shadow flash, and something seemed to be heading toward his left eye. Right now it was too late to block and too late to dodge. He thought his life was over. Ren Wuxing and Xianxia saw that the situation wasn't right, so one of them raised his sword and the other swung his whip, and they attacked at the same time. Dongfang Bubi frowned, but he could only stop and defend himself. The 3 great elites in the world worked together to fight against him, and their momentum was incredibly powerful, but Dongfang Bubi held an embroidery needle between his fingers and weaved his way between the 3 of them. He moved forward and retreated as fast as lightning, and he did not show any signs of losing. The trio's attacks were fierce, and they went straight for Dongfang Bubi's vitals. But her figure was like a ghost, drifting here and there like a wisp of smoke. The tips of their swords and whips were always several inches away from her body. Suddenly they heard Xianxia cry out, followed by Ling Hucheng's hey. Both of them were hit by the needles one after another. Although Ren Wuxing's absorbing stars technique was profound, Dongfang Bubi's movements were extremely fast, so it was difficult for him to touch him. Secondly, the weapon he used was an embroidery needle, so he couldn't absorb any internal energy from it. After fighting for a while, Ren Wuxing also cried out, and his chest and throat were hit by the needles. It was a pity that Dongfang Bubi had 2 ultimate skills. Dongfang Bubi was injured by Feng Qingyang's innate sword qi, and his injuries kept coming back. His movements were much more difficult than usual, and he didn't have the confidence that he would be able to block the other 2 great elites' attacks once he infused his internal energy into his opponent's body. Therefore, although Ren Wuxing and the other 2 were repeatedly hit by the needles, they weren't heavily injured. Ren Wuxing, Xianxia, and Ling Hucheng shouted repeatedly, and their voices were filled with anger and anxiety. The 3 of them infused their internal energy into their weapons, and the wind howled loudly, but Dongfang Bubi didn't make a single sound. Ren Yingying saw everything clearly from the side, and she knew that if this continued for a long time, the 3 of them would be exhausted, and they would definitely die under Dongfang Bubi's needles. She was anxious, but she knew that if she went up, she would only be a hindrance, and wouldn't be of any use. She glanced over and saw that Song Qingshu was standing not far away, and he was watching the fight attentively, and his face was filled with concern. Ren Yingying had a thought, and she slowly walked over. Song Qingshu saw that Dongfang Bubi was surrounded by 3 great elites, and although the situation was a little dangerous, he was still in an invincible position for a short period of time. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, and instead, he carefully observed their martial arts. Noticing that Ren Yingying was sneaking over, Song Qingshu was shocked, but he quickly realized what she was planning. He hesitated for a moment, but didn't make any move. Ren Yingying suddenly raised the short sword in her left hand, and placed it on Song Qingshu's neck, and scolded, "Quick, tell Dongfang Bubi to stop." Song Qingshu raised his hands and pretended to yield. Okay, I'll call. Ren Yingying was worried that Dongfang Bubi would attack too quickly, so she slowly moved behind Song Qingshu and used the tip of her sword to push against his back, so that he would be in front of her, in case Dongfang Bubi suddenly pounced on her. By the way, beauty, how do you want me to call you, or do you want me to call you obscenely? Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu suddenly turned his head and looked at her with a smile. You're courting death. Ren Yingying's pretty face turned cold, and she swung her sword to stab Song Qingshu's thigh. Song Qingshu felt that his acting was almost over, and his figure flashed, and he dodged the attack. Ren Yingying was stunned, and her waist went numb. Song Qingshu had already sealed the numbing acupoint, and her body went limp, and she fell backwards. Beauty, why are you so careless? Song Qingshu hugged her delicate body, and blew a breath into her ear. Ren Yingying's neck suddenly turned red, half from embarrassment, and the other half from anger. All these years, she had always been the high and mighty saintess, and her status in the Sun Moon sect was extraordinary. Naturally, no one dared to disobey her. Usually, when she was with Ling Huchong, she would be embarrassed and angry for a long time if he said something frivolous. She had never endured such naked teasing from Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's warm and fragrant body was in his arms, and he only felt a strange fragrance assailing his nostrils. He felt that her skin was also ice cold, and for a moment, he actually forgot to speak. Shameless! Let me go. Ren Yingying was worried that Ling Huchong and the others would see and distract them, so she purposely bit her lip and said in a low voice. Let you go? How can I bear to? Song Qingshu laughed, as the saying goes, the wheel of fortune turns. You forced me to scream just now, and now it's my turn to make you scream. What are you doing? What do you want? Ren Yingying's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Song Qingshu said, nothing much, I just want you to scream in pain, and distract your father or your brother Chong. Don't even think about it. Ren Yingying knew that they were already at a disadvantage, and if they were distracted because of her, they would immediately fall into invincible Dongfang's hands. You forced me to do this. Do you know what martial arts I'm best at? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and asked in her ear. How would I know? Feeling the breath he exhaled, Ren Yingying's delicate skin was covered in a layer of tiny goosebumps. I know quite a lot of martial arts, and the one I'm best at is the blood-cleansing silver spear technique. Of course, it's a little inconvenient to use it in this situation. But I have another martial art, the breast-grabbing dragon claw. I can let you evaluate it, miss. Song Qingshu's smile was full of wickedness. Could it be that you're from the Shaolin Temple? Before Ren Yingying could finish, she suddenly realized the vulgar meaning in her words and immediately shut her mouth in embarrassment. Seeing that Song Qingshu's hand was getting closer, Ren Yingying's breathing became faster and faster. But even so, she still gritted her teeth and refused to make a sound. You'd rather be touched by me than scream? This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be depressed. He didn't know whether to press down or not. Feel as much as you want. When my father and brother Chong kill Dongfang Bubi, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Ren Yingying's pale face was filled with hatred. Tear me into pieces? Song Qingshu was in a daze. How many women had said that already? Was he being too casual with women? This wasn't the modern era that was open and free. Forget it, I'll do it if you don't want to. After hesitating for a long time, Song Qingshu couldn't press down anymore. He opened his mouth and shouted, I say, Old Man Ren, Ling Huchong, Xiang Wentian or whatever, Ren Yingying is in my hands now. If you don't surrender, I'll take off one of her clothes on the count of 3. Let's see how long she can last. Oh, by the way, beauty, how many clothes are you wearing today? Song Qingshu lowered his head and asked Ren Yingying. Before Ren Yingying could answer, Ren Wuxing and the others were already furious and started cursing. How can a gentleman kidnap a woman? A gentleman? Song Qingshu laughed self-deprecatingly. Cult Master Ren, you are the dignified cult master of the devil cult, yet you keep saying that you are a gentleman. Aren't you going to wallow in the mire with those famous upright sects? Father, brother Chong, don't fall into his trap. He won't dare to take off my clothes. Ren Yingying saw that Song Qingshu didn't really touch her just now. She knew that Song Qingshu was just trying to scare her. Is that so? I feel like my professionalism has been insulted. With a crisp sound, the thin muslin dress that Ren Yingying wore was ripped off by Song Qingshu. TSK, 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 it smells good. Song Qingshu brought it to his nose and sniffed it. Young hero Linghu, I'm afraid you haven't even undressed Miss Ren yet. You didn't expect me to beat you to it. I'm really sorry. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Ren Yingying's lapel and pretended to pull it off. Ah. Ren Yingying couldn't hold it in any longer. Her feminine instincts made her scream. Ling Huchong's eyes burned with rage when he saw this. He ignored Dongfang Bubi's attack and swung his sword to thrust forward. To an elite like Dongfang Bubi, even the slightest opening was enough to be fatal. Besides, Ling Huchong's defense was wide open at that moment. Dongfang Bubi pushed his jade-white palm gently against the center of his back. Ling Huchong coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground dejectedly. He tried to stand up a few times, but he fell again and again. Because an opening appeared on Ling Huchong's side, Xiang Wentian and Ren Wuxing were also hit. Xiang Wentian's chest was pierced by Dongfang Bubi's needle, and he felt his entire body go numb. His whip fell to the ground, and all his strength disappeared. He had already lost the ability to fight. Ren Wuxing's injuries were even more severe. When Dongfang Bubi's attack landed on Ling Huchong's back, Ren Wuxing finally found an opportunity to strike her shoulder. He immediately activated Absorbing Stars, but Dongfang Bubi shot a needle into his right eye. Ren Wuxing turned pale with fright. He withdrew his palm, and with a bang, his back crashed into the wall. With a cracking sound, half of the wall collapsed. If he hadn't retreated in time, the needle would have pierced his brain, and he would have died. Even so, his right eye was blind, and his face was covered in blood. He only had less than 30% of his combat power left. Dongfang Bubi had heavily injured 3 top-class elites in an instant, and his shoulder had been sucked in by Ren Wuxing's Absorbing Star technique. True Qi instantly surged out of his body, and it was inevitable that his breathing would be chaotic. He thought that if Song Qingshu hadn't used a trick to distract the 3 people, the price he would have paid today would have been much more than this. Dongfang Bubi looked at Song Qingshu, and was about to speak when the roof suddenly shattered. A black figure with a ghost mask came crashing down from above. Dongfang Bubi had used up all his strength, and he hadn't gathered any new strength yet. He hastily raised his palm to block the attack, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The black figure was like a maggot, and he kicked Dongfang Bubi's chest again and again. Song Qingshu didn't have the mood to hold Ren Yingying hostage. He quickly used traceless steps in sand and rushed over. With one hand, he grabbed Dongfang Bubi's slim waist and placed her behind him. With the other, he used Arrogant Dragon's Regrets to fight against the black figure. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms was known as the fiercest in the world, and Arrogant Dragon's Regrets was also one of the most powerful moves in the world. Song Qingshu was confident that if he fought against the black figure head-on, he would definitely be heavily injured if he did not retreat. But against his expectations, the black figure flipped in the air and did not dodge. He just extended his palm to receive the attack. When their palms clashed, Song Qingshu felt that his palm force had been guided by an incredibly sticky and gentle force, and he missed. The black figure's other palm pressed against his chest without a sound, and Song Qingshu instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured. Fortunately, after Song Qingshu blocked the black figure's attack for a while, Dongfang Bubi finally recovered. He swung his arm, and dozens of embroidery needles shot into the black figure's acupressure points. The demon-masked man had to stop. His hands moved at varying speeds before he drew a huge circle in front of him. The air seemed to have frozen, and a wall of qi that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. Dongfang Bubi's embroidery needles shot into the wall of qi, and after they entered it for half an inch, they could no longer move forward. The demon-masked man crossed his arms, and the dozens of embroidery needles shattered inch by inch before they fell to the ground. When he raised his head to look, the 2 of them had already escaped to the back of the mountain while Dongfang Bubi was shooting out needles. The demon-masked man had planned for a long time today. He knew that if he had not used Ren Wuxing and the others as a cover and successfully ambushed Dongfang Bubi, it would have been almost impossible for him to get rid of Dongfang Bubi. He knew very well the danger of letting the tiger return to the mountain, so he immediately chased after them. Song Qingshu carried Dongfang Bubi and sprinted through the mountains. Dongfang Bubi's injuries were much more serious than Song Qingshu's, and he was already in a semi-conscious state. After running for a while, he had no choice but to stop. It turned out that he was not familiar with the terrain of Blackwood Cliff, so he instinctively ran towards a secluded place. In the end, he was now facing 100,000 feet tall cliff. Dongfang Bubi slowly woke up as the cold wind blew at him from the top of the cliff. He looked around, and a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his lips. I didn't think that I, Dongfang Bubi, who has roamed the world unrivaled, would lose my life in the hands of a rascal today. The leader of the Ming cult is not some small fry. Chapter 159, A Great Reversal Disciple. Song Qingshu's face was ashen as he turned his head to look at the path he had come from. Am I right, Zhang Wuji? The demon-masked man took off his mask, revealing a face with thick eyebrows and handsome eyes, full of heroic spirit. It was the love rival of Song Qingshu's two souls, Zhang Wuji. Brother Song really has a good eye. Zhang Wuji looked at Song Qingshu in surprise. After we parted at the lion-slaying gathering, I didn't think that Brother Song would not only recover his meridian channels, but have also learned a high level of martial arts. When he thought of how he had pretended to treat his illness on Mount Xiaoshi, but in reality, he had wanted to get close to Zhou Zhirua, Song Qingshu could not help but grit his teeth in hatred. The heavens have eyes, that's why they gave me a sliver of a chance. Why is Brother Song filled with hatred towards Wuji? Zhang Wuji looked at Song Qingshu in confusion, then quickly came to a realization. No wonder I thought Jirua's expression was very strange the last time I saw her. It looks like Brother Song already knows about the matter between me and her. Pa! Song Qingshu scolded angrily, don't speak as if there's really something between you and her. I wonder if she told you about one thing. What thing? Zhang Wuji was startled as expected. Dongfang Bubi opened her charming phoenix eyes and sized up Song Qingshu carefully. She opened her red lips and said, I never trust anyone. Just as Song Qingshu was feeling disappointed, she changed the topic. But today, I can trust you once. Song Qingshu was delighted. Later, if I do anything strange, don't panic. Once he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Wuji. He put on a victorious smile. Jirua is already my woman. She has always been your wife. Zhang Wuji's voice came to an abrupt halt. He finally registered the meaning behind Song Qingshu's words. He remembered that he and Zhou Zhirua had once wandered overseas and lived together on a lone island. They swore to never betray each other, and those words were still ringing in his ears. At that moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, and all he could see was white. He heard countless disorderly voices in his ears, but he did not know what the people around him were talking about. He suddenly snapped out of his daze, and Zhang Wuji stared at Song Qingshu with a ferocious expression. Jirua has never liked you, so why would she? Just now, I was fortunate enough to witness the despicable methods you used on Lady Ren. I believe that you must have used some despicable and shameless methods. That's just your wishful thinking. Jirua is my wife. We are just having some fun in the bedroom. Is there a need for you to make such a big fuss out of nothing? Song Qingshu knew that he was heavily injured right now, and it was not wise for him to continue provoking him. However, a man's nature made him unable to let go of any chance to destroy his rival in love. You're asking for death. Zhang Wuji changed his usual gentle image and pounced on him. Song Qingshu unsheathed his wooden sword and charged forward. Right now, his power was incredibly great, and his attainments in his sword technique had almost returned to its original state. If he had fought a fair battle with Zhang Wuji, even though he would not be able to win against him, the difference between them would not be too great. However, it was a pity that in the beginning, in order to save Dongfang Bubi, he had to hold her with one hand and hastily face the enemy with one hand. His opponent's heaven and earth great shift shifted the force of his palm into thin air, and he was then struck head-on by Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji possessed the nine-yan divine technique, and the strength of his inner force was probably one of the best in the world. Moreover, the heaven and earth great shift was best at stimulating the potential of a person's body. Therefore, he had almost crippled Song Qingshu with one palm strike. Song Qingshu only felt that the true qi in his body was in a mess, and he could only use his exquisite sword technique to fight with his opponent. However, before he could completely use his wooden sword, it would be shifted by Zhang Wuji's heaven and earth great shift. After a dozen or so moves, Song Qingshu understood that if he continued to fight, he and Dongfang Bubi would only have a grievance on the spot. He swung his sword a few times and forced Zhang Wuji to retreat. He jumped to Dongfang Bubi's side and retreated to the edge of the cliff. Zhang Wuji was not in a hurry to chase after him, and only slowly pressed on. What, has Brother Song already given up and is ready to jump off the cliff? Song Qingshu knew the condition of his body, and now there was still the heavily injured Dongfang Bubi. Even if he used traceless sand, he would not be able to escape. He looked at the cold and windy cliff behind him, and smiled bitterly at Dongfang Bubi. Why don't we jump off the cliff? That's fine. I, Dongfang Bubi, have lived my life unhindered. I would rather let the heavens take a slap to my face. I don't want to die in the hands of ordinary people. Dongfang Bubi knew that it would be difficult for her to escape today, and the dignity of a hero made her decide to end her own life without hesitation. That's not necessarily the case. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Dongfang Bubi's waist, and gently pulled her into his arms. It is said that in the world of martial arts, there is a rule that you will not die if you jump off a cliff. We can take a gamble. Zhang Wuji knew that Dongfang Bubi's martial arts were originally not inferior to his, and he had always been a little wary of Dongfang Bubi and Song Qingshu's final counterattack before death. Now that victory was within his grasp, there was no need for him to force the other party too hard, so he had been standing dozens of feet away. In the end, when he heard Song Qingshu's words, he could not help but laugh. Brother Song, do you really think that reality is as beautiful as it is in the books of Jianghu? Even if there is a deep pool below, any martial arts master who falls from this cliff will become a pile of meat paste. How will you know if you don't try? Song Qingshu looked at him indifferently. If you want to jump, then jump. I won't stop you, lest you die in my hands. In the future, Jiruwa will blame me. Don't worry, I will take care of your wife, and I will help you take good care of Jiruwa. When Zhang Wuji heard that Song Qingshu had taken Zhou Jiruwa's chastity, he had already wanted to kill him, but he had some scruples in his heart. He did not want to do it himself, but he also felt that it would be too easy for Song Qingshu to jump off the cliff, so he decided to disgust him before he jumped off the cliff to vent the anger in his heart. Dongfang Bubi frowned when she heard this. From their conversation just now, she roughly understood that they were fighting for the same woman, but she did not expect that Zhang Wuji, the master of a sect, would actually say such words that did not care about his status. She thought to herself, are all men so irrational when they're jealous? Even if I turn into a malicious spirit, I won't let you go. Song Qingshu stood at the edge of the cliff, with Dongfang Bubi in his arms. He turned his head around and looked deeply at Zhang Wuji. This is usually said by the weak. Zhang Wuji stood with his hands behind his back and smiled in disdain. Song Qingshu ignored him, picked up Dongfang Bubi, and jumped down the cliff. Zhang Wuji frowned and ran to the edge of the cliff to take a look. He could vaguely see the two of them falling down quickly, and only then did he relax. I didn't expect that I would die with you. Dongfang Bubi was heavily injured and powerless. He wrapped his arms around Song Qingshu's neck and pressed his face against Song Qingshu's chest. Even though he was about to die, his expression was incredibly calm. Song Qingshu drew the wooden sword from his back. He closed his eyes and sensed the wind while he teased, do you think that when people see our skeletons 100 years later, they'll think that we're a pair of infatuated lovers who committed suicide for love? Dongfang Bubi did not get angry this time. Instead, he pursed his lips and smiled. That's not bad. Anyway, I'm going to die soon, so I might as well tell you my name so that at least one person in the world will know that I once existed. Don't be in a hurry to say such depressing things. Hold me tight. Song Qingshu threw the wooden sword forward and turned his hand around to strike the cliff with all his strength. He used the rebound to help him jump onto the wooden sword. Dongfang Bubi, who was in his arms, noticed to his shock that after a series of violent swings, the two of them were flying in the air while standing on the wooden sword. Flying on a sword? How is that possible? Dongfang Bubi mumbled, his eyes filled with disbelief. During the battle at the summit of the Forbidden City that day, Feng Qingyang's arrival on the moon had not shocked her so much, because she could tell that Feng Qingyang was just taking advantage of the situation. But now, Song Qingshu was holding her, and the two of them were standing on the wooden sword. Even though their bodies were a little unstable, they were still flying forward. That's impossible. Dongfang Bubi thought that he was hallucinating after being heavily injured and pinched Song Qingshu's thigh. Dongfang Bubi was instantly stunned. Usually, when the disciples spoke to her, they would be filled with fear and trepidation, and they would not even dare to raise their heads. But now, Song Qingshu, but soon, the anger in her heart was washed away by the surprise of flying on a sword. She hung herself on Song Qingshu's body and widened her phoenix eyes. She looked like a newborn baby as she sized up the blue sky and white clouds, as well as the forest under her feet that was rapidly moving backwards. Even though her lightness skill could be said to be unparalleled in the world, she could not fly freely in the sky like this. If you can bring me to touch that cloud, I'll forgive your actions just now. Song Qingshu was trying hard to control their balance when Dongfang Bubi's voice suddenly traveled into his ears. He looked up and saw her pointing at a white cloud not far away with her slender and fair finger. It's just a ball of saturated water vapor. What's there to touch? Song Qingshu mumbled, but he still controlled his wooden sword to fly in that direction. I actually managed to touch a cloud? When Song Qingshu brought her into the cloud, Dongfang Bubi seemed to be in slight disbelief. Her eyes were filled with white. She extended her hand to touch it, but she could not grab anything corporeal. She only felt that it was wet, and it was incredibly illusory. I always thought that clouds were soft, like cotton candy. When she thought about the daydreams she would occasionally have when she looked up at the sky, Dongfang Bubi felt that she had been very foolish at that time. Suddenly, she felt a great movement, and Dongfang Bubi was so shocked that she wrapped her arms around Song Qingshu's neck. What happened? Song Qingshu broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "We might crash." Right when he finished speaking, the two of them fell straight down. Song Qingshu felt that the true qi in his body was intermittent, and his body was alternating between hot and cold. He was terrified. Could it be that I've entered spirit energy deviation? He tried his best to control the speed of his descent and began to glide. After descending a few hundred meters unsteadily, Song Qingshu could no longer control himself, and the two of them directly fell to the ground. Fortunately, during this period of time, Dongfang Bubi had already recovered some of his qi. At that moment, he was not too high from the ground. She noticed that the true qi in Song Qingshu's body had become chaotic, and she quickly let go of her arms around his neck. With a flip of her arms, she held him in her bosom. She noticed that there was a pool below them, and she circulated her qi to continuously strike the surface of the water with her palms. She used the rebound to negate their falling momentum. However, the force of their fall was more than 1,000 kilograms. When he sensed the rebound coming from the water, Dongfang Bubi coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. With a bang, the two of them sank into the pool and fainted. When Song Qingshu woke up, he realized that he was lying on a gravel stall. Hearing the sound of water nearby, he walked towards the source of the sound and saw Dongfang Bubi sitting on a rock by the shore. She lifted the hem of her dress, and a pair of crystal white calves were soaked in the water. There was a long and narrow wound on her calves, and blood was continuously seeping out. Dongfang Bubi was using a handkerchief to gently clean the area around the wound. The surface of the water was sparkling, and Song Qingshu could not see clearly. He only felt that the skin on Dongfang Bubi's calves was even more dazzling than the surface of the lake. It was rare to see Dongfang Bubi. For a moment, he was afraid of startling her with her gentle and quiet appearance. Dongfang Bubi soon noticed his arrival, and very naturally put down the hem of her dress and stood up. "You're awake? I'm really sorry that you suffered such a superficial wound." Song Qingshu glanced at her calves, and his face was full of apology. "This is nothing." Dongfang Bubi shook his head indifferently. "You've given me enough surprises today. Why don't you tell me how you managed to control the sword and fly?" Dongfang Bubi thought of the carefree feeling they had when they traveled in the sky, and for a moment, he was a little dazed. "There's no harm in telling you, but I'm afraid you won't understand." Song Qingshu looked hesitant. When Dongfang Bubi heard this, his face turned cold. "In terms of martial arts talent, even if I'm not the best, I'm definitely in the top 3. Do you think I won't understand? Alright then, listen carefully. Song Qingshu revealed a playful expression and explained slowly, when I carried you and flew on the wooden sword, the airflow in the air would go around the bottom surface of the wooden sword and the top surface. The bottom surface of the wooden sword is a flat surface, and the top surface of the wooden sword is you and me. Just now, I deliberately controlled our bodies to maintain a streamlined angle with the sword so that the speed of the air flow through our bodies is much faster than the speed of the air flowing through the bottom surface of the wooden sword. Based on aerodynamics and Bernoulli's law, when the liquid flows through a certain surface, the faster it is, the less pressure it will have on the surface. So when the air flows through the bottom surface of the wooden sword, it will have an upward force on the wooden sword, and this force is greater than the downward force on the wooden sword when the air flows through the top surface of the wooden sword. This counteracts our own weight, and that's why we can control the sword and fly. In truth, when Song Qingshu went up Blackwood Cliff and flew over the lake, he realized that as long as he was fast enough, he could even float on the surface of the water. Hence, he had been thinking hard about how to use the power of the water to truly cross the river on a reed. Originally, his thoughts had been stuck in the realm of martial arts, and he hoped that he could fully understand the power of water. But the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Then, one day, he had a flash of inspiration, and he remembered the principles behind flying planes in his previous life. Coincidentally, his company had done a project on planes in his previous life, and when he was researching related information, he had read about it to a certain extent. That was why he thought of using aerodynamics to solve the problem of controlling the sword and flying. Aerodynamics? Bernoulli's law? Dongfang Bubi frowned and asked in puzzlement, which sect's martial arts manual is this? Why have I never heard of it? This? Song Qingshu was instantly stumped, and he could only say, this is a secret manual from a physics sect in the far west. It's only natural that no one in the Chinese plains has heard of it. Physics sect? Dongfang Bubi sank into deep thought. He suddenly raised his head and asked, based on what you said, does the reason why we can fly have something to do with speed? It's a pity that you don't study physics. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise and nodded. That's right. You can understand it in simple terms. Which sect is Bernoulli from? The greater the speed, the greater the lift force from the air. Oh. Dongfang Bubi's eyes were filled with excitement. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, doesn't that mean that as long as I'm fast enough, the lift force from the air will be much greater than my own weight? Then, won't I be able to keep rising and become an immortal? You're thinking too much. As a modern person who knew that the world outside Earth was a cold universe, Song Qingshu did not quite understand why Dongfang Bubi was so interested in becoming an immortal. When you fly faster than the speed of sound, the air will become sticky, and you will have to consider the Reynolds number. It's not as simple as I said just now. Of course, if your speed can reach the speed of the first universe, it's not impossible for you to become an immortal. But while you're flying, you'll be burned to ashes by the friction with the air. Dongfang Bubi was confused, and he said angrily, then tell me directly, is it impossible for me to become an immortal? Dongfang Bubi lowered her head to look at her wet clothes, and she felt troubled. Usually, she had great power, and there was a protective wall of qi 3 inches around her. It allowed her to ensure that not a single drop of water could touch her body. Even if she was as drenched as she was right now, she just needed to circulate her qi through her body once, and she would naturally be able to dry herself out. Unfortunately, right now, her qi had dried up, and she was in the wild, so she did not know what to do. You should take off your clothes and dry them. You're heavily injured now, and you don't have any inner power to protect your body. If you catch a cold, it might endanger your life. Song Qingshu wanted to say more, but Dongfang Bubi had already stared at him coldly. You want to take advantage of me? Even though I'm a flirtatious person sometimes, I'm still considered a gentleman in my bones. Even though I can't be as calm as Lu Xiaohui, it's not difficult to be like Zhao Kuangyin, who sent Lady Jing 1,000 miles away, Song Qingshu said with a serious expression. Dongfang Bubi kept sizing him up as if she was trying to determine whether he was telling the truth or not. Night gradually fell, and a cold wind blew past. Both of them could not help but shiver. If you don't take it off, I'll take it off. I'm already so cold. Song Qingshu's teeth were chattering. As he spoke, He approached the fire that had been lit and took off his clothes that were soaked in the lake water. Dongfang Bubi frowned. Turn around. Okay, I'll turn around. Song Qingshu hung his shirt on the rack next to the fire. Of course, he was not thick-skinned enough to take off his pants as well. If you turn around to look, I'll stab you to death with a needle. Dongfang Bubi's cold voice came from behind him. Song Qingshu waved his hand to indicate that he understood. When he heard the rustling sounds of clothes being taken off behind him, a strong urge rose in Song Qingshu's heart. He wanted to turn his head around to take a look even if he had to risk his life to ascertain whether Dongfang Bubi was a woman or a transvestite. To be honest, after so long, he had a knot in his heart. He was worried that his feelings would be tricked by a transvestite. That would be really embarrassing. Unfortunately, he could not use any true qi in his body. The heavily injured Dongfang Bubi could kill him in a matter of minutes. Otherwise, he would definitely take the risk and give it a try. In any case, she was also half dead at this time. In order to distract him, Song Qingshu asked, Miss Dongfang, you wanted to tell me your name when we were in the air, but I didn't have the time to hear it. Can you say it again now? There was silence behind him. Song Qingshu was disappointed, thinking that she had changed her mind. Just as he was about to find another topic, she suddenly said, Mushue, Dongfang Mushue. Dongfang Mushue? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. I'm afraid you're not the real Dongfang Bubi. Invincible Dongfang is my elder brother. Dongfang Mushue slowly revealed a martial arts secret. Back then, he usurped the position of the sect master from Renwuxing and was obsessed with cultivating the Sunflower Treasure Book. He didn't have the energy to manage the divine sect, so he returned to his hometown and brought me to Blackwood Cliff. He asked me to pretend to be him and deal with the affairs of the sect. We brother and sister look somewhat alike. Moreover, we are members of the divine sect, so no one dares to raise their heads and stare at the sect leader. Look, after a few years, no one could see through my disguise. He stayed in seclusion all day long. As time passed, I became the de facto sect leader of the Sun Moon Divine Sect. Then where's your elder brother now? Song Qingshu thought that one invincible Dongfang was already so invincible. Wouldn't two invincible Dongfang be heaven-defying? He's dead. Dongfang Mushue said calmly. How did he die? Song Qingshu had a guess and asked cautiously. I killed him. Dongfang Mushue spoke as if she was narrating something very normal. You've already taken control of the divine sect. Naturally, there's no need to leave someone in this world who will one day take everything away from you. Song Qingshu didn't think much of it. In this world, there were many cases of fathers killing their sons and sons killing their fathers for the sake of power. If the great invincible Dongfang didn't have such courage, he would find it strange. I know what you mean. Dongfang Mushue took off her clothes and hung them on the rack. She frowned and said, but I'm not doing this for the position of sect leader. My elder brother is the person I respect and love the most. As long as he says the word, I'll retire behind the scenes without any complaints. Then why? Song Qingshu was about to turn around subconsciously, but he quickly realized that he hadn't made a huge mistake. Dongfang Mushue looked deeply at his back and slowly hung the clothes that she had taken to cover her chest back on the rack. If you dare to turn around again, don't blame me for not considering our previous friendship. It's my fault. Hurry up and continue. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Everything was going well until Yang Lianting came. Previously, you heard Renwuxing mention the Sunflower Manual. The first method of cultivation is to castrate yourself. Elder brother, he. After that, his beard gradually disappeared, his voice changed, and his personality also changed. From then on, he stopped loving women and killed all 7 of his concubines. But he placed all his heart on that stinky man, Yang Lianting. When Song Qingshu heard her voice filled with resentment when she mentioned Yang Lianting, he secretly clicked his tongue and hurriedly asked, what happened after that? I never thought that my beloved brother would one day become like a married woman. When I saw him lying in Yang Lianting's arms in an incomparably flirtatious manner, yes, I can still remember his expression at that time, it can only be described as flirtatious, I felt as if the sky had fallen. But even so, I didn't give up on my brother. Whenever I had the time, I would persuade him to chase Yang Lianting away. Until something happened later, I was completely disappointed in him. What happened? Song Qingshu vaguely felt that something must have happened between her and Yang Lianting. Then, Yang Lianting actually set his sights on me. Dongfang Mushua's voice was cold. I taught him a lesson after I failed. I ran to tell my elder brother, thinking that he would see through Yang Lianting's true colors. Who knew that not only was my elder brother not angry, he even slapped me. The next day, my elder brother came to me again. He said that he couldn't satisfy Yang Lianting because of his health. Because we looked similar, he actually made me serve Yang Lianting on his behalf. Hee, Song Qingshu, do you know how cold my heart was at that time? Dongfang Bubi is really the best of the scumbags. Song Qingshu really couldn't understand why he would actually push his own sister to his boy toy. What kind of attribute was this? It was even more perverted than Janning. Unfortunately, I couldn't beat him at that time. I knew that with his personality, if I dared to say no, he would definitely subdue me first and then send me to Yang Lianting's room. I could only feign civility and agree. Dongfang Mushue recounted the situation that day, still feeling very scared. What? You? Hearing that she had agreed to accompany Yang Lianting, Song Qingshu panicked. Just as he was about to turn his face away, a pebble flew towards him. Song Qingshu hurriedly begged for mercy. It's a mistake. It's just a conditioned reflex. I always thought it was because of Dongfang Bubi's soft-heartedness. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment before speaking his true thoughts. He said it so nicely, saying that Ren Wuxing had done him a great favor and that he was ungrateful for usurping the throne. How could he harm Ren Wuxing's life? Dongfang Mushue snorted coldly. Others might not know, but I do. In the end, it was all for Ren Wuxing's absorbing stars. Absorbing stars? Song Qingshu was really confused now. Your brother practiced the sunflower manual, why would he be interested in Ren Wuxing's absorbing stars? Dongfang Mushue let out a mocking smile. He castrated himself to cultivate qi, and his personality became like a woman's. He was constantly vexed about why he couldn't be a woman, until Ping Yizhi suggested that he could switch his body to a woman's through brain transplant. Famous killer Dr. Ping Yizhi? Song Qingshu recalled that Ping Yizhi was one of the 4 great doctors in the world. When his meridians were broken, he even considered going to Kaifeng to seek treatment. That's right, his secret identity is a member of our sect. Dongfang Bubi's voice was filled with fear. Switching 2 body souls through brain swapping, just the thought of it sends chills down my spine. Can he really do it? Song Qingshu thought that even modern medicine could not do it. How could Ping Yizhi succeed? That's right, he did it. Dongfang Mushua's tone was filled with admiration and disgust. He successfully swapped 2 people's souls. My brother was overjoyed and decided to let Ping Yizhi help him switch his brain. Absorbing stars, could it be? Song Qingshu suddenly realized why Dongfang Bubi needed absorbing stars. That's right. Although my brother wanted to be a woman completely, he couldn't bear to give up his peerless martial arts. So he hoped to use absorbing stars to transfer all his martial arts into that woman's body. Dongfang Mushue nodded approvingly. It's a pity that Ren Wuxing isn't someone who's easily fooled. He saw through Black and White Child's goal with just one glance. Although he doesn't know why Dongfang Bubi would covet his star-sucking ability, he knows that it's definitely not something good. So, when faced with Black and White Child's coaxing and pestering, he didn't give in. Later, my brother grew impatient and went to look for the legendary Carefree sect. Carefree school? Song Qingshu gasped in shock. Even though he already knew that this world was a fusion of 14 golden book worlds, he still found it a little strange to suddenly hear about the intersection of characters from 2 different books. That's right. Dongfang Mushue nodded. According to the records of the divine sect, the absorbing stars originated from the dark north divine power of the Carefree sect. My brother couldn't get his hands on the absorbing stars, so he set his sights on the dark north divine power. The 3 Carefree elders, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, Li Qiushui, and Wu Yizi are all top-notch martial artists. I'm afraid it won't be easy for your brother to get the dark north divine arts from them. Song Qingshu's mind was constantly evaluating the strength of the 2 sides. Chapter 163, A chance of survival. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the secrets of the martial arts world at such a young age. Dongfang Muxue looked at him in surprise. I only know that my brother couldn't find Wu Yizi, so he went to visit the heavenly mountain Tonglao of the Vulture Palace and the Xixiao's old princess Li Qiushui. When he came back, he couldn't stop praising their martial arts. Dongfang Bubi against those two old monsters. Speaking of which, Dongfang Bubi can also be considered a monster. Song Qingshu criticized in his mind. He raised his head and asked, what about the Dark North Divine Power? Dongfang Muxue recalled. After he came back, he went into closed-door training for half a year and went out again. When he came back, he had already obtained the Dark North Divine Power. What kind of deal did Wu Yizi make with him, or did he fall into his hands? Song Qingshu pondered. That's not right. Theoretically speaking, Li Qiushui also knows the Dark North Divine Power. Hearing Dongfang Muxue recount these old stories, Song Qingshu only felt that it was inconceivable. He suddenly thought of something. After Dongfang Bubi obtained the Dark North Divine Power, his next step was to find a woman to be his cauldron. To him, this woman must be very young and beautiful, so that he could please Yang Lianting in the future. It would be even better if he could find a woman with a similar face. Dongfang Muxue's face was as calm as still water. She raised her head and looked at the starry sky, once again immersed in her memories. You've guessed correctly. The woman he chose was me. Although he kept lying to me that he chose Ren Yingying, I knew in my heart that in the end, the person would definitely be me. Your brother and sister, so the rejection would probably be less. Song Qingshu knew that she was standing behind him, safe and sound, so he immediately joked. That's right. That's what Ping Yizhi told him. During this period of time, Yang Lianting had also been pestering me, but I managed to avoid her every time. My brother had obtained the Dark North Divine Power and was thinking of giving his first time to his lover after switching brains with me. Therefore, he changed his usual style and asked Yang Lianting not to pester me for the time being. Dongfang Muxue sneered. She was very clever. These were all deductions from the clues in the past, and they were not far from the truth. Did you make a move on Dongfang Bubi? Song Qingshu put himself in the situation she faced at that time and thought about how to avoid being killed, but he couldn't come up with a feasible plan even though he was dizzy from thinking. That day, I had not mastered the divine power and was far from being his match. Although Dongfang Muxue knew that Song Qingshu's back was facing her and could not see, she still shook her head. Moreover, the secret of the two Dongfang Bubis cannot be made public, so I can't use the power of the church. Then aren't you dead for sure? Song Qingshu still broke out in cold sweat for her grim situation that day. That's right. After that, I was subdued by him and locked in a secret room. Then, he used the Dark North Divine Power to transfer all his power into my body. Then, he called Ping Yizhi out to switch brains for him. Dongfang Muxue purposely paused. However, Song Qingshu's hair stood on end when he heard this. He could no longer care about anything else. He turned around and pointed at her, his teeth chattering. Chapter 163, A Chance of Survival. You're Dongfang Bubi? Dongfang Muxue did not expect that a moment of mischief would scare Song Qingshu to this extent. When his body swayed just now, she realized that he was about to turn around. She quickly hooked her finger and sucked the light muslin from the rack over. She turned around on the spot and covered herself tightly with the light muslin. You're courting death. Dongfang Muxue frowned and glared at Song Qingshu angrily. With just a glimpse, he had already experienced enough of the scene. To cover up his embarrassment, Song Qingshu hurriedly asked, "Who are you? What happened in the secret room?" "Of course, you're Dongfang Muxue." Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the mischievous look on her face. Even if invincible Dongfang could change his appearance to that of a woman, he could never act out the gentleness in a woman's bones. "At least you know what's good for you." Dongfang Muxue pursed her lips and smiled. When Big Brother asked me to accompany Yan Lianting, I finally understood that it wasn't a long-term plan after hiding a few times. So, I secretly found Ping Yizhi. You went to find Ping Yizhi? Song Qingshu seemed to have understood something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Although I can't hide forever, I can try to make Big Brother give up the idea of having me serve him. When Ping Yizhi told Big Brother that he could swap their bodies, Big Brother's attitude changed. He no longer urged me to accompany Yang Lianting like before. Instead, he wanted to personally serve him after he obtained a woman's body. Hee, what a joke. The great invincible Dongfeng is actually jealous like a woman. Dongfeng Mushua's laughter was filled with mockery and helplessness. So, you and Ping Yizhi were in cahoots? Song Qingshu asked. That's right. Dongfeng Mushua nodded with a smile. Didn't you say that Ping Yizhi successfully swapped their bodies? Song Qingshu thought of a loophole. Could it be that he really has the ability to do so? Swap bodies? Dongfeng Mushua sneered. That's just Big Brother's wishful thinking. I guessed that he had such thoughts from his usual size and size. So, I found Ping Yizhi before him and asked him to announce to Big Brother that he could swap bodies. As for the two followers, I'd been the leader for so many years, so I've got a few loyal followers. It's not difficult for them to pretend that their bodies have been swapped with each other. My brother has been dreaming of this, so when he saw it, he didn't have any doubts. But why would Ping Yizhi listen to you? Song Qingshu couldn't figure this out. Invincible Dongfeng is the real leader. Why would he take the risk to work with you? Because I imparted the Sunflower Treasured Manual to him. Dongfeng Mushua's casual words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. What? Song Qingshu looked at her in disbelief. It was one of the best treasured books in the martial arts world. Even if it meant cutting off his penis, she just gave it away so casually. Otherwise, what do you think my brother can't give him? Dongfeng Mushue expressed her disdain for him making a fuss over nothing. Back then, in order for me to better impersonate him, my brother also taught me the Sunflower Manual. Unfortunately, I've only cultivated for a short period of time and am no match for him, so I had to resort to this. No matter how precious the Sunflower Treasured Book is, it's just a worldly possession. Song Qingshu, you must remember that there is nothing that cannot be given up for those who wish to achieve great things. In Dongfeng Mushua's eyes, Song Qingshu had always been a frivolous person. Due to an indescribable reason, she decided to teach him a lesson. Chapter 164, Sister will help you vent your anger. Seeing that Song Qingshu was deep in thought, Dongfeng Mushue continued, the Sunflower Manual is a martial art that everyone in the martial arts world yearns for. Ping Yizhi was moved when he heard about it because he knew that no matter how much he did for Dongfeng Bubi would never teach him the Sunflower Manual. If you wish to practice divine kung fu, castrate yourself with a knife. Song Qingshu felt a faint chill between his legs as he said these words. Aren't you afraid that Ping Yizhi will go back on his words after reading these words? I'm not that stupid. Dongfeng Mushue glanced at him. Although Ping Yizhi is already over 50 years old, you men place a lot of importance on that aspect. So, I didn't dare to take the risk and gave him the second half first, saying that I'll give him the first half after the deed is done. You're so bad. Song Qingshu could imagine how Ping Yizhi must have felt when he saw the first 8 words at the beginning of the first half of the book. Did you really give him the first half of the book? What do you think? A faint smile appeared on Dongfeng Mushua's face. Of course you wouldn't give it to him. Song Qingshu shook his head and said with certainty. Ping Yizhi is a veteran. He actually understood that I would not give him the first half of the secret manual. Unfortunately, he could not overcome the greed in his heart. He took a gamble with the hope that it would work. Dongfeng Mushua said, after the deed was done, he saw that I didn't take the initiative to mention the grimoire and completely gave up. He was also worried that I would kill him, so he fled Blackwood Cliff that very night. What a tragedy. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue and sighed. What happened next? When brother woke up from his coma and saw me and Ping Yizhi standing behind me, he was stunned for a moment before he smiled. At that moment, he was no longer that monster dressed in female clothing, neither male nor female. He regained his heroic appearance from my memories. I still remember his last words. Dongfeng Mushue reminisced, a trace of sadness that could not be erased appearing on her face. Xiao Shui, brother has always treated you as the little girl who didn't know anything. I didn't think that you'd grown up unknowingly. You're very good. Don't let down Dongfeng Bubi's name in the future. After he finished speaking, he used his remaining power to sever his heart meridian and died. Song Qingshu felt that the heavenly Tao was indeed unpredictable. Even if one's martial arts were unparalleled, one would still be a pile of dirt in the end. From then on, I was Dongfang Bubi, and Dongfang Bubi was me. From then on, I was Invincible Dongfang, and Invincible Dongfang was me. After obtaining my brother's skills, coupled with the fact that I was also cultivating the Sunflower Manual, and our true chi came from the same source, my martial arts improved by leaps and bounds very quickly. A few years later, I even surpassed my brother in the past. When Dongfang Muxue said this, her voice was filled with a murderous aura. At that moment, Song Qingshu had a vague feeling that the little girl who would curiously stretch out her hand to touch the clouds in the sky would never return. Unfortunately, you still lost this time. Song Qingshu felt that the little girl who would curiously stretch out her hand to touch the clouds would never come back. Unfortunately, you still lost this time. Song Qingshu, after today's humiliation, I will personally kill my way to Brightness Peak in the future and wipe out the Ming dynasty. Dongfang Muxue had been seriously injured by Zhang Wuji's sneak attack and could only commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. How could she swallow the anger in her heart? Suddenly remembering something, Dongfang Muxue's expression turned strange. When I overheard your conversation on the cliff, it seems that you've fallen in love with the same woman. It's not really love. Song Qingshu's face darkened. To put it simply, Zhang Wuji and that woman were in love with each other. However, due to various misunderstandings, the woman pretended to marry me in a fit of anger. Because I couldn't stand the fact that the two of them were still in a relationship, I resorted to underhanded means to take her virginity. What, this woman and that woman? Isn't she the leader of the Amei faction, Zhou Jirua? Dongfang Muxue pursed her lips. How did you know? Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. After the Shaolin Lion Slaying Festival, the melodramatic entanglement between the three of you has long spread throughout Jianghu. As the leader of the Sun Moon sect, I've naturally heard of it as well. At that time, I only thought it was fun and listened to it as gossip material. Seeing the ugly expression on Song Qingshu's face, Dongfang Muxue smiled and said, I heard that your meridians were once broken by the people of the Wudong faction. When I recover, I'll bring you to Mount Wudong and help you vent your anger. Although your Sunflower Treasure Book is powerful, it may not be able to defeat Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of cultivation base. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. It was rare that Dongfang Muxue was not angry. Instead, she nodded. Zhang Sanfeng used the name of a Shaolin trader to establish his faction. Over the decades, all the grudges in Jianghu have been blocked by his fists and sword. How difficult is that? Rumor has it that Zhang Sanfeng's pure yang limitless skill has already been cultivated to the realm of enshrouding purple aura. His Taiji fist sword is even more unparalleled. If there's a chance in the future, I'd really like to experience it. The essence of your martial arts lies in speed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, is most proficient in using stillness to counter speed. If we really fight, I don't think you'll win. Song Qingshu shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought before? Dongfang Muxue did not argue. She looked at Song Qingshu's chest and frowned. Your clothes are almost dry. Put them on first. Help me throw them over. It's not convenient for me to come over. Seeing Dongfang Muxue's hands tightly gripping the satin wrapped around her body, revealing her snow-white and delicate collarbone and her slender calves vaguely visible, Song Qingshu suddenly had the intention to play a prank. Dongfang Muxue did not realize that Song Qingshu wanted to see if the satin on her body would slip when she loosened her grip on the clothes. If he knew, he would probably have used an embroidery needle to greet her. Her right hand was still gripping the satin on her body. With a push of her left hand, the clothes on the drying rack were sent gently into Song Qingshu's hands. Turn around. I want to put on my clothes. Oh, Song Qingshu turned around in disappointment. He picked up the clothes and put them on. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Dongfang Muxue's voice sounded from behind. What score do you have with me? Song Qingshu was stunned. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to escape. Turn around. Dongfang Muxue tidied her clothes and said angrily, if it wasn't for you, why would I fight with Feng Qingyang? I was injured by his innate sword qi and lost a lot of my strength. Otherwise, how would Zhang Wuji have the ability to sneak an attack on me? Feng Qingyang challenged you to a duel. What does that have to do with me? Song Qingshu said with a guilty conscience. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. How dare you say such arrogant words? You want to be my man? Dongfang Muxue smiled disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and that little widow from the Yuan family. How do you know everything? Song Qingshu was instantly depressed. How could he know that Dongfang Muxue was teased when she left the capital? When she returned to Blackwood Cliff, she couldn't take it lying down and sent her subordinates to secretly gather information about Song Qingshu. The Sun Moon sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and the Five Mountain Sword sect was the main focus of the Sun Moon sect. How could the fact that Song Qingshu accompanied Xia Qingqing to Mount Hua to look for Feng Qingyang be hidden? I see that you have plans to marry that little widow. Dongfang Muxue suddenly asked curiously, I killed her husband. If one day, you really become my man, how do you plan to deal with our relationship? Uneasy harem. Although your sunflower treasure book is powerful, it may not be able to defeat Zhang Songfeng's 100 years of cultivation. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. Dongfang Muxue didn't get angry. Instead, she nodded. Zhang Sanfeng used the name of a Shaolin trader to establish a sect. Dozens of years of gratitude and resentment in the Jianghu were all blocked by his fist and sword. How difficult is that? Rumor has it that Zhang Sanfeng's pure yang limitless skill has been cultivated to the realm of enshrouding purple energy. His Taiji fist sword is even more unparalleled. If there's a chance in the future, I'd really like to experience it. The essence of your martial arts lies in speed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, is most proficient in using stillness to counter speed. If we really fight, I don't think you can win. Song Qingshu shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought before? Dongfang Muxue didn't argue. She looked at Song Qingshu's chest and frowned. Your clothes are almost dry. Put them on first. Help me throw them over. It's not convenient for me to come over. Dongfang Muxue's hands were tightly gripping the satin wrapped around her body, revealing her snow-white and exquisite collarbone. Her two slender calves were faintly discernible. Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. Dongfang Muxue didn't realize that Song Qingshu wanted to see if the satin on her body would slip when she let go of the clothes. If he knew, he would probably have used an embroidery needle to greet her. Her right hand was still gripping the satin on her body. With a push of her left hand, the clothes that were drying on the rack were gently sent into Song Qingshu's hands. Turn around. I want to put on my clothes. Oh. Song Qingshu turned around in disappointment. He picked up the clothes and put them on. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Dongfang Muxue's voice sounded from behind him. What score do you have? Song Qingshu was stunned. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Turn around. Dongfang Muxue tidied her clothes and said angrily, if it wasn't for you, why would I duel with Feng Qingyang? As a result, I was injured by his innate sword qi and my strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how would Zhang Wuji have the ability to launch a sneak attack on me? Feng Qingyang challenged you to a duel. What does that have to do with me? Song Qingshu said with a guilty conscience. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. You still dare to speak so arrogantly. You want to be my man? Dongfang Muxue laughed disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and the little widow of the Yuan clan. How do you know everything? Song Qingshu was instantly depressed. How could he know that Dongfang Muxue had been molested when she left the capital? When she returned to Blackwood Cliff, she couldn't take it lying down and sent her subordinates to secretly gather information about Song Qingshu. The Sun Moon sect had tens of thousands of disciples and the Five Mountain Sword sect was the main focus of the Sun Moon sect. How could the fact that Song Qingshu had accompanied Xia Qingqing to Mount Hua to look for Feng Qingyang be kept a secret? I see that you have plans to marry that little widow. Dongfang Muxue suddenly asked curiously, I killed her husband. If one day, you really become my man, how do you plan to deal with our relationship? Uneasy harem. Although your sunflower treasure book is powerful, it may not be able to defeat Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of cultivation. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. It was rare that Dongfang Muxue didn't get angry. Instead, she nodded. Zhang Sanfeng used the name of a Shaolin trader to establish a sect. All the grievances in the Jianghu over the decades have been blocked by his fist and sword. How difficult is that? It is said that Zhang Sanfeng's pure yang limitless skill has been cultivated to the realm of enshrouding purple aura. His Taiji fist sword is even more unparalleled. If there is a chance in the future, I would really like to experience it. The essence of your martial arts lies in the word speed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, is best at using silence to counter speed. If we really fight, I don't think you can win. Song Qingshu shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought before? Dongfang Muxue didn't argue. She looked at Song Qingshu's chest and frowned. Your clothes are almost dry. Put them on first. Help me throw them over. It's not convenient for me to come over. Song Qingshu saw Dongfang Muxue's hands tightly gripping the satin wrapped around her body, revealing her snow-white and exquisite collarbone. Her slender calves were faintly discernible. Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. Dongfang Muxue didn't realize that Song Qingshu wanted to see if the satin on her body would slip when she let go of the clothes. If he knew, he would probably have used an embroidery needle to greet him. Her right hand was still gripping the satin on her body. With a push of her left hand, the clothes on the drying rack were sent gently into Song Qingshu's hands. Turn around. I want to put on my clothes. Oh, Song Qingshu turned around in disappointment. He picked up the clothes and put them on. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Dongfang Muxue's voice sounded from behind. What score do you have? Song Qingshu was stunned. If it wasn't for me, you probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Turn around. Dongfang Muxue tidied up her clothes and said angrily, if it wasn't for you, why would I duel with Feng Qingyang? I was injured by his innate sword qi and my strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how would Zhang Wuji have the ability to sneak an attack on me? Feng Qingyang challenged you to a duel. What does that have to do with me? Song Qingshu said with a guilty conscience. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. How dare you say such arrogant words? You want to be my man? Dongfang Muxue smiled disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and the little widow of the Yuan family. How do you know everything? Song Qingshu was instantly depressed. He didn't know that Dongfang Muxue had been teased when she left the capital city. When she returned to Blackwood Cliff, she couldn't take it anymore and sent her subordinates to secretly gather information about Song Qingshu. The Sun Moon sect had tens of thousands of disciples and the Five Mountain Sword sect was the main focus of the Sun Moon sect. How could the matter of Song Qingshu accompanying Xia Qingqing to Mount Hua to look for Feng Qingyang be hidden? I see that you have plans to marry that little widow. Dongfang Muxue suddenly asked curiously, I killed her husband. If one day, you really become my man, how do you plan to deal with our relationship? Uneasy harem. Although your sunflower treasure book is powerful, it may not be able to defeat Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of cultivation. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. It was rare that Dongfang Muxue didn't get angry. Instead, she nodded. Zhang Sanfeng used the name of a Shaolin trader to establish a sect. All the grievances in the Jianghu over the decades have been blocked by his fist and sword. How difficult is that? It is said that Zhang Sanfeng's pure yang limitless skill has been cultivated to the realm of enshrouding purple aura. His Taiji fist sword is even more unparalleled. If there is a chance in the future, I would really like to experience it. The essence of your martial arts lies in the word speed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, is best at using stillness to counter speed. If we really fight, I don't think you can win. Song Qingshu shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought? Dongfang Muxue didn't argue. She looked at Song Qingshu's chest and frowned. Your clothes are almost dry. Put them on first. Help me throw them over. It's not convenient for me to come over. Song Qingshu saw Dongfang Muxue's hands tightly gripping the satin wrapped around her body, revealing her snow-white and exquisite collarbone. Her slender calves were faintly discernible. Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. Dongfang Muxue didn't realize that Song Qingshu wanted to see if the satin on her body would slip when she let go of the clothes. If he knew, he would probably have used an embroidery needle to greet him. Her right hand was still gripping the satin on her body. With a push of her left hand, the clothes on the drying rack were sent gently into Song Qingshu's hands. Turn around. I want to put on my clothes. Oh. Song Qingshu turned around in disappointment. He picked up the clothes and put them on. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you. Dongfang Mushua's voice sounded from behind. What score do you have? Song Qingshu was stunned. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Turn around. Dongfang Mushua tidied her clothes and said angrily, if it wasn't for you, why would I duel with Feng Qingyang? I was injured by his innate sword qi and my strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how would Zhang Wuji have the ability to sneak an attack on me? Feng Qingyang challenged you to a duel. What does that have to do with me? Song Qingshu said with a guilty conscience. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. How dare you say such arrogant words? You want to be my man? Dongfang Mushua smiled disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and the little widow of the Yuan family. How do you know everything? Song Qingshu was instantly depressed. He didn't know that Dongfang Mushua had been teased when she left the capital. When she returned to Blackwood Cliff, she couldn't take it anymore and sent her subordinates to secretly gather information about Song Qingshu. The Sun Moon sect had tens of thousands of disciples and the Five Mountain Sword sect was the main focus of the Sun Moon sect. How could the fact that Song Qingshu accompanied Xia Qingqing to Mount Hua to look for Feng Qingyang be hidden? I see that you have plans to marry that little widow. Dongfang Mushua suddenly asked curiously, I killed her husband. If one day, you really become my man, how do you plan to deal with our relationship? Uneasy harem. Although your sunflower treasure book is powerful, it may not be able to defeat Zhang Songfeng's 100 years of cultivation. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. It was rare that Dongfang Mushua didn't get angry. Instead, she nodded. Zhang Sanfeng used the name of a Shaolin trader to establish a sect. All the grievances in the Jianghu over the decades have been blocked by his fist and sword. How difficult is that? Rumor has it that Zhang Sanfeng's pure yang limitless skill has been cultivated to the realm of enshrouding purple aura. His Taiji fist sword is even more unparalleled. If there's a chance in the future, I'd really like to experience it. The essence of your martial arts lies in speed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, is best at using silence to counter speed. If we really fight, I don't think you'll win. Song Qingshu shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought? Dongfang Mushua didn't argue. She looked at Song Qingshu's chest and frowned. Your clothes are almost dry. Put them on first. Throw them over for me. It's not convenient for me to come over. Song Qingshu saw Dongfang Mushua's hands tightly gripping the satin wrapped around her body, revealing her snow-white and exquisite collarbone. Her slender calves were faintly discernible. Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. Dongfang Mushua didn't realize that Song Qingshu wanted to see if the satin on her body would slip when she let go of the clothes. If he knew, he would probably have used an embroidery needle to greet him. Her right hand was still gripping the satin on her body. With a push of her left hand, the clothes on the drying rack were sent gently into Song Qingshu's hands. Turn around. I'm going to put on my clothes. Oh, Song Qingshu turned around in disappointment. He picked up the clothes and put them on. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Dongfang Mushua's voice sounded from behind. What score do you have with me? Song Qingshu was stunned. If it wasn't for me, you probably wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Turn around. Dongfang Mushua tidied her clothes and said angrily, if it wasn't for you, why would I duel with Feng Qingyang? I was injured by his innate sword qi and my strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how would Zhang Wuji have the ability to sneak an attack on me? Feng Qingyang challenged you to a duel. What does that have to do with me? Song Qingshu said with a guilty conscience. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. How dare you say such arrogant words? You want to be my man? Dongfang Mushua smiled disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and the little widow of the Yuan family. How do you know everything? Song Qingshu was instantly depressed. He didn't know that Dongfang Muxue had been teased when she left the capital. When she returned to Blackwood Cliff, she couldn't take it anymore and sent her subordinates to secretly gather information about Song Qingshu. The Sun Moon sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and the Five Mountain Sword sect was the main focus of the Sun Moon sect. How could the fact that Song Qingshu accompanied Xia Qingqing to Mount Hua to look for Feng Qingyang be hidden? I see that you have plans to marry that little widow. Dongfang Muxue suddenly asked curiously. I killed her husband. If one day, you really become my man, how do you plan to deal with our relationship? Uneasy harem. Although your sunflower treasure book is powerful, it may not be able to defeat Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of cultivation. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. It was rare that Dongfang Muxue didn't get angry. Instead, she nodded. Zhang Sanfeng used the name of a Shaolin trader to establish a sect. All the grievances in the Jianghu over the decades have been blocked by his fist and sword. How difficult is that? Rumor has it that Zhang Sanfeng's pure yang limitless skill has been cultivated to the realm of enshrouding purple aura. His Taiji fist sword is even more unparalleled. If there's a chance in the future, I would really like to have a taste of it. The essence of your martial arts lies in speed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, is best at using silence to counter speed. If we really fight, I don't think you can win. Song Qingshu shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought? Dongfang Muxue didn't argue. She looked at Song Qingshu's chest and frowned. Your clothes are almost dry. Put them on first. Throw them over for me. It's not convenient for me to come over. Song Qingshu saw Dongfang Muxue's hands tightly gripping the satin wrapping around her body, revealing her snow-white and exquisite collarbone. Her slender calves were faintly discernible. Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. Dongfang Muxue didn't realize that Song Qingshu wanted to see if the satin on her body would slip when she let go of the clothes. If he knew, he would probably have used an embroidery needle to greet her. Her right hand was still gripping the satin on her body. With a push of her left hand, the clothes that were drying on the rack were sent gently into Song Qingshu's hands. Turn around. I want to put on my clothes. Oh, Song Qingshu turned around in disappointment. He picked up the clothes and put them on. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Dongfang Muxue's voice sounded from behind him. What score do you have with me? Song Qingshu was stunned. If it wasn't for me, you probably wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Turn around. Dongfang Muxue straightened her clothes and said angrily, if it wasn't for you, why would I duel with Feng Qingyang? As a result, I was injured by his innate sword qi and my strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how would Zhang Wuji have the ability to ambush me? Feng Qingyang challenged you to a duel. What does that have to do with me? Song Qingshu spoke with a guilty conscience. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. How dare you speak such arrogant words like this? You want to be my man? Dongfang Muxue smiled disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and that little widow of the Yuan family. How do you know everything? Song Qingshu was instantly depressed. How could he know that Dongfang Muxue had been molested when she left the capital? When she returned to Blackwood Cliff, she couldn't take it lying down. She sent her subordinates to secretly gather information about Song Qingshu. The Sun Moon sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and the Five Mountain Sword sect was the main focus of the Sun Moon sect. How could the fact that Song Qingshu had accompanied Xia Qingqing to Mount Hua to look for Feng Qingyang be kept a secret? I see that you have plans to marry that little widow. Dongfang Muxue suddenly asked curiously, I killed her husband. If one day, you really become my man, how do you plan to deal with our relationship? Although your sunflower manual is powerful, it may not be able to defeat Zhang Sanfeng's 100 years of cultivation. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. Dongfang Muxue was rarely angry. Instead, she nodded. Zhang Sanfeng used the name of a Shaolin trader to establish his own sect. Over the past few decades, all the grievances in Jianghu have been blocked by his fists and swords. How difficult is that? It is said that Zhang Sanfeng's pure yang limitless skill has already reached the realm of enshrouding purple aura. His Taiji sword is even more unparalleled. If there is a chance in the future, I would really like to experience it for myself. The essence of your martial arts lies in speed. Zhang Sanfeng, on the other hand, is most proficient in using stillness to counter speed. If we really fight, I don't think you can win. Song Qingshu shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought? Dongfang Muxue did not argue. She looked at Song Qingshu's chest and frowned. Your clothes are almost dry. Put them on first. Help me toss them over. It's not convenient for me to come over. Dongfang Mushua's hands were tightly gripping the satin wrapped around her body, revealing her snow-white and exquisite collarbone. Her slender calves were faintly discernible. Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. Dongfang Muxue did not realize that Song Qingshu wanted to see if the satin on her body would slip when she loosened her grip on the clothes. If he knew, he would probably use an embroidery needle to greet her. Her right hand was still gripping the satin on her body. With a push of her left hand, the clothes on the drying rack were sent gently into Song Qingshu's hands. Turn around. I want to put on my clothes. Oh. Song Qingshu turned around in disappointment. He picked up the clothes and put them on. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Dongfang Mushua's voice came from behind. What score do you have with me? Song Qingshu was stunned. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to escape. Turn around. Dongfang Muxue straightened her clothes and said angrily, if it wasn't for you, why would I fight with Feng Qingyang? As a result, I was injured by his innate sword qi and my strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how could Zhang Wuji have the ability to sneak up on me? Feng Qingyang challenged you to a duel, what does that have to do with me? Song Qingshu spoke with a guilty conscience. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. Someone like you still dares to spout such arrogant words. You want to be my man? Dongfang Muxue smiled disdainfully. Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and that little widow of the Yuan family. How do you know everything? Song Qingshu suddenly felt depressed. How could he know that Dongfang Muxue had been teased when she left the capital? When she returned to Blackwood Cliff, she couldn't take it lying down and sent her subordinates to secretly gather information about Song Qingshu. The Sun Moon sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and the Five Mountain Sword sect was the main focus of the Sun Moon sect. How could the fact that Song Qingshu accompanied Xia Qingqing to Mount Hua to look for Feng Qingyang be kept a secret? I see that you have plans to marry that little widow. Dongfang Muxue suddenly asked curiously, I killed her husband. If one day, you really become my man, how do you plan to deal with our relationship? Chapter 165, Unsettled Harem. This time, Song Qingshu was really stumped. I don't know, you don't know? Dongfang Muxue was so angry that she laughed. You haven't thought about anything and you dare to have a harem? Why think so much? Marry her first. Song Qingshu's temper flared up and he said directly. Good, you have guts. That's how a real man should be. Hearing his words, Dongfang Muxue laughed instead, but her smile quickly disappeared. What's going on with you and Kangxi's Mi Fei? Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. I lied to you that night. That woman wasn't Mi Fei, but Xia Qingqing. That little widow? Dongfang Muxue was stunned and looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect to be tricked by you that day. But that woman's husband had just died, and she was already in bed with you, fooling around. She's really not a good woman. Just play around, don't get yourself involved. Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood, but it wasn't convenient for him to explain, so he could only laugh dryly. I'll go check out the surroundings first. Dongfang Muxue glanced at his wet pants before she left. Song Qingshu knew that she was taking the opportunity to let him dry his pants. He blushed and smiled embarrassedly. Dongfang Muxue estimated that it was about time, so she flew back leisurely. Song Qingshu had already put on his clothes. To distract himself from the awkwardness, he quickly asked, how is it? Is there a way out of the valley? Dongfang Muxue found a smooth rock and sat down cross-legged. She answered slowly, this seems to be a broken valley, and there are cliffs all around. Fortunately, they aren't too high. When my injuries get better tomorrow, I should be able to fly out with my qinggong. Did you find any martial arts manuals or treasures? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Why are you asking this? Dongfang Muxue was obviously surprised. Didn't we fall off the cliff and survive? According to ancient legends, the bottom of the cliff is often the burial place of some senior experts. Don't they leave behind secret manuals for the fated ones to find before they die? Song Qingshu said matter-of-factly. Dongfang Muxue stared at him with a strange look. Are you serious? Before Song Qingshu could answer, she was already speechless. I don't even know what's going on in your head. First of all, we were flying on our swords for a period of time, and this is no longer the bottom of the cliff. Secondly, even if some martial arts senior really died here, the martial arts manuals he left behind are nothing to me. Lastly, Dongfang Muxue calmed her rapid breathing. If I were to die here, I would definitely not leave behind the sunflower manual. Even if I did, I would only leave behind a fake manual so that the fated one would die from cultivation deviation and come down to be buried with me. Song Qingshu felt a chill down his spine. He subconsciously took a step back and distanced himself from her. You're already so black that you've turned into carbon, thank you for the compliment. Dongfang Muxue felt as if she had heard something. Of course, if she knew about the meaning of carbon earwood in the future, she would probably be so angry that she would tear Song Qingshu apart on the spot. Let's talk about your injuries. Song Qingshu wisely decided not to continue this topic. Zhang Wuji is indeed the sect leader of the Ming dynasty. His martial arts are indeed very high. Even if I wasn't injured, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Dongfang Muxue checked the condition of her body and said with a serious expression, previously, I forcefully suppressed Feng Qingyang's innate sword qi, and this time, I almost had all the true qi in my body destroyed by him. I don't have any energy left to suppress my previous injuries. Adding injuries on top of my previous injuries, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover within 10 years. 10 years? Song Qingshu exclaimed. If news of this were to spread, with the hatred that Dongfang Bubi had built up over the decades, she would probably die in the hands of her enemies within a year. He could not help but say angrily, damn Zhang Wuji, why would he suddenly appear at Blackwood Cliff? The Ming dynasty and the Sun Moon sect are originally of the same origin. I can more or less guess his motive, Dongfang Muxue said slowly. Yes, it needs to be changed. Stealing fragrance expert has been moved to the Xuanhuan category. Please bookmark it and continue to support it. Thank you. It sounds so much better if you don't call me this seat. Song Qingshu beamed at her. You can barely be considered a friend now. There's nothing wrong with calling me this seat in private. Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes at him. Don't take it for granted. Go on, go on. Song Qingshu found a rock and sat down. He reclined with his hands behind his back, ready to listen to the drama. Speaking of which, the Sun Moon sect is also a branch of the Ming dynasty. The first emperor of the Ming dynasty, as well as many founding officials, were all from the Ming dynasty. After the Ming dynasty was established, the emperor was wary of the power of the Ming dynasty and formulated various policies to suppress them. Many people from the Ming dynasty returned to the headquarters of the Ming dynasty, the Kunlun Bright Peak. However, there were still some who didn't want to leave the prosperity of the Central Plains, so they moved to the Blackwood Cliff of Pingding Province. In order to avoid the taboo, they changed their name to the Sun Moon sect. Dongfang Muxue waved her finger, and a few embroidery needles shot into the water. What are you doing? Song Qingshu thought there was an enemy. He focused and saw nothing but ripples in the water. I'm a little hungry, so I was going to catch a few fish. I didn't expect to miss a single one. Could it be that I'm so useless after being injured? Dongfang Muxue was in a daze as she stared at her fingers. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and understood the reason. It's obvious that you've never caught fish before. Did you shoot the needles directly into the fish's head? Of course. Piercing the head with a needle also alleviates their pain. Dongfang Muxue nodded. Because of the water, the head you're aiming for isn't actually where the fish's head is. Why don't you try shooting their tails? Song Qingshu suddenly felt a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Why go through so much trouble? Dongfang Muxue had a nagging feeling that Song Qingshu was up to no good. With a slight flick of her wrist, a few fishes were sucked out of the water with a loud bang. She threw them in front of Song Qingshu. Go and clean them up. I want to eat grilled fish. You really aren't being polite with me. Haven't you heard of this saying? A gentleman stays away from the kitchen in order to avoid the sin of killing, Song Qingshu muttered as he looked at the fat fish that were jumping around. With a flash of cold light, several embroidery needles were shot into the fish's brain. The fish, which was still alive and kicking a moment ago, suddenly stopped moving. How can a man be so indecisive? Dongfang Mushua's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. I killed the fish, all right? Hurry up and get it. I have my own set of standards in my heart. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and did not explain. He took the fish and cut open its belly by the water's edge and washed it. He knew that unless he felt it was necessary, he would rarely trigger his killing intent. Looking at him with satisfaction, Dongfang Mushue continued to explain, because the Sun Moon sect split from the Ming sect, the Ming sect of the Radiance Summit always calls itself the main sect, while the Sun Moon sect thinks that the Ming sect doesn't have the right to meddle in their internal affairs. For the past 200 years, the conflict between the two sects has escalated. It's never broken. The Ming dynasty has always wanted to gain direct control of the Sun Moon sect, but after 100 years of development, the Sun Moon sect has long become a sect that is no less powerful than the Ming dynasty. Coupled with the selfishness of the successive sect masters, they are naturally unwilling to merge with the Ming dynasty. Now that Zhang Wuji has appeared at Blackwood Cliff, it seems that Ren Wuxing has already reached an agreement with him. In order to regain the position of sect master, he actually betrayed the Sun Moon sect. Very good indeed. Dongfang Mushue laughed coldly. It was obvious that she was extremely dissatisfied that Ren Wuxing had found an outsider to meddle in their affairs. Song Qingshu used a wooden stick to skewer the fish and carefully roasted it over the fire. He kept turning it so that the flames would occasionally lick the fish and prevent it from being burned. Watching the fish's skin gradually turn golden, Song Qingshu secretly gulped and asked in confusion, Zhang Wuji has hundreds of thousands of followers, and they are currently fighting against the Mongols and the Hui tribe in the western region for years. How could he have the mood to attack a sect in the pugilistic world? A sect in the pugilistic world? Dongfang Mushue sneered, you're underestimating the power of the Sun Moon sect. There are countless small sects and clans under the sect, and they have disciples all over the world. They come from all religions and schools, and there's nothing they don't cover. In terms of information control in the world, even the Beggar sect, after its split, is far inferior to the Sun Moon sect. Moreover, as long as I want to, I can gather 100,000 elite soldiers at Blackwood Cliff in a short period of time with a wave of my arm. So awesome? Song Qingshu was stunned, and a faint burnt smell wafted into his nose. It turned out that he was so engrossed in listening that he forgot to turn the roasted fish. He hurriedly took it down and handed it to Dongfang Mushue. Dongfang Mushue looked at the charred fish skin in disgust. She used her fingertips to tear open the carbonized side and picked up the tender fish inside. She immediately frowned and said, it's a little fishy, and there's no taste of salt. Do you think this is your hall of accomplishment? Just put up with it. Song Qingshu picked up another fish and continued roasting it. When do you plan to return to Blackwood Cliff? Count me in when the time comes, I'll help you. At the end of the day, isn't it because Zhang Wuji is giving you too much pressure? Hearing his words, the lines on Dongfang Mushue's face softened a lot, but her tone was still extremely harsh. If I think about it, it makes sense. If I were Zhou Zhirua, and on one side was a man who commanded thousands of troops and horses, and on the other side was just a lackey of the imperial court with mediocre martial arts, I would naturally choose the former without hesitation. Not to mention that the man was my lover in the past. Don't expose people's shortcomings, and don't hit people in the face. That's enough. Song Qingshu looked at her gloomily. What can you do to me even if I want to continue? Dongfang Mushue had a smug expression on her face as she looked at him playfully. Bite me? Auntie can tolerate it, but uncle can't either. Song Qingshu threw away the fish in his hand and pounced over. He pressed down on Dongfang Mushue's shoulders, and under her startled gaze, he lightly bit her fair and translucent face. Dongfang Mushue finally reacted. Her face instantly flushed red, and she lifted her leg and kicked Song Qingshu 10 feet away. She stood up and glared at him with a murderous gaze. Her chest rose and fell unsteadily as she stared at him with a murderous gaze. Song Qingshu slowly climbed up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth lightly, unable to conceal the smile on his face. I've never heard such a request in my entire life. Since that's the case, how can I not satisfy you? How are you? Seeing the blood trickling down the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth, Dongfang Muxue felt slightly regretful. She had not held back with that kick earlier. If not for the fact that she was heavily injured. Today, that kick would have killed Song Qingshu long ago. If you continue to be so smug, I can't guarantee that I won't change my mind. Dongfang Muxue touched the shallow bite marks on her face and suddenly felt a little amused. Are you born in the year of the dog? I'm still hoping that I'm born in the year of the cat. Song Qingshu rubbed his stomach and grimaced in pain. Only 9 lives are enough to spend. Little cat, hurry up and eat the fish. I'm going to meditate and heal. Don't disturb me. As the scalding fish entered her stomach, Dongfang Muxue felt a ball of hot air in her body. She felt much better than before. She hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to slowly retract the scattered jinqi in her body. Song Qingshu scooped out a piece of black fish meat from the bonfire and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he began to nurse his internal injuries. Nining focused on internal injuries while Divine Reflection focused on external injuries. With the two working together, Song Qingshu thought that he would be able to recover quickly. Who knew that after a while, he would open his eyes in shock. What's wrong? Dongfang Muxue sensed his abnormality and opened her eyes to ask. Nothing, I'm recuperating. Song Qingshu forced a smile and closed his eyes again. When the morning sun shone on her face, Dongfang Muxue opened her eyes. After a night of recuperation, she felt refreshed. Although she was still far from recovering to her peak, she was more than enough to protect herself if she ran into an average martial arts expert. She raised her head to check on Song Qingshu's recovery, but was shocked by his appearance. Song Qingshu was sitting cross-legged on one side of the lawn with a layer of frost on the other, but the other side was charred black. At this moment, his face was alternating between green and red, and he looked like he was in extreme pain. Under his skin, there were visible streams of air flowing around. Dongfang Muxue's expression was solemn. She hurriedly came to his side and hit several major acupoints. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Dongfang Muxue withdrew her palm and wiped the sweat on her temples. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, I was greedy and cultivated 2 different kinds of internal energy at the same time. Now I'm finally suffering. I noticed that there's not only an extremely soft and extremely yin qi in your body, but also an extremely hard and extremely yang qi. Do you really think that you're a 1 in a million genius in martial arts, or do you think that the others in the martial arts world who have painstakingly cultivated one kind of qi are idiots? Who can you blame?" Dongfang Muxue didn't know why she was so angry. "Of course I thought I was a martial arts genius. When the time comes, I'll create a song of ice and fire with my left hand and fire in my right. That would be as cool as it gets." Song Qingshu beamed with joy as he spoke of his past thoughts. "You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this?" Dongfang Muxue sneered and said, "Even with my high cultivation base, I only dare to focus on cultivating the soft yin qi. Your great Shifu, Zhang Sanfeng, who is widely recognized as a great figure in the martial arts world, still focuses on his pure yang limitless technique. At most, he dares to mix in the soft yin qi into his taiji fist. Why don't you let him try cultivating 2 kinds of internal energy at the same time? Could it be that the martial arts world is just like the torment of ice and fire? Is there no one who can cultivate both yin and yang true qi at the same time?" Song Qingshu asked in disbelief. "Of course there is. In the end, they all end up like you, exploding and dying as they cultivate." Dongfang Muxue grew angrier as she spoke. Since ancient times, legend has it that only Bodhidharma was able to achieve the fusion of yin and yang with the help of the marrow-cleansing scripture. However, for thousands of years, no one has seen what the marrow-cleansing scripture looks like. People in the martial arts world speculate that the marrow-cleansing scripture is just a myth made up by those bald donkeys of the Shaolin Temple to make themselves look good. In any case, I've snuck into the Shaolin Temple Sutra depository a few times, but I've never found this book. Other than Bodhidharma, I've never heard of anyone else who could. As she spoke, Dongfang Mushua suddenly paused, as if remembering something. At first, I used the conception meridian to circulate the godly radiating scripture, and the governing meridian to circulate the nine yin qi, living a peaceful life. Song Qingshu's face was frighteningly dark. But yesterday, I was struck by Zhang Wuji's palm strike with all his might, and the nine yin qi entered my body. At first, I didn't feel anything, but later, I realized that the nine yin qi in my body had been corroded by his nine yang qi, and the balance of yin and yang that I had worked so hard to maintain was completely broken. Now, the nine yin qi has scattered into my 8 extraordinary meridians, and the violent godly radiating scripture is running amok in my body. It's no longer under my control, and there's even the possibility of my body exploding and dying at any moment. Haha, I really didn't expect that I'd become a cripple after just a few days of living my life. Song Qingshu laughed self-deprecatingly. As Song Qingshu spoke, he suddenly heard a clear and gentle sound. It sounded like a flute, yet not a zither. It was like a refreshing drizzle on a hot summer day, and his restless heart slowly calmed down. Lifting his head, he saw Dongfang Mushua standing on a large tree. Her red robes fluttered in the wind, and she was holding a leaf to her lips. That song must have been played by Miss Dongfang using the leaf. A thought struck Song Qingshu, and he closed his eyes to listen carefully. The sound of the song was like gossamer drifting with the wind, continuous and continuous. It also sounded like a person sighing softly, like the morning dew on a flower petal, or the morning breeze brushing the willow branches. When the song ended, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a sense of loss, and the annoyance and nausea in his heart disappeared. Looking at Dongfang Mushua leisurely flying down from the tree, he asked in a daze, "What song was that?" "This song is called Qingchen Elegant Zither. It is neutral and peaceful, and is most suitable to cleanse the heart of distracting thoughts." Dongfang Mushua looked at the slightly damaged leaf in her hand with a regretful expression. "Can you teach me?" When Song Qingshu heard this song in his daze, he felt that the celestial music of the jade pool was only so. "How is your attainment in music?" Dongfang Mushua looked at him deeply and replied after a while. 7 out of 8 orifices opened up, like a drum on a high mountain, the sound can be heard 100 miles away. Song Qingshu said with a blush. "Isn't it just ignorance?" Dongfang Mushua pulled a long face. "Then do you know how to play with the leaf and the technique of changing the tune?" Judging from your expression, you probably don't know either." Song Qingshu's face reddened. "Do you want to go with a girl?" "It is very presumptuous of me to learn such a profound song technique. Please forgive this little one's arrogance." "It's rare for you to speak so politely." Dongfang Mushua sensed the melancholy and laziness in his tone and was instantly displeased. "As a man, what's a momentary setback? Why put on such a dejected look? Didn't you say that no one in the martial world has been able to achieve the unification of yin and yang for thousands of years? With Mrs. current level, if you say no, then there really isn't." Song Qingshu said in a despondent tone. He had gone through so many hardships and plotted for this grand undertaking. Just as he was about to succeed step by step, it turned out to be a bubble overnight. How could he remain calm? "Perhaps there's another way to cure you." For some reason, Dongfang Mushua's voice carried a trace of unnaturalness. "What way?" Song Qingshu raised his head, a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. "The time is not ripe yet." Dongfang Mushua shook her head. "Accompany me to Yunnan's 5 venoms sect first. I'll naturally tell you when the time comes." "Miss, you must think this through. Now that I've lost all my powers, not only will I not be of any help to you when you retake Blackwood Cliff in the future, but I'll also only be a burden. Is it worth your help?" If it was any other time, Song Qingshu would have already taken advantage of the situation. All this while, Song Qingshu had always thought that he and Dongfang Mushua were equals. He did not expect that he would lose all his powers and instead need her help. He instantly felt inferior and all sorts of negative emotions exploded out of him. Under the influence of his self-destructive mentality, he spoke with sarcasm in his voice. "Do you think that I, Dongfang Bubi, am such a short-sighted person? I've lent you a helping hand in your time of need. In the future, you'll repay me 1,000 times over. If you still have doubts, then just treat yourself as a political investment of mine." Dongfang Muxue said calmly, but in her heart, she was thinking, just based on the fact that you've allowed me to touch the clouds in the sky, you're worth my full help. That's good, I feel much better now. Song Qingshu stretched his back, his emotions finally returning to normal. Didn't that little disciple of yours say that the Five Venom sect is rebelling? Why are you planning to go there? Dongfang Muxue explained, even though Zhang Wuji witnessed the two of us falling off the cliff and knows that we're dead for sure, I'm afraid that Ren Wuxing will still secretly send people to investigate me. The Sun Moon sect's influence in the Central Plains is too great. If I hide in the Central Plains, I can't guarantee that my whereabouts won't be exposed. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, so I really can't deal with Ren Wuxing's next move. The Five Venom sect is different. It's located at the edge of the barren land, so it's hard for outsiders to get any information. Moreover, the sect master, Indigo Phoenix, has always been loyal to me. It's a good place to recuperate in peace. Since Indigo Phoenix has always been loyal to you, I'm sure Ren Wuxing knows this as well. Won't he send people to investigate? Song Qingshu asked. Ren Wuxing needs at least 3 to 5 years to completely unify the elders, hall masters, and the incense deacons in the sect after regaining his position as the sect master. During this period of time, he won't be able to make any big moves. Moreover, the Five Venom sect has always only submitted to the Blackwood Cliff in name. Even if Ren Wuxing knows that I'm hiding here, he can't do anything. Dongfang Muxue was secretly glad that she sent Chu Fian to Yunnan on a whim. Otherwise, as her confidant, Chu Fian would definitely be harmed by Ren Wuxing. As for the other elders and hall masters who were usually loyal to her, they were merely fence-sitters who knew the times. When she regained control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, they would naturally stand on her side again. Her only regret was Tong Baixiong. He was truly loyal to his brother, unlike those fence-sitters. It was a pity that he was killed by invincible Dongfang because he offended Yang Lianting. It's a pity that you need 10 years to recover your strength. By then, the world might already be settled. How will you take revenge then? The two of them had a common enemy, and now they were in the same boat. Song Qingshu naturally worried about her. That's why I need your help. Dongfang Muxue said matter-of-factly. But I've lost all my martial arts. Song Qingshu said sadly. Miss, you have to think this through. Now that I've lost all my martial arts, not only will I not be of any help to you in regaining control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, but I'm also just a burden. Is it worth your help? If it was any other time, Song Qingshu would have already taken advantage of her. All along, Song Qingshu had thought that he and Dongfang Muxue were equals. He didn't expect that he would lose all his martial arts and instead need her help. Instantly, he felt inferior and all sorts of negative emotions burst out. Under the influence of his self-destructive mentality, he spoke with a bit of sarcasm. Do you think that I, invincible Dongfeng, am such a short-sighted person? If I help you when you're in danger, you'll repay me 1,000 times over in the future. If you still have doubts, just treat yourself as a political investment of mine. Dongfang Muxue said faintly, but in her heart, she was thinking, just because you let me touch the clouds in the sky, you're worthy of my help, that's good. I feel much better now. Song Qingshu stretched his back and his emotions finally returned to normal. Didn't that little disciple of yours say that the Five Venom sect is rebelling? Why are you going there? Dongfang Muxue explained, although Zhang Wuji saw us fall off the cliff and knows that we're dead for sure, I'm afraid that Ren Wuxing will still secretly send people to investigate me. The Sun Moon sect is too powerful in the Central Plains. If I hide in the Central Plains, I can't guarantee that I won't be exposed. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, so I really can't deal with Ren Wuxing's next move. The Five Venom sect is different. It's located in a barren land, so it's hard for outsiders to get any information. Moreover, the sect master, Indigo Phoenix, has always been loyal to me. It's really a good place to recuperate. Since Indigo Phoenix has always been loyal to you, I'm sure Ren Wuxing also knows this. Won't he send people to investigate? Song Qingshu asked. Ren Wuxing will need at least 3 to 5 years to completely unify the elders, hall masters, and the incense deacons in the sect after regaining the position of sect master. He won't be able to make any big moves during this period of time. Moreover, the Five Venoms sect has always only submitted to the Blackwood Cliff in name. Even if Ren Wuxing knows that I'm hiding here, he can't do anything. Dongfang Muxue was secretly glad that she sent Chu Fian to Yunnan on a whim. Otherwise, as her confidant, Chu Fian would definitely be harmed by Ren Wuxing. As for the other elders and hall masters who were usually loyal to her, they were just fence-sitters. When she regained control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, they would naturally stand on her side. Her only regret was Tong Baixiong. He was really loyal to his brother, unlike those fence-sitters. Unfortunately, he was killed by invincible Dongfang because he offended Yang Lianting. It's a pity that you need 10 years to recover your strength. By then, the world might already be settled. How are you going to take revenge then? The two of them had a common enemy, and now they were in the same boat. Song Qingshu naturally worried about her. That's why I need your help. Dongfang Muxue said matter-of-factly. But I've lost all my martial arts. Song Qingshu said dejectedly. Miss, you have to think this through. Now that I've lost all my martial arts, not only will I not be of any help to you in regaining control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, I'll even be a burden. Is it worth your help? If it was any other time, Song Qingshu would have already taken advantage of her. All this while, Song Qingshu had always thought that he and Dongfang Muxue were equals. He didn't expect that he would lose all his martial arts and instead need her help. Instantly, he felt inferior. And all sorts of negative emotions burst out. Under the influence of his self-destructive mentality, he spoke with a bit of sarcasm. Do you think that I, invincible Dongfang, am such a short-sighted person? I helped you when you were in danger, and in the future, you will repay me 1,000 times over. If you still have doubts in your heart, then just treat yourself as a political investment of mine. Dongfang Muxue said calmly, but in her heart, she was thinking, just because you let me touch the clouds in the sky, you are worthy of my help. That's good, I feel much better now. Song Qingshu stretched his back, and his emotions finally returned to normal. Didn't that little disciple of yours say that the Five Venoms sect is rebelling? Why are you going there? Dongfang Muxue explained, even though Zhang Wuji saw us fall off the cliff and knows that we're dead for sure, I'm afraid that Ren Wuxing will still secretly send people to investigate me. The Sun Moon sect's influence in the Central Plains is too great. If I hide in the Central Plains, I can't guarantee that my whereabouts won't be exposed. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, so I really can't deal with Ren Wuxing's next move. The Five Venoms sect is different. It's located at the edge of the barren land, so it's hard for outsiders to get any information. Moreover, the sect master, Indigo Phoenix, has always been loyal to me. It's really a good place to rest and recuperate. Since Indigo Phoenix has always been loyal to you, I'm sure Ren Wuxing also knows this. Won't he send people to investigate? Song Qingshu asked. For Ren Wuxing to regain his position as the sect leader, it will take at least 3 to 5 years for him to completely reorganize the elders, the various hall masters, and the various incense masters. During this period of time, he won't be able to make any big movements. Furthermore, the Five Poison sect has always only submitted to Blackwood Cliff in name. Even if Ren Wuxing knows that I'm hiding here, he can't do anything. Dongfang Muxue was secretly glad that she sent Chu Fian to Yunnan on a whim. Otherwise, as her confidant, Chu Fian would definitely be harmed by Ren Wuxing. As for the other elders and hall masters who were usually loyal to her, they were merely fence-sitters who knew the times. When she regained control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, they would naturally stand on her side. Her only regret was Tong Baixiong. He was really loyal to his brother, unlike those fence-sitters. It was a pity that he was killed by invincible Dongfang because he offended Yang Lianting. It's a pity that you need 10 years to recover your strength. By then, the world might already be settled. How will you take revenge then? The two of them had a common enemy and were now on the same boat. Song Qingshu naturally began to worry for her. That's why I need your help. Dongfang Muxue said matter-of-factly. But I've lost all my martial arts. Song Qingshu said dejectedly. Miss, you have to think this through. Now that I've lost all my martial arts, not only will I not be of any help to you in regaining control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, but I'm also just a burden. Is it worth your help? If it was any other time, Song Qingshu would have already taken advantage of her. All along, Song Qingshu had thought that he and Dongfang Muxue were equals. He didn't expect that he would lose all his martial arts and instead need her help. He immediately felt inferior and all kinds of negative emotions burst out. Under the influence of his self-destructive mentality, he said with a bit of sarcasm in his voice. Do you think that I, invincible Dongfang, am such a short-sighted person? I helped you when you were in danger, and you'll repay me 1,000 times in the future. If you still have doubts, just think of yourself as a political investment. Dongfang Muxue said lightly, but in her heart, she thought, just because you let me touch the clouds in the sky, you're worthy of my help, that's good. I feel much better now. Song Qingshu stretched his back, and his emotions finally returned to normal. Didn't that little disciple of yours say that the Five Venom sect is rebelling? Why are you going there? Dongfang Muxue explained, although Zhang Wuji saw us fall off the cliff and knows that we're dead for sure, I'm afraid that Ren Wuxing will still secretly send people to investigate me. The Sun Moon sect is too powerful in the Central Plains. If I hide in the Central Plains, I can't guarantee that I won't be exposed. I haven't recovered from my injuries, so I really can't deal with Ren Wuxing's next move. The Five Venom sect is different. It's located at the border, and it's hard for outsiders to get any information. Moreover, the Blue Phoenix has always been loyal to me. It's really a good place to rest and recuperate. Since the Blue Phoenix has always been loyal to you, Ren Wuxing must know this. Won't he send people to investigate? Song Qingshu asked. For Ren Wuxing to regain his position as the sect leader, it will take at least 3 to 5 years for him to completely reorganize the elders, the various hall masters, and the various incense masters. During this period of time, he won't be able to make any big movements. Furthermore, the Five Poison sect has always only submitted to Blackwood Cliff in name. Even if Ren Wuxing knows that I'm hiding here, he can't do anything. Dongfang Muxue was secretly glad that she sent Chu Fian to Yunnan on a whim. Otherwise, as her confidant, Chu Fian would definitely be harmed by Ren Wuxing. As for the other elders and hall masters who were usually loyal to her, they were just fence-sitters. When she regained control of the Blackwood Cliff, they would naturally stand on her side. Her only regret was Tong Baixiong. He was really loyal to his brother, unlike those fence-sitters. It was a pity that he was killed by invincible Dongfang because he offended Yang Lianting. It's a pity that you need 10 years to recover your strength. By then, the world might be settled. How are you going to take revenge? The two of them had a common enemy, and now they were in the same boat. Song Qingshu naturally worried for her. That's why I need your help. Dongfang Muxue said matter-of-factly. But I've lost all my martial arts. Song Qingshu said dejectedly. Miss, you have to think this through. Now that I've lost all my martial arts, not only will I not be of any help to you in regaining control of the Blackwood Cliff, but I'll also be a burden. Is it worth your help? If it was any other time, Song Qingshu would have taken advantage of the situation. All along, Song Qingshu had thought that he and Dongfang Muxue were equals. He didn't expect that he would lose all his martial arts, and instead need her help. He instantly felt inferior, and all sorts of negative emotions exploded out. Under the influence of his self-destructive mentality, he said with a bit of sarcasm. Do you think that I, invincible Dongfang, am such a short-sighted person? I helped you when you were in danger, and in the future, you will repay me 1,000 times over. If you still have doubts, then just treat yourself as a political investment of mine. Dongfang Muxue said lightly, but in her heart, she was thinking, just because you let me touch the clouds in the sky, it's worth it for me to help you, that's good, I feel much better now. Song Qingshu stretched his back, and his emotions finally returned to normal. Didn't that little disciple of yours say that the Five Venom sect is rebelling? Why are you going there? Dongfang Muxue explained, even though Zhang Wuji saw us fall off the cliff and knows that we're dead for sure, I'm afraid that Ren Wuxing will still secretly send people to investigate me. The Sun Moon sect's influence in the Central Plains is too great. If I hide in the Central Plains, I can't guarantee that my whereabouts won't be exposed. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, so I really can't deal with Ren Wuxing's next move. The Five Venom sect is different. It's located at the edge of the barren land, so it's hard for outsiders to get any information. Moreover, the Blue Phoenix has always been loyal to me, so it's really a good place to rest and recuperate. Since the Blue Phoenix has always been loyal to you, I'm sure Ren Wuxing knows this as well. Won't he send people to investigate? Song Qingshu asked. Ren Wuxing needs at least 3 to 5 years to completely unify the elders, hall masters, and the incense deacons in the sect once he regains his position as the sect master. During this period of time, he won't be able to make any big moves. Moreover, the Five Venoms sect has always been loyal to the Blackwood Cliff in name only. Even if Ren Wuxing knows that I'm hiding here, he can't do anything. Dongfang Muxue was secretly glad that she sent Chu Fian to Yunnan on a whim. Otherwise, as her confidant, Chu Fian would definitely be harmed by Ren Wuxing. As for the other elders and hall masters who were usually loyal to her, they were just fence-sitters. When she regained control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, they would naturally stand on her side again. Her only regret was Tong Baixiong. He was really loyal to his brother, unlike those fence-sitters. Unfortunately, he was killed by Dongfang Bubi because he offended Yang Lianting. It's a pity that you need 10 years to recover your strength. By then, the world might already be settled. How will you take revenge then? The two of them had a common enemy, and now they were in the same boat. Song Qingshu naturally worried about her. That's why I need your help. Dongfang Muxue said as a matter of fact. But I've lost all my martial arts. Song Qingshu said sadly. Miss, you have to think this through. Now that I've lost all my martial arts, not only will I not be of any help to you in regaining control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, but I'm also just a burden. Is it worth your help? If it was any other time, Song Qingshu would have already taken advantage of her. All along, Song Qingshu had thought that he and Dongfang Muxue were equals. He didn't expect that he would lose all his martial arts and instead need her help. Instantly, he felt inferior and all kinds of negative emotions burst out. Under the influence of his self-destructive mentality, he said with a bit of sarcasm. Do you think that I, Dongfang Bubi, am such a short-sighted person? If I help you when you're in danger, you'll repay me 1,000 times over in the future. If you still have doubts, just think of yourself as a political investment. Dongfang Muxue said faintly, but in her heart, she was thinking, just because you let me touch the clouds in the sky, you're worth my help, that's good. I feel much better now. Song Qingshu stretched his back and his emotions finally returned to normal. Didn't that little disciple of yours say that the Five Venoms sect is rebelling? Why are you going there? Dongfang Muxue explained, although Zhang Wuji saw us fall into the cliff and knows that we're dead for sure, I'm afraid that Ren Wuxing will still secretly send people to investigate me. The Sun Moon sect is too powerful in the Central Plains. If I hide in the Central Plains, I can't guarantee that I won't be exposed. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, so I really can't deal with Ren Wuxing's next move. The Five Venoms sect is different. It's located in a barren land, so it's hard for outsiders to get any information. Moreover, the sect master, Indigo Phoenix, has always been loyal to me. It's really a good place to rest and recuperate. Since Indigo Phoenix has always been loyal to you, I'm sure Ren Wuxing also knows this. Won't he send people to investigate? Song Qingshu asked. Ren Wuxing will need at least 3 to 5 years to completely unify the elders, hall masters, and the incense deacons in the sect after regaining the position of sect master. He won't be able to do anything during this period of time. Moreover, the Five Venoms sect has always been loyal to the Blackwood Cliff in name only. Even if Ren Wuxing knows that I'm hiding here, he can't do anything. Dongfang Muxue was secretly glad that she sent Chu Fian to Yunnan on a whim. Otherwise, as her confidant, Chu Fian would definitely be harmed by Ren Wuxing. As for the other elders and hall masters who were usually loyal to her, they were just fence-sitters. When she regained control of the Blackwood Cliff in the future, they would naturally stand on her side. Her only regret was Tong Baixiong. He was really loyal to his brother, unlike those fence-sitters. Unfortunately, he was killed by invincible Dongfang because he offended Yang Lianting. It's a pity that you need 10 years to recover your strength. By then, the world might already be settled. How are you going to take revenge then? The two of them had a common enemy, and now they were in the same boat. Song Qingshu naturally worried about her. That's why I need your help. Dongfang Muxue said matter-of-factly. Miss, you have to think this through. Now that I've lost all my powers, not only will I not be of any help to you when you retake Blackwood Cliff, but I'll also be a burden. Am I worth your help? If it was any other time, Song Qingshu would have already taken advantage of her. All along, Song Qingshu had thought that he and Dongfang Muxue were equals. He did not expect that he would lose all his strength and instead need to rely on her for help. Instantly, he felt inferior and all sorts of negative emotions burst out. Under the influence of his self-destructive mentality, he spoke in a somewhat hostile manner. Do you think that I, Dongfang Bubi, am such a short-sighted person? I helped you when you were in danger, and you'll repay me 1,000 times in the future. If you still have doubts, just think of yourself as a political investment. Dongfang Muxue said faintly, but in her heart, she was thinking, just because you let me touch the clouds in the sky, you're worthy of my help. That's good, I feel much better now. Song Qingshu stretched his back, and his emotions finally returned to normal. Didn't your little disciple say that the Five Venom sect is rebelling? Why are you going there? Dongfang Muxue explained, although Zhang Wuji saw us fall into the cliff and knows that we're dead for sure, I'm afraid that Ren Wuxing will still secretly send people to investigate me. The Sun Moon sect is too powerful in the Central Plains. If I hide in the Central Plains, I can't guarantee that I won't be exposed. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, so I can't deal with Ren Wuxing's next move. The Five Venom sect is different. It's located in a barren land, so it's hard for outsiders to get any information. Moreover, the sect master, Indigo Phoenix, has always been loyal to me. It's a good place to rest and recuperate. Since Indigo Phoenix has always been loyal to you, Ren Wuxing must know this. Won't he send people to investigate? Song Qingshu asked. For Ren Wuxing to regain his position as the sect leader, it will take at least 3 to 5 years for him to completely reorganize the elders, the various hall masters, and the various incense masters. During this period of time, he won't be able to make any big movements. Furthermore, the Five Poison sect has always only submitted to Blackwood Cliff in name. Even if Ren Wuxing knows that I'm hiding here, he can't do anything. Dongfang Muxue secretly rejoiced that she had sent Chu Fian to Yunnan on a whim. Otherwise, as her confidant, she would definitely be harmed by Ren Wuxing. As for the other elders and hall masters who were usually loyal to her, they were just fence-sitters. When she regained control of Blackwood Cliff in the future, they would naturally stand on her side. Her only regret was Tong Baixiong. He was really loyal to his brother, unlike those fence-sitters. It was a pity that he was killed by Dongfang Bubi because he offended Yang Lianting. It's a pity that you need 10 years to recover your strength. By then, the world might already be settled. How are you going to take revenge then? The two of them had a common enemy, and now they were in the same boat. Song Qingshu naturally worried about her. That's why I need your help. Dongfang Muxue said matter-of-factly. But I've lost all my martial arts. Song Qingshu said dejectedly. What happened to the spirit you had when you were clamoring to be my man? Dongfang Muxue comforted him. Don't worry. Even without martial arts, you still have your brain. You won't be completely useless. That's true. Even a piece of toilet paper has its uses. Song Qingshu's fighting spirit was instantly reignited. He only felt that all kinds of ideas were flooding into his mind. Even if you can't recover, it's not impossible for you to regain control of Blackwood Cliff. Ren Wuxing is only relying on Xiang Wendian and Ling Huchong. This time, Ren Wuxing can see the light of day again. The person he should thank the most is Xiang Wendian. However, it's not uncommon for a great benefactor to turn into an enemy. As the leader of a sect, Ren Wuxing must have a thorn in his heart when he was rescued by his subordinate. In addition, he sees Xiang Wendian frequently every day. It's inevitable that he'll remember how Xiang Wendian saw his pathetic state in the black prison of Westlake. He'll definitely feel uneasy. As long as we make use of it, it won't be difficult for Ren Wuxing to destroy himself. As for Ling Huchong, we can make use of his views on good and evil. We can even think of a way to destroy his relationship with Miss Ren and provoke him into falling out with Ren Wuxing. At that time, Ren Wuxing will be left alone. It won't be difficult to deal with him. Hearing his words, Dongfang Muxue finally revealed a satisfied smile. Clasping her hands behind her back, she looked at the rising sun and said, I'm more curious about how you plan to drive a wedge between Ling Hucheng and Reninging. From what I know, the two of them went through a lot of hardships to get together. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break them apart. Song Qingshu said confidently, although they seem to be in love on the surface, there's a huge hidden danger between them. That is Ling Hucheng's feelings for his junior sister, Yu Lingshan. If I'm not wrong, Ling Hucheng still loves his junior sister the most. As long as we make an issue out of this, no matter how magnanimous Ren Yingying is, she's still a woman. A woman's natural jealousy will become a sharp weapon in our hands. I'm also a woman. What part of me do you think you can make use of? Hearing his words, Dongfang Mushua's expression turned ugly. How could I? Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. Big sister, your martial arts are unparalleled in the world. You're also a national beauty. Furthermore, you don't have any feelings for me. I really can't find any weakness to make use of. You don't? Dongfang Mushua's face darkened. If you hadn't found Feng Qingyang back then, would I be in such a sorry state now? We were enemies back then, not friends. Song Qingshu thought about how he had schemed against her quite a few times and felt rather embarrassed. The only thing worth rejoicing about is that you, a little bastard with a belly full of evil tricks, are now on my side. Dongfang Mushua said gloomily. Although I'm a little unscrupulous at times, I feel that I can still be considered a good person overall. Song Qingshu felt the need to emphasize this point. In my heart, there's no such thing as a good person or a bad person. Dongfang Mushua shook her head nonchalantly. There are only useful people and useless people. Oh right, you can supplement the method you used to deal with Ling Hucheng and Ren Yingying. Supplement what? Song Qingshu was surprised. A playful smile appeared on Dongfang Mushua's face. On one hand, we can use you Lingshan to deal with Ling Hucheng. On the other hand, we can use you to deal with Ren Yingying. Using both methods at the same time, we can guarantee that they'll be separated. You think too highly of me. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Big sister, it's not like you haven't seen how I treated her on Blackwood Cliff. If she sees me again, she'll tear me apart. Hey, what do you mean seducing women is my forte? Song Qingshu was speechless. Who am I seducing? That little widow of the Yuan family, her husband had only died for a short period of time and she was already in bed with you, and the usually calm and poised young Miss Ren was also blushing with just a few words from you. Dongfang Mushue counted on her fingers and started to count for him. Alright. Song Qingshu wisely gave up on arguing with her. Let's think of a way to get out of the valley first. It'll be a tragedy if Zhang Wuji and Ren Wuxing find us. Are you unable to use your inner force now? You can't use your Qinggong either, right? Dongfang Mushue felt a headache when she thought of the fact that there was no way out of the valley and they could only climb out from the two cliffs. Seeing that Song Qingshu nodded, Dongfang Mushue reached out to grab his belt and flew out. My waist is broken. Song Qingshu gasped as he was lifted into the air. Seeing that he was getting further and further away from the ground, he clawed at his surroundings with all his limbs. Dongfang Mushue felt her thighs being hugged by him. Before she could reprimand him, his limbs had already wrapped around her legs like an octopus. She felt her body sink and quickly pulled Song Qingshu into her arms. She said coldly, "You're hugging my legs. Do you want us to fall to our deaths?" There were many types of Qinggong that martial artists knew, but even if you were as light as a swallow, you still wouldn't be able to escape. You had to use your legs as leverage. If you knew this would happen, you should have hugged me just now. Song Qingshu had just heaved a sigh of relief when he felt a softness everywhere he touched. After a moment of surprise, he was overjoyed and immediately rested his head on Dongfang Mushue's shoulder. Stay away from my body. You're not my boy toy. Don't act like a woman. Dongfang Mushue felt a layer of goosebumps on her neck and quickly backed away. Sister, why don't you consider taking me in as your male pet? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Dongfang Mushue was both annoyed and amused at the same time. She glared at him and said, "If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll throw you down." Halfway through her sentence, she felt the hands around her waist tighten even more, and there seemed to be heat coming from his body. She could only swallow the second half of her sentence and increase her speed to fly out of the valley. Haven't you hugged enough? Get down. Dongfang Muxue saw that Song Qingshu had no intention of letting go even after landing on the ground. She circulated her Xianxia and shook it lightly. Song Qingshu felt his hands go numb as he was pushed 3 feet away. Noticing Dongfang Muxue's dark expression, Song Qingshu quickly changed the topic with a smile. Let's talk about how to learn the Qingqian elegant zither. Dongfang Muxue snorted coldly and turned to head south. Hey, wait for me. Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after her, and the 2 figures, one red and one green, gradually disappeared into the forest. Western region, Sea of Constellations, secret chamber. An old man sat on a chair in the center. He was waving a goose feather fan in his hand, and his face was flushed red. He had a head full of white hair and 3 strands of silver beard under his chin. He had a youthful complexion and white hair. He truly looked like a celestial being from a painting. Ha ha ha, the 5 venom sex poison techniques are indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, they still can't compare to me, the star constellation immortal. The woman in front of him had a pair of phoenix eyes and long eyebrows that reached her temples. She was extremely beautiful, but her left hand was wrapped with a black, poison-dipped iron hook. In contrast to her slender right hand, she looked exceptionally seductive. This was the 5 venom sexy Taizhou. I've heard that the star constellation immortal's poison techniques have reached perfection. Out of admiration, I traveled 1,000 miles to visit you. Is the old immortal going to greet me with heart-refining bullets, jade phosphorus needles, and invisible powder? He Tieshou's tone was gentle as she pretended to be coquettish. Hee, star constellation immortal Ding Chuanqiu laughed dryly. Since you're here to visit me, why do you need to use one of the 5 venom sex 2 great poisons, the jade silkworm venom? If it weren't for the old immortal's skill in using poisons, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the little baby's evil hands. He Taizhou calmly replied, I've heard that the old immortal is very interested in all the poisons in the world. How could I dare to use ordinary poisons to dirty the old immortal's eyes? That's why I used the most powerful jade silkworm venom to show my respect. I didn't expect that the old immortal's skill was unparalleled. It was so easy to deal with it. In my opinion, White Camel Villa's Ouyang Feng's title of Western poison should be the old immortal's. Ding Chuanqiu revealed a proud expression. He Tieshou's words had scratched the itch in his heart. He had always felt that his skill in poison was #1 in the world. Who would have thought that the title of Western poison would be given to Ouyang Feng? He had long wanted to go to White Camel Villa and compete with Ouyang Feng. It was only after he heard that Ouyang Feng had gone to the Jin Kingdom to become an official that he gave up the idea. Miss He, you praise me too much. Ouyang Feng does have some skills. May I know why Miss has come to the Sea of Constellations this time? As he spoke, his demeanor became amiable. It turned out that when He Taizhou heard that Yuan Qingji had been killed by Dongfang Bubi, he wanted to avenge him. Thus, he decided to compete with Indigo Phoenix for the position of the 5 poison sex leader. In recent years, the He family's power was higher than the Lan family's. Indigo Phoenix was already losing ground, but unfortunately, Dongfang Bubi sent Chu Fian over. Although Chu Fian was young, as Dongfang Bubi's only disciple, her martial arts were not weak. He Taizhou no longer had an advantage in martial arts. In terms of using poison, he could not compare to Indigo Phoenix, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. He Taizhou could also be considered a rare genius of the He family. He knew that if this continued, he would only be defeated. Thus, he decided to look for external support. Ding Chuanqiu was one of them. He Taizhou hoped to use him to restrain Indigo Phoenix in the field of poison. Hearing the other party's intentions, Ding Chuanqiu was rather moved. He thought to himself, in recent years, I have already encountered a bottleneck in my use of poison. I have long heard that the 5 poison sect is proficient in using poison. Perhaps I can comprehend many things by analogy. Especially their sect's golden silkworm goo poison, it is one of the top 10 poisons in the world. However, Ding Chuanqiu did not show these thoughts on his face. His expression was indifferent, appearing to lack interest. The Sea of Constellations is more than 1,000 miles away from the 5 poison sect. This old man does not have the time to run over to help you fight for power. Seizing the benefits. The other party's reaction was not out of Xianxia's expectations. He only saw her laugh delicately. Naturally, I would not dare to let old immortal make a wasted trip. After the matter is done, I will naturally offer something to you. I guarantee that old immortal will be satisfied. Ding Xianxia saw that her expression was flirtatious, the corners of her eyes were filled with lust, and there seemed to be a hint of licentiousness in her words. He couldn't help but frown. This old man has never been fond of women. Besides, I am old enough to be your grandfather. Taizhou knew that he had misunderstood. His face reddened, and he cursed in his heart, this old pervert, his brain is filled with filthy thoughts. Old immortal, you have misunderstood. What I am talking about is the most and coldest creature in the world, ice silkworm. Ice silkworm? Ding Xianxia was taken aback. However, he was still a master of poison after all. He quickly recalled the relevant records. Ice silkworm, extremely in nature, extremely poisonous. It is found in the desolate north underworld. It feeds on leaves, and its silk is extremely tough. Blades and swords cannot break it. When used to make zither strings, it is far better than ordinary silk. However, it melts upon contact with fire. Do you think I am an idiot? Ding Xianxia's face was covered in a layer of frost. Ice silkworms are creatures that only appear in legends. Even if they exist, they should be found in the extreme northern snowy mountains. How could they appear in the hot and humid lands of Yunnan? I do not dare to lie to you, please listen to me slowly. Taizhou bowed and said slowly, you must know that our 5-poison sect is best at refining poisonous insects. The most poisonous thing is the golden silkworm's poison. We usually collect hundreds of insects during the Dragon Boat Festival and place them in a jar to kill each other. A year later, when we open the jar, what remains is a golden silkworm. Legend has it that the golden silkworm's poison is formless and colorless. Those who are poisoned feel as if thousands of insects are biting their bodies. The pain is unbearable and they cannot live or die. Ding Xianxia spoke with a fascinated expression. The golden silkworm's method has been passed down from generation to generation in the 5-poison sect. Every sect leader only had to copy it. However, when it was passed down to the previous sect leader, a question arose in her heart. The golden silkworm obtained from the killing of hundreds of insects is already one of the top 10 poisonous creatures in the world. If 100 golden silkworms were placed together to kill each other, what would be produced in the end? Taizhou purposely stopped talking and looked at Ding Xianxia. Could it be the ice silkworm? Ding Xianxia noticed her expression and his heart moved. That's right. Taizhou nodded. The previous sect leader did not expect the golden silkworms to fight and produce an ancient divine creature. Unfortunately, refining 100 golden silkworms exhausted her efforts. When she saw the ice silkworm, she passed away with a smile on her face. Because the sect leader was focused on refining the golden silkworm, she did not appoint a successor. Originally, in the next generation, based on martial arts and talent, I had the highest chance of succeeding the sect leader's position. Unfortunately, when the sect leader passed away, I was not in the 5-poison sect. Thus, some people with ulterior motives took the opportunity to make Indigo Phoenix the sect leader. Alright, I will help Miss He regain the sect leader's position as long as you do not forget your promise. Ding Xianxia said happily. Most of his poison skills came from the poisonous insects refined by the divine wood. King Cauldron. If he could refine the legendary ice silkworm, he would be invincible. I would not dare to lie to you. Taizhou smiled. Damned brother, smelly brother, I even lost my most beloved lightning sable for you. But you only care about your own free and unfettered life, messing around with the heavenly king and Lady Changmu. You didn't even think about me. In a dense forest in Yunnan, a 16 or 17-year-old girl was wandering around. She was wearing a skirt that reached her chest. Her face was rosy, and her small mouth was slightly open. Although her mouth seemed to be expressing her dissatisfaction with her lover, she didn't have the viciousness of a jealous woman. Instead, she had an innocent look, which was indescribably pure and cute. It turned out that she was the first girl whom Duan Yu had a crush on in Demigods and Semi-Devils, Zhong Ling. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on people, and in the end, she discovered that Duan Yu had become her biological brother. However, she had a candid nature and wasn't as extreme as Mu Wanqing. Although she was extremely upset at first, after a while, her thoughts faded. She had accepted the fact that she was Duan Yu's younger sister from the bottom of her heart. Because her heart ached for the loss of her pet lightning sable, Zhong Ling decided to go to the primeval forest to see if she could find another lightning sable youngling and tame it. Little sister, your brother doesn't miss you, but I've always missed you. A familiar, perverted voice suddenly sounded in Zhong Ling's ears. She raised her head and saw a thin middle-aged man sitting among the trees. He was scratching his chin with his hand and staring at her with a burning gaze. Zhong Ling was so frightened that she screamed. Her voice was immediately filled with panic. Yun Zhonghe, why are you here? Boss was invited to Yunnan by someone, so we brothers came to help him. I didn't expect to be so lucky as to accidentally meet you, Miss Zhong. After the trip to Myriad Tribulations Valley last time, I really yearn for you and your mother day and night. One is gentle and charming, and the other is bright and beautiful. What virtue or ability does Zhong Wanchou have to be so blessed with women? One day, Yun Zhonghe, will kill his husband and take his wife. I will get his wealth and live in the valley. Looking at the lovely Zhong Ling, Yun Zhonghe couldn't help but think of Gong Baobao's mature and plump body, as well as her delicate and charming temperament. Moreover, the mother and daughter looked 60 to 70% similar. When Yun Zhonghe thought of their beauty, he felt a gush of hot air rushing to 3 inches below his navel. He thought to himself, if I can hug the mother and daughter and have fun in Myriad Tribulations Valley all day long, I won't even be a perverted thief anymore. I'll turn over a new leaf. Help! Help! Zhong Ling screamed and ran. Unfortunately, Yun Zhonghe's lightness skill was too good. Every time Zhong Ling ran a few steps, she found that Yun Zhonghe was already standing in front of her, smiling lewdly at her. Little beauty, come to Big Brother's arms. After running back and forth a few times, Zhong Ling was out of breath. She made up her mind, grabbed a poisonous snake from her waist pouch, and threw it at Yun Zhonghe. Yun Zhonghe dodged it slightly and said with a smile, snakes are lascivious by nature. It seems that Miss Zhong's hobbies are quite similar to mine. Ah! Zhong Ling was angry and afraid. She screamed subconsciously. Scream, scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Like a cat playing with its prey, Yun Zhonghe was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he calmly began to tease her. Horse, horse. Zhong Ling was stunned. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and shouted again. Horse. A coquettish laughter came from nearby. She had been watching from the side for a long time. When she heard Zhong Ling scream herself hoarse, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who is it? Yun Zhonghe was surprised and delighted. He was surprised because if the other party hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have noticed her at all. He was delighted because the person's voice was delicate and soft. The owner must be a coquettish woman. Not far away, behind a big tree, a woman of about 23 or 24 years old appeared. She wore a golden ring on her head, white clothes, and bare feet. Around her waist was an embroidered belt. Her skin was white and smooth like jade. At this moment, she was covering her mouth with her long sleeves. Her body was like a swaying flower branch. She was truly charming and flirtatious. I didn't expect that Yun Zhonghe, would have such good luck with women today. Seeing her like this, his body was already weak. Suddenly, he noticed the black iron hook in his left hand. His expression changed. You are, Lao Si, don't be rude to sect leader he. An extremely unpleasant voice sounded in the air. After a few sounds of breaking air, Zhong Ling's vision blurred. Then, 2 men and a woman stood in front of her. Yun Laosi, you're already so thin, but you still think about women all day long. What's so good about women? How can they compare to the wonders of martial arts? A man with an unusually large head laughed. His wide mouth revealed dense white teeth, but his eyes were round and small, like 2 beans. He was of medium build, with a stout upper body and thin lower limbs. Below his chin was a tuft of steel-like beard. He wore a yellow robe that only reached his knees. The robe was made of fine brocade and looked very luxurious. He wore a pair of coarse pants that were dirty and ragged. It was difficult to distinguish the color. He was one of the 4 great evildoers, the southern sea crocodile god, Yu Laosan. You're sick in the head. Not only were you tricked into becoming a disciple by a silly boy, but you're still so loyal. Yunzhong he had never been on good terms with Yu Laosan. He said disdainfully, the thing is that the boy's luck with women is pretty good. Every time I fancy a woman, it's always your mistress. My master is young, handsome, and skilled in martial arts. It's not surprising that many women like him. Unlike you, you only know how to force yourself on women. Why don't you take a look at your face? Which woman would like you? Yu Laosan patted his chest and said in a rough voice. I won't say I'm better than Panin, but I'm more than enough to beat you. Yunzhong he crossed his arms and sneered. You skinny bamboo pole, you don't have much meat on your body. Are you as tall and powerful as I am? Yu Laosan took out his crocodile beak scissors and stabbed it into the ground. Sparks flew everywhere. Yunzhong he took a step back subconsciously, holding his silver crane claw. What, you want to fight? Stop, both of you. Boss has something to discuss with him. We don't want to be laughed at by outsiders. A rather good-looking middle-aged woman at the side couldn't bear to watch any longer. There were 3 bloodstains on each of her cheeks. Her face looked miserable, as if it was hiding endless sorrow and sorrow. She was one of the 4 great evildoers, second Mother Yi, who committed all kinds of crimes. Yu Laosan and Yunzhong he had always respected their boss. They shut their mouths and looked at Duan Yanqing. Duan Yanqing's face was completely disfigured, both of his legs were crippled, his whole body weight was supported by 2 iron crutches. He Tiesho's heart was filled with sympathy, looking at the injuries on his body. I don't know what kind of tragic event he went through in the past. I lost one of my hands, but he lost both of his legs. Don't worry, leader he. With my help, it'll be easy to help you seize the 5 poisons sect. Duan Yanqing said conceitedly. In terms of martial arts, he didn't care about anyone in the 5 poisons sect. In terms of using poison, the 4 evildoers weren't bad. His sorrowful paralyzing wind could make countless masters in Jianghu pale. Hee, what arrogance. A burst of laughter was heard from afar. Everyone heard the faint sound of stringed instruments and looked up. In the distant forest, a group of people was walking slowly towards them. When they were about 100 feet away, they stopped and said in unison, the constellation Old Immortal has arrived in the central plains. As soon as they stopped, they started beating the drums. The drum was struck thrice, the gong sounded, and the drum stopped. In the northwest corner, more than 20 people were lined up in a row, some were holding gongs and drums, some were holding long banners and embroidered banners. The red and green banners were very pleasing to the eye. Looking from afar, the banners were embroidered with the words Xingxiu Lao Xian, magical powers vast, magical power boundless, awe-inspiring the world, and so on. Amidst the sounds of drums and gongs, an old man slowly walked out. Behind him, dozens of people lined up in 2 rows, several dozen feet away from him. The old man had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was fair and plump, but he also had a kind countenance. It was the old monster of Constellation, Ding Chuanqiu. Oh, you're playing and singing. Are you performing a ritual? Yunzhong he was amused when he saw this. Ding Chuanqiu's expression turned cold, and he waved the goose feather fan in his hand. Duan Yanqing waved his iron staff, and a gust of true qi gushed out, blowing the green smoke onto a tree at the side. The tree looked as if it had been splashed with acid, and it immediately withered and turned black. It was a very frightening sight. What a deep inner force. Ding Chuanqiu was secretly impressed. Seeing the other party leaping over, he immediately waved his fan to meet him. Duan Yanqing was afraid of his poison technique, so he used the wrought iron staff to point at the air, shooting out the solitary young finger. Ding Chuanqiu couldn't touch his body, so he couldn't use his art of transformation, so he was helpless. Both of you are my honored guests. This is just a misunderstanding. I hope you can stop. He Taizhou waved her white hand, and a dark red soft rope struck between the 2 of them. Duan Yanqing was the head of the 4 great evildoers, and Ding Chuanqiu was also the poison devil of his generation. Both of them had some misgivings about each other, so when they heard He Tiesho's words, they took the opportunity to separate. Cult leader He's soft rainbow spider rope is indeed impressive. Duan Yanqing was secretly impressed. When he was her age, his martial arts weren't as good as hers. Mr. Duan's solitary young finger has also opened my eyes. He Taizhou smiled slightly. Let me introduce you to. This is the constellation deity, Senior Ding, and this is the head of the four great evildoers, Mr. Duan. Both of them had already guessed each other's origins, so when they heard He Tieshou's introduction, they had it as expected expression on their faces. Both of you have unparalleled martial arts. Originally, either of you would be more than enough to deal with the indigo phoenix, but I know that even a lion uses its full strength to fight a rabbit. That's why I invited both of you at the same time, just in case. I hope the two of you won't be offended. He Taizhou bowed delicately, and Yun Zhonghe, who was watching from the side, was stunned. Although this woman had lost an arm, it still couldn't hide her natural charm. Ding Chuanqiu nodded slightly and thought to himself, anyway, as long as you give me that ice silkworm, I'll invite a few people for you. Duan Yanqing had the same thought. His martial arts were unparalleled in the world, and he had the help of the other three evildoers. He also had the trump card of Western Xia's Class 1 Hall, paralyzing wind of sorrow. Naturally, he didn't need to worry that old monster Ding would cause any changes. Little girl, what's your name? I saw you casually throw the poisonous snake as a hidden weapon just now. I think you have great potential in training poisonous creatures. When she saw that the two of them were silent, He Taizhou turned around and looked at Zhong Ling, who was hiding behind her. It turned out that after the battle in 10,000 Tribulations Valley, Zhong Ling had always been afraid of the four evildoers. When she saw that Ding Chuanqiu could throw poisonous creatures with just a wave of his hand, she knew that he was definitely not a good person. As for He Taizhou, even though the iron hook in her left hand was rather frightening, she was full of smiles and seemed to be the kindest person among them. Hence, Zhong Ling instinctively hid behind her. Big sister, my name is Zhong Ling. I've liked to raise poisonous snakes and ferrets since I was young. After more than 10 years, I seem to be able to communicate with them. Zhong Ling and Yu Xiao, that's a good name indeed. Your name is as beautiful as you are. When He Taizhou heard this, she was overjoyed. Zhong Ling was born with the potential to be a beast tamer. If she could train her, her future would definitely be limitless. Little sister, are you willing to be my disciple? I'll teach you more skills so that you won't be bullied by some bad people in the future. Once she finished speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at Yun Zhonghe. Zhong Ling was most afraid of Yun Zhonghe. When she saw that even his boss, Duan Yanqing, was slightly respectful to He Taizhou, she quickly agreed. Disciple Zhong Ling greets master. Congratulations on taking in a good disciple, cult master He. But we should head to the headquarters of Five Venoms as soon as possible. When Ding Chuanqiu thought of the legendary ice silkworm, he felt an itch in his heart. It's not my fault that I was born tone deaf. Song Qingshu's helpless expression revealed a hint of a smile. He thought of a story from his past life. In his past life, Song Qingshu had a friend who met a drowning child when he was playing at West Lake in Hangzhou. He jumped into the lake without a care for his own safety, only to remember that he did not know how to swim. In the end, a lady who was passing by jumped in and saved him and the child. To thank the lady for saving his life, he treated the lady to a meal. After getting to know her, he begged her to teach him how to swim. The lady was impressed by his willingness to risk his life to save the child, so she agreed. However, Song Qingshu's friend was so untalented that he could not learn no matter how hard he tried. In the end, it took him 2 months to barely learn how to swim. During this time, the lady taught him how to swim step by step. It was inevitable that they would have physical contact, and as they taught, they developed feelings for each other. Later, when Song Qingshu attended his wedding, the groom said the truth after drinking. It turned out that he had learned it in the first week, but he pretended that he did not learn it in order to stay with the lady. When Song Qingshu and the rest laughed at the bride smiled and said, "I knew he was pretending, what a pair of cheating lovers." Song Qingshu could not help but curse as he recalled it. Looking at Dongfang Mushua's slender figure, he thought, he's smart, but I'm not stupid. The two of them walked towards the Five Venoms sect's main altar. Seeing that Dongfang Mushua did not ask for directions, Song Qingshu asked in confusion, "Sister, have you been to the Five Venoms sect before?" "I've been there before, that's why I'm on good terms with Indigo Phoenix." Dongfang Muxue recalled an old incident and still felt her face burning. It turned out that when Dongfang Muxue visited the Five Venoms sect as the sect leader, Indigo Phoenix fell in love with her devilishly handsome temperament. The Miao family's ladies had always been bold in their pursuit of love. One night, Indigo Phoenix took off all her clothes and ran to her room with only a thin blanket wrapped around her. She made Dongfang Muxue, who had always been cold and dignified, flustered. Indigo Phoenix inadvertently found out that the sect leader of the Sun Moon sect was actually a lady, and her face turned pale with fright. According to Dongfang Muxue's usual style, she would definitely kill anyone who found out about the secret, even if the other party was a sect leader. However, when she saw the pitiful look on Indigo Phoenix's face, she thought that Indigo Phoenix had fallen in love with her. Her heart softened and she let her go. The Indigo Phoenix was so grateful that she treated Dongfang Muxue very affectionately. The two of them were like sisters in private. Then, the outside world started to spread rumors that the Indigo Phoenix had become the lover of the Dongfang sect leader. As they entered the territory of the Five Poison sect, Dongfang Mushue's face darkened when she saw the corpses of the Five Poison sect disciples strewn all over the place. Something happened to the Indigo Phoenix. It seems there are disciples from other sects as well. Song Qingshu observed his surroundings. The attire of the Five Venoms sect members was very distinct and easy to recognize. The other people's attire was obviously the style of the Central Plains. Let's hurry to the main altar, I hope we can make it in time. Dongfang Muxue looked into the distance with an anxious expression. But your martial arts. Chapter 172, The Great Demon Among Demons Martial. Song Qingshu did not finish his sentence, but it was obvious what he wanted to say. I don't care about ordinary people. Dongfang Muxue grabbed Song Qingshu's shoulder and flew towards the main altar. Soon, the two of them arrived at a forest. The forest was so dense that the sunlight could not pass through. The smog made the atmosphere very oppressive. Dongfang Mushue's voice rang in Song Qingshu's ears. The Five Poison sect is mysterious because most of the martial artists from the Central Plains who want to explore are blocked by the Heartless Ridge. Not only is the forest dense like a maze, but there are also poisonous insects and ferocious beasts everywhere. There is also a deadly miasma that can't be found anywhere. Ordinary people from the Jianghu will definitely die if they barge in. The forest is like a maze. Can't we just fly to the top of the tree and find the way out? Song Qingshu was stunned. He could not help but think of the Taohua Island's Qimendenjia. Could this thing be so magical? Have you forgotten about the miasma in the forest? Dongfang Muxue explained, all the arrays of the Qimendenjia are surrounded by clouds and mist. If you fly to the top of the tree, you will only see a vast expanse of whiteness, you won't be able to see the way out. Let's just burn it, Song Qingshu said gloomily. Putting aside the fact that the weather in Yunnan is so humid, you might not be able to ignite the trees in the forest. Even if you do, Dongfang Muxue said with a smile, you will probably suffocate to death in such a large forest. It's not difficult to get out of the maze. If you run into a dead end, turn around and walk backward. If you run into a fork in the road, turn right or turn left, and you will be able to get out. In his previous life, Song Qingshu had played the Legend of Sword and Fairy, so he didn't think that arrays were scary. Instead, he was concerned about another problem. If the Heartless Ridge is as powerful as you say, why did the enemies barge in so easily? If I'm not wrong, it must be He Taizhou, the traitor of the Five Poison cult, who led the outsiders in. Dongfang Muxue said in a low voice after they got out of the Heartless Ridge. The two of them quickened their pace and passed through the Sacred Beast Pool and the Ding Mountain waterfall. The Zhurong Godly Temple, the headquarters of the Five Poison cult, finally appeared not far away. Inside the Zhurong Godly Temple, Indigo Phoenix and Chu Fian stood side by side. They looked at He Taizhou and the others who were approaching them with a serious expression. Indigo Phoenix scolded angrily, He Taizhou, in order to seize the position of the cult master, you actually revealed the cult secret to outsiders. Do you know that this is a great crime of having thousands of snakes devouring your heart? Indigo Phoenix, you don't have to act like a cult master in front of me. The position of the cult master should have belonged to me. Back then, when I wasn't around, you seized the position of the cult master. That's also a crime of having thousands of snakes devouring your heart. He Taizo stepped out from the crowd and smiled. She was in a good mood now that she had victory in her hands. Indigo Phoenix sneered, 2 generations of saintesses from the He family were trapped by love. One of them lost the 5 poison treasures for Long Tian, and the other one was even worse. For the sake of the Golden Snake Gentleman, Xia Shui, she turned the 5 poison cult upside down. She was almost removed from the martial arts world. With that in mind, how would the people in the cult dare to let a woman from the He family become the cult master? Looking at it now, your He family's women are all full of affection after all. Seed, I heard that your lover, Yuan Qingji, was killed by the cult master Dongfeng. You decided to betray the cult to avenge him, right? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Other than He Taizo, Yunzhong, he was probably the most eager to fight. He was drooling at the sight of Indigo Phoenix's fair skin, large breasts, and slender waist. He looked at He Taizo and thought to himself, are all the women of the Miao family so flirtatious? Seeing the silence in the room, he said with a smile, Leader He, you snatched the meat from my mouth. How about you compensate me this time? Zhong Ling, who was at the side, saw Yun Zhonghe's shifty eyes looking at her as he spoke, so she subconsciously shrunk behind He Taizo. He Taizo patted her little hand and said with a smile, our cult master Lan is not only flirtatious, but she's also covered in poison. Can Mr. Yun handle her? As long as it is a woman, I guarantee that she will want to die and enjoy herself so much that she will forget about home and home. Yun Zhonghe's words made all the women present blush and curse in their hearts. Chu Fian angrily rebuked, Duan Yanqing, Ding Chuanqiu, how dare you interfere with the Sun-Moon sex matters? Aren't you afraid that leader Dongfeng will pay a visit in the future? Ding Chuanqiu and Duan Yanqing had a high opinion of Dongfeng Bubi, but the most important thing in Jianghu was their reputation. If others knew that Dongfeng Bubi's name could scare them away, then they would not be able to stay in Jianghu anymore. Thus, they could only bite the bullet and say, no matter how powerful leader Dongfeng is, he can't control the Western Xia's Class 1 hall. That's right. Dongfeng Bubi's Sunflower Treasure Book is powerful, but my transformation technique is not to be trifled with. Is that so? At this moment, a cold snort came from outside the hall. Ding Chuanqiu and Duan Yanqing felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked up in surprise and saw 2 young men walking in. One was dressed in red and had a devilish smile on his handsome face. The other was dressed in green and had a wooden sword on his back. He also looked elegant. It's you? Yun Zhonghe saw Song Qingshu's expression change and quickly whispered in Duan Yanqing's ear. Leader. Master. Indigo Phoenix and Chu Fian were overjoyed to see Dongfeng Muxue. Dongfeng Bubi? When Ding Chuanqiu and the 4 evil men heard this, they felt their skins crawl, and they instinctively took a step back. He Tiesho's face was also stark pale. She had not expected that Dongfeng Bubi would appear here. Star Constellation old monster, you sure talk big. I would like to experience your transformation technique. Dongfeng Muxue walked towards the main seat in the main hall as if there was no one else around. The 4 evildoers and Ding Chuanqiu avoided her. Indigo Phoenix invited her to the seat reserved for the leader of the 5 Venoms sect. Ding Chuanqiu groaned inwardly. He could only smile sheepishly and say, Cult Master Dongfeng, you must be joking. How can my art of transformation be compared to Cult Master Sunflower Treasure Book? I'm only here to exchange pointers with Cult Master Lan on how to use poison. Oh? Dongfeng Muxue reclined on the seat and said calmly, since you all have the guts to interfere in the internal affairs of the Sun-Moon sect, don't even think of stepping out of this door alive today. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, secretly broke out in cold sweat. Dongfeng Muxue was suffering from internal injuries. She could only use 10 to 20% of her martial arts at most. She might not be able to handle either Ding Chuanqiu or Duan Yanqing, let alone all of them at once. However, he also understood Dongfeng Muxue's plan. It was not in Dongfeng Bubi's character to admit defeat. If the other party became suspicious and noticed Dongfeng Muxue's injuries, the 2 of them would not be able to escape. It was better to use empty threats to scare the other party into not acting rashly. Suddenly, he noticed that Yi Ernyang's hand seemed to be moving behind her back. Song Qingshu was shocked. He quickly stepped forward and said, Yi Ernyang, you don't have to secretly release the sorrowful paralyzing wind. If the Five Venom sect can't even deal with this little poison, we can just close down. On the other hand, you have to be careful of that old freak Ding. Duan Yanqing and the others were shocked. They didn't expect that their trump card, the sorrowful paralyzing wind, was also within their expectation. Seeing that the other party was prepared, they quickly signaled Yi Ernyang to cover the mouth of the bottle to prevent Ding Chuanqiu's men from being poisoned, which would reduce the combat strength of their side. Yin Zhonghe, I let you go last time. I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning if you keep your oath? Song Qingshu turned his head and stared at Yin Zhonghe. Pa. I was careless last time. I won't fall into your trap this time. Yin Zhonghe laughed dryly. Everyone present could hear that he was putting on a brave front. So it's Song Xiaoxia who defeated Chong Su and the Five Mountain Alliance Master on the Jade Emperor Peak. Seeing you today, you are indeed a young hero. Duan Yanqing groaned inwardly. He had seen the martial arts of Chong Su and Zhuo Lenchan. Although they were not as good as him, they were not far from each other. Since Song Qingshu could defeat them so easily, his martial arts must be above his. One Dongfang Bubi was enough to make people feel hopeless. Now there was another peerless master. Duan Yanqing felt that this day next year might become the anniversary of his death. However, he was a peerless master after all. Knowing that there was no way out, he stirred up the ferocity in his heart. He secretly circulated his martial arts and was ready to fight to the death. Ding Chuanqiu noticed Duan Yanqing's expression and also had an estimation of Song Qingshu's strength. He thought, I didn't expect that there is such a master in the young generation of the Central Plains besides North Qiaofeng and South Murong. Sect Master Dongfang, I want to ask you for a favor. How about letting these people go? Song Qingshu noticed the ferocity in Duan Yanqing's eyes. He turned to Dongfang Muxue and said with a smile. Dongfang Muxue saw that Song Qingshu did not need any hints to cooperate with her. The show of pretending to be a tiger to eat a pig was quite interesting. She quickly held back her laughter and said in a dignified manner, Why? Sect Master, you must know that His Majesty has sent me to set up an organization to recruit the masters of the Jianghu. Unfortunately, all the people I've recruited are small fries. There are no real masters. Old Monster Ding and Mr. Duan are both masters of a region. If you can join the organization, I believe His Majesty will be overjoyed. What do you think? Song Qingshu had already turned to look at Ding and Duan when he said the last sentence. Chapter 173, Pretending to be a tiger to eat a pig. I am already serving the first-class hall of Western Xia. How can I be indecisive? Duan Yanqing snorted coldly. However, he keenly sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the better. He temporarily put aside the thought of fighting with his life on the line. I'm used to being free. I'm not used to being someone's slave. Ding Chuanqiu narrowed his eyes and leisurely fanned himself with the goose feather fan in his hand. If the two were not worried about Dongfang Bubi, they would have attacked him a long time ago after hearing what Song Qingshu said. It turned out that Dongfang Bubi had gone to the Misty Peaks Vulture Palace and the Western Xia Imperial Palace to search for the Northern Underworld Divine Technique. There, he had fought with Heavenly Mountain Tonglao and Li Qiushui. As a disciple of the Carefree faction, Ding Chuanqiu naturally knew how abnormal the martial arts of his two martial uncles were. Seeing that they were defeated by Dongfang Bubi, he understood that he really had no chance against Dongfang Bubi. Both of you are grandmasters of your respective sections. How could Song Mao overestimate himself and restrict your freedom? For example, Cult Master Dongfang is also one of my subordinates. Do you think I will order him around like an ordinary subordinate? If you join the stick department, you can be hired as a guest like Cult Master Dongfang. You won't be under the control of the stick department. Only when the stick department needs help, you can decide whether to help according to your own situation. Of course, every time you help, the stick department will not treat you unfairly, Song Qingshu explained. Ding Chuanqiu was full of doubt. Is there such a good thing? But the Sea of Constellations is thousands of miles away from your Manchurian land. What's the use of recruiting me? Song Qingshu answered, to be honest, old immortal, the Manchurian Qing and the Mongolians are in a stalemate. Many sects in the western region have surrendered to the Mongolians, such as the Bloodblade School and Xianxia City. My country has no power over there, so His Majesty ordered me to think of ways to expand my power in the western region. As for Mr. Duan, Song Qingshu turned to Duan Yanqing and said, the Western Xia and the Mongolians have been fighting for years. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. My country's king has long planned to ally with the Western Xia. If Mr. Duan holds the important position of Class 1 Hall and the Stick Department at the same time, you will definitely become the most important link between the two countries. Why not? Seeing Duan Yanqing's expression change, Song Qingshu decided to add fuel to the fire. The Stick Department is best at gathering information, so I know a thing or two about Mr. Duan's request. With the help of the Stick Department, it won't be difficult for Mr. Duan to restore your former identity and take back what you deserve. In the past, the treacherous courtier Yang Yizhen had rebelled. As the crown prince, Duan Yanqing had been hunted down by his enemies and ended up in such a miserable state. The throne had also fallen into the hands of Duan Xingming's faction. This was the biggest regret in Duan Yanqing's life. When he heard Song Qingshu mention this matter, a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. Fine. After I return to Western Xia, I'll report the alliance to His Majesty. As long as His Majesty agrees, I'll join the alliance. Ding Chuanqiu didn't expect that Duan Yanqing would give in just like this. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity by relying on his own strength, so he made a prompt decision and said, since Prince Song sincerely invites me, this old man will respectfully accept. It just so happens that the Bloodblade sect has always been at odds with the Xianxia sect, so it's not difficult for me to help you restrain them. Even though a long time seemed to have passed, from the moment Dongfang Bubi and Duan Yanqing appeared to the moment Ding Chuanqiu and Duan Yanqing switched sides, only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. By the time He Taizhou registered what had happened, the situation was already over. She could be considered a dragon among men, so she made a prompt decision and called out to her clansmen, let's go. Ding Chuanqiu and Duan Yanqing looked at each other and nodded. They then reached out and called out to He Taizhou and his people, Cult Master Dongfang, Prince Song, we've joined the Stickler sect, but we haven't done anything. We're truly ashamed. Today, we'll take He Taizhou as a greeting gift. I hope you won't take offense. Young miss, leave quickly. There was no lack of loyal people in the He family. When they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately sacrificed their lives to hold Ding Chuanqiu and Duan Yanqing back. He Taizhou gritted her teeth and steeled her heart. He Taizhou ran. When he saw the He family's disciples blocking his way, Ding Chuanqiu circulated his art of transformation and pounced on them. As soon as He Taizhou's subordinates came into contact with him, they immediately withered up and died a horrible death. Duan Yanqing took the opportunity to tap his metal staff against the ground. He moved past everyone and struck He Taizhou's back with his single yang finger. He Taizhou didn't dare to stop. He took the attack head-on and spat out a mouthful of blood. He borrowed the force and dashed out of the hall. Duan Yanqing grinned and chased after He Taizhou. Song Qingshu and Dongfang Mushue looked at each other and smiled. They watched the fight quietly. Cult Master, should I go after He Taizhou? Indigo Phoenix asked. Dongfang Mushue shook her head. She was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even though she managed to scare them with her bravado, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't reveal any flaws later. She needed Indigo Phoenix to look after her. He Taizhou was running for his life in the Heartless Ridge. He felt Duan Yanqing getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but feel hopeless. He smiled bitterly, I didn't expect this cripple to run so fast. He turned around and decided to fight with his life on the line. Duan Yanqing was flying in the air when he suddenly felt a scorching finger force coming towards his face. He quickly raised his Damascus steel staff in front of him. With a bang, Duan Yanqing's wrist went numb and he slid a few meters back. Looking at the finger mark on the Damascus steel staff, Duan Yanqing was shocked. Single yang finger? He Taizhou turned around in shock and saw a skinny scholar walking out slowly. Mr. Duan, you can tell me what grade my single yang finger has reached. If Song Qingshu and Icy Snow were here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. This scholar was Murong Jingyue. It's you? Duan Yanqing's eyes focused and his face was full of caution. I didn't expect your single yang finger to have reached the upper 3 grades. It's only a matter of time before you break through to the 2nd grade. The scholar spread his hands and said helplessly, using this kind of attitude to treat your savior is too disappointing. Duan Yanqing sneered. Humph, you saved my life back then, and I taught you Dali's Duan clan's secret single yang finger. We don't owe each other anymore. It turned out that when Duan Yanqing was being hunted down and was on the verge of death, he thought about how he had become a cripple and how there was no hope of restoring his country, so he closed his eyes and waited for death. As a result, Duan Jinnan's concubine, Dao Baifeng, couldn't stand Duan Jingchuan's womanizing. She fell into a mental barrier and decided to find the ugliest, dirtiest, and crippled man in the world to defile her noble concubine's delicate body to take revenge on Duan Jingchun. Coincidentally, she saw Duan Yanqing by the roadside and took the initiative to take off her clothes and have a night of pleasure with him. She didn't know that her crazy act of jealousy had reignited Duan Yanqing's fighting spirit and established a terrifying enemy for Dali's Duan clan. However, even though Duan Yanqing had regained his fighting spirit and was no longer afraid of death, his mind couldn't be healed. His injuries were too severe. Just as he was about to take his last breath, Morong Jingyue appeared in front of him and saved Duan Yanqing with the single yang finger. Duan Yanqing had no choice but to agree. But for thousands of years, he had taken advantage of the situation. This was the first time that the Duan-style absolute art had been leaked. He deeply hated Morong Jingyue for taking advantage of him, so he had never been grateful to him for saving his life. Fine, fine. Let's not talk about the past for now, but I'm taking this woman with me today. Being glanced at by Morong Jingyue, He Taizhou felt chills all over her body. However, she knew that staying behind would only lead to death, so she might as well be saved by this person. A murderous intent arose in Duan Yanqing's heart. Let's see if your martial arts are as good as your medical skills. With that, he swung his staff and attacked. Morong Jingyue didn't dodge. He stretched out his hand and tapped the tip of the staff with a finger. Duan Yanqing couldn't move an inch forward. Miss He, are you just going to stand there like an idiot and watch us compete with our inner force? While he can't move, give him a few poisonous needles. There was some sweat on Morong Jingyue's temples, but he had a relaxed expression as he spoke. Duan Yanqing turned pale with fright. He quickly withdrew his staff and retreated. In an instant, he had suffered serious internal injuries. Not daring to stay, he hastily fled into the distance. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me. He Taizhou let out a long sigh of relief and stepped forward to thank him. What are you trying to do? He Taizhou instinctively shrank back. What do you think? Morong Jingyue approached her step by step and suddenly frowned. Miss He, you don't need to waste your strength. I'm the ancestor of the poison class. With your meager cultivation, hee. Seeing that the green silkworm venom had no effect on him, He Taizhou panicked. She took out the soft rainbow spider rope from her waist and whipped it at him. Morong Jingyue casually pointed a few times in the air, and just happened to touch a few points on the flexible rope. The originally majestic long whip suddenly became like a dead snake, drooping on the ground, lifeless. While He Taizhou was still in a daze, Morong Jingyue took the opportunity to press forward and hit several of her major acupoints. Let go of me. When He Taizhou was carried up, her heart sank to the bottom and she could only shout helplessly. I'm afraid that Miss He will beg me to not let you go in a while, ha ha ha. Morong Jingyue took advantage of the moment when He Taizhou opened her mouth to throw a pink pill into her mouth. Feeling the delicate body in his embrace gradually become warm and soft, he carried her into the depths of the forest while laughing. In the Zhurong shrine, the He clan disciples fell one after another. Ding Chuanqiu's disciples waved the flag and shouted, Xianxia, magical power is boundless, invincible, invincible. Xianxia, magical power is boundless, magical power is vast, dominating the central plains. Xianxia, virtue is compatible with heaven and earth, his power is unparalleled. Dongfang Muxue frowned when she heard this. Song Qingshu teased, don't you feel like you've seen it before? I wonder which one of Ding Chuanqiu's slogans is more literary than be accomplished in both literature and martial arts, benefit the common people, rule the pugilistic world for thousands of years? The scene of Dongfang Bubi, Ding Chuanqiu, and Hong Antong competing on the same stage appeared in his mind. The scene was so beautiful that he couldn't help but laugh. Humph, those slogans were created by that person. To avoid suspicion, I used them anyway. Dongfang Muxue snorted. It was fine to use this kind of flattery on her normally, but it was especially irritating to hear it from Ding Chunqiu's disciple. When Indigo Phoenix saw that Song Qingshu dared to speak to sect leader Dongfang in such a manner, she was secretly worried for him. She didn't expect Dongfang Muxue to not blame him at all. Both of them spoke as if they had been good friends for many years. Indigo Phoenix couldn't help but look at both of them with a strange gaze. Indigo Phoenix, if you keep looking around, I'll dig it out and make it into the 5 treasure nectar wine. Dongfang Muxue was still watching the battle as she spoke. She had no intention of turning around. Io, how can you bear to do that, leader? Indigo Phoenix stuck out her tongue and knelt down before Dongfang Mushue's feet. She rested her face on Dongfang Mushue's thighs. Her posture was gentle and charming. Song Qingshu could only feel that her voice was soft and alluring. It was only then that he had the chance to take a good look at Indigo Phoenix's appearance. She was about 23 or 24 years old. Her eyes were huge and black like dots. She was wearing a blue shirt with white flowers printed on it, and an embroidered apron from her chest to her knees. The color was brilliant and dazzling, and there was a pair of huge golden earrings hanging from her ears, the size of a wine cup. A colorful belt around her waist wrapped around her slender waist, highlighting the magnificent waves of her chest. She had a unique charm that was different from that of a Han girl. Are these 2 girls lesbians? Looking at the Indigo Phoenix lying at Dongfang Mushue's feet obediently and Dongfang Muxue not showing any signs of bashfulness, Song Qingshu muttered to himself, I will be struck by lightning if I waste such a precious gift. The hall fell into an eerie silence as the last disciple of the He clan fell. Why hasn't boss returned after so long? Yu Laosan looked at the door a few times but couldn't find Duan Yanqing. It turned out that Duan Yanqing had suffered a serious internal injury. Considering the pressure from Dongfang Bubi and the fact that Ding Chunqiu couldn't tell if Duan Yanqing was a friend or foe, he didn't dare to return to the Zhurong Hall. He decided to escape from the Heartless Ridge. Naturally, the other 3 villains couldn't wait for him. Master Dongfang, something might have happened to our boss. The 3 of us are going to look for him now. I wonder. Yi Ernyang hesitated for a while before stepping forward. Dongfang Muxue looked at them with a faint smile. She didn't answer and simply waved her hand. The 3 of them felt like they had been pardoned and quickly ran out. Off to the side, Ding Chunqiu couldn't help but curse inwardly. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone out to stop He Taizhou myself. Sect Master Dongfang, since this matter is over, I shall return to the Sea of Constellations first. If young Master Song needs any help in the future, you can send someone to inform me. Dongfang Muxue sat up straight and said calmly, since Old Immortal is busy, I shall not force you to stay. Old Immortal's actions today have won the friendship of the Sun Moon sect. If Old Immortal runs into any trouble in the future, you can come to Blackwood Cliff to find me. Thank you, Master. Ding Chunqiu was overjoyed. Although he was a little regretful that he didn't get the ice silkworm, to get Dongfang Bubi's words, he might not be any worse than the ice silkworm. When the rest had almost left, Dongfang Muxue ordered, Indigo Phoenix, stay here and clean up the mess. Also, change the formation of the Heartless Ridge. Don't let anyone drive in again. Yes. Indigo Phoenix stood up and bowed. Feifei, help me to the back hall to rest. Dongfang Muxue put her hand on Chu Fian's shoulder and said tiredly. Chu Fian was overjoyed and quickly helped her to the back hall. Before leaving, she even looked at Indigo Phoenix with dissatisfaction. Although Chu Fian was young, she was clever and had a lot of ideas. As Dongfang Mushue's disciple, she didn't know Dongfang Mushue's identity as a woman. After spending some time with her, she was subdued by her peerless charm. In her heart, she secretly considered herself as the master's concubine. Naturally, she couldn't stand the sight of other women around the master. Especially that Indigo Phoenix. She relies on her big breasts to rub against master sect leader's body. She's really an evil fox. Chu Feiyan glanced at her own small chest, her small mouth suddenly pouting. What should I do? Song Qingshu was stunned and stopped Dongfang Muxue. Indigo Phoenix, take good care of Prince Song. He is my honored guest. Dongfang Muxue said lightly and quickly disappeared behind the hall. Song Qingshu was stunned for a while. He thought that Dongfang Muxue would tell him how to recover his power when he arrived at the Five Poison sect. Indigo Phoenix greets Prince Song. While he was still in a daze, Indigo Phoenix walked in front of him with a smile. Sister Lan's voice is really nice to hear. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and praised sincerely. Indigo Phoenix was overjoyed. Her face was like the blossoming of a spring flower. She smiled and said, Prince Song's character is not as secretive as the other Han people. However, I like it. My personality has always been quite tactful, but when I see a beauty like Sister Lan with such a beautiful voice, if I don't say what I want to say, I'll definitely toss and turn in bed at night and have a sleepless night. Indigo Phoenix was lively and open. When Song Qingshu talked to her, he felt like he was flirting with his female subordinates in his previous life. Indigo Phoenix blushed. She pursed her lips and smiled, Prince Song is your honored guest. How can Indigo Phoenix let you sleep all alone? Our Miao family's women have always been as passionate as fire, and young master is also so handsome. I'm sure they will be more than happy to serve young master at night. Young master, please go ahead and choose carefully. If you like any of them, just tell me directly. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, other ladies are not as charming as Sister Lan. I wonder if I can choose you. Indigo Phoenix looked awkward. She said softly, it's not that I can't serve you. However, I'm already your woman. It's not convenient for me to serve other men. I hope you can forgive me. That's difficult. I'm not interested in other ladies in the sect. Song Qingshu did not expose her lie. He pretended to be in a difficult position. It seems like you don't like the ladies of the Miao family. Indigo Phoenix glanced at a silhouette and an idea came to her mind. I'll send a lady from the Han family to you tonight. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu followed her gaze in confusion and saw that the young girl who had been following behind He Taizhou was pitifully tied up in the hall by the Five Poison sect members. He couldn't help but ask in shock, what were you planning to do with her? If young master does not fancy her, then according to the rules of the Five Poison sect, this kind of captured enemy would usually be sent to the Spirit Serpent Cave and suffer the punishment of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. Of course, if young master is lucky with her, she will be young master's woman and I will naturally not make things difficult for her. Indigo Phoenix was worried that Song Qingshu would pester her to serve him. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not expect the smiling Indigo Phoenix to be so calm when she talked about such a terrifying punishment. Do you want this woman to serve you? Indigo Phoenix asked softly. Since you've said so, how can I bear to see such a beautiful lady die? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Young lady, you have to serve him well tonight. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the Spirit Snake Cave tomorrow. Indigo Phoenix came to Zhongling's side. She removed the restraints on her body and said softly, here, take this with you. I'm going to check tomorrow. Zhongling looked at the white handkerchief in her hand. She was confused, what's this? It's under there. Indigo Phoenix whispered something into her ear. Zhongling's face turned red. I'll check tomorrow to see if there's any blood on it. Don't try to lie to me. Song Qingshu had just finished washing up in the room when a lady knocked on the door and walked in. Song Qingshu lifted his head and saw her round face. There was a dimple at the corner of her mouth. She looked innocent and romantic. Unfortunately, there was a tinge of fear in her eyes. What's your name? Song Qingshu was not an upright gentleman. Seeing her dainty appearance, delicate and moving, his heart was filled with the desire to pluck her. Of course, he was not so impatient as if he had never seen a woman before. He knew that it would be easier to communicate first. My name is Zhongling, the lady answered timidly. Her eyes darted around as she tried to think of a way to escape. Zhongling? Song Qingshu's breath caught in his throat. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He hurriedly asked, then, do you know a woman called White Silk Falling Red? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, other ladies aren't as charming as Sister Blue Phoenix. I wonder if you'll let me choose you. Indigo Phoenix looked awkward. She said softly, it's not that I can't serve you. It's just that I'm already the leader's woman. It's not convenient for me to serve other men. Please forgive me. That's troublesome. I'm not interested in other women in the cult. Song Qingshu did not expose her lie. He purposely showed a troubled expression. It seems like you don't like the lady from the Miao family. Indigo Phoenix glanced at a silhouette and an idea came to her mind. I'll send a lady from the Han family to you tonight. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu followed her gaze in confusion and saw that the young girl who had been following behind He Taizhou was pitifully tied up in the hall by the 5 poison sect disciples. He couldn't help but ask in shock, what were you planning to do with her? If you don't like her, according to the 5 Venoms cult's rules, enemies who are held captive will be sent to the Spirit Serpent Cave to be tortured. Of course, if you do like her, she'll be your woman. I won't make things difficult for her. Indigo Phoenix was worried that Song Qingshu would pester her to sleep with him. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not expect the smiling Indigo Phoenix to be so nonchalant when talking about such a terrifying punishment. Do you want this woman to sleep with you? Indigo Phoenix asked softly. Since you've said so, how can I bear to see such a beautiful lady die? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Young lady, you have to serve that man tonight. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the Spirit Serpent Cave tomorrow. Indigo Phoenix came to Zhongling's side. She removed the restraints on her body and said softly, here, take this with you. I'll check tomorrow. Zhongling looked at the white handkerchief in her hand. She was confused, what's this? It's under there. Indigo Phoenix whispered something into her ear. Zhongling blushed. I'll check tomorrow to see if there's any blood on it. Don't try to lie to me. Song Qingshu had just finished washing up in the room when a lady knocked on the door and walked in. Song Qingshu lifted his head and saw her round face. There was a dimple at the corner of her mouth. She looked innocent and romantic. Unfortunately, there was a tinge of fear on her face. What's your name? Song Qingshu was not an upright gentleman. Seeing her dainty appearance, delicate and moving, his heart was filled with the desire to pluck her. Of course, he was not so impatient as if he had never seen a woman before. He knew that it would be easier to communicate with each other first. My name is Zhongling, the lady answered timidly. Her eyes darted around as she tried to think of a way to escape. Zhongling? Song Qingshu's breath caught in his throat. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He hurriedly asked, then, do you know a woman called White Silk Falling Red? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, other ladies are not as charming as Sister Lan. Can I choose you? Indigo Phoenix looked awkward. She said softly, it's not impossible for me to serve you. However, I'm already the leader's woman. It's not convenient for me to serve other men. Please forgive me. That's troublesome. I'm not interested in other ladies in the cult. Song Qingshu did not expose her lie. He purposely showed a troubled expression. It seems like you don't like ladies from the Miao family. Indigo Phoenix glanced at a silhouette and an idea came to her mind. I'll send a lady from the Han family to you tonight. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu followed her gaze in confusion and saw that the young girl who had been following behind He Taizhou was pitifully tied up in the hall by the 5 poison sect members. He couldn't help but ask in shock, what were you planning to do with her? If young master does not fancy her, then according to the rules of the 5 poison sect, this kind of captured enemy would usually be sent to the Spirit Serpent Cave and suffer the punishment of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. Of course, if young master is lucky with her, she will be young master's woman and I will naturally not make things difficult for her. Indigo Phoenix was worried that Song Qingshu would keep pestering her to serve him. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Why would a lady make things difficult for another lady? Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not expect the smiling Indigo Phoenix to be so calm when she talked about such a terrifying punishment. Do you want this lady to serve you? Indigo Phoenix asked softly. Since you've said so, how can I bear to see such a beautiful lady die? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Young lady, you have to serve him well tonight. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the spirit serpent cave tomorrow. Indigo Phoenix came to Zhongling's side. She removed the restraints on her body and said softly, Here, take this with you. I want to check it tomorrow. Zhongling looked at the white handkerchief in her hand. She was confused. What's this? It's under there. Indigo Phoenix whispered something into her ear. Zhongling's face turned red. I'll check if there's any blood on it tomorrow. Don't try to lie to me. Song Qingshu had just finished washing up in the room when a lady knocked on the door and walked in. Song Qingshu lifted his head and saw her round face. There was a dimple at the corner of her mouth. She looked innocent and romantic. Unfortunately, there was a tinge of fear in her eyes. What's your name? Song Qingshu was not an upright gentleman. Seeing her dainty appearance, delicate and moving, his heart was filled with the desire to pluck her. Of course, he was not so impatient as if he had never seen a woman before. He knew that it would be easier to communicate with them first. My name is Zhongling, the lady answered timidly. Her eyes darted around as she tried to think of a way to escape. Zhongling? Song Qingshu held his breath. He thought that it could not be such a coincidence. He quickly asked, Do you know anyone who has the same charm as you? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, Other ladies are not as charming as Sister Lan. Can I choose you? Indigo Phoenix looked awkward. She said softly, It's not that I can't serve you. However, I'm already the leader's woman. It's not convenient for me to serve other men. Please forgive me. That's troublesome. I'm not interested in other ladies in the cult. Song Qingshu did not expose her lie. He purposely showed a troubled expression. It seems like you don't like ladies from the Miao family. Indigo Phoenix glanced at a silhouette and an idea came to her mind. I'll send a lady from the Han family to you tonight. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu followed her gaze in confusion and saw that the young girl who had been following behind He Taizhou was pitifully tied up in the hall by the 5 poison sect members. He couldn't help but ask in shock, What were you planning to do with her? If young master does not fancy her, then according to the rules of the 5 poison sect, this kind of captured enemy would usually be sent to the spirit serpent cave and suffer the punishment of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. Of course, if young master is lucky with her, she will be young master's woman and I will naturally not make things difficult for her. Indigo Phoenix was worried that Song Qingshu would keep pestering her to serve him. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not expect the smiling Indigo Phoenix to be so nonchalant when talking about such a terrifying punishment. Do you want this woman to serve you? Indigo Phoenix asked softly. Since you've said so, how can I bear to see such a beautiful lady die? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Young lady, you have to serve him well tonight. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the spirit serpent cave tomorrow. Indigo Phoenix came to Zhongling's side. She removed the restraints on her body and said softly, Here, take this with you. I'm going to check tomorrow. Zhongling looked at the white handkerchief in her hand in confusion. She was confused. What's this? It's under there. Indigo Phoenix whispered something into her ear. Zhongling's face turned red. I'll check tomorrow to see if there's any blood on it. Don't try to lie to me. Song Qingshu had just finished washing up in the room when a lady knocked on the door and walked in. Song Qingshu lifted his head and saw her round face. There was a dimple at the corner of her mouth. She looked innocent and romantic. Unfortunately, there was a tinge of fear on her face. What's your name? Song Qingshu was not an upright gentleman. Seeing her dainty appearance, delicate and moving, his heart was filled with the desire to pluck her. Of course, he was not so impatient as if he had never seen a woman before. He knew that it would be easier to communicate with them first. My name is Zhongling, the lady answered timidly. Her eyes darted around as she thought of a way to escape. Zhongling? Song Qingshu's breath caught in his throat. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He hurriedly asked, then, do you know a woman called White Silk Falling Red? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, other ladies aren't as charming as Sister Blue Phoenix. I wonder if you'll let me choose you. Indigo Phoenix looked awkward. She said softly, it's not impossible for me to serve you. However, I'm already the leader's woman. It's not convenient for me to serve other men. Please forgive me. That's troublesome. I'm not interested in other ladies in the cult. Song Qingshu did not expose her lie. He purposely revealed a troubled expression. It seems like you don't like ladies from the Miao family. Indigo Phoenix glanced at a silhouette and an idea came to her mind. I'll send a lady from the Han family to you tonight. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu followed her gaze in confusion and saw that the young girl who had been following behind He Taizhou was pitifully tied up in the hall by the 5 poison sect disciples. He couldn't help but ask in shock, what were you planning to do with her? If you don't like her, according to the 5 poison sect's rules, enemies who are captured will be sent to the Spirit Serpent Cave to be tortured by thousands of snakes. Of course, if you do like her, she'll be your woman. I won't make things difficult for her. Indigo Phoenix was worried that Song Qingshu would pester her to sleep with him. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not expect the smiling Indigo Phoenix to be so nonchalant when talking about such a terrifying punishment. Do you want this woman to sleep with you? Indigo Phoenix asked softly. Since you've said so, how can I bear to see such a beautiful lady die? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Young lady, you have to serve that man tonight. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the Spirit Serpent Cave tomorrow. Indigo Phoenix came to Zhongling's side. She removed the restraints on her body and said softly, here, take this with you. I'll check tomorrow. Zhongling looked at the white handkerchief in her hand. She was confused, what's this? It's under there. Indigo Phoenix whispered something into her ear. Zhongling's face turned red. I'll check tomorrow to see if there's any blood on it. Don't try to lie to me. Song Qingshu had just finished washing up in the room when a young lady knocked on the door and walked in. Song Qingshu lifted his head and saw her round face. There was a dimple at the corner of her mouth. She looked innocent and romantic. Unfortunately, there was a tinge of fear on her face. What's your name? Song Qingshu was not an upright gentleman. Seeing her dainty appearance, delicate and moving, his heart was filled with the desire to pluck her. Of course, he was not so impatient as if he had never seen a woman before. He knew that it would be easier to communicate with her first. My name is Zhongling, the young lady answered timidly. Her eyes darted around as she thought of a way to escape. Zhongling? Song Qingshu's breath caught in his throat. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He hurriedly asked, then, do you know a woman called White Silk Falling Red? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, other women aren't as charming as Sister Lan. Can I choose you? Indigo Phoenix looked awkward. She said softly, it's not impossible for me to serve you. However, I'm already the leader's woman. It's not convenient for me to serve other men. Please forgive me. That's troublesome. I'm not interested in other women in the cult. Song Qingshu did not expose her lie. He purposely showed a troubled expression. It seems like you don't like the ladies from the Miao family. Indigo Phoenix glanced at a silhouette and an idea came to her mind. I'll send a lady from the Han family here tonight. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu followed her gaze in confusion and saw that the young girl who had been following behind He Taizhou was pitifully tied up in the hall by the 5 poison sect members. He couldn't help but ask in shock, what were you planning to do with her? If young master does not fancy her, then according to the rules of the 5 poison sect, this kind of captured enemy would usually be sent to the Spirit Serpent Cave and suffer the punishment of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. Of course, if young master is lucky with her, she will be young master's woman and I will naturally not make things difficult for her. Indigo Phoenix was worried that Song Qingshu would keep pestering her to serve him. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not expect the smiling Indigo Phoenix to be so calm when she talked about such a terrifying punishment. Do you want this woman to serve you? Indigo Phoenix asked softly. Since you put it that way, how can I bear to see such a beautiful lady die? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Young lady, you have to serve him well tonight. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the spirit serpent cave tomorrow. Indigo Phoenix came to Zhongling's side. She removed the restraints on her body and said softly, Here, take this with you. I want to check it tomorrow. Zhongling looked at the white handkerchief in her hand. She was confused. What's this? It's under there. Indigo Phoenix whispered something into her ear. Zhongling's face turned red. I'll check if there's any blood on it tomorrow. Don't try to lie to me. Song Qingshu had just finished washing up in the room when a young lady knocked on the door and walked in. Song Qingshu lifted his head and saw her round face. There was a dimple at the corner of her mouth. She looked innocent and romantic. Unfortunately, there was a tinge of fear in her eyes. What's your name? Song Qingshu was not an upright gentleman. Seeing her dainty appearance, delicate and moving, his heart was filled with the desire to pluck her. Of course, he was not so impatient as if he had never seen a woman before. He knew that it would be easier to communicate with each other first. My name is Zhongling, the young lady answered timidly. Her eyes darted around as she thought of a way to escape. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, Other ladies aren't as charming as you. I wonder if I can choose you. Blue Phoenix looked awkward and said softly, It's not that I can't serve you. However, I'm already the leader's woman. It's not convenient for me to serve other men. I hope you can forgive me. That's troublesome. I'm not interested in other ladies in the cult. Song Qingshu did not expose her lie. He purposely put on an awkward expression. It seems like you don't like ladies from the Miao family. Blue Phoenix glanced at a silhouette and an idea came to her mind. I'll send a lady from the Han family to you tonight. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Song Qingshu followed her gaze in confusion and saw that the young girl who had been following behind He Taizhou was pitifully tied up in the hall by the 5 poison sect disciples. He couldn't help but ask in shock, what were you planning to do with her? If you don't like her, according to the 5 poison sect's rules, enemies who are held captive will be sent to the spirit snake cave to be tortured by thousands of snakes. Of course, if you like her, she'll be your woman. I won't make things difficult for her. Blue Phoenix was worried that Song Qingshu would keep pestering her to serve him. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Why would a lady make things difficult for another lady? Song Qingshu was stunned. He did not expect the smiling Blue Phoenix to be so calm when she talked about such a terrifying punishment. Do you want this lady to serve you? Blue Phoenix asked softly. Since you've said so, how can I bear to see such a beautiful lady die? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Lady, you have to serve him tonight. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the spirit snake cave tomorrow. Blue Phoenix came to Zhongling's side. She removed the restraints on her body and said softly, Here, take this with you. I'm going to check tomorrow. Zhongling looked at the white silk in her hand. She was confused and asked, What's this? It's under there. Blue Phoenix whispered something into her ear. Zhongling blushed. I'll check if there's any blood on it tomorrow. Don't try to lie to me. Song Qingshu had just finished washing up when a young girl knocked on the door and walked in. Song Qingshu looked up and saw her round face with a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of innocence and romance, but unfortunately, there was a trace of panic in it. What's your name? Song Qingshu was not an upright gentleman. Seeing her delicate and charming appearance, his heart was filled with the desire to pluck her. Of course, he wasn't so impatient as if he hadn't seen a woman for 8 lifetimes. He knew that communicating with each other would always yield twice the results with half the effort. My name is Zhongling, the girl replied timidly. Her eyes darted around as she tried to think of a way to escape. Zhongling? Song Qingshu held his breath, thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He hurriedly asked, Then do you know someone, a woman called Mu Wanqing? Sister Mu? Zhongling had heard their conversation in the Zhurong shrine during the day. She knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts were very high, and he was worrying about the huge difference in martial arts between the two of them. On top of that, he had lost the lightning mink. Zhong Ling thought that her first time was going to be ruined by the hands of a stranger. She didn't expect him to know Mu Wanqing. Is your mother gone Bao Bao? Is your father Duanjing Chen? Song Qingshu wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to ask for her name out of nowhere? If he just went straight to the point, he wouldn't be so troubled. Nonsense, my father is Zhong Wanzhou. Zhong Ling had already found out from her mother that Duanjing Chen was her biological father, but this concerned her mother's reputation. She didn't dare to admit it in front of outsiders. It would be strange if that ugly freak could give birth to such a beautiful daughter like you. How on earth did you get together with He Taizhou? Song Qingshu curled his lips and began to struggle with a question in his heart. After Gong Baobao became pregnant with Zhong Ling, she was forced to marry Zhong Wanzhou and slept with that horse-faced man for more than 10 years. It was easy to understand. If an ugly freak married a beautiful bride, wouldn't he have to work hard to till the fields? In this way, was it Zhong Wanzhou who took advantage of Duanjing Chen, or was it Duanjing Chen who took advantage of Zhong Wanzhou? Although Zhong Ling was dissatisfied with the way he addressed Zhong Wanzhou, she had no choice but to lower her head when she was under the eaves. She had no choice but to tell him about how she ran into Yin Zhonghe in order to find the lightning mink again, and how she was saved by He Taizhou in the end. That pervert Yin Zhonghe really doesn't change. Song Qingshu sneered. One day, he will fulfill the oath he made that day. Young master, are you a friend of Sister Mu? Zhong Ling looked at him carefully and asked weakly. You can say that. A friend in times of need. Song Qingshu thought of the day when Mu Wanqing saw Shuai deliberately being intimate with him and ran away angrily, but he was a man and did not chase after her. He secretly regretted it. That's great. Zhong Ling obviously relaxed and stroked her small chest with her hand. I thought I couldn't escape tonight. Mu Wanqing and I are friends, but she's not my wife. Who told you that I won't do anything to you? Song Qingshu was obviously struggling in his heart. Ah? Zhong Ling was dumbfounded. She shrank back and said pitifully, I'm Sister Mu's best friend. Can you let me go for her sake? Forget it, I'm unlucky. You can sleep on the bed by yourself. I'll find another place. Song Qingshu waved his hand and muttered in his heart, if I knew this would happen, wouldn't it be better if I just called a meow girl over? I knew you're a good person, brother Song. Zhong Ling smiled brightly. Her eyes were like crescent moons, exceptionally beautiful. I hate it when women say that I'm a good person. Song Qingshu was depressed. You can sleep by yourself. I'll go out first. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't go berserk in the middle of the night. Wait. Zhong Ling shouted anxiously. Seeing that he was confused, she quickly said, Can you sleep in this room tonight? Indigo Phoenix said that hence, he told Song Qingshu about the Indigo Phoenix's threat. You believe that? She's still a little girl. Song Qingshu laughed. Indigo Phoenix was trying to scare you. What if she wasn't trying to scare me? Zhong Ling shuddered at the thought of being thrown into a pile of snakes. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought that he had lost his martial arts. Indigo Phoenix was only treating him politely because of Dongfeng Muxue. However, Dongfeng Muxue was temperamental. If they really didn't let Zhong Ling go, there was nothing he could do. Alright, I'll stay here tonight. I'll cooperate with you. Song Qingshu picked up a blanket from the bed and laid it on the ground. It could be considered as a bed. Test which one? Song Qingshu couldn't react in time. That one. Zhong Ling's pretty face was alluring and she was stomping her feet anxiously. Oh. Song Qingshu finally understood what the white cloth was. He looked at her strangely and said, I can't do anything about it. You have to figure it out yourself. But I can't think of it. Zhong Ling was about to cry. Why don't I sacrifice myself to help you get through this? Song Qingshu moved his face closer to observe Zhong Ling's face. He felt that her skin was soft and delicate. He couldn't help but exclaim that a young lady had many advantages that a woman couldn't have. Brother Song. Zhong Ling looked at him and said, Why are you still joking with me at a time like this? What a cute girl. Song Qingshu thought to himself. Zhong Ling's voice was soft and sweet. His heart almost melted when he heard it. Song Qingshu couldn't take it anymore when he saw Zhongling looking at him with her big eyes. Alright. I'm scared of you. Just make a cut on your hand and drip some blood on it. How would the indigo phoenix know what kind of blood it is? Why didn't I think of that? Zhongling looked like she was enlightened. She put her finger to her lips and hesitated. What is it now? Song Qingshu asked curiously. I'm afraid of pain. Zhongling was on the verge of tears, and she looked pitiful. I owe you in my previous life. In front of Zhongling, it was difficult for a man not to feel protective, and Song Qingshu was no exception. Moreover, when he saw her delicate fingers, he could not bear to leave any scars on them. Use my blood. Song Qingshu put his finger to his lips and was about to bite it. Suddenly, he felt that he was at a disadvantage. He extended his hand to Zhongling and said, "Help me bite it." Me? Zhongling hesitated for a while, but when she thought of how the other party had helped her, it seemed reasonable for her to help him bite her. Zhongling trembled as she held Song Qingshu's finger. Her red lips parted slightly as she sucked his finger into her mouth. However, she couldn't bring herself to bite down on it. After hesitating for a while, she finally knocked her teeth on it. Feeling the roundness and fullness of his finger, she stuck out her tongue and licked it for some reason. Although it was only a wet and slippery thing that slid across his fingertips, Song Qingshu felt as if his heart had also been licked. Layers of ripples appeared in his heart, and his tone became rough. Hey, I told you to bite me, so why did you lick me? After doing that, Zhongling was already very annoyed. When she heard Song Qingshu's words, she was even more ashamed. She subconsciously bit her lips hard and immediately felt a bloody smell spread between her lips. Hiss. Song Qingshu's eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cold air. You're really cruel. I'm sorry, brother Song. Does it hurt? Zhongling subconsciously took out a handkerchief from her pocket. She hurriedly tried to bandage his wound. Don't. Song Qingshu hurriedly placed his finger on the white handkerchief and let the blood drip on it. Don't waste it. Otherwise, the blood will coagulate and you'll be bitten again. Zhongling carefully put the blood-stained handkerchief into her pocket. Song Qingshu saw that there was still a trace of blood on the side of her lips. Her red lips were especially moist and bright. His Adam's apple moved up and down uncontrollably. He hurriedly walked out and said, I'd better go out for a walk and get some fresh air. Brother Song. Zhongling didn't manage to pull Song Qingshu back. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingshu had turned a corner and disappeared. Hearing the faint howls in the dark, like the cries of ghosts, Zhongling shivered in fright. She hurriedly closed the doors and windows, ran to the bed, and wrapped herself in a blanket to hide. Song Qingshu walked on the secluded road. Looking at his bloody finger, he gloomily muttered to himself, Song Qingshu, you're really doing quite well. Not only did you not get Zhongling's first blood, but you also let her get your blood. As he walked, Song Qingshu unknowingly came to the vicinity of the sacred beast pool that he had passed during the day. Suddenly, his ears twitched. The sound was so soul-devouring that Song Qingshu immediately felt his blood boil. Just as he was about to listen carefully, the sound disappeared again. It's so dark. Could it be a female ghost or a fox spirit? Song Qingshu was stunned, but he wasn't afraid. He was different from Zhongling. In his heart, the image of a female ghost or a fox spirit was automatically changed to that of a gentle and kind Xianxia from a Chinese ghost story. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he followed the sound with great interest. Not long after, Song Qingshu stopped in his tracks. He finally found the source of the sound and stared blankly at the beautiful figure in the middle of the pool. The beauty in the pool was completely submerged in the water, revealing only her snow-white shoulders. Her phoenix eyes were tightly closed, and under the moonlight, her face seemed to be suffused with a strange flush. Not long after, the beauty's head sank into the water. After half an incense stick of time, the beauty surfaced. Her red lips were slightly opened, and the sound from before rang out again. Her face was suffused with a layer of pain. He ties ho? Seeing the beauty's appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim. He Taizhou was, after all, a rare genius of the He family of the five poison sect. After being restrained by Murong Jingyue, after the initial panic, he quickly calmed down. After realizing what kind of medicine Murong Jingyue had fed her, she quickly had an idea. She quickly pretended that the medicine was acting up and began to take the initiative to use words to seduce him. Murong Jingyue was also overwhelmed by lust. He forgot that He Taizhou grew up in the five poison sect and had a certain degree of resistance to all kinds of poisons. In his joy, he unsealed He Tieshou's acupoints. He Taizhou took the opportunity to shoot the sand-shooting poison needle hidden in his chest into his body. Although Murong Jingyue's martial arts were high, at such a close distance, it was impossible for him to completely dodge. After being hit by He Tieshou's poison needle, he hurriedly sealed the relevant acupoints and took out all kinds of pills from his bosom to prepare an antidote. Chapter 177, Throwing himself into someone's arms. When He Taizhou saw that even her blood-sealing throat poison needle could not kill him, she was shocked and afraid. She did not dare to go forward to finish him off and quickly escaped. In her panic, she subconsciously ran towards the five poison sect that she was most familiar with. Not long after, the medicine in He Tieshou's body acted up. She felt unbearably hot, so she ran to the sacred beast pool in the middle of the night, hoping to use the ice-cold lake water to dispel the restlessness in her heart. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Feeling the water in her body overflowing, He Tieshou's teeth were about to shatter. She cursed in her heart, that lowly person, just what kind of medicine did he use to be so powerful? As the most outstanding saintess of the five poison sect in history, she was afraid that she would sink into sensual desires for the rest of her life, unable to extricate herself. However, she had tried it with the ice-cold lake water, and her hands, she had also tried it. The medicine's effects did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. He Taizhou? At this moment, a man's surprised cry suddenly came from the shore. He Taizhou looked towards the shore with blurred eyes. She had never felt that a man's voice could be so pleasant to the ears. She recognized that the other party was Song Qingshu, who had been with Dongfang Bubi during the day. He Taizhou could not help but frown. Song Qingshu did not know what was going on. He thought that He Taizhou was masturbating in the middle of the night. He secretly clicked his tongue at the Miao woman's boldness and openness as he retreated. "Miss He, please continue, continue. I did not see anything just now, so I will take my leave now. I hope I did not disturb your mood." He Tieshou's face was as red as fire. She struggled intensely in her mind for a long time. In the end, she still did not want to become a slave in the future and become a promiscuous woman. She sighed and said, "Prince Song, please stay." Song Qingshu heard her gentle and intimate voice and could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. "I wonder what Miss He has to say. Your concubine has been poisoned and is on the verge of death. I hope that young master will be merciful and lend a helping hand." Although the Miao family's young lady was passionate, He Taizhou was still a virgin. When she thought that she had no choice but to take the initiative to seduce the other party, she immediately felt embarrassed and angry. "Poison? I think you've either been poisoned by that ecstasy acacia powder, or you've eaten I love a piece of firewood." Song Qingshu saw He Tieshou's blushing face in the water. Her pair of watery eyes were filled with lust. He could not help but mumble. The night was exceptionally quiet. Although Song Qingshu's voice was soft, He Taizhou still heard it clearly. Her worry turned to joy. So young master's medical skills are so profound. Your concubine has indeed been poisoned. Your concubine has indeed been poisoned. I hope that young master will lend a helping hand. What? Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Your concubine may be from an evil sect, but I've always been clean and self-respecting. Why would I use a girl's reputation as a joke? He Taizhou sighed faintly. There's no antidote for this kind of poison. I've heard that human breast milk can alleviate the effects of this kind of poison. Does Missy want to try it? Song Qingshu felt that the heavens had played a big joke on him. In order not to lose his wolf nature in the middle of the night and do something to Zhongling, it would be hard for him to face Mu Wanqing in the future. That was why he had specially come out for a breather. It was the other demoness. It's too late. He Tiesho's heart was bitter. It was the middle of the night in the wilderness. Where was she going to find human breast milk? Actually, Prince Song can also detoxify your concubine. How? Song Qingshu also felt that he was somewhat shameless. It was already like this, yet he still asked a question that he already knew the answer to. Come down, I'll teach you. He Tiesho's voice was very flirtatious. We're obviously enemies. Although that was what Song Qingshu said, his feet involuntarily moved towards the pool. Your concubine only asks for one night of pleasure. Young master, there's no need to be so conflicted. He Taizhou felt that she could not hold on much longer. She was afraid that she would lose her mind and do something even more shameful, so she hurriedly said this. Song Qingshu had just stepped into the pool when he was splashed by the ice-cold water. He instantly shivered. What if this was He Tiesho's scheme? Now that I've lost all my martial arts, I'm completely no match for her. Ugh. Surrounded by the icy cold water and the hot body in his arms, Song Qingshu immediately felt his body become as hard as steel. Aren't we moving too fast? We didn't even know each other before today. After a long and suffocating kiss, Song Qingshu only felt that everything was so surreal. He reached out to push her away, but unexpectedly, his hand was filled with softness. He couldn't help but be stunned. You really are a man who says one thing but means another. He Tiesho's face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Her hands wrapped around Song Qingshu's neck, and she breathed into his ear as she giggled. Your hand? Seeing the two jade-white arms, Song Qingshu asked in confusion. Before the He family patriarch took over the family, he would cut off his left arm and install an iron centipede hook on it to practice the He family's secret arts. When I was young, I was afraid of pain. My mother felt sorry for me, so she announced to the public that I had already cut off my arm and put on a specially made iron centipede hook to deceive people. He Taizhou undid Song Qingshu's clothes as she bit her lip and pouted. In this situation, don't you think that saying this is spoiling the mood? Song Qingshu felt a warm and smooth hand reach into the front of his clothes. He had been deliberately suppressing it like a flood, and could no longer hold it back. He reached out and hugged the delicate body in front of him tightly, as if he wanted to rub it into his own body. This is what a man should do. He Taizhou was already half awake. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked her lips, giggling, love me. His fingers brushed against the smooth skin on the other's back. Feeling the exaggerated curves of her waist and bottom, Song Qingshu completely lost himself. After a sweet cry, Song Qingshu finally fully tasted the softness and wetness of He Tiesho's delicate body. After an unknown amount of time, He Taizhou hung on Song Qingshu's chest. Her eyes were blurry and she was extremely shy. Her forehead and the tip of her nose were covered in tiny beads of sweat. My poison is not completely cured yet, you still want more? How many times has it been? Song Qingshu was a little absent-minded. Because of his internal injuries, he had lost all of his power. Now, his body was at its weakest, and he gradually felt powerless. This concubine will not make things difficult for young master. He Taizhou revealed a flirtatious smile, took a deep breath, and slowly sank into the water. Song Qingshu only felt his body tense up, and his eyes suddenly widened. Very quickly, he relaxed and closed his eyes again, a satisfied expression on his face. After a long time, He Taizhou floated up to the surface of the water. She wiped the water from the corner of her mouth and said with a faint smile, I told you that young master would definitely be able to do it. The body of a 16-year-old girl is limp, the sword at her waist beheading a fool. Although no one has been beheaded, it's enough to make one's bones shrivel up in secret. Song Qingshu murmured. His expression became fierce. So what if my bone marrow is dry? I'm going all out. As he finished speaking, he pressed down. The water rippled layer by layer, and the sound of celestial music rang out from the pool. Even the moon seemed to be shy, hiding in the clouds. Watching He Taizhou, who had finished dressing and was about to leave, Song Qingshu said gloomily, You're leaving just like that? What, do you still need me to take responsibility for you? He Taizhou turned around and said coldly, the gentleness and flirtatiousness from before had long vanished into thin air. Song Qingshu's breath caught in his throat. He was not used to such a big difference. He smiled embarrassedly and said, although this is a headache for every man, I still have to remind you that we did it so many times just now. What if you get pregnant? Xianxia's figure paused. Just when Song Qingshu thought there was a chance, she turned around and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, I'll use my inner force to force out what you've left in my body. In the blink of an eye, Taizhou was nowhere to be seen. Song Qingshu murmured, what an eye-opener. The people of the pugilistic world actually have such a natural and pollution-free contraceptive method. Okamoto 003 and whatnot are so weak compared to it. But the other things are still okay, but those that enter your stomach, and then spit it out from your mouth. Are you really a man? On the way back from the sacred beast pool, Song Qingshu could not feel happy. Although in theory he had taken advantage of her, why did Xianxia's attitude give him the illusion that he was a human cucumber that would be thrown away after using it? Brother Song, you're back? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhongling, who was lying on the bed, forced her eyes open and said sleepily, why are you soaked? When she saw that Song Qingshu was covered in water, she immediately sat up. Yeah, I didn't notice my feet when it was dark and fell into the pool. Song Qingshu laughed. Don't worry, I've already asked someone to send a set of clean clothes over. My mother said that if you don't change your clothes immediately, you'll catch a cold easily. Brother Song, quickly take off your clothes, I promise I won't look at you. Zhongling was slightly anxious. I'm a man, even if a little girl like you looks at me. Song Qingshu laughed. Alright, go back to sleep, I'll take care of it myself. When the 5 poison sect's disciples send you close later, can Brother Song lie on the bed with me for a while? Zhongling's expression was coy and she was obviously embarrassed. Song Qingshu thought about it and quickly understood what she was thinking. She must be worried that the 5 poison sect's disciples would see them sleeping separately and report it to the Indigo Phoenix. Is the Indigo Phoenix that scary? You're a little too timid. Song Qingshu was speechless. That woman is fierce, Zhongling wrinkled her nose and scoffed. Since I'm going to lie to her, I'll naturally have to prepare everything. I'm already very sleepy. I don't have the time to change here and there. I'm going to sleep first. When someone knocks on the door later, help me bring my clothes in. Song Qingshu yawned. He only felt that his waist and back were aching, and he wanted to fall asleep immediately. Then go to bed. Zhongling said hurriedly. Remember what you said. Song Qingshu felt that he was already doing her a favor by not eating her. He could not be bothered to be courteous with her. When he reached the bed, he took off his wet clothes and found a handkerchief to wipe himself. He then crawled under the covers and fell asleep. Smells good. This was Song Qingshu's last thought before he fell asleep. Zhongling was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She put down her hands that were covering her eyes. Just now, she was curious and peeked through the gaps between her fingers. As a result, she saw something that she shouldn't have seen. Her heart immediately beat wildly. Seeing that Song Qingshu was fast asleep, she barely heaved a sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Zhongling hurriedly ran over to open the door. She purposely moved aside, exposing Song Qingshu, who was sleeping on the bed, to the 5 poisons made at the door. Zhongling casually turned her head, pretending to look up and down at the ceiling. When she estimated that the maid had seen enough, she reached out and took the clothes that the maid brought over. After closing the door, Zhongling blushed and thought to herself, that woman showed such an evil smile just now. She must be up to no good. But this is good too. It will be easier to fool the Indigo Phoenix. After putting the clothes on the table, Zhongling rearranged the bed that she had just made. She lay on it and slept for a while. She felt flustered from kowtowing, so she turned her head to look at the bed. Seeing that Song Qingshu was sleeping soundly, she hesitated for a moment, got up, tiptoed over, took off her shoes and socks, and lay on the bed as well. It was a pity that the pillow was occupied by Brother Song. Zhongling looked at him hatefully and pulled his hand to the back of her head. She felt much better. She had a good plan in mind. Brother Song is sleeping so soundly. He will definitely wake up very late tomorrow. I will be careful and wake up before he wakes up. I don't think he will know what happened. It was a pity that things did not go as she wished. Zhongling finally relaxed after a day of fear. She slept exceptionally soundly. Even though Song Qingshu worked hard for the whole night, he was young after all. He regained his energy quickly. In the morning, he felt his arm go numb. He opened his eyes in confusion and realized that Zhongling was hugging him like an octopus. She rested her head on his arm and drooled. When Zhongling woke up, she found Song Qingshu sitting at the table eating breakfast. She immediately blushed, pulled the quilt over her head, and said, "It's so shameful." "Zhongling, you little girl, it's so shameful, Sister Ling this is Dolly's specialty shredded pork. Do you want to eat it?" Song Qingshu smiled. "Humph, I always eat this at home. What's so special about it?" Zhongling knew that she could not hide anymore. She jumped off the bed. "Oh, I forgot that you are from Dolly." Song Qingshu was stunned. "Prince Song, did you rest well last night?" A giggle came from outside the door. Song Qingshu saw that Zhongling's expression changed. He lifted his head and saw that it was the indigo phoenix. "I couldn't have rested better. I'm just a little tired." Song Qingshu recalled the battle at the pool last night. He was really tired. "I heard from my men that you were so tired that you were drenched in sweat." The indigo phoenix revealed a strange smile. She did not wait for Song Qingshu to reply. She walked towards Zhongling and stretched out her hand. "Give it to me." Zhongling pouted and took out the white cloth that was stained with Song Qingshu's blood unwillingly. She passed it to the indigo phoenix. Looking at the fresh blood stains on the white cloth, Blue Phoenix whispered into Song Qingshu's ear, "Mr. Song, you really don't know how to be kind to a lady. How could you do this to such a young lady?" Song Qingshu almost spat out the soup in his mouth. Who the F***ck was the one who forced Zhongling to be a prostitute yesterday and used all kinds of methods to force Zhongling to accompany him? If it wasn't for the fact that he was upright, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "Alright, I'll stop teasing you." Master Dongfeng invited Prince Song to her place. The indigo phoenix giggled as she noticed the expression on Song Qingshu's face. "What about her?" Song Qingshu was worried that Zhongling would be brought to an unknown place by the indigo phoenix once he left. "Yo, as expected of a husband and wife. Young lady, you're really good. It's only been one night and you've made Prince Song fall in love with you." The indigo phoenix looked at Zhongling in surprise. She smiled and said, "Since you like her, she will continue to serve you. This woman is full of nonsense. I hate her." Zhongling was angry but she did not dare to show it. The blue phoenix was shocked and said, "Didn't the leader ask me to treat him well?" A red shadow flashed and Dongfang Mushue came to Song Qingshu's side. She grabbed his wrist and checked his pulse. She said angrily, "Song Qingshu is severely injured now. How can I let you treat him with women? Are you going to do it yourself?" Dongfang Mushue looked at the blue phoenix suspiciously. The blue phoenix felt a chill in her heart and quickly explained, "I am the leader's woman. How would I dare to look for other men? Vixen, shameless, Chufian cursed. Then throw that woman into the spirit serpent cave." Dongfang Mushua's face was calm as if she was talking about something insignificant. Song Qingshu was infuriated. Regardless of whether he did anything to Zhongling last night, everyone had already tacitly agreed that she was his woman. However, Dongfang Mushue didn't even ask before deciding the life and death of the person in the room. How preposterous. "I don't think you asked for my opinion." Song Qingshu sneered. "There's no need," Dongfang Mushue replied. "Is that so? If you didn't ask me, how would you know who that woman was?" Song Qingshu knew that he was at the mercy of others. He knew that he could not protect Zhongling by force. He could only rely on words. Dongfang Mushue looked at the blue phoenix suspiciously. The blue phoenix was confused. "Isn't she the little girl that we captured yesterday?" "Of course not," Song Qingshu shook his head. "Furthermore, she's not a little girl. She's the daughter of Duan Jingchun, the south-protecting prince of Dali, Princess Ling Er. The Five Venoms Order is in Dali. I think it's better to rope her in for the long term." As the leader of a sect, Dongfang Mushue knew what was important and what was not. If it was an ordinary little girl, she could have just killed her. However, the other party was the Princess of Dali, and there were many things that could be done. Moreover, Dongfang Mushua's strength had been greatly damaged, and she still planned to return to Blackwood Cliff one day. Naturally, she was not willing to give up any potential help. In just one night, you've already figured out her situation. Dongfang Mushua chuckled. Since you've spoken up to protect her, it seems that the two of you have a good relationship. In that case, I'll leave her to you. No matter what method you use, you must make her join the Five Poisons sect and become one of us. Otherwise, if one day she returns to the prince's mansion and talks nonsense to the Prince of Jinan, it would not be a good thing for the Five Poisons sect. It would be better to kill her early on and end all troubles. Don't use the word training carelessly if you don't know how to use it. Song Qingshu was speechless. Let me try first. However, he understood that for a weird little girl like Zhong Ling, in order to save her life, it was not impossible for her to acknowledge the Indigo Phoenix as her mother, much less join the Five Poison sect. Let's talk about the woman from last night. Chapter 179, Rippling Wager. Chu Fian and Indigo Phoenix, who were at the side, pricked up their ears, their eyes burning with the flames of gossip. I think it's better for us to talk about the method to treat my internal injuries first. Didn't Chief Dongfang say that he would know when we reach the Five Poison sect? With the Indigo Phoenix and Chu Fian present, Song Qingshu was not sure if they knew Dongfang Mushua's identity, so he did not dare to call her sister. You first. Dongfang Mushua's tone was unquestionable. Looking at Dongfang Mushua, who was dressed as a man, Song Qingshu's mind wandered for a moment. Although there was a sense of achievement in conquering such a woman, her personality was a little too strong. If he were to talk about what kind of wife to marry, a gentle and considerate woman like Shuang'er was more comforting. Prince Song, Chief is asking you a question. Indigo Phoenix saw Song Qingshu standing there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. She could not help but worry for him. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and replied indifferently, she is your cult master, not mine. You need to listen to her, but I don't need to. Seeing that Dongfang Mushua was frowning, he remembered that the method of treatment was still in her hands. He quickly changed the topic. However, if you women want to hear some gossip, I can share it with you to satisfy some of your curiosity. Indigo Phoenix and Chu Fian did not realize the hidden meaning in his words. They thought that the women he was talking about were the two of them. Without thinking much, they quickly said, Prince Song, tell us quickly. We really want to hear it. That's a long story, by the way. Dongfang Mushua interrupted Song Qingshu before he could finish his sentence. Then make it short. Song Qingshu was not angry. He quickly said, to put it simply, I was raped. Pfft. Chu Fian was about to put a cup of tea into her mouth. When she heard Song Qingshu's words, she could not help but spit it out. Dongfang Mushua could not help but glare at her. She turned back to look at Song Qingshu. Be more specific. Song Qingshu had an expression as if he had known this would happen. He explained, last night, Chief Lan sent a beautiful girl to my room. Although my mind told me not to be a beast, my body kept telling me to be worse than a beast. After suffering, I decided to go out for a walk. As I walked, I arrived at the sacred beast pool of the Five Venoms order. In the end, I met a vixen who was bathing. Vixen? Dongfang Mushua and the other two exclaimed in surprise. Yes, vixen, recalling He Tiesho's endless gentleness and flirtatiousness last night, Song Qingshu's face showed a trace of a smile. An upright man like me, of course I would immediately close my eyes and retreat. I did not expect to be discovered by that vixen the moment I stepped on a dead branch on the ground. Perhaps she was smitten by my handsomeness. In any case, as soon as she saw me, her eyes lit up and she pounced on me. Dongfang Jiaozhu, you also know that I have lost my martial arts and am powerless to resist. I can only silently endure the other party's bet. Humiliation. That damned vixen had tortured me thousands of times. There are male vixens too. Chu Fian was shocked. Finally, she could not help but ask the question in her heart. Why do you ask this? Song Qingshu was also confused. Suddenly, his expression changed. Did you hear what I said? Did you think of a male vixen doing that to me? Yes. Chu Fian nodded subconsciously. She glanced at his buttocks. A look of pity appeared on her face. Of course, vixens are all female. Song Qingshu spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared fiercely at Chu Fian. He gritted his teeth in hatred. You win. I will remember you. One day, I will definitely restore the scene in your mind to your body. Don't talk nonsense. Dongfang Muxue suppressed her laughter. Who is that woman? I don't know. In the middle of the night, a woman was bathing in the water naked. When she saw a man, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. I was wondering which Miao woman in the cult was so passionate. Song Qingshu did not reveal He Tiesho's name. Although the two of them looked like enemies and not friends, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of kindness. No matter what, he and He Tiesho had at least 700 to 800 days of kindness. Nonsense. Although we Miao women have always been bold and passionate, no one would be so despicable. Indigo Phoenix's face was flushed. Chief Lan, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet if she's a Miao woman from the Five Venoms cult. Song Qingshu smiled maliciously. Indigo Phoenix went through all the women in the cult in her mind. She really could not think of anyone who would do such a thing. She immediately nodded. Alright, I'll bet that the woman isn't a Miao woman from the Five Venoms cult. If it turns out that she isn't, Prince Song will call me good sister. I'm wrong 3 times. Is that okay? No problem. Song Qingshu answered straightforwardly. What if you lose? You can do whatever you want. Indigo Phoenix thought about it. She did not think that she would lose. There's no need for that. Song Qingshu secretly praised her soft and pleasant voice. I've long heard that Chief Lan's flute skills are unparalleled. Just give me a flute performance when the time comes. All right. Indigo Phoenix thought about it. It's just a flute performance. What's there to be troubled about? She thought that Song Qingshu had tender feelings for the fairer sex and purposely mentioned this condition that was not a condition. She could not help but have a good impression of him. Sect Master Dongfang. Song Qingshu quickly corrected himself after being glared at by Dongfang Muxue. He was so proud that he almost called her Miss. I've already answered your question. You should tell me how to cure my internal injury now, right? I called you here today to talk about this. Dongfang Muxue nodded. She looked at Chu Fian and said, Fei, you'll escort Prince Song to a place. This trip might be filled with danger. Even if you have to risk your life, you must ensure his safety. Chu Fei, the rippling wager, she did not expect her master to give such an order. She wondered why her chief master valued Song Qingshu so much. However, she could not disobey her master's order. She half knelt on the ground and said, Fei obeys. Fei, I know that you've always been obedient to me. Dongfang Muxue stretched out her hand and gently stroked Chu Fian's hair. She said earnestly, but I'm not sure about the success or failure of this mission. So I need you to help Prince Song wholeheartedly. Treat him like me. No matter what he says or what he wants to do, you must obey unconditionally. Do you understand? Chu Fian's face turned pale. Although she was young, she grew up in the devil cult. How could she not understand what this order meant? Tears welled up in her eyes. She lifted her head to look at Dongfang Muxue. Her voice was choked. Master. I have made up my mind, there is no need to say more. Dongfang Muxue turned her head and made up her mind not to look at Chu Fian anymore. Chu Fian smiled sadly, okay, since Master wants me to do this, I will definitely listen to Master. Song Qingshu's whole heart was on how to restore his power, and did not understand the conversation between the two of them. Looking at Chu Fian's tearful expression, he was confused. Isn't it just protecting me for a while? Is there a need to be like this? You have said so much, can you first tell me where that place is? Song Qingshu said gloomily. Dongfang Muxue looked to the west and lightly said a few words, Ningma Temple. Jiumaji's lair, Ningma Temple? Song Qingshu was stunned, wondering what method could help him recover his power there. Yes. Dongfang Muxue nodded and continued to explain, I have thought about it, and there is only one ancient martial art in the tantric sect that can solve the problem of your body. What martial art? Song Qingshu's mind kept flashing with the tantric martial arts that appeared in Jin Yong's novels. Flaming blade, dragon elephant prajna art, Mahamudra, none of them seemed to be right. Could it be tantric yoga? You will know when you get there. Dongfang Mushua's face blushed. Now that the world is in conflict, 3 of the 4 major sects of the tantric sect have defected to the Mongols. Ba Siba of the Nalanda temple has become an honored guest of Temujin, Jinlu Fuwang of the Vajra sect is doing very well under Kublai, and Sunjay of the Shingan sect is a confidant of Ali Buj. The Manchurian Qing and the Mongols are at war. As a Manchurian official, if you go to these 3 sects, you will be walking into a trap. So, only Nyingma Temple is left. Nyingma Temple is the oldest sect of the Tantric sect. I don't know if the other 3 sects have the martial art I am talking about, but Nyingma Temple definitely has it. Jiao Maji from the Nyingma Temple has a good relationship with you. In addition, Tubo and Manchuria have formed an alliance. If you ask them for help, I think they will help you. That was just a nodding acquaintance. Song Qingshu felt like he had been deceived. According to what you said, if that cultivation method can really restore my power, it must be extremely precious. You people in the martial arts world have a big problem, and that is that you like to keep your treasures to yourself. You would rather it be lost than pass it on to outsiders. As someone from the Central Plains, I'm not related to them at all. How could they possibly teach me the secret arts of the Tantric sect? If you beg them to teach you something like the flaming blade, they will naturally ignore you. Dongfang Mushue smiled. However, that cultivation method is different. Although it is more precious than the flaming blade, they have never kept it to themselves. One of the main reasons was that this technique was easy to learn but hard to master. Moreover, unless one practiced it to the highest realm, the more profound one's skill was, the easier it was to die from qi deviation. For thousands of years, he had never heard of anyone being able to truly master this cultivation technique. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people who knew this cultivation method. Due to the mistakes of the past, few of the disciples of the Tantric sect were willing to practice it. As a result, this cultivation method has almost become the 180th mysterious cultivation method of the Tantric sect. You want me to practice a cultivation method that is destined to kill me? Aren't you trying to trick me? Song Qingshu was speechless as he listened. He looked at Dongfang Mushue in annoyance. I know myself very well. Although I'm usually very confident, I have never underestimated those amazing people in the vast river of history. Back then, the disciples of the Tantric sect who chose to practice this cultivation method must have had great wisdom. However, none of them succeeded in practicing it. How can I be an exception? I know the condition of your body the best. If you don't find a cure in time, you will definitely explode and die within a year or 2. Although that cultivation method is dangerous, there is still a chance of survival. You may not die if you practice it, but you will definitely die if you don't practice it. It's your choice. Dongfang Mushue sneered. I didn't expect to encounter such a difficult problem like drinking poison to quench thirst. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. He looked up at Dongfang Mushue. If I choose not to practice it, will I be useless to you now that I'm already a cripple? That's right. Dongfang Mushue replied straightforwardly. Her expression was rather cold. Now that Ren Wuxing is colluding with Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty and I'm seriously injured, I urgently need help. The reason why I'm willing to do all I can to help you recover your cultivation is because I see your potential. I know that you will be able to help me in the future. If you're not willing to take the risk. Dongfang Mushue was silent for a moment. Then, she said, on account of our past friendship, I won't kill you. Go on, I won't send you off. It's not in my character to sit and wait for death. Thinking about the people he loved and hated, Song Qingshu sometimes even had an illusion that if a devil appeared in front of him and was willing to make a deal with him, he would not hesitate to sell his soul in exchange for power. Although I know it's a psychological trick, I have to say that it's indeed very effective. Song Qingshu looked at Dongfang Mushue. You win. When do I leave? The corner of Dongfang Mushue's mouth curled up slightly. However, she quickly concealed it. Actually, the biggest problem isn't whether you're willing to learn, but whether they're willing to teach you. Although I've analyzed the history of the tantric sect and deduced that there's more than a 50% chance that they'll teach you, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. The other half will still depend on your own luck. Buddha will help those who are fated. I understand. Song Qingshu smiled. I feel that I'm quite fated with Buddha. Alright. Since the first time I met you, you've constantly surprised me. I hope it will continue this time. Dongfang Muxue stood up and pointed at Chu Fian. This journey will be long and fraught with danger. You're suffering from internal injuries, so I'll leave it to Fei to protect you. She's my direct disciple. Although due to her age, she's still not a match for some of the well-known experts in the pugilistic world. However, she's more than enough to deal with ordinary people. I hope Miss Fei will take good care of me. Thinking that he would be protected by this delicate young girl before him, Song Qingshu found it hard to be happy. Prince Song is too courteous. Since it's master's orders, Fei will do her best. After a long time, Chu Fian's emotions finally calmed down. Looking at Song Qingshu's dejected expression, Dongfang Muxue decided to use a piece of good news to stimulate him. Actually, you don't have to be so troubled. Although that technique is a little mysterious, even if you can't master it, you'll still be free and unfettered for another 10 to 20 years before you die from qi deviation. You'll still benefit no matter what. Why didn't you say so earlier? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Since he could extend his lifespan by 10 years, was there a need to be conflicted? When Song Qingshu returned to his room, Zhongling was sprawled on the table in a daze. Seeing him enter, Zhongling looked behind him and asked cautiously, "Did the Indigo Phoenix get suspicious? They already know that you're faking it." Song Qingshu saw her quail-like expression and found it funny. He decided to play a prank on her. Ah, how did she know? Zhongling's face paled. She thought that she had prepared so well, why did she still fail? I told you. Song Qingshu saw that her almond-shaped eyes were slightly widened and her nostrils were puffed up in anger. He hurriedly explained, "If you don't say that, you'll be thrown into the spirit serpent cave." Thus, he briefly told her what had happened. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Zhongling panicked. How could the Indigo Phoenix be so untrustworthy? She clearly said that she would not be thrown into the spirit serpent cave if she did not accompany Song Qingshu. Although she was a little opportunistic, she was still following the agreement. Who knew that after accompanying Song Qingshu for a night, she still could not escape the fate of dying in the snake's kiss? It's very simple. Since you don't have the ability to set the rules, you can only follow the rules set by the strong. Song Qingshu seemed to know what Zhongling was thinking and said directly. Oh right, you have two choices now. One is to join the Five Venoms Order and become one of them. The second is. Song Qingshu paused and spat out a cold word, death. Only a fool would choose death. Actually, the Five Poison sect is quite fun. Afraid that Song Qingshu would not believe that this was her true thoughts, Zhongling hurriedly took out a small green snake from the cloth pouch at her waist. Here, big brother Song, I caught this while I was strolling outside. Sigh, if the lightning mink was still here, I would be able to eat my fill again. As she spoke, her face could not help but become gloomy. Alright, you should stay in the Five Venoms Order for this period of time. Talk to the Indigo Phoenix about how to rear snakes. Also, learn some skills so that you won't need someone to save you when you meet people like the crane in the cloud. You won't be so lucky every time. Song Qingshu felt that Zhongling was a weirdo. On one hand, she caught snakes like it was child's play. On the other hand, she was extremely afraid of the spirit snake cave. Where are you going, brother Song? Zhongling heard the intention in his tone and was stunned. I'm going to Tubo. Song Qingshu finally packed his luggage and felt that there was nothing to hide, so he told her directly. I'll go with you too. Zhongling said hurriedly. She thought to herself, what if the Indigo Phoenix comes to bully me right after brother Song left? Do you think this is a vacation? Song Qingshu shook his head. The journey will be difficult. Your martial arts are too weak. We don't have the energy to take care of you. Don't look down on me. If the lightning ferret wasn't lost, it would have come out and bitten you. Zhongling pouted. No matter how naive and romantic she was not happy to be looked down upon. Let her go with you. Song Qingshu wanted to say something else, but he heard Dongfang Mushua's voice. He turned around and saw her walking in with Chu Fian. But to avoid hurting Zhongling's pride, Song Qingshu did not say anything in detail. However, he believed that Dongfang Mushue would understand what he meant. This is not a big problem. We can just let Feifei take care of you. Dongfang Mushue had a strange expression on her face. When we reach Tubo, she will play a very important role. It's a pity that you don't want to be a charlatan. Song Qingshu tilted his head and looked at Dongfang Mushue for a while before coming to a conclusion. Why? Dongfang Mushue was stunned. Because you've always said half of what you want to say today. You've been deliberately mystifying me. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth in anger. Song Qingshu and Chu Fian looked at each other and showed a victorious smile at the same time. When they turned around, the smile had already disappeared. Miss, you heard our conversation and saw that I'm handsome, so you've fallen in love with me. You're ready to run at night like Kung Fu. Humph, your Kung Fu is so weak. I really don't know how you survived until now with such an offending mouth. Yuanzi snorted. With her Kung Fu, she could clearly feel that Song Qingshu's breath was messy. Either he didn't know Kung Fu, or his Kung Fu was limited. Of the two girls in his arms, one was not good at Kung Fu, and the other seemed to be a little tricky. That's because I rarely touch the bottom line of others. No one will really make life difficult for me with some harmless jokes. Song Qingshu looked at Zhongling, then looked at Chu Fian, and said proudly, besides, I still have many female friends who are highly skilled in martial arts. Yuanzi frowned and couldn't hide the impatience in her heart. She asked directly, are you really friends with senior sister Zhou? Recalling Zhou Jiruo's beautiful face and the complicated relationship between them, Song Qingshu nodded affirmatively, of course, I'm her confidant. Yuanzi was stunned and quickly reacted. She felt speechless. When can you send the message to senior sister Zhou? She had left a letter in the Amei sect before, but according to the disciples of Amei sect, Zhou Jiruo would not come back in the near future. If she waited for Zhou Jiruo to come back and see the letter, it would be too late, and she might miss the important thing. 3 to 10 days. It depends on where she is now. Song Qingshu pretended to think for a while and answered. You don't know where she is? Yuanzi was shocked and angry at the same time. He was obviously fooling her. I'm just her friend, not her old husband who will accompany her at all times. Song Qingshu paused for a moment. I need to mobilize my spies and manpower from all over the country to find her first. Then, I'll use a messenger eagle to send the news to her. It'll take about this much time. That's right. Yuanzi glanced at him suspiciously. Are you that powerful? Song Qingshu chuckled and said complacently, do you really think that you can become an all-knowing man in Jianghu by yourself? Our Baishaoxun clan has gone through hundreds of years of accumulation, and now we are barely able to spread our influence all over the world. You can consider yourself to have hit the jackpot to meet me. Yuanzi was stunned by his words, thinking that it turned out that there was such a hidden force in the Central Plains. It would be much easier for him to inquire about the news of the Central Plains in the future if he could build a good relationship with them. Since she wanted to make friends with him, Yuanzi's tone became much softer. May I know your position in the Baishaoxun clan? I'm the current Baishaoxun clan. Song Qingshu tidied up his lapel and stood up with his head held high. Yuanzi immediately showed deep respect for him and hurriedly apologized. I've offended you just now. Please forgive me, child. I'd like to invite Baishaoxun clan to help me. I'd like to send a message to Zhou Jiruo, the head of Amei sect. Is that okay? Okay. Song Qingshu nodded and stretched out his hand in front of her. But it's always 1,000 taels of gold for each time you ask us to do something. You pay half of the deposit first. You'll give me the other half after it's done. Yuanzi held her breath. Half of the deposit is only 500 taels of gold. How could I have so much money? She couldn't help but say embarrassedly, child, didn't you say you'd help me for free just now? You also know it's just now? That was before, and now is now. Song Qingshu had a helpless expression on his face. I'm not willing to help you for free now. If you don't have that much gold, I really can't help you. You're obviously taking revenge. Yuanzi bit her lips and looked quite annoyed. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and admitted frankly, "You're right. Who asked you to treat my kindness as evil intentions just now?" It was not that Song Qingshu wanted to flirt with her, but he understood the principle of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Yuanzi had always been on guard. It was not easy for him to get her to take the bait. If he agreed now, she would inevitably have some doubts. Yuanzi rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Child, you're a man. Why do you have to stoop to a woman's level? Just be merciful and help me." Having been in Jianghu for a long time, she clearly knew the advantage of being a beauty, which was sometimes more useful than martial arts. Hearing Yuanzi's soft plea, Song Qingshu showed a satisfied expression. "Well, since you don't have so much gold, I'll make an exception this time. Do you have any valuable items? I'll take them as a reward." Valuable items? After thinking for a while, Yuanzi revealed an embarrassed expression on her pink face. As a nun, she indeed had nothing valuable with her. "Judging from your expression, I know you definitely can't offer anything valuable." Song Qingshu let go of the two women and crossed his arms in front of his chest. While circling around Yuanzi, he touched his chin. "What are you looking at?" Hearing him clicking his tongue, Yuanzi felt a chill on her back. "Young lady, I have two valuable items. Do you know what they are?" Song Qingshu did not answer her but asked a strange question. "What are they?" As expected, Yuanzi was confused. "One is a young lady's heart, which is as crystal clear as glass. The other is a young lady's body, which is as pure and flawless as white jade. They are both valuable items. Since you look so, just give me one of them as a reward." Song Qingshu said casually. "Child, which one do you want?" Yuanzi's eyes quivered. Holding back her anger, she looked at Song Qingshu with a beautiful smile. Song Qingshu's expression was rather hesitant, as if he was struggling internally. In the end, he still replied bashfully, "Although a young girl's heart is more precious, it is too fickle. It is very difficult for it to completely belong to one person. Humans' nerves are fragile and can't bear any blow. After thinking about it, I think a young lady's body is better. Once you get it, nobody can take it away. You're courting death." Although Yuanzi didn't mind making use of her beauty to make her life more convenient, Song Qingshu's words had obviously exceeded her bottom line of tolerance. Therefore, she drew out a soft whip from her waist and whipped it at Song Qingshu's face. Song Qingshu had been alert to her outburst after saying that. Although he could not use his inner force, his vision was still there. He dodged the whip with a few flashes. Seeing Chu Fian went up to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yuanzi with a smile, wearing boots and using a whip. "You might as well wear a skin-tight leather skirt." Yuanzi had no time to listen to his nonsense. The young lady in front of her was obviously more troublesome than she had imagined. After successfully forcing her opponent 3 meters away, Yuanzi was not happy at all but regretful. Her whip technique originally needed her to pull away from her opponent, but Chu Fian was best at all kinds of vicious hidden weapons. After pulling away, her opponent would have a greater advantage. Fortunately, she dabbled in a wide range and was taught by a famous master, so she did not fall into a difficult situation. Forget it, forget it. I was just joking with you. I will help you deliver your message." Song Qingshu saw that the time was almost right and hurriedly stopped her. "You don't want to pay?" Yuanzi's long whip flew like a silver snake, knocking down all the hidden weapons shot by Chu Fian. "No, just treat it as making friends. Our Baishaoxing family loves making friends the most." Song Qingshu smiled. "Okay." Yuanzi jumped out of the fighting circle and took out a sealed letter from her arms. She said with a gloomy face, "What if you peep at it? Don't doubt the professionalism of our Baishaoxing family." Song Qingshu changed his previous mischievous face and said seriously, "For our Baishaoxing family, as long as we accept the customer's order, even if it is a document of rebellion, we will still deliver it. Do you think there is anything else that will arouse our interest to peep?" "Okay." Yuanzi threw the letter over. "Recently, I have to go back to Tianshan for an urgent matter. If you fail to deliver the letter or peep at the contents, when I return to the Central Plains, I will definitely find you even if I have to go to the end of the world." "Good kung fu." Seeing the letter flying over and falling into his hand, Song Qingshu's eyes brightened. Don't worry, Mississippi. I guarantee with the reputation of the Bai Shaoxing for hundreds of years that there will be no problem. But he secretly sneered in his heart, the Bai Shaoxing in Jianghu is from the ancient dragon world. There is no such thing in old Master Jin's book. Okay, thank you, child. I will leave now. Yuanzi was obviously relieved. She looked for Zhou Zhirua for an urgent matter. Hearing that Zhou Zhirua was not enemy, she thought this trip would be fruitless. Unexpectedly, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Watching Yuanzi's figure disappear in the distance, Chu Fian asked in confusion, "Child, why did you spend so much effort to deceive her?" Zhong Ling nodded hurriedly at the side. Obviously, she also had the most valuable thing of a girl. The same confusion. The Hui tribe is the third most powerful force in the western region after Mongolia and the Ming dynasty. Yuanzi came to the central region to look for the head of Amei on behalf of the Hui tribe. Maybe it has something to do with the Ming dynasty. Feifei, you also know that the injury of the Dongfang sect was caused by Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty. Let me see if I can get any information. Song Qingshu led the two girls to a secret place and used a branch to open the secret letter from afar. Seeing that there were no traps, he finally relaxed. It seems that I have watched too many TV dramas. I was worried for nothing. After reading the content of the letter, Song Qingshu immediately sneered. It turned out that the Hui tribe intended to fight against the Ming dynasty together because of the growing power of Mongolia. However, the two forces had deep resentment because of years of war. Hu Qingtong, one of the leaders of the Hui tribe, suggested a third party to mediate. It was widely spread in the martial arts world that the relationship between the cult master of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji, and the head of the Amei sect, Zhou Zhirua. Because of the relationship between Yuanzi and the Amei sect, Yuanzi was sent here to ask Zhou Zhirua to make a connection between the Hui tribe and Zhang Wuji. Brother Song, why do you look so gloomy? Zhong Ling saw his gloomy expression and asked with concern. Nothing, just thinking of some unhappy things. Song Qingshu grinned. The Hui tribe wants to ally with the Ming dynasty. It seems that I have to inform Master. Master as soon as possible. Chu Fian was stunned after she finished speaking. She had always admired her master, but she did not expect him to give her to another man, although this man did not seem to know. Subconsciously looking at Song Qingshu's face, Chu Fian blushed a little. In their daily interactions, she could tell that he was not a blockhead. Why was he so slow in understanding this matter? They won't be able to unite for a while. The most important thing now is to go to the Tantric Buddhism sect. If I can recover my power and combine my swords with your leader, Zhang Wuji won't be a problem at all, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chu Fian felt very depressed. Young master, I told you to go to Ningma Temple as soon as possible, but you just had to come to Mount Amei. It's just along the way. Mount Amei has a special meaning for me. Song Qingshu sighed. Without waiting for the two girls to ask, he pulled them down the mountain. Brother Song, that woman has disappeared. How can you still take advantage of us? Young master, your hand, please don't put it on my waist. After leaving Mount Amei, the three came to the nearby Yan city. After sufficient preparation, they crossed Mount Erlang to the west, crossed Dadu River, Yalong River, and Jinsha River, and entered Tibet in Badong City. After resting for a day in Mainkong City, they crossed Lansong River, climbed over the towering Tonwing mountain range, and came to Zwagong City near New River. With the help of the local residents, they crossed Tangula mountain range, passed Baksu, Bomi, Linji, Black Bamboo Gongka, and Dazi, and finally arrived at Ningma Temple. Pant. It's so dangerous. The difficulty of Shudao is more difficult than ascending to heaven. Damn it, Li Taibai must not have been here. The journey had been filled with perils, and he had almost lost his life in snowy mountains and great rivers several times. Even now, Song Qingshu still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Zhong Ling's little face was pale. She regretted following them several times. No matter how terrible the Blue Phoenix was, it was nothing compared to the power of nature. Chu Feiyan felt the same way, and finally understood why her master had sent her to escort Song Qingshu here. With his body that had lost all of his martial arts, he would definitely have died on the way here, and would definitely not be able to hold on until now. Master, Li Taibai has probably been here before. According to legend, Li Taibai is 3 immortals. One is the wine immortal, one is the first, the poet is the second, and the sword immortal is the third. The sword immortal is the third. 3 immortals. 2. 2 is the third. The sword is the third. The third. The third 3. 3. 3. And 333. 333. The 333333. 33. Of 3 is Empyrean Fairy? Song Qingshu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed involuntarily. You believe in that? But Chu Fian did not laugh. Chapter 183, Repair and Repair, 1, Instead, he said with a serious expression, at first, I didn't believe it either. But a few years ago, at Blackwood Cliff, my master asked me to sort out the notes of the predecessors of the martial arts world. By chance, I found the records of several predecessors of the martial arts world. All of them swore that they had seen this mysterious fairy of 9 heavens. They lived hundreds of years apart, so it was impossible for them to communicate with each other. But their descriptions of the mysterious fairy of 9 heavens were similar. Is there such a strange thing? Song Qingshu's interest was piqued. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, he, who had always been an atheist, had a little more respect for ghosts and gods. He quickly asked, what is the mysterious lady of the 9th heaven like in their records? She holds a green bamboo stick and wears a green dress. Her expression is as innocent and romantic as a young girl's, but her martial arts are terrifying like that of a ghost or god. You should know that all of the predecessors of the martial arts world are the most outstanding masters in the world. To be able to make everyone's heart turn into ashes and give birth to a sense of despair, who else could it be other than a god? Chu Fian could still feel the shock she felt when she saw these notes. The mysterious fairy of 9 heavens is too illusory. In my early years, I went deep into Kunlun Mountains several times, but I did not see any mysterious fairy of 9 heavens. A name of Buddha was heard. Jiao Maji walked over with a smile. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How are you, State Preceptor? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. Last time, when I heard Prince Song's words, I was enlightened. After I came back, I concentrated on studying the Dharma and finally dispelled the demon in my body. Jiao Maji's divine light was restrained. His martial arts had obviously improved. Looking at Song Qingshu's face, he could not help but worry. Just now, I heard that young master's breathing was not smooth. I thought I was worrying too much. Now that I see it, young master's injuries are not small. How did you end up in such a situation? It's a long story. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. In short, I was greedy and practiced 2 kinds of martial arts, one yin and one yang. As a result, a top master's pure yang Zhenqi invaded my body and broke the balance of yin and yang in my body. This caused me to lose my inner strength and the risk of my body exploding and dying at any time. What kind of master could injure young master like this? Jiao Maji was very clear about Song Qingshu's martial arts. Although he was still lacking, there were only a few people in Jianghu who could beat him. The sect master of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji. Speaking of this name, Song Qingshu's expression gradually turned cold. So it's him. Jiao Maji comforted him and then asked, young master is seriously injured, but you traveled thousands of miles to Tubo. Why? The sect master Dongfeng also examined my injuries. He said that in addition to the marrow cleansing scripture of the Shaolin Temple, only a special method of the Tantric sect can save my life. Song Qingshu still knew nothing about that method at the moment, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. The marrow cleansing scripture of the Shaolin Temple is naturally the best way to balance yin and yang. However, for thousands of years, no one has actually seen the marrow cleansing scripture. It's hard to say whether it exists or not. Jiao Maji lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, as for the Tantric sect's method. The sect master Dongfeng has mentioned the name of that method. I'm stupid, I didn't think that the Tantric sect has something else. What method can solve a problem in young master's body? The sect master Dongfeng didn't tell me. He only said that I would know when I arrived here. Song Qingshu spread his hands helplessly. Eh? Jiumaji once again went through the martial arts books of the Tantric sect in his mind. He was a rare genius of the Tantric sect and knew the martial arts of the Central Plains. Naturally, he knew the martial arts of his own sect like the back of his hand. Finally, a name that was almost forgotten came into his mind, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Have you figured it out, State Preceptor? Seeing his expression, Song Qingshu asked joyfully. I think I know what the method is that the sect master Dongfeng is talking about, but it's not convenient for me to say it. Let's wait for young master to arrive at the Ningma temple. Jiumaji smiled. What the hell are you people doing? Song Qingshu suddenly felt depressed. The sect master is like this, and so are you, State Preceptor. Jiumaji smiled without saying anything. Looking at the two girls beside Song Qingshu, his smile became wider. Since the last time we met, although young master's martial arts are not as good as before, your luck with women seems to have improved. I admire you very much. Song Qingshu teased, State Preceptor, you are a monk. If you are so obsessed with women, Buddha will blame you. Jiumaji smiled slightly. State Preceptor, this is what the Zen sect of the Central Plains says. I practice the Mahavairakana Sutra and the Vajratapa Sutra of the Tantric sect, so I don't have any concerns. State Preceptor, you are a master of Buddhism. I really shouldn't show off in front of an expert. I hope that you can introduce me to the Ningma temple. Song Qingshu knew that he was a dabbler, but he was not in the mood to sit and talk with Jiumaji, so he wisely stopped the topic. Please follow me. Jiumaji led the three to the gate of the temple. Unlike the temples of the Central Plains, the layout of the Tantric sect temples was slightly cramped, but the appearance was more magnificent. When they reached the gate of the temple, Zhongling and Chu Fian both stopped. Why did you two stop? Jiumaji stopped and looked at the two in confusion. Don't temples usually reject female guests? Zhongling thought of the many Buddhist temples in Dali. Every time she wanted to go there, she was stopped by those stinky monks. Chu Fian nodded. She had been in Jianghu for many years, so she naturally knew that Shaolin Temple and other places did not allow female guests to enter. Jiumaji understood and suddenly laughed. We, the Tantric sect, do not have those stupid rules. You two should come in together. Later, Prince Song may need your help with his injuries. We can help too? Zhongling knew that her martial arts were not up to standard in Jianghu. She did not believe that she could help Song Qingshu with his internal injuries. Chu Fian also thought the same. She was sure that even her master, who was so skilled in martial arts, could not help. How could she help? Of course. Jiumaji didn't want to say more. He brought the three of them to a quiet room and said, Mr. Song, please wait for a moment. I'll finish reading the 183 chapters. I will tell the elders of the temple about your situation. Thank you, State Preceptor. Song Qingshu returned the greeting, feeling uneasy in his heart. His heart was too big and contained too many things. However, if he lost his martial arts, all of this would be for naught. Naturally, he was worried about personal gains and losses. Song Qingshu and the other two waited in boredom for about 1.5 hours. Jiumaji walked in with a strange look on his face. He startled Song Qingshu as soon as he opened his mouth. Prince Song, Master Lotus wants to see you. Master Lotus? Song Qingshu immediately lost his composure. Isn't it the Master Lotus who has been in seclusion for decades or centuries? I don't know which generation he is, State Preceptor. That's right. Jiumaji sighed. Young Master, you are really lucky to be able to meet Master Lotus as soon as you arrived. I have only seen him once or twice in the past decades. Do I also have the luck of a protagonist? Song Qingshu followed Jiumaji around the temple with a strange look on his face. When they came to a secluded courtyard, Jiumaji made a gesture of invitation. Prince Song, Master Lotus is inside. I will not go in. I'm Song Qingshu. Greetings, Bodhisattva Lotus. Outside the door, Song Qingshu saluted respectfully. He waited for a while, but there was no reply. Out of curiosity, he decided to push the door open and go in. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand touched the door, it was shaken away by an invisible wall of qi. Song Qingshu was stunned. An old voice came from inside, I never see outsiders. Little master, you can just sit in the courtyard. I'm being rude. Song Qingshu was surprised that the opponent's qi wall could be released so far. He came to his senses and quickly took a few steps back. Little master, I sensed something the moment you entered Mingma Temple. Little master, you're clearly at the end of your lifespan. Although you're seriously injured, you're still full of energy. It's really puzzling. Bodhisattva Lotus's words shocked Song Qingshu. He had used another soul to occupy Song Qingshu's body, but the other could actually see through it. Hearing my words, little master's heartbeat sped up. It seems that I'm right. Your fate seems to have jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer within the 5 elements. It seems that our meeting today is destined. The person in the room quickly fell into silence. He seemed to be contemplating and struggling. What Bodhisattva said is too profound. Please forgive me for not being able to understand. Although Song Qingshu felt that he had been seen through, he still forced himself to speak. It's normal for little master to have such a reaction. Never mind, let's not talk about this first. The person in the room paused and continued, how much does little master know about Tantric Buddhism? For the people of the Central Plains, Tantric Buddhism has always been mysterious. I've come into contact with your sect's doctrine by chance and have a certain understanding, but it's only the most superficial things. Seeing that the person did not dwell on his past, Song Qingshu naturally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly answered, the doctrine of the Buddhist sects in the Central Plains is the enlightenment that Gautama Buddha made to all living beings in the Saha world. It can be called a prominent teaching. As for the doctrine of your sect, Vairocana, as the Dharmakaya Buddha, preached to Vajrapani and others in the heart hall of the Dharma realm, the state of Buddha's self-proof, and the profound and mysterious secret method, little master, as a person of the Central Plains, it's rare for you to have such an understanding of Tantric Buddhism. It seems that you're indeed fated with Tantric Buddhism. The tone of the person in the room was rather gratified. The main content of Tantric Buddhism's doctrine can be summarized as 6 cardinal principles, 4 mantras principles, and 3 secret principles. Little master, you can ask the monks in the temple about the specific content in the future. I can give you a rough overview of the basic ideas of Tantric Buddhism. First, you have to have the Bodhi heart that is determined to become Buddha. This is the seed of becoming Buddha. Secondly, you have to have the great compassion to save all living beings. This is the root of increasing various Bodhi merits. Thirdly, in order to achieve Bodhi and save all living beings, you can use all convenient methods. Under certain circumstances, you cannot rigidly adhere to certain commandments. Not rigidly adhere to certain commandments? Song Qingshu's expression was a little interesting. Could it be that you can also not abstain from the great commandments of killing and lust? The principle of your sect is indeed different from the Buddhist sects of the Central Plains. The voice in the room quickly rang out, the 14 great commandments of the Tantra sect indeed do not include them. Moreover, the Buddha's so-called lust refers to the matters between husband and wife with a woman other than one's spouse, unlike the sects of the Central Plains who are so secretive about women. The Shaolin Temple of the Central Plains and the others have really fallen into a demonic barrier. Song Qingshu chuckled awkwardly and did not answer. This kind of religious dispute was not something he could participate in. Moreover, he had no interest in participating in it at all. The yin and yang in the young master's body is in disorder now. If you do not take care of it, I'm afraid you won't live more than 3 years. Since the young master has come here, I'm sure you've also decided to learn our Tantra sect's method. For the sake of caution, I'll ask again. Although this method is easy to learn, it's extremely difficult to achieve the great Tao. Up until now, 10 out of 10 people who practice this method will suffer from the backlash of their own inner demons and eventually turn into ashes. Is the young master really determined to learn it? When the person in the room spoke, there was not the slightest trace of emotion, as if they were talking about something completely unrelated. Song Qingshu was about to say that he did not even know the name of this method, but on second thought, so what if he knew? With this broken body, there was no point in living in this world. It would be better to shine like a summer flower for a period of time before returning to the dust. Of course I'm willing. It's just that I've always heard that the Tantra sect's methods are passed down verbally from master to disciple. I'm just an outsider, and yet you're willing to teach it to me. I'm a little surprised, I've said before that in order to achieve Bodhi and save all living beings, the Tantra sect's teachings support the use of all convenient methods. Under certain circumstances, they cannot rigidly adhere to certain precepts. The person in the room explained. Besides, apart from the creator of this method, no one else in the Tantra sect has successfully practiced it. Now that the young master's life is in danger, the only way to save the young master is this method. From this, it can be seen that the young master is fated to learn this method. Perhaps you'll become the second person to master this method. After a moment of silence, Xianxia looked up and asked, "Could it be that even with your supernatural power, you can't master this method?" The room was silent for a long time before a voice came from inside. In my early years, I focused on practicing Tantra Yoga, so I wasn't attracted to this method like my fellow brothers and sisters. Now it seems that it's really something to be thankful for. Now, although I have some minor achievements in Dharma, if I were to directly practice this sutra, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for me to escape the fate of my soul dissipating. It seems that I can't escape death after all. Xianxia laughed at himself. But dying late is better than dying early. I hope that the young master can teach me. For the young master to have such an open-minded mind, it must be greatly beneficial to practice this method. The person in the room changed the topic. What does the young master think is the easiest way to increase one's power in the world today? Xianxia was surprised. He didn't expect the other to suddenly ask this kind of question. He could only answer, first of all, it's naturally all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, such as the medicinal snake that Guijing sucked in that year, the Bosik snake gallbladder that Yonghua ate, the black ice jade fire wine that Sherpadian drank. All of them increased their power by tens of years for no reason. There's also those 1,000-year-old ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus, 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit. The effects should be about the same. Secondly, it's the North Sea of the Xiaoyao sect. The divine method and the black wood cliffs absorbing stars, both can turn the enemy's power into one's own. It can turn a weak scholar into a top martial arts master in a flash. As for other methods, forgive me for my shallow knowledge, I really can't think of any. The tone of the person in the room was full of praise. The young master is so young, yet you're so familiar with the martial arts of the martial world. It's really rare and commendable. Actually, there's another method in this world that can also achieve the same goal. Oh? Xianxia straightened his body. Please enlighten me, master. The dual cultivation method. Hearing the other's words, Xianxia's expression became extremely strange. Is it that kind of yin plucking to yang technique? The higher the martial arts of the plucked woman, the more the practitioner's martial arts will grow? In his heart, he criticized incessantly, if there's really such an easy thing, then aren't the world full of perverts? Not only is this an insult to my morals, it's also an insult to my intelligence. The dual cultivation method isn't those despicable yin plucking techniques. Master Lotus's voice sounded. Has the young master heard of the Tantric Buddhism's joyous dhyana? Joyous dhyana? Xianxia immediately thought of the pornographic books he read in the street stalls in his previous life, thinking that the method that the other said could save him might be this. His smile instantly became uglier than crying. I've heard a little about it in the martial world of the Central Plains, but I've always thought that the joyous dhyana is a method used by the Tantric Buddhism's flowery monks to deceive people, and has always been regarded as an evil. Master Lotus was silent for a moment, then faintly sighed. That's right, the joyous dhyana that's circulating in the martial world now is indeed superficial. The martial world of the Central Plains isn't wrong to look at it this way. Xianxia secretly broke into a cold sweat, his firm conviction to learn it suddenly wavering. If he were to interact with women in the future, and they asked him what method he was learning, and he said the joyous dhyana, wouldn't he be treated as a perverted thief? Where would he hide his tender face? Would they still be able to have fun together? Although Master Lotus was omnipotent, he couldn't understand what Xianxia was thinking. Otherwise, in a fit of anger, even if Xianxia begged his father and grandmother, he would definitely not teach him. Young master, do you know the origin of the joyous dhyana? In the room, Master Lotus collected his thoughts and asked. I really don't know about this, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Master Lotus's voice gradually came out. The joyous dhyana is an orthodox dhyana, using great joy and bliss to seek nirvana. Thousands of years ago, the Brahmanical king Vinayaka was cruel by nature, his heart turned evil, and he slaughtered Buddhists. Gautama Buddha sent Goddess of Mercy to enlighten him. Goddess of Mercy tried all kinds of methods, but she couldn't subdue the evil. She had no choice but to give alms with her body, showing the appearance of a woman, and had sex with Vinayaka. During the Great Joy, she suddenly showed her skeleton body and took the woman's skeleton. After the Great Joy came the Great Nirvana, and Vinayaka immediately dissolved all evil. Finally, he converted to Buddhism, and became the main venerable of the Vajras on the Buddhist altar. Therefore, most of the joyous dhyana designs are two Buddhas facing each other. The female Buddha grasps the Buddhist scripture and the ingot. Chapter 184. Again and again cultivate. The male Buddha wears a Dharma crown, looks ferocious, and sits with his arms spread out to show the enlightenment of Bodhi. This Sister Goddess of Mercy is too unkind. Song Qingshu only felt thousands of divine beasts roaring in his heart. He thought to himself, if I were Vinayaka, and I was at the peak of my sexual intercourse with a beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman under me suddenly turned into a ferocious skeleton, wouldn't I be so scared that I wouldn't be able to continue? Probably because of this, Vinayaka no longer had the joy of being a man, and had no choice but to convert to Buddhism. Master Lotus continued, the Buddha worshipped by the joyous dhyana is different from other sections. It's a pair of Buddhas, facing each other and hugging each other as one. They are Wisdom King and Wisdom Concubine. Wisdom King's ferocious face is not only used to scare away demons from the outside world, but more importantly, to deal with the evil creatures in his heart. And the charming Wisdom Concubine, who has become one with Wisdom King, is an indispensable partner in his cultivation. She uses love and desire to worship those cruel gods and devils. First, she seduces them with desire, then leads them into Buddha's wisdom, so that they are reformed. Then, she leads them to the realm of Buddhism. If you want to practice this technique, you must find your own wisdom concubine. The joyous dhyana believes that the combination of yin and yang is the reason for the creation of all things. Therefore, the research on the balance of yin and yang in the human body is unparalleled in the world. It can solve your strange internal injury. This delightful dhyana sounds very alluring, and it shouldn't be difficult to practice it. Why did so many talented people in history lose their souls from practicing it? Although Song Qingshu's rationality told him that it was not wise to practice this method, as a man, there was no man who would not yearn for the legendary dual cultivation method. The delightful dhyana seeks nirvana through the great joy and bliss of dual cultivation. Unfortunately, the relationship between a man and a woman is wonderful. No matter how strong the practitioner is, it is inevitable that he will sink into the desires of the flesh. The stronger the practitioner's power, the deeper the inner demon will be. In the end, he will become a slave, unable to free himself, and only death awaits him. Song Qingshu thought to himself, Mount Wu is indeed the happiest thing in the world. With my lustful nature, I will definitely not have any self-control. It seems that I will die in the end. Forget it, it's good to be able to enjoy myself for a while. Smiling calmly, Song Qingshu said, after hearing what you said, I really want to learn it. Master Lianhua praised, young master, you are indeed wise. When tantric disciples practice this method, all of them are in fear and trepidation. They often make vows in their hearts to restrain themselves. No one has ever been as calm as you. Maybe you really are the one chosen by the delightful dhyana. Song Qingshu did not care about these illusory things. He was already prepared to die. Practicing the delightful dhyana could exchange for a few years of glorious time, helping him to fulfill some long-planned wishes. He was already satisfied and did not expect anything else. Master, there is something I don't understand. You have always said that great joy and bliss is used to seek nirvana. What is great joy and what is nirvana? Lianhua hesitated for a while, but still answered, although I know the method of practicing the delightful dhyana, I have never practiced it myself. Therefore, there are many things that I cannot explain. I can explain to you with my understanding, but it may not be correct. You don't have to worry too much. Everything will depend on your own understanding of the delightful dhyana. I will listen to your teachings. Song Qingshu bowed respectfully. Nirvana is the highest state pursued by Buddhism. The Zen sect of the Central Plains also calls it nirvana. It's a state of coolness, tranquility, absence of annoyance, and eternal silence. It's neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing, and it's far away from one thing, birth and death, constant and inseparable. For thousands of years, mortals couldn't understand this state at all. Thus, the blissful Zen opened up a different path. It believed that the calm, powerless, soulless shell state that men and women fall into after their peak is the closest to this state. Thus, it encourages practitioners to enter this state more often to attain the state of nirvana. Master Lotus Flower had already reached the realm of being unperturbed by waves, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with talking about the matters between men and women in front of a junior. Isn't it just sage time? I understand. Song Qingshu immediately came to his senses. In his previous world, there were quite a few scientists who had specially researched the cause of its creation. Unfortunately, there was little progress, so he could only come to the conclusion that this was the rest time that God gave to men. Sage time? Master Lotus Flower stared blankly. This name is quite appropriate. The blissful Zen believes that the quality of the sage time depends on the degree of harmony and bliss of the previous matters. Thus, a large part of the blissful Zen is indeed the art of bed. Once you enter a high-quality sage time, the blissful Zen has its own set of cultivation methods, and your power will increase hundreds or even thousands of times faster than usual at the same time. Wait. Song Qingshu felt that something was wrong. The blissful Zen is to use this empty period of time as a sage to cultivate, and not to cultivate qi during this period? Master Lotus Flower nodded. Dual cultivation with women isn't the goal. It's just a means to enter that ethereal state. Young master, you should now understand that the blissful Zen isn't some kind of plucking technique, right? I've really broadened my horizons. Song Qingshu was stunned by her words and sighed sincerely. Before you go through the cultivation methods of the blissful Zen in detail, I'll first chant a heart mantra to help you calm down and focus your mind. That way, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Master. Lotus Flower's voice sounded. Lotus Master's heart mantra? Song Qingshu was shocked. He had chatted with Xianxia before, so he knew that although Master Lotus Flower was the creator of peerless martial arts like the Flaming Blade, his most powerful skills were the Lotus Master's 8 transformations and Lotus Master's heart mantra. As soon as Song Qingshu nodded, a strange sound came from the house. Banziger Bemiset. It seemed to be far away, but also close to his ear. Song Qingshu felt his whole body tremble, as if he had lost control of his body. His whole body seemed to have reached an ethereal state. It's like all kinds of support auras in games. My IQ has increased by 200%, my energy has increased by 200%, my power of understanding has increased by 200%, and my aptitude has increased by 200%. Song Qingshu couldn't control his body, so he could only let nature take its course. After a while, Master Lotus Flower felt that it was about time and said, I'll recite the blissful Zen one by one. Little monk, please listen carefully. After getting an affirmative answer from Song Qingshu, he recited the Tantric Buddhism's most bizarre blissful Zen scripture. At the beginning of Xianxia, the furnace shines. Strength becomes masculine, and softness becomes feminine. Casting the two bodies of man and woman, the two instruments of yin and yang. When heaven and earth meet, the load is equal. When man and woman meet, the yin and yang are in harmony. Listening to Master Lotus Flower's voice, which sounded like Zen and yet not Zen, Song Qingshu's eyes flashed. He activated the ability that he learned immediately. Very quickly, he felt that several streams of cold air in his body began to scatter in all directions. Suddenly, they collided with each other. With a loud bang, Song Qingshu's vision went black and he lost consciousness. Fei, do you think these lamas can really cure Big Brother Song's internal injuries? Outside, Zhongling was bored to death. She looked at Chu Fian and asked worriedly. It's hard to say. The yin and yang qi in a normal person's body has reached a perfect balance. However, because of cultivation, young master has broken the laws of nature. I'm afraid it's not something that can be restored by human power. However, Master and Xianxia are both first-class experts in the world. Since they said that Ningma Temple has a way, then there should be a way. Chu Fian's tone was also full of uncertainty. Since the three of them entered Tibet, they had climbed over snowy mountains and crossed rivers. They had experienced untold hardships. Almost everyone had saved the lives of the other two. After going through trials and tribulations together, their relationship was no longer as awkward as before. Being affectionately called by Zhongling by her nickname, Chu Fian also felt that it was natural. She did not have the slightest thought of getting angry. While the two beautiful girls were anxiously waiting, a llama walked into the room. "Are you two ladies the companions of Song Qingshu Prince Song?" "Yes, how is he?" The two girls looked at each other and stood up at the same time. "Prince Song's internal injuries have been treated by Master Lotus Flower. It's no longer a big problem. However, he still needs the help of the two ladies in the final stage. I wonder which one of you is willing?" The llama asked. "I am willing." "I am also willing." The two girls replied in unison. Looking at the two charming girls, the llama's expression was a little strange. "Actually, only one person is needed." "One person?" Chu Fian gave Zhongling a puzzled look. Zhongling rolled her eyes and came over to put her arm around her shoulder. She looked at the llama with a smile. "Little master, we are both his good friends. Since one person can solve the problem, then the two of us together will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Can you let us go together?" Half of the llama's body went limp because of her soft and sweet voice. Seeing the two women scrambling to be the first, as if they were afraid that they would not be able to go, he thought that this man's luck with women was indeed not shallow. Feeling rather envious, he said, "Song Gongzi is indeed lucky." Zhongling proudly raised her chin at Chu Fian, took her warm little hand, and trotted to catch up. "Prince Song is in the room. You two go and accompany him. I will take my leave first." The llama led the two girls to the front of a room. After saluting, he hurriedly left. "How can he run so fast?" Zhongling looked at the llama's back in confusion. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Chu Fian took out a black blood god needle from her bosom and became vigilant. How could the two women know that the llama was only intimidated by their delicate and beautiful faces? In addition, he knew what was going to happen. His Buddhist heart was already shaken, so how could he dare to stay here and continue to be provoked? After entering the room, Chu Fian and Zhongling stood back to back and looked around. A sweet fragrance wafted into their nostrils and she frowned. "Ling-er, do you smell something? There seems to be something fragrant." Zhongling was stunned. Suddenly, she saw a person on the bed in the distance and said happily, "Brother Song is over there." Chu Fian followed her gaze and saw that Song Qingshu was indeed sitting cross-legged on a large bed. He seemed to be meditating. Wisps of white mist rose from his body, and his face looked like it was meditating. Green, then red. "Young master, how are you?" Coming to Song Qingshu's side, Chu Fian only felt that the fragrance seemed to be stronger, but at the moment her attention was more on Song Qingshu and did not pay too much attention. Song Qingshu felt that he was in a state of chaos, and his heart was filled with an unknown desire. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he still could not figure out what it was that he longed for. Until Chu Fian's soft voice came over, Song Qingshu was like rain after a long drought, suddenly understanding what he longed for. Seeing that he suddenly opened his eyes and his eyes were red, Chu Fian was startled. She stretched out her hand and placed it on his forehead. She could not help but exclaim, "So hot." "Brother Song, you're awake." Zhongling sat on the bed and pulled Song Qingshu's hand in surprise. "Ling-er, there seems to be something wrong with the young master." Chu Fian, after all, had more experience in the Jianghu. She noticed that Song Qingshu's eyes were chaotic and seemed to be in a daze. The way he looked at the two of them was too invasive. Chu Fian felt quite uncomfortable and pulled Zhongling back a step. In a daze, Song Qingshu had never felt that a woman's voice could be so pleasant to the ear, nor had he felt that a woman's little hand was so soft and smooth. He had so many things to say, but unfortunately, when he opened his mouth, it all turned into meaningless growls in his throat. "Fei Fei, what's wrong with Brother Song?" Zhongling was a little scared, holding Chu Fian's hand tighter. "Young master seems to have taken an inferior aphrodisiac." Chu Fian clenched her teeth, her expression very angry. What kind of filthy place is this Ningma temple? How could it let young master take such an inferior medicine? What? Zhongling had seen the overbearingness of the yin-yang harmony powder, and she also hated this kind of medicine. At this time an old and ethereal voice came from a distance, "Little girl is a frog at the bottom of a well, how can she know the wonderful Buddhist method? He looks like this because he has practiced the supreme ancient book of our tantric Buddhism, the Happy Dhyana. Who exactly is playing tricks on me?" Chu Fian looked around and did not see anyone else. She was suddenly shocked and clenched the black blood divine needle in her hand a little tighter. "Fei Fei, what is the Happy Dhyana?" Zhong Ling pulled her sleeve and asked quietly. "Just from the name, I know it's not a good thing." Chu Fian spat with a red face, raised her head and shouted, "Who is it? Come out quickly. Instead of caring about who I am, you'd better care about the life of your lover first. He has just started practicing the Happy Dhyana. If no woman has intercourse with him within an hour, he will eventually die of lust." "Lover?" Looking at Song Qingshu's skin gradually turning red, Chu Fian's pretty face was gloomy, and she angrily stamped her feet. "He is not our lover, we have nothing to do with him." "Huh?" A cry came from the sky. It was obvious that there was a mixture of shock and anger. "Since you are not a couple, why did he bring you here to learn the Mary Dhyana? If you were not in love with him, why would you accompany him to Tubo from thousands of miles away?" "We were only entrusted by someone to escort him here to seek medical treatment. Moreover, Prince Song did not know the name of the cultivation technique he was going to learn." Chu Feiyan was obviously very angry. The voice in the air was silent for a long time before it finally continued. "Now that things have come to this, there's no other way. You decide for yourselves whether you want to watch him burn to death or sacrifice yourself to save him. I don't care anymore. Forget it, everything is predestined anyway." It turned out that Master Lotus Flower had subconsciously thought that these two women were Song Qingshu's dual cultivation partners. He had even secretly praised Song Qingshu for his ample preparation, which was why he was relieved to teach Song Qingshu the joyous Zen. The Mary Dhyana was famous for being easy to learn. Although there was a great risk of burning one's body at the beginning, in actual practice, Tantric Buddhism disciples were always one man and one woman. Often, they were brothers and sisters of the same sect, so this risk was basically not much of a risk. Who knew that this time, because of all kinds of misunderstandings, Song Qingshu was in a very difficult situation. It was a dangerous situation. "Hey, don't go." Seeing that the surroundings had fallen into silence, Chu Feiyan anxiously shouted, but there was no response. "Fei Fei, what should we do?" Looking at Song Qingshu, who was as red as a shrimp on the bed, with a pair of empty eyes, sitting there in a daze, Zhong Ling only felt extremely uncomfortable. "How would I know?" Chu Feiyan angrily replied, "Let's go down the mountain immediately and go back to Dali." "How can we do that? Then wouldn't Brother Song die because of that?" Zhong Ling exclaimed. "Why don't you sacrifice your own chastity to save him?" "In any case, I'm not willing." Chu Feiyan put the black blood divine needle into her bosom and said coldly. She had always adored her master, and although Dongfeng Mushui had gifted her to Song Qingshu this time, Song Qingshu did not know what was wrong with him, and did not understand the meaning of his master's words. Chu Feiyan was naturally happy to play the fool. "Humph, this is because you did not ask me to serve you. At that time, even if master asks, he can't blame me." Looking at Song Qingshu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chu Feiyan kept trying to convince herself. I. Zhong Ling's face was red, but in her mind, she thought of Duan Yu. Although she knew that he was her brother, she could not forget him. "One look at you and I know that you have someone in your heart. The most precious thing for us women, how can we give it to an unrelated man? Let's go, lest we see his miserable state later and feel uneasy." Chu Feiyan stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Zhong Ling, but did not move. "Don't tell me that if we leave, we won't feel uneasy?" Zhong Ling bit her lip and asked blankly. "Could it be that you really want to save him? But your sweetheart?" Chu Feiyan looked at Zhong Ling in surprise. "Brother Song treats me very well. If it wasn't for him, I would have been thrown into the spirit serpent cave by the Indigo Phoenix as a traitor. After the Indigo Phoenix gave me to him, he didn't do anything inappropriate when we were in the same room that night. He's a gentleman. Now that he's in trouble, I'm leaving him alone. It's easy for me to leave, but if anything happens to him, I won't be able to rest easy for the rest of my life." Zhong Ling was hesitant at first, but she became more and more determined as she spoke. My silly sister, gratitude is not love. You don't have to sacrifice your life's happiness. Chu Feiyan said anxiously. I have already lost the happiness I once had. Besides, Brother Song will definitely take responsibility for me. It may be another kind of happiness. Zhongling smiled sweetly. It's not like you don't know that he has a wife. Previously, when Song Qingshu insisted on going to Mount Amei, Chu Feiyan had some doubts. She was once in charge of intelligence work for the Sun Moon sect, so she had a certain understanding of what happened in Jianghu. After thinking carefully, she finally remembered that the husband of the Amei sect's leader, Zhou Zhirua, was also called Song Qingshu, and Zhou Zhirua and the Ming dynasty's teachings. Wu Ji's love affair was known to the world. When the two girls went to bed that night, they exchanged their opinions and suggestions on this matter in depth. However, the two girls could not come up with a solution no matter how much they talked about it. In the end, sleepiness overwhelmed them and they could only gossip about it. His wife doesn't love him, I may have a chance. Zhongling smiled slyly. But he has always been in love with Zhou Zhirua. Chu Feiyan glanced at her angrily. The two had lamented that although Song Qingshu looked greedy and lustful, he was actually a rare infatuated person. That's true. Zhongling was stunned, but quickly reacted, at worst, I will be his concubine. Isn't it said that a wife is inferior to a concubine? Then a concubine might as well steal, Chu Feiyan said. Are you so sure that he will take responsibility for you? I believe in Brother Song. Zhongling nodded without hesitation. Are you really determined to use your chastity to save him? Chu Feiyan tried her best to persuade Zhongling to change her mind, and suddenly became silent. What else can I do, Fei Fei, you are not willing to save Brother Song. Zhongling sighed. I have a way to save him and keep your chastity. Chu Feiyan hesitated for a long time and finally said. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhongling said in surprise. If you do this. Chu Feiyan whispered in her ear. Fei Fei, you are so bad. Soon Zhongling's little face blushed, looking especially delicate and charming. She hesitated for a moment, but I don't know, forget it, I can't let you sacrifice yourself. I will give you a demonstration first, after you learn it, you can do it yourself. Chu Feiyan's ears turned red as she spoke. Fei Fei, you are actually willing to. Zhongling looked at her in surprise. Anyway, he is now in a semi-conscious state. Only the heavens and the earth know what happened. You and I know, Zhongling, I warn you, if you dare to reveal half a word of what happened today to others, not only will we not be friends, I will also take your little life. Chu Feiyan pulled out a black blood divine needle and viciously threatened Zhongling. I know, I won't tell others, especially Brother Song. Zhongling beamed with joy, her eyes like crescent moons. Chu Feiyan's face was like a peach blossom, step by step approaching the bedside, and stopped in front of Song Qingshu. Turning back to look at Zhongling, she said, look carefully, I will only demonstrate once. After saying that, she clenched her teeth and slowly knelt on the ground, reaching out her slender jade fingers to untie Song Qingshu's belt, and slowly buried her head. Song Qingshu felt as if he was in the time before Panga separated the heavens and the earth, all around him was chaos. When he heard a familiar yet strange female voice faintly coming from the depths of the universe, the scene in front of him changed again, and began to turn into an incomparably hot desert. Song Qingshu walked aimlessly, not knowing whether to save or not. After walking for so many years, he still could not see the end of the desert in front of him. He was already exhausted, and his lips were chapped beyond recognition. Suddenly, his whole body felt cool, and there seemed to be a pool of clear water under his feet. Song Qingshu greedily sucked it, but unfortunately, this pool of water was too little, and seemed to be disappearing. From Zhongling's point of view, it was indeed a different scene. Chu Feiyan had just opened her mouth to swallow Song Qingshu's hot thing, and he let out a satisfied cry. As Chu Feiyan's head rose and fell between his legs, his expression became more and more serene, and the redness on his body also seemed to have begun to fade. Fei Fei, you are amazing. Zhongling looked at all this in amazement, and sincerely praised. Growing up in Blackwood Cliff, she had seen all sorts of people. Under the influence of what she had seen and heard, although she was still a young girl, the things that she knew were not much less than ordinary women. But hearing Zhongling's praise, she had a feeling that she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. If it wasn't to help you preserve your purity, would I have to sacrifice so much? Chu Feiyan said hatefully, but Zhongling at the side only heard a series of woo-woo-woo sounds. Woo-woo. Chu Feiyan struggled to push away the hands on her head, covered her mouth and ran to the side to retch. That one had gone in too deep. I really don't know if he's playing dumb or pretending to be stupid. Chu Feiyan turned around and glared at Song Qingshu. Seeing that his eyes were still unfocused, she did not know where to vent her anger. He Zhongling on the side laughed, it seems that brother Song likes you to help him. Humph, I've already taught you everything, now it's time for you to do it yourself. Thinking of the full feeling in her mouth just now, Chu Feiyan felt that her legs were a little weak, feeling that she had made a very wrong decision. But I'm afraid. Zhongling carefully glanced at Song Qingshu's waist, and suddenly shrank back in fright, looking at Chu Feiyan pitifully. Since you've already kissed him, why don't we do a good deed to the end and continue kissing? As she spoke, her eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Chu Feiyan was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Wow, so you've been tricking me all along. In any case, I won't continue to help him like I did just now. If you have the heart to watch your big brother Song explode and die, then just wait and see. Finished speaking, he angrily moved a stool over and sat down. Thinking about putting that hideous thing in her mouth, the reserved young girl made Zhongling hesitate. She looked at Chu Feiyan eagerly. Can I use my hands? Chu Feiyan almost spat out the tea in her mouth. She looked at her in surprise. You even know this? I'm afraid you were laughing at me just now. Thinking that she thought she was as pure as a piece of white paper, and had no choice but to teach her step by step, mouth by mouth, Chu Feiyan's face suddenly became a little ugly. When I was young, I was playful and inadvertently saw my mother doing that for my father, so. Zhongling's face was so red that water was about to drip out. Then go quickly, he seems to be unable to hold on any longer. Hearing Song Qingshu's gradually heavy breathing, for some reason, Chu Feiyan felt that her own voice was also trembling. Zhongling stuttered as she came to the bedside, and mimicked Chu Feiyan, kneeling down. She gently rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 pure white and flawless white wrists. She shakily stretched out her hands, holding them in her hands, and clumsily put them on. Chu Feiyan watched from the side, only to feel that her whole body was getting hotter and hotter, a layer of fragrant sweat had soaked the clothes inside. She could not help but slightly loosen her collar, and asked somewhat anxiously, is it useful? At this time, Zhongling's temples were also covered with a layer of fine sweat. Song Qingshu's entire body was burning hot, and Zhongling's exposed skin seemed to be able to feel the waves of heat coming from his body. Smelling his body odor, Zhongling not only did not feel annoyed, but instead felt somewhat excited. When she heard Chu Feiyan's question, her voice trembled as she answered, Fei, quickly come and help me, my hands are so sore. Don't you still have a mouth? Although Chu Feiyan said it with a hint of schadenfreude, she still could not help but twitch. She stood up and walked over. When she heard Chu Feiyan's words, Zhongling seemed to be possessed by a demon. She was stunned for a moment, and then really buried her head. And Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of satisfaction, which gave Chu Feiyan a fright. She looked at Zhongling in surprise, with a look of disbelief. You really, woo-woo. Zhongling's head was like a chicken pecking at rice, making waves of meaningless ravings. Looking at the scene in front of her, Chu Feiyan's limbs went weak, and she suddenly collapsed to the side of the bed. Cough cough. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Zhongling seemed to be choking, gasping for breath, pointing downwards. I can't hold on any longer, you take my place first. Chu Feiyan's eyes seemed to be about to seep out water. She made a sound like a mosquito, and supported herself with her elbows as she crawled over. After an unknown period of time, the depressed voices of 2 young girls sounded in the room. He's not healed yet, my mouth is numb. Me too, almost can't close it. At this time, the strange voice sounded in the air again. The Joy Zen technique cultivates the 2 energies of yin and yang. You are opportunistic, making his lonely yang not grow, so naturally it is useless. It's almost time. If you don't really eliminate the undeserved fire in his body, I'm afraid he will soon turn into ashes. You old pervert, how dare you peek? I. Chu Feiyan rested her head on Song Qingshu's thigh. Her dress was already soaked with sweat, as if she had just climbed out of the water, and even her curses seemed weak. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Zhongling was afraid, but her voice was still extremely sweet. "I was just worried, so I used my chi to check. I won't check again later. Whether he lives or dies is up to the two ladies." Ha 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 ha. Willow waist pull strong in spring, cherry mouth slightly panting, starry eyes hazy, fine sweat drops 100 fragrances, rain clouds scattered, weak body shameful, tender flowers can't help but twitch, the spring wind hasn't stopped. Young master is really lucky, really lucky. The voice became softer and softer, and finally dissipated in the air. The two girls looked at each other. What is that fraud chanting? I don't know, it sounds weird. The room fell into a strange silence, and finally Chu Fian spoke first. Do you want to do it or should I? Zhongling looked at her in surprise. Didn't you just say you don't want to do it? I've already thought it through. Anyway, master has already given me to him, sooner or later I will be his woman, so I might as well save his life now. Chu Fian felt as if her whole body was about to melt into water, and at this moment, she urgently needed a strong arm to lean on. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhongling also felt unbearably hot. Just now I already did that for him, how can I marry in the future? If you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know? Chu Fian couldn't help but twitch. But I know myself, brother Song, and I have already done such a thing, how can I marry another man? For a moment, Zhongling felt that Chu Fian was particularly annoying. Then, Chu Fian pondered for a moment, and when she opened her mouth, it was earth-shattering. Then let's do it together? What? You. Zhongling's face was after all too tender, and she really couldn't digest the information in her words. She felt that Chu Fian was indeed worthy of being an evil cult witch. Even such shameful words could come out of her mouth. What, you don't want to? Chu Fian pursed her lips, her eyes curved up, and her smile was exceptionally proud. I am willing. If you come to save Gongzi, I will save him together with you. If I come to save Gongzi, I will also welcome you to join. Think about it. The two girls were very close at this time. Although Zhongling felt that Chu Fian was annoying, but her breath smelled like orchids, and the breath in her mouth was still quite pleasant. Listening to her words becoming more and more explicit, Zhongling couldn't stand it anymore. You save him yourself. After saying that, she stood up and ran out. After a few steps, she felt her legs go soft, and suddenly fell to the ground. You're not allowed to look. Chu Fian revealed a trace of a victorious smile, raised her head, and looked at Song Qingshu's determined face, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Not knowing why, looking at his dry and almost chapped lips, Chu Fian had an urge to kiss him. She felt that her whole body was already full of water, and it was just right to moisten his thirsty self. As she thought about it, she hooked her arms around his neck, and slowly moved her mouth over. Zhongling climbed up from the ground with the help of a stool at the side, sat on it, and turned around. Out of sight, out of mind. Hearing the rustling sound coming from behind her, her heart was extremely annoyed, as if her most beloved toy had been snatched away by someone else. With a bang, it seemed that two people had fallen together. Zhongling resisted the urge to turn back, and tightly clenched her hands, her lips slightly trembling. And the man and woman let out a captivating sound at the same time. Zhongling's tears dripped down, and her heart was filled with hatred, as expected of the demonic witch of the demonic sect. She's not even ashamed to call me that. Squeak squeak. There was a rather rhythmic sound coming from the bed. The woman's coquettish low moans, the man's low and deep roars, like the wind and sand, entwined together. It was hard to distinguish which was in front and which was behind. Zhongling couldn't bear it anymore, and struggled to stand up. Although her legs were weak, she still resolutely walked out. She needed to find a quiet place to calm her surging emotions. The distance of a few meters seemed so long to move. When Zhongling's hand finally touched the door, Chu Fian's voice came over intermittently. Sister Ling, don't, go, quickly come over and help me, I can't take it anymore. Zhongling secretly spat. Pei, it's you who volunteered to save Brother Song, why are you looking for me? What's more, you're a demon. How could I not be able to take it? After saying that, her whole body heated up. She couldn't believe that such bold words would come out of her own mouth. Brother Song, Be gentle, Chu Fian's sobbing voice came over, repeatedly begging for mercy. My good sister, it's my fault, I shouldn't have snatched young master from you just now, but I really can't take it anymore. I don't know what the hell young master is practicing, it's too torturous, I really can't take it alone. Zhongling was startled by this sudden cry. Looking back, she saw Chu Fian under Song Qingshu with a half-satisfied and half-pained expression, looking at her pitifully, and said weakly, Sister Ling save me. Zhong Ling's face was gloomy, she bit her lips and hesitated for a long time, and finally said, I can save you. In the future when we follow young master, I'll be the elder sister, and you'll be the younger sister. Okay, sister, quickly come and help me. Chu Fian hurriedly nodded. Zhong Ling slowly moved to the bedside with a red face, but before she could speak, she was pulled down by a strong arm. Ah! Zhong Ling exclaimed, and a heavy body pressed down on her. The girl's reserve made her struggle subconsciously, but Song Qingshu's strength at this time was too great. After a moment, she closed her eyes, twisted her body, and gently cooperated with his movements. Next chapter, around 12 after a few high-pitched moans, the room fell into silence. At this time, Song Qingshu suddenly sat up on the bed. Following the green and red Xianxia circulating around his body several times, Song Qingshu's eyes also slowly regained their clarity. The blissful Diana uses the time of a sage to cultivate qi, it is indeed brilliant. Song Qingshu only felt that his limbs and bones were warm and indescribably comfortable. The internal injuries that had been plaguing him for a long time seemed to have mostly healed. The Nining Qi and God illuminating Qi had all disappeared and were replaced by another strange Qi of Yin and Yang. Although it was still young, its purity was already far higher than the Qi in his body. In time, it would definitely reach a whole new level. Inadvertently touching the warm and supple skin beside him, Song Qingshu was startled. Lowering his head, he saw Chu Fian and Zhong Ling sleeping soundly, their faces stained with tears and their bodies completely naked. How could he not understand what had happened? His eyes were filled with pity as he looked at the two women. However, he had just recovered from his injuries and very quickly, he also felt sleepy. Squeezing between the two women, he found a comfortable position and fell asleep. The next day, when Song Qingshu opened his eyes, the two girls were already neatly dressed and sitting beside him. Seeing that he had woken up, they helped him sit up. The two girls leaned on him at the same time, as if all the bones in their bodies had melted. They said in unison, Brother Song. Song Qingshu only felt that the two girls in his arms were so soft that they seemed to have no bones. He could smell the faint fragrance of their hair. For a moment, he was a little dazed. Brother Song, why aren't you saying anything? Do you not want to take responsibility? Zhong Ling was a little worried. Brother Song, master has already given me to you as a slave. But with brother's words, I will have no regrets. After an unforgettable night, the image of Dongfang Mushui in Chu Fian's heart gradually became blurred. At this time, her mind was filled with the bitter and sweet memories of last night. Fei, Ling what happened last night? At this moment, Song Qingshu was still a little confused. Although he vaguely remembered some of the heart-pounding scenes, he knew nothing about the cause and effect of the whole thing. Fei, tell me. Although she already had physical contact with him last night, Zhong Ling still blushed when she heard his question. Elder sister Ling if you don't say it as an elder sister, how would I dare to open my mouth? Chu Fian's small mouth curled up, and she pushed the question back. The seniority has been arranged? Song Qingshu was speechless. For a while. I'd better ask Master Lotus myself. You guys must have worked hard last night. Sleep a little longer. As soon as he said this, the two women couldn't take it anymore. They looked at him reproachfully and said, Brother Song, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly and left as if he was fleeing. He arrived in front of the hut from yesterday and bowed respectfully. Song Qingshu pays respect to Master Lotus. It seems that the two girls still chose to save you. The person in the room smiled faintly. How do you feel? Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought to himself, how does it feel? He hesitated and said, tender and smooth, it feels pretty good. But it's not convenient to disclose the specific details to Master Lotus. The person in the room was silent for a long time and finally said, "I'm asking how your internal injuries feel." Song Qingshu blushed and said awkwardly, "I've let Master Lotus see a joke. After last night's practice, the yin and yang qi in my body seems to have returned to balance. It's just that the qi that I used to practice seems to have disappeared. Everything in the world is born from yin and yang qi, and the qi that Master Lotus cultivates is naturally no exception. The new qi produced by practicing the Joy Zen will also have the characteristics of the old qi, so Master Lotus doesn't need to feel regretful." "That's great." Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly lit up. "You've already learned the basics of the Joy Zen, and you've also experienced it last night. Why don't you talk about your understanding of the Joy Zen now?" Song Qingshu thought for a moment and answered, "The Joy Zen is divided into 3 parts. The simplest part is the technique of bed, mainly to create a higher quality sage time. The second part is the method of tempering the yin and yang qi in the body for a short period of sage time. The third part seems to be the absorption of yin and yang qi, but I don't really understand it." "You're indeed talented, Master Lotus. You've summarized the Joy Zen so thoroughly in such a short time," Master Lotus praised. "As for the absorption of yin and yang qi that you're confused about, I can give you a simple explanation based on the experience of predecessors. Men are born as yang, and as long as they're healthy, yang qi will be endless. What you need to do daily is to temper the pure yang qi in your body. As for yin qi, although there's also yin qi in a man's body, the amount is far from enough to match the pure yang qi you practice. As the pure yang qi in your body continues to grow, you must absorb yin qi from the outside world to maintain the balance of yin and yang qi. Women are born as yin, so they're the best source of yin qi in the world. It seems that the Joy Zen is still the plucking technique." Song Qingshu was speechless. "May I ask, Master Lotus, if I practice this technique, will it harm the bodies of my female companions?" When he received the 2 girls' Karalas last night, Song Qingshu could feel a pure cold yin qi flowing into his dantian from their bodies, which was why he asked this question. When a man and a woman have sex, the yin qi of a woman will naturally overflow. You practice the Joy Zen, so you can take the opportunity to absorb the scattered yin qi. For ordinary people, this yin qi is just a waste. According to what Master Lotus said, can I assume that the yin qi in a virgin's body is more abundant than that of a woman's? Song Qingshu asked. This is not necessarily related. The amount and quality of yin qi are only related to a woman's natural constitution. Some ordinary women don't have much yin qi even if they're virgins. Some women, on the other hand, are full of spirit and beauty. Even if they're already women, the quantity and quality of yin qi in their bodies are far higher than that of ordinary girls. Icy snow is as pure as a girl's. Crystal, green and bright like peaches and plums, they must be the latter. A gentle smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. There's one thing I need to remind you, little Master Lotus. Although women can replenish their own yin qi, you practice the Joy Zen. The effect of absorbing the yin qi in a woman's body will only be the best during your first intercourse. The next time you intercourse with her, the amount of yin qi you can absorb will decrease sharply. Therefore, if you want to improve your cultivation, you can only find different women to practice with. However, as you have more and more women, you'll unknowingly sink into sensual desires and be unable to extricate yourself. For thousands of years, there have been no exceptions. I hope you'll be different. Isn't this forcing me to have a harem? Song Qingshu was speechless. Suddenly, he thought of another question. Will the level of the woman's cultivation affect the final result? It won't affect you, but it may have an effect on the woman. If the woman's cultivation is not as good as yours, it doesn't matter. However, if the other party's cultivation is much higher than yours, the yin qi in her body will be much more than the yang qi in your body. The portion of yin qi that your yang qi can't balance will be wasted in the air. In this way, the other party's cultivation will be greatly damaged. Fortunately, the women in the world who are better than me are either old monsters like Heavenly Mountain Tonglao or lewd women like Li Qiushui. It doesn't matter. The martial arts of the East also seem to be better than mine. After bidding farewell to Master Lotus Flower, Song Qingshu thought of these things on his way back. Brother Song, you're back? Zhong Ling stood up in surprise when she saw him. Chu Fian's reaction was slightly better. She was still wondering why she took the initiative to offer her body last night. How could she know that when cultivators of the blissful dhyana practice, their whole body would emit a strange fragrance that had a fatal attraction to women? Its power was no less than that of the yin-yang harmony powder. She had inhaled so much fragrance last night that it was normal for her to have such a reaction. Ling Fei, thank you for sacrificing your chastity to save me last night. After talking with Master Lotus Flower, Song Qingshu had already understood how dangerous it was last night. Brother Song, don't thank me with such a grateful tone. I did it willingly. Zhong Ling's eyes turned red. Song Qingshu's current reaction was not what she wanted. This little vixen, her ability to seduce men is not bad. Chu Fian naturally knew how attractive Zhong Ling's pitiful appearance was to men. Sure enough, Song Qingshu pulled her into his arms. Ling I am willing to take you as my wife. Young master, you obviously already have a wife. Are you planning to make Sister Ling concubine? Chu Fian rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. Song Qingshu said awkwardly, so you already know. Zhong Ling said softly, last time you insisted on going to Amei, we guessed that you were the long-lost husband of the Amei sex leader, Zhou Jirua, and not someone with the same name. Brother Song, you don't have to worry. If Sister Zhou is not willing to be your wife. If she's willing to be Big Brother's wife, then I'm willing to be a concubine. Coming to this world, this was the first time Song Qingshu heard a young girl pour out her heart to him and reveal her love. For a moment, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Fian, who was listening on the side, felt sour. She faintly said, if Sister Ling is a concubine, then I can only be a servant. Don't worry, I won't let you be wronged. Both of you will be my wives. Song Qingshu also hugged Chu Fian and said with lofty sentiments. Unexpectedly, the two girls did not react at all. Instead, they looked at him with a strange expression. Brother Song, don't you know that a man can only have one wife in this world? Song Qingshu was stunned. Isn't polygamy practiced in this era? My silly brother, a man can have many women, but he can only have one wife. The rest are all concubines or concubines. Chu Fian pouted her small mouth, looking exceptionally cute. At worst, I will go and be the emperor. Even if you can't be the empress, you can still be the imperial concubine. Song Qingshu said angrily. If you really think about it, the imperial concubine is also a concubine. Chu Fian smiled tenderly, but being an imperial concubine is better than being a concubine. Sister Ling do you think we should say long live Brother Song? After saying that, the two girls laughed together. Prince Song has women on his left and right, enjoying the happiness of having two wives. It is really enviable. With a long laugh, Jiao walked over. Wisdom King, do you want to come and practice the blissful dhyana as well? We can exchange our experiences on the way. Song Qingshu teased. Jiao expression changed. He smiled awkwardly and said, since ancient times, those who practice the blissful dhyana are all wise men. My cultivation is not high enough. I'd better not try. Wisdom King, you didn't come here just to laugh at us, did you? Chu Fian and Zhong Ling were too shy. In front of outsiders, they were too embarrassed to fall into Song Qingshu's arms, so they broke free at the same time and stood nearby, making Song Qingshu very depressed. Young Master Song, you must be joking. I'm here to congratulate you on your recovery from your internal injuries and the fact that you've learned a supreme martial art. Also, I'm here in the name of my country's king to deliver the letter of alliance between Tubo and the Qing dynasty. Please give it to your country's king. Jiao took out an exquisite booklet from his pocket and handed it to Song Qingshu. Oh? Song Qingshu took it. He was not in a hurry to put it away. Instead, he asked, how is the war between your country and Mongolia? Since you entered Tibet, you must have seen how dangerous the road is. As long as our country is united in defense, no matter how strong the Mongolians are, they won't be able to gain any advantage. Our emperor happened to be inspecting the front line recently, so he can't host a banquet for you. Please forgive me. Jiao looked apologetic. Wisdom King, you worry too much. Song Mao knows what's important. Thinking of the other tantric sects, Song Qingshu's face flashed with worry. Ji Sun's worries are not in the moment, but in the inside. I'm afraid that the Nanduo Temple, the Dra sect, and Shingon sect will cooperate with the Mongolians and lead a wolf into the house. You are right. This is also what we are worried about. Jiao nodded with a serious expression. Haha, let the state preceptor worry about this. Song Mao will not interfere. Song Qingshu handed the letter to Chu Fian and motioned for her to keep it. State preceptor, don't worry. Song Mao will definitely deliver the letter to my emperor. Thank you, Prince Song. Jiao nodded. My injuries are almost healed. I plan to return to my country tomorrow. I won't have to say goodbye to the Grand Preceptor then, Song Qingshu replied. I understand. If that's the case, I won't disturb your rest anymore. I'll take my leave first. Jiao revealed a strange smile and floated away. That stinky monk looked at us strangely when he left. Zhongling pouted unhappily. From what I see, he's not some great monk, but just a flowery monk, his mind full of filthy thoughts. Chu Feiyan was also a little unnatural under his stare, coldly snorting. A monk is also a man. Song Qingshu held the two women's small hands in his hands. He must be envious of my luck with women, to have two such beautiful and lovely girls. Zhongling was fine. She was willing to give herself, but Chu Feiyan was a little uneasy. Last night, she had offered herself as a pillow, and Song Qingshu had taken her virginity, making her depressed. When she woke up in the morning, although she was in front of Song Qingshu, she had taken the princess of Jin City for the first time. Her face was exceptionally well behaved, but her heart was extremely melancholy. Song Qingshu was also keenly aware of the unnaturalness hidden under the two women's smiles. He pulled the two out and said, "It's rare to come here. We have to go around and see the scenery. Come, let's go to Lhasa City to play." But in his heart, he was thinking, I haven't even fallen in love yet and I've already rolled in the sheets. It seems that I can only go to bed first and then buy more time to cultivate feelings. The three of them wandered around Lhasa City for a long time. The exotic atmosphere seemed to have a different flavor. However, the three of them were tall and handsome, and the women were soft and beautiful. They were also dressed like people from the Central Plains. Later on, the residents on the street looked at them and pointed at them. Brother Song, let's not stroll around. I feel that they look at us like they are looking at monkeys. It always feels strange. Zhongling shrank behind Song Qingshu, pulled his sleeve and said in a low voice. Well, that's right. Let's go back. Song Qingshu took her hand and secretly praised how smooth and soft it was. Then he planned to return to Ningma Temple. Hey, there are Han girls in the city. Little girl, let me do my duty as a host and take you to visit the famous attractions in the city. Song Qingshu and the other two turned around in astonishment, only to see a plump and sturdy man laughing at the two women. He was dressed luxuriously, and there were more than 10 guards standing around him. Beauty is an original sin everywhere. Song Qingshu looked at the two women and smiled bitterly. He turned back to the man and asked, I am Song Qingshu, the envoy of the Daqing Kingdom. May I know who you are? The envoy of the Daqing Kingdom? I have never heard of you. The fat man hesitated for a moment. Looking at the two women's petite and weak figures, he only felt a fire rising in his lower abdomen. I suspect that you are spies sent by the Mongolian kingdom. Come on, take me down and take me back for strict interrogation. Song Qingshu's face darkened. He kept complaining in his heart, why are there such powerful people everywhere who kidnap women? Did I overestimate the moral integrity of the ancient people? Seeing that his subordinates' martial arts were good, he was just an ordinary master. When he was about to teach him a lesson, a soft female voice suddenly sounded in his ear, Zhongzhan, you are bullying the people again. A look of unwillingness flashed across the fat man's face. He quickly bowed and said, Zhongzhan greets mother. Song Qingshu looked back in shock and saw a carriage parked nearby. A woman behind the gauze curtain said, Zhongzhan, your father went to the front line to supervise the war. He told me to discipline you well. I didn't expect that you would bully the people again as soon as he left. Mother, you misunderstood me. I just saw that these people didn't seem to be familiar with the terrain of Lhasa. I wanted to introduce the various attractions in the city to them. I didn't mean anything else. Zhongzhan smiled awkwardly. Really? The woman in the carriage turned to look at Song Qingshu and the others. She seemed to be asking for their opinion. Mother, Zongzan? Could it be Prince Zongzan of Tubo? Song Qingshu knew that it was better to avoid trouble when they were in the other's territory. He quickly replied, the prince was just doing it out of kindness. Chapter 19, The Princess of Jincheng. Seeing their clothes, the person's voice sounded a little excited. Looking at your clothes, you should be people from the Central Plains. Are you from the Kingdom of Song? The three of them looked at each other. Song Qingshu had to answer honestly, one of us is from Dali, and the other two are from the Kingdom of Qing. Oh. The person in the carriage could not hide her disappointment. She said faintly, recently, Tubo is not very peaceful. If you have nothing to do, you should return to the Central Plains as soon as possible. Let's go. Hearing her order, the coachman drove the carriage and left slowly. Prince Zongzan glanced at the two women greedily. He followed the carriage unwillingly and gradually went away. Who was that fat man just now? After the other party disappeared at the end of the street, Song Qingshu asked the peddler at the side. He's our Zanpu's favorite son, Prince Zongzan, also known as the Devil's Incarnate. He usually likes to bully men and take women. You are lucky this time that you met our queen. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would not be able to keep your two female companions. The peddler whispered. Queen? A trace of doubt flashed across Song Qingshu's face. But she didn't seem very old just now. How could she be Prince Zongzan's queen mother? Foreigner, you don't know this. The queen is not Prince Zongzan's biological mother. She is the princess of Jincheng sent by the kingdom of Song a few years ago. Zanpu is very fond of her. Therefore, although the queen is only a few years older than Prince Zongzan, the prince is also somewhat afraid of her. The peddler saw that no one else was paying attention to this side and quickly explained. Princess of Jincheng, no wonder she was a little excited when she saw our attire. On the way back, Song Qingshu sighed. Just now, I seemed to be able to feel the sorrow between her eyebrows through the curtain. Presumably, her heart must be extremely sad when she came to the wild land for the marriage. Hey, what's with your eyes? Brother Song, you won't have any thoughts about her, right? She is the Tubo queen, right? Chu Fian's eyes were full of suspicion. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Qingshu said awkwardly. I'm just expressing my feelings. Besides, we are leaving tomorrow, what thoughts can I have? Is it that if we continue to stay in Tubo for a while, you will have thoughts about her? Zhong Ling caught the loophole in his words and echoed. You two little girls, are you on the same side now? Look at this husband's display of manliness. Song Qingshu reached out and tickled the two women's armpits, making them giggle and beg for mercy. While playing, Song Qingshu looked back at the place where the carriage disappeared. He sighed in his heart, since ancient times, there has never been a good ending for an old man and a young wife. As night fell, Zhong Ling and Chu Fian, who had always been lively and active, suddenly became silent. Sitting in the room, Song Qingshu also noticed that the atmosphere in the room was a little strange and quickly said, Tomorrow, we are going back to Dali, have you prepared the luggage? Ready. Chu Fian replied, then lowered her head to look at her toes and no longer spoke. Chapter 1, Princess of Jincheng. Song Qingshu was stunned and had to continue to ask, did you buy any herbs? We suffered a lot from altitude sickness before. Yes. Zhong Ling snorted and also lowered her head to play with the corner of her clothes. When Song Qingshu saw this, he was immediately happy and directly said, It's getting late, why don't we just go to bed and conserve our energy? We still have to hurry on tomorrow. Oh, and two very cute answers, but they did not move an inch. Song Qingshu yawned, It seems that you are in good spirits, I will go to bed first. After that, he fell on the bed, and not long after, he began to snore. Zhong Ling and Chu Fian looked at each other and continued to sit on the bench. After a long time, they finally could not resist the drowsiness, and the two gritted their teeth and walked step by step to the bedside. I will sleep inside. After a long silence, Zhong Ling said. Then I will sleep outside. Chu Fian replied with a red face. After a series of rustling sounds, the two girls carefully crawled into the quilt, far away from Song Qingshu, not daring to touch a single bit of his skin. After a long time, Zhong Ling felt a hot hand touching her lower abdomen. She was taken aback, but worried that it would disturb Chu Fian next to her. She could only clench her teeth and did not dare to make a sound. Who knew that the hand would take a mile after taking an inch? It slowly moved up and went deep into her underwear, constantly playing with her soft little chest. Zhongling could not bear it anymore, and was about to speak, when suddenly she heard Chu Fian's slightly trembling voice. "Brother Song, didn't you say that we need to conserve our energy? To conserve our energy, big brother, I'm cultivating the delightful Zen art. What I'm doing now is conserving my strength." Song Qingshu's hateful voice rang out. "Brother Song, you are really bad, treating Sister Ling like that yesterday." Early the next morning, the three of them set foot on the road back to Dali. Chu Fian wanted to say something several times, but finally couldn't help but say it. "Don't talk about me, last night you were the same." Zhong Ling's cheeks flushed red, rolling her eyes at Chu Fian. "Sister Ling, I didn't expect that you, who usually look so obedient and cute, would be so alluring when you shout. As a woman, I can't help myself when I hear it." Chu Fian's eyes were full of smiles. "Humph, I also didn't expect you to be so bold normally, but at the critical moment, you only know how to whimper, shy like a virgin girl." Zhong Ling wanted to find a hole to hide in, and immediately retorted. "I'm a virgin girl, after all." Once out of bed, Chu Fian returned to the familiar image of the little demon girl of the evil sect, and Zhong Ling couldn't gain any advantage in front of her. In ancient times, there was a red sleeves to add fragrance to the night. Today there is a young girl to accompany me on a journey. It is indeed a great joy in the world. Song Qingshu happily listened to the two beautiful girls bickering, thinking, what Master Lotus Flower said was not false. The purine qi that could be collected from the two girls last night was indeed very little. Although the sage time afterwards was very beneficial to training, it did not improve the quality of the qi itself. "Brother Song, after every time you do that, can you hug us a little longer? Once you are done, you sit up and train. I always feel that I am just a tool to satisfy my lust." Chu Fian was originally just joking, but for some reason, she really became sad, her eyes turning red. Even if Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than the city wall, he still couldn't stand such grief, and quickly apologized. "It's my fault, I only focused on training, and neglected your feelings. At night I will teach you a set of intertwining positions like King Ming and Concubine Ming, skin to skin, breath to breath. It shouldn't make you feel left out." "Who wants to do that with you at night?" Chu Fian was slightly shy, and suddenly showed a worried expression. "Brother Song, the name of the Joy Zen technique you are practicing is a vulgar skill. When you return to the Central Plains, don't reveal it to the outside world, lest you become the world's enemy." "Is that a dirty name?" Song Qingshu was taken aback. He turned to look at Zhong Ling. "Tell me. You've experienced it yourself. Is this technique really that obscene?" "Of course I am." Zhong Ling answered firmly, "Otherwise, I don't believe that Brother Song knew so many embarrassing positions in the past. Let's continue on our way." Song Qingshu looked embarrassed and thought to himself, some of the postures were obviously learned from Japanese movies. "You've really wronged the happy Zen method. The air here is fresh, the clouds are high, and the sky is wide. As far as the eye can see, there are no signs of human habitation within a radius of 100 miles. Why don't we do something to cultivate our minds?" After hurrying for half a day, Song Qingshu stopped to stretch his body and grinned. He looked at the two women. Looking at the blue sky, Zhong Ling exclaimed, "Brother Song, is it still daytime?" "So what if it's daytime? Who said that we can't do things during the day?" Song Qingshu said shamelessly. "Brother Song, there's a bad phrase called daylight." Chu Fei Yan reminded weakly. "Your thoughts are too dirty. In a place so close to the sky, I just want to give up all the restraints on my body and completely embrace the breath of nature." Song Qingshu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Give up all the restraints? You make it sound so dignified, but in the end, you just want to take off our clothes." Chu Fei Yan muttered. Fei, it's not a good thing for a woman to be too smart." "Then let's start with you." After saying that, Song Qingshu pounced forward. A young girl's scream resounded through the sky. Along the way, the three of them finally returned to the territory of Dali. 5 Poison Sect, Zhurong Temple. Seeing that your divine essence is restrained, your internal injuries must have healed. Then I really have to congratulate you. Dongfang Muxue lay on the chair and said lightly. There's no sincerity in your tone, your congratulations are really. Song Qingshu shook his head and clicked his tongue. My most beloved female disciple has been tricked into sleeping with you. The fact that I haven't settled the score with you is already due to our past friendship. Don't push your luck. Dongfang Muxue glanced at Chu Feiyan, who was beside him. Seeing the unconcealable strong desire between her brows, she immediately understood. Master. Seeing Dongfang Muxue again, Chu Feiyan's expression was complicated. The fact that she had been raped by another man was casually mentioned by the person she loved in the past. Chu Feiyan only felt extremely uncomfortable. Fei Fei, you can leave first. Come to my room later, I have something to ask you. Hearing her aggrieved voice, Dongfang Muxue's heart softened and said. Chu Feiyan subconsciously raised her head to look at Song Qingshu, and saw that there was not the slightest displeasure on his face. Seeing that there was no displeasure on his face, she nodded slightly and said, yes, Fei Fei will take her leave. Indigo Phoenix, take good care of Lady Ling and teach her the secret arts of the Five Venoms sect. Seeing Chu Feiyan slowly retreating out of the hall, Dongfang Muxue turned her head and instructed the Five Venoms sect leader on the other side. Yes, leader. Indigo Phoenix came in front of Zhong Ling and said with a smile, Miss Ling Air, please. Zhong Ling was no longer as afraid of Indigo Phoenix as before. She knew that Dongfang Bubi had something to say to Brother Song in private, so she nodded obediently and said, Finally, only Dongfang Muxue and Song Qingshu were left in the temple. You learned the blissful Zen? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a teasing expression. I finally understand why you didn't tell me earlier, Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile. This name is indeed misleading. If Fei Fei and Ling Er had heard it, they would have been shocked. If Fei Fei and Ling Er heard it, they definitely wouldn't go with me. Zhong Ling might not, but Fei Fei was the one who asked her to go with you. She wouldn't dare to refuse. Dongfang Muxue revealed a playful smile. Look at how nice I am to you. I was worried that you didn't have a cultivation cauldron, so I specially gave my concubine to you. How do you plan to repay me? Why don't I teach you the blissful Zen and we can become dual cultivation partners and achieve the supreme Tao together? Song Qingshu teased. Your cultivation is too low. I will be at a disadvantage if I cultivate with you. When you feel that your cultivation is good enough, then come and talk to me about this. Song Qingshu thought that the other party would fly into a rage, but he did not expect such an answer. He, who had always been a glib talker, did not know how to respond. He hurriedly changed the topic. Fei Fei is clearly your disciple. When did she become your concubine? He could not be more familiar with Chu Feiyan's body. Before that night, she was clearly a pure and untainted virgin. Fei Fei has always loved me as her master. As long as I say the word, she will offer herself to me. If it wasn't for your cultivation, she would have become my concubine. Dongfang Muxue said matter-of-factly. Song Qingshu was speechless. Hey. You are a woman. Even if you want to, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Who told you that women don't have the ability? Dongfang Muxue waved her sleeves and straightened her body. She changed the position of her legs. Didn't you see that I trained the Indigo Phoenix well? The image of the Indigo Phoenix's clothes that were always tight appeared in his mind. He could imagine the plump and juicy body that was wrapped inside. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He asked in surprise, how did you do it? Dongfang Muxue blushed and snorted. You don't have to worry about that. We are not close enough to exchange our skills in bed. You were clearly the one who started it, okay? Song Qingshu criticized inwardly. Back to the topic at hand. How is your cultivation now compared to before? Dongfang Muxue's expression returned to normal as she asked. Probably only 30% of the power he had when he was at his peak, Song Qingshu estimated. Although the blissful Diana is indeed magical, he has just started cultivating it after all, and his genuine qi is still very young. What is the way the delightful Zen increases your cultivation? Is it because the more women you sleep with, the faster your cultivation grows? Dongfang Muxue asked with a frown. Is it really appropriate for a man and a woman like us to discuss such an ambiguous topic in the same room? Seeing that Dongfang Muxue was about to raise her eyebrows, he quickly said, although your description sounds a little perverted, it's more or less the same. That's good. Dongfang Muxue leaned back on the chair and tapped the handle lightly. I'll get Indigo Phoenix to accompany you at night. She's different from the other two girls. She's all grown up. Don't feel bad, just use her. Cough cough. Song Qingshu choked and looked at her in shock. Isn't she your concubine? I don't mind, why do you mind? Dongfang Muxue looked at him strangely. That's not the problem. Song Qingshu was shocked by her toughness. Why, understanding what he meant, Dongfang Muxue snorted coldly. I want to take back the Blackwood Cliff and I need your help. I just want you to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Don't take it for granted. Forget it, I don't want it. Song Qingshu rejected her firmly. I like to pursue the person I want. I don't like this kind of deal. What kind of joke was this? Looking at Dongfang Muxue's eager expression, she was probably even willing to let all the women of the Five Poison sect accompany him in order to raise his strength as soon as possible. What fun would there be in that kind of thing? I don't want to become a human seedling machine and run out of energy. Didn't I give Fei Fei to you? Why didn't you hold back when you used her? Dongfang Muxue questioned. That's different. It was a critical situation then. I had no choice. Song Qingshu was sweating profusely as he tried to explain. Oh, I understand now. You guys all have a virgin side. You must be thinking that Indigo Phoenix is no longer a virgin. Dongfang Muxue hesitated for a moment before explaining. Although I took Indigo Phoenix's body, I'm just a woman. She hasn't been touched by any other man. Theoretically, she's still a virgin. You've really opened my eyes. Song Qingshu felt like he was getting to know her all over again. He didn't expect Dongfang Muxue to be into this kind of thing. He imagined a scene, a cloud bed, a lotus canopy, two snow-white bodies entangled in a colorful mandarin duck quilt. The scene was too beautiful. Song Qingshu shuddered. How could a lily be real? He wondered if Dongfang Muxue was the one attacking or the one receiving. Although she did look like a queen on the outside, who could really tell such things? Don't think I don't know what's going on in your head. Do you believe that I'll dig your eyeballs out if you keep looking around? Dongfang Muxue's expression was cold and displeased. I believe, Song Qingshu nodded his head quickly. However, I really don't need the Indigo Phoenix. Although she's mature and beautiful, I prefer to do it myself. I'm well fed. Alright, since you don't like it, it's up to you. Dongfang Muxue's voice suddenly turned serious. You can reject the Indigo Phoenix, but there's a woman you have to help me settle. Who? Song Qingshu was stunned. The saintess of the Sun Moon sect, Dongfang Muxue said plainly. Ren Ying? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Not her. Although I'll need your help to deal with her in the near future, it's not now. Ren Ying is the saintess of the Sun Moon sect. This is the saintess. She was recently sent to Blackwood Cliff by the Ming dynasty. That old dog, Ren Wuxing, gave away the sect's hundreds of years of foundation in order to seize the throne. Dongfang Muxue sneered. Ren Wuxing is also an ambitious person. I'm afraid this isn't his intention. I think he has a good plan. With his martial arts, Xiang Wentian, and Ling Huchong, he doesn't have to worry about inviting a wolf into his house. Unfortunately, the three of them were severely injured by you during the battle at Blackwood Cliff. That's why they couldn't resist Zhang Wuji's forces entering Blackwood Cliff. Song Qingshu pondered for a while and deduced Ren Wuxing's initial plan. That's right, Dongfang Muxue obviously agreed with his guess, but it's easier to invite the devil in than to send him away. I can't just sit and watch as Zhang Wuji takes complete control of Blackwood Cliff. That new saintess must be the spokesperson that the Ming dynasty sent to Blackwood Cliff. As time goes by, she'll definitely become more powerful and difficult to get rid of. That's why we need you to take advantage of the fact that the Ming dynasty has yet to gain a firm foothold to destroy the saint's chastity. On one hand, you can delay the invasion of the Ming dynasty, and on the other hand, you can destroy the relationship between Zhang Wuji and Ren Wuxing, making them fight each other. There are many ways to destroy the relationship between two people. Why do I have to do such a despicable thing? Song Qingshu said gloomily. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. Dongfang Mushui glanced at him and said with a faint smile, nothing else is as effective as destroying the saintess' chastity. You must know that the saintess of the Ming dynasty must keep her chastity for the rest of her life. If she loses her chastity because she falls in love with another man, then she will have to accept the punishment of being burned by fire. If her chastity is taken by another man, then it will be the greatest insult to the Ming dynasty. It is even more serious than the death of the leader. So if you destroy the saintess' chastity in Blackwood Cliff, as the master, Ren Wuxing will not be able to escape responsibility. Under the pressure, Zhang Wuji might directly fight with Ren Wuxing to the death. At most, Ren Wuxing will be considered a failure of protection. If the Ming dynasty will fight with him to the death, then wouldn't I, the murderer, be hunted down by hundreds of thousands of members of the Ming dynasty? Song Qingshu made up his mind. He wouldn't do such a dangerous thing. Rumor has it that not long ago, someone saw Zhang Wuji's beautiful mission. A man and a woman, staying in a room alone for a long time. Dongfang Mushui said gloatingly. Say no more, I'll go. Song Qingshu said with a darkened face. Look at your reluctant face. A red shadow flashed and Dongfang Mushui appeared in front of Song Qingshu. She stretched out a slender finger and hooked his chin. Even though the saintess of the Ming dynasty has many rules, there is one good thing about her. She's definitely a one-in-a-million beauty. Even though the price of this mission is a little high, the process is extremely erotic. Song Qingshu's face tilted and he broke away from her teasing. He said angrily, if that's the case, why don't you do it yourself? You can even deal with the indigo phoenix. It's not difficult to take the saintess's body. Humph. A light breeze blew past. Dongfang Mushui was lying on the hallmaster's throne again. Do you think I don't want to? If I was a man, would you even have a chance to do such a good thing? Even though I have ways to make her obedient, but after all, I can't be compared to you men. All right. Song Qingshu could not hide the smile on his face. What's the name of the saintess? Do you have any relevant information? Noticing the mockery on Song Qingshu's face, Dongfang Mushui's face twitched. She said in a low voice, I don't know. The saintess was not originally from the Ming dynasty. She seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. My subordinates have no idea where she came from. Therefore, you can only use your own abilities. However, I have confidence in you. It shouldn't be difficult to take her virginity. This is not my specialty. Don't make it sound like I'm good at this. Song Qingshu was speechless. He felt the need to discuss this issue with her. Is that so? Your lightness skill is unparalleled in the world. It's comparable to mine. It's the perfect time to have an affair on a dark and windy night. And it's said that those who cultivate in the blissful dhyana will emit a fragrance that will make women weak and lose their minds when they cultivate. See, I don't even have to use medicine. Dongfang Mushui stretched out her fingers and began to count. And the last time you saved the little widow of the Yuan family in the palace, even I couldn't see through the disguise you used. If you disguise yourself as a lover or husband of a woman, which woman can guard against you? Oh, that's right. The 9 manual that you cultivate, if I remember correctly, seems to have a soul-shifting technique. TSK, if I think about it, it's a waste that you don't become a pervert. Don't hit people in the face, don't expose their shortcomings. Just keep these to yourself. Don't tell others. Song Qingshu came to her side with a drooling face and gently massaged her shoulders. My good sister, these are all my trump cards. Please don't tell others. Now that we are allies, I naturally won't do anything disadvantageous to you. If one day you become my enemy, hee. Feeling that the strength of the other's massage was just right, Dongfang Mushui sighed comfortably. Sister, we have such a good relationship. How can there be a day when we become enemies? Song Qingshu increased the frequency of his massage. He hesitated for a moment and said, what about the other things? I know, but the fragrance of the blissful dhyana, I'm really not sure how effective it is. Will the effect be reduced due to the difference in the opponent's skills? Sister, your martial arts are so high, can you let me experiment? Before Song Qingshu could finish his sentence, he felt that his hand was empty. Dongfang Muxue had already appeared several feet away and was looking at him with a cold expression. I'm warning you, don't use that thing on me. Otherwise, I'll make you practice the sunflower treasure book with me. Song Qingshu felt a chill between his legs and subconsciously tightened them. He smiled awkwardly and said, no, I won't, unless you ask me to. Huh? Dongfang Muxue widened her eyes and glared at him. I said it wrong, I said it wrong. Song Qingshu coughed awkwardly. Since you know your mistake, your punishment is to set off to Blackwood Cliff now. Dongfang Muxue said coldly. Now? Song Qingshu glanced out of the window. It was almost evening. But I'd just returned from Tubo. What else? Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes at him. The earlier you arrive at Blackwood Cliff, the higher the chance of success. Also, you should be in a hurry to find Zhang Wuji for revenge. Helping me is equivalent to helping yourself. But for the past few days, Song Qingshu, Chu Fian and Zhong Ling were like newlyweds who were glued to each other. It was the first time the two women had tasted the pleasure of being a couple. Although they were shy, their bodies were very willing to cooperate with him. Song Qingshu was enjoying it like an emperor, so naturally, he was a little reluctant. Seeing his expression, Dongfang Muxue understood what he was thinking. She said coldly, since ancient times, the home of a gentle woman is the grave of a hero. You should know very well that those who want to achieve great things should not be restrained by love. You're right, sister. Song Qingshu was also a little embarrassed. Recently, he had indeed indulged in too much pleasure. Sometimes, he even forgot about his plans. Don't worry, Chu Fian is my disciple. I'll take good care of her and strive to improve her martial arts to the next level. In the end, she can be our helper. As for Zhong Ling, I've already asked Indigo Phoenix to teach her all the secret arts of the Five Poison sect. In the future, she will be the saint of the Five Poison sect, the saint of the Ming dynasty, the saint of the Sun Moon sect, and the saint of the Five Poison sect. Looks like you can be called the Saint Collector in the future. Dongfang Muxue laughed as she spoke. I think the Saint Knight is more powerful. Song Qingshu scratched his hair. But it doesn't matter. As long as you're not the leftover collector. Saint Knight? How classless. Dongfang Muxue was stunned. She did not understand the double meaning in his words. She waved her hand. Go on your way. There's no need to say goodbye to them. I'll pass on your message. I wish you success and endless luck with women. This blessing is a little too. Song Qingshu complained before he left. Watching Song Qingshu disappear outside the hall, Dongfang Muxue stood in the hall in a daze. She pondered for a long time. Finally, she sighed faintly and walked to the back of the hall. Chapter 121, A Beautiful Mission, Fei Fei greets Master. Chu Fian was already waiting in the room. When she saw Dongfang Muxue walk in, she quickly bowed. Dongfang Muxue did not reply. She walked straight to her and lifted her chin. She stared at her face for a long time and sighed. As expected, I feel sorry for you. No wonder he couldn't forget you even before he left. Chu Fian was extremely nervous when she was stared at in such a posture. She did not dare to meet her eyes. When she heard her words, she said in surprise, Brother Song left? Yes. I sent him to help me with something. You won't be seeing him for a while. Dongfang Muxue walked to the couch and lay down. She hooked her finger at Chu Fian. Fei Fei, come and help me massage my shoulders. Chu Fian hesitated for a moment. She stood still. What? You've forgotten Master now that you have a lover. Didn't you massage me less in the past? Dongfang Muxue looked at her. Fei Fei doesn't dare. Chu Fian slowly walked to her side and began to massage for her. Not long after, Dongfang Mushua's arm passed through her waist and pulled her into her embrace. She lowered her head and looked at her. Chu Fian was shocked. She struggled for a moment but could not move. She asked with fear, Master, what do you want to do? Hearing Dongfang Mushua's request, Chu Fian was silent. After a while, she raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Master, you should understand Feifei's feelings. Why did you not want Feifei when there were so many opportunities before, but after I became Big Brother Song's woman, you only. She could not continue speaking. Silly child, Master is injured and helpless. I need Song Qingshu to help me. I didn't touch you before because I was afraid that I would ruin your virginity and affect his cultivation of the blissful Dharma. Now that he has mastered it, I have no more worries. Dongfang Mushua's hand moved down Chu Fian's soft hair. As her hand moved lower and lower, she could feel Chu Fian's body trembling more and more. Master, no. Chu Fian struggled a few times, but other than the intense friction between their bodies, which made her face and ears red, there was no effect. You dare to disobey me? Dongfang Mushue snorted coldly, her voice carrying a trace of coldness. Disciple does not dare. Master's divine power is unparalleled. If you really want Feifei, Feifei knows that I can't stop you. I am willing to serve Master for one night to repay the kindness of the past, but, Feeling Dongfang Mushua's hand reach into her clothes and knead it, Chu Fian exclaimed, her breathing becoming hurried. She quickly expressed her thoughts, but Feifei will not be able to face Big Brother Song after this, and can only die. The tip of Dongfang Mushua's nose slowly brushed past the delicate skin on her neck. The wisps of hot air she exhaled caused a layer of fine goosebumps to appear on Chu Fian's body. She slowly said, Silly child, Song Qingshu has already been sent away by me. Tonight's matter, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, how would he know? Chu Fian's heart swayed. She had always admired her master. Being seduced like this, she almost lost her mind. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Dongfang Mushue continued, Feifei, I will not stop you from being with your brother Song in the future. Instead, I will provide all the conveniences for you too. But sometimes, when Master is lonely at night, Feifei, will you quietly accompany me? Feifei Yuan. Chu Fian had just spoken halfway when she suddenly came to a realization, her voice already carrying a sobbing tone. Master, please let Feifei go. Dongfang Mushue frowned and snorted coldly, You're my disciple, Dongfang Bubi. You're a demonic woman from the evil sect. Why did you learn the tricks of the righteous sect? Feifei is just an ordinary woman. I can't be as detached as Master said. Chu Fian lowered her head and lightly said, If Master wants Feifei, then Feifei can only die afterwards, only then can he feel at ease. I don't care. You must accompany me tonight. Dongfang Mushue flipped over and pressed Chu Fian down. Yes. Chu Fian's voice was empty, as if it did not carry the slightest emotion. This is infuriating. I don't know what method this stinking brat used to make my precious disciple give up on him in just a few days. Dongfang Mushue suddenly felt bored. She sat up and snorted, Get up. Just now, Master was just testing you. If you're not loyal to your husband, Master doesn't dare to give you some things to do. Chu Fian was stunned and immediately cried tears of joy, Thank you, Master. Feifei, don't be in a hurry to put on your clothes. Master has changed his mind. Dongfang Mushue saw her hurriedly tidy up her clothes. Her tear-stained appearance was exceptionally alluring. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, thinking that I'll have to take advantage of that stinking brat in the future. I'm a little angry. I have to collect some interest in. Advance. Chu Fian's pink face instantly turned pale. Feifei, don't put on such a desperate look. Dongfang Mushue grabbed her hand and placed it on her chest, Do you understand? When Chu Fian was fooling around with Zhongling, the two girls had often compared their small breasts. The soft feeling that came from the palm of her hand made her look at Dongfang Mushue in shock. Master, you are. Dongfang Mushue put a white finger on her lips and made a shushing gesture, It's good that you know. Don't say it out loud. Now you should understand Master's difficulties, right? He even gave you to Song Qingshu. How could it be? Chu Fian looked as if she had lost her soul. She didn't think that the master she had admired for so many years was actually a woman. For a moment, she couldn't accept it. What, just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I'm your master? Dongfang Mushue snorted coldly. The familiar pressure from her master returned. Chu Fian immediately sobered up and said timidly, Fei Fei doesn't dare. I'm just a little shocked. You should be happy. If Master was really a man, I'd like to see what you would have done in that situation just now. Dongfang Muxue lovingly scratched her nose. Master really dotes on me. You can't bear to make me sad. You even told me such a big secret. Knowing that Dongfang Muxue was a woman, Chu Fian finally put down a huge stone in her heart. She hugged her waist and intimately buried her head in her bosom. However, a tear flowed out from the corner of her eye. A faint sadness flashed through her heart. Farewell, my former lover. Master dotes on you so much. If I let you sleep with me, would you be willing? All these years, facing Chu Fian's constant display of love, Dongfang Muxue had to hide the fact that she was a woman in front of her. It had been very vexing. Now, she could finally let out a long sigh of relief. Yes, of course I'm willing. Chu Fian wiped away her tears and beamed. After a long time, intermittent conversations could be heard in the room. Master, why do you keep touching me? You're young. Your skin is smooth and comfortable to touch. But Master's skin is clearly better than mine. Why can you touch me, but I can't touch you? I'm the master, and you're the disciple. This is the reason why I'm the master. Is that enough? Aya, master, don't touch there. In order to improve your martial arts to the next level, Master wants to examine your body. But it feels so strange. Master, do I really need you to press on top of me to examine my body? Woo woo, yeah. Song Qingshu sneezed and rubbed his nose. Looking at the sparse stars in the sky, he said bitterly, that Dongfang bitch must be angry that I took advantage of her disciple and took the opportunity to retaliate. Sigh, yesterday she was hugging me left and right, but now I'm all alone. How pitiful. After rushing for a few days, he arrived at Xianxia. He felt unbearably thirsty. After much difficulty, he found a house. He knocked on the door and said, I'm in a hurry to pass by this place. I hope the host can make things convenient for me and give me some water. After a long time, there was no sound of the door opening. Song Qingshu was about to turn around and leave in disappointment, but he saw a farmer youth carrying a bundle of firewood walking towards him from a distance. His breathing is even and his gait is light. How can a farmer have such good skills? Song Qingshu immediately became suspicious. When he got closer, he discovered that the fingers on his right hand seemed to have been cut off by a sharp blade. Raising his head to see his face, the two said in unison, It's you? This youth was the one who had been locked up with Ding Dian in the Jingzhou prison. He was also the main character of the original city linking technique, Di Yun. Di Yun opened the door and the two sat down to talk. Di Yun, why are you here? Song Qingshu asked. Prince Song, I wanted to ask you the same question. Di Yun scratched the back of his head. Although he had always disliked handsome young masters of noble families because of the matter with his junior sister, he had a good impression of Song Qingshu since he had been able to escape from the Jingzhou prison. I passed by here on my way north to Pingding Prefecture. Song Qingshu glanced at Di Yun and sighed. I didn't expect that we would meet here again after we parted ways in Jingzhou. Di Yun laughed foolishly. Last time, when you and Brother Ding created a ruckus in Jingzhou, I took advantage of the chaos to escape. I had nowhere else to go, so I came back to my hometown to plant vegetables and farm. You didn't look for your junior sister? Di Yun was also a pitiful person. His junior sister, who was his childhood sweetheart, had been tricked by Wan Gui. Speaking of which, he and Icy Snow had accidentally seen Qi Feng and Wan Gui having sex in the Wan residence. Song Qingshu looked at him pitifully. The woman he loved had already been seen naked by two men, I did. Unfortunately, the Wan residence was empty. I don't know where they moved to. Although Di Yun was curious why Song Qingshu knew so much about him, he still answered, I was worried that my junior sister wouldn't be able to find me in the future, so I came back to my hometown to wait. You're just going to watch Wan Gui and the woman you love live together? You're going to stay here alone to look for girls? Song Qingshu felt that he had more or less taken away a lot of Di Yun's luck. If it weren't for his appearance, Di Yun would have been even more miserable than Bu Jingyun. He would suffer even more, but in the end, the bitterness would be over and the sweetness would come. In the end, he would be able to obtain Xuexing, who was as beautiful as a flower. Looking at the current situation, it was very likely that he would end up alone here for the rest of his life. Song Qingshu felt that he had to help him. Why can't I help when I see people with miserable fates in the original work? Lin Pingji is like this, and so is Di Yun. It seems that we are in the same boat. Speaking of which, the Song Qingshu in the original work is more of his own fault. Song Qingshu laughed at himself. Di Yun's veins popped when he heard the most hateful thing in his life. He gritted his teeth and said, I want nothing more than to drink Wan Gui's blood and eat his flesh. But junior sister has already become his wife and even had a child with him. I'm worried that if I kill Wan Gui, junior sister will be sad for the rest of her life. Wan Gui is such a treacherous person. He will never have a good ending. I'm afraid your junior sister will not have a good ending if she follows him. Could it be that you feel that you can't give her a better happiness? Song Qingshu asked in return. Of course not. Di Yun said agitatedly, it's just that you despise your junior sister for marrying another man and giving birth to a burden? Song Qingshu deliberately provoked him. No. Di Yun waved his hands. Junior sister only fell for Wan Gui's evil scheme. I've never blamed her. No matter what she becomes, I will still love her as before. I can also love the child she gave birth to as my own. But they've been married for so many years, I'm worried. Di Yun looked anxious. Worried that she won't go with you? Seeing Di Yun nod, Song Qingshu said, that's a possibility, it's a common problem with women. But now that you've made some progress with the Divine Reflection Sutra, don't you know to get her back first? She'll figure it out in time. Trust me, I know women better than you, this is the right choice. Is that possible? Di Yun's eyes flashed with hope, but it quickly dimmed, but I don't even know where Wan Gui took them. Song Qingshu handed an waste token to him. Recently, I have been establishing a sticky rod division, which will be responsible for gathering intelligence in the world. If Brother D is interested in joining, you can bring this token to the Swallow capital city to look for me. With the help of the sticky rod division, we should be able to help you find your junior sister and even help you take revenge. Di Yun took the token, thinking about what he would do if his junior sister and the others came back after he left. He hesitated. Brother D, you can think about it carefully for a while. Song Qingshu patted his shoulder. Oh, that's right. Here's some silver. If you come to the capital one day, you'll inevitably be short of money. Then, he stuffed 2 ingots into Dizhou's hands. I can't take this, Di Yun hurriedly refused with a slightly embarrassed expression. Brother D, I know you have a backbone, you can go to the capital on your own, but it'll take a lot of time. With this silver, you can buy a good horse and save at least a month's time. If anything were to happen to your junior sister during this period of time, it would be too late for you to regret it. A man's pitiful and respectable pride, Song Qingshu sighed and firmly shoved the silver into Di Yun's hands. Di Yun froze, tears welling up in his eyes. In this world, other than Brother Ding and junior sister, no one had ever treated him so well. Holding back his tears, he choked out, Thank you, Prince Song, for your advice. I'll accept it. Di Yun is indeed simple, he's moved to tears with just a few dozen silver. It's clear how much he suffered. Song Qingshu cupped his fists and said, Brother D, I have something important to do, so I'll take my leave first. Take care, brother. N. At this moment, Di Yun had 1,000 words in his heart. However, as he was not good with words, he did not know what to say. He could only watch as Song Qingshu's voice disappeared into the distance. Last time when I fled from Blackwood Cliff with Dongfeng, I didn't have a chance to go to the King of Medicine's village when I passed by Dongting Lake. Since it's on the way to the north, I should go to see if the poison in Hufei's body has been detoxified. I wonder how Icy Snow is doing now. Song Qingshu made up his mind and galloped in the direction of White Horse Temple at Dongting Lake. Song Qingshu felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the field of malevolent blood dwarf chestnuts. He remembered the method Qinglingsu had taught him in the past. He plucked a blue flower from a flower bed by the roadside and wore it on his body. He slowly walked towards the manor of the King of Medicine. Brother Hu Fei, you're such a big idiot. Until now, you still can't tell the difference between Gelsemium elegans and traction poison. Let me explain it to you one more time. Chapter 193, Inner Charm. Listen to me carefully. Both Gelsemium elegans and traction poison can make the poison die a horrible death. Therefore, the poisoner usually has a deep hatred for the target. That's why he would use such a vicious poison. However, there is a difference between the two poisons. Gelsemium elegans can make the poisoned person's limbs weak. They will talk nonsense, see double images, have diarrhea, and vomit. Their abdomen will be unbearable. Finally, they will die of respiratory paralysis after 4 to 6 hours. Gelsemium elegans is vicious because the poisoned person's consciousness is always clear during the whole process. Even after their breathing stops, their heartbeat can still continue for a short period of time. The poisoned person can completely feel the pain of death from the beginning to the end. It's like the pain of having one's intestines broken. That's how it got its name. During the Warring States period, Han Feizi committed suicide by taking hook kiss. He died a horrible death. As for traction poison, it's also very famous in history. Back then, Li Yu, the later ruler of southern Tang, was sentenced to death by Emperor Taizong because of the beauty Yu. After his death, his body was severely deformed. According to the records of the predecessors, the front and the feet are in the same position, like traction poison. That's how it got its name. The original name of traction poison is strychnus. It can cause a strong impulse in the spinal cord of the human body. The poisoned person's whole body will spasm violently, accompanied by staring eyes, tightly clenching teeth, and other symptoms. Until death, there will be a strange evil smile on their face. This is similar to the Xianxia Sec's 3 laughs free and unfettered powder. I suspect that one of the ingredients of Old Freak Ding's 3 laughs free and unfettered powder is this traction poison. Clap clap clap. Song Qingshu clapped his hands as he walked forward. He heard Qing Lingsu talking loudly as soon as he was nearby. He stopped and listened for a long time. His heart was filled with amazement. Lingsu, you're so young, but you know all kinds of poisons like the back of your hand. It's really admirable. Big brother Song. When Hu Fei saw Song Qingshu, her face lit up with joy. She dashed over and jumped on his body. Hey, you're so heavy. Song Qingshu hugged her and pretended to grin. Little Lingsu, come here and let uncle hug you. After putting Hu Fei down, Song Qingshu opened his arms and called Qing Lingsu. Pfft. Qing Lingsu spat and glared at him with a red face. Forget it. You're my little Hu Fei's woman. I won't take advantage of you. Song Qingshu's words made the two children blush. Aren't you ashamed? What do you mean by your little Hu Fei? It seems that you really have an ulterior motive for anti-icy snow. Qing Lingsu was unhappy that he called Hu Fei brother, but she called him uncle. She felt that she was 1 generation lower than him. She was very depressed. You're really sharp-tongued. Song Qingshu looked at Hu Fei and smiled. When you're married, you're going to suffer in the future. Who wants to marry that ugly freak? When she heard Qing Lingsu say that he coveted her mother, Hu Fei was a little unhappy. However, when she heard what Song Qingshu said, she immediately exploded. Stupid Hu Fei, I hate you. Qing Lingsu's eyes immediately turned red. She wiped her eyes and ran into the house while sobbing. Little Hu Fei, how can you hurt a girl's heart like this? Song Qingshu advised as an experienced person. Besides, a girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. Lingsu is only at the age of 193. She's only at the age of 193 now. If she becomes a great beauty in a few years, won't you regret it? Treat her well when she's the least confident. She'll be grateful to you for the rest of her life. This business is definitely not profitable. What if she doesn't change in a few years? Hu Fei asked seriously. Look at her now. If she wants to grow into a great beauty, I'm not as confident as you are. It doesn't matter if she's not beautiful. There are only lazy women in this world, there are no ugly women. When the time comes, I'll teach her some makeup skills and dress her up properly. She'll definitely make you fall for her. Song Qingshu put his arm around little Hu Fei's shoulder and the two of them walked into the villa. I have to remind you, although little Ling Su isn't very pretty, she's very smart. When I look at her waist and buttocks when she walks, she's one in a million. When she grows up, she'll definitely be a gift for men. Don't miss it. I say, Brother Song, I'm only 8 years old. You're telling me this now. Aren't you afraid of teaching me the wrong things? If my mother hears this, she'll scold you to death, little Hufei said gloomily. We're brothers for life. I'm just thinking about you and being honest with you. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He looked around and asked quietly, by the way, is your mother here? Humph, I was wondering how long you could hold back before asking, little. Hufei pouted and said straightforwardly. She's not here. She's not here? Song Qingshu was stunned. Where did she go? A few months ago, she came to see me once and then left. I think she went to investigate Morong Jingyue's whereabouts, little Hufei answered. Morong Jingyue? Aren't the Morong family investigating him? Song Qingshu asked in confusion. Suddenly, he looked worried. Morong Jingyue is skilled in martial arts and good at using poison. I'm worried that your mother is in danger. You have a conscience, little Hufei rolled her eyes at him. My mother's martial arts are not inferior to my father's. Last time, it was only because Morong Jingyue was familiar with her moves and I was a burden that my mother lost her mind and lost to him. I heard that you taught her the white python whip technique. My mother was very skilled in it the last time she came to see me. As long as she's careful when she encounters Morong Jingyue, she should be able to protect herself. I see Song Qingshu was slightly relieved. However, he still couldn't hide the disappointment on his face when he heard that Icy Snow was not at the King of Medicine Manor. Brother Song, this is where you're wrong. Are you unhappy to see me? Why are you putting on such an expression? Little Hufei bumped him with her shoulder. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and chuckled. Alright, let's go back to your marriage. Where were we just now? By the way, speaking of Ling Su's inner charm, I didn't do anything to her because of you. If you're sure that you don't like her, I'm going to make a move. The lowly grooming plan, just thinking about it makes me excited. Song Qingshu rubbed his hands as he spoke. His expression was very serious. Perverted. Little Hufei immediately panicked. You had designs on my mother, and I let it go on account of your good character. But now, you're even having designs on little sister Ling Su. Yo, Song Qingshu smiled meaningfully. I've tested you out, haven't I? You even said that you're not interested in her. Little Hufei stubbornly said, it's just a cat and a dog. If they stay together for a long time, they'll have feelings for each other, let alone a person. When the two of them walked into the house, Ling Su happened to hear what he said. She was so angry that she turned around and did not look at the two of them again. Poison Hand King of Medicine chuckled. It's been a long time. Prince Song is full of energy now. It seems that your injuries have healed. Greetings, Master Wu Chen. Song Qingshu bowed sincerely and sighed. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Master's guidance on the trip to Gusu that I found a way to treat my injuries. I've heard about it from Lady Hu a few months ago. Prince Song, you don't have to thank me. This is your own opportunity. Poison Hand King of Medicine smiled and shook his head. Master, how's the detoxification in my little brother's body? After the two of them chatted for a while, Song Qingshu pointed at Hufei and asked. Young master, don't worry. Fear was born with a strong body. Coupled with my meticulous care, most of the poison in his body has been removed. There are still some remaining poison that needs time to be diluted. The Poison Hand King of Medicine looked at Hufei dotingly. He must be quite satisfied with this disciple of his. Oh right, did a lady with the surname Fang come to look for you recently? Song Qingshu recalled that he had asked Feng Yi to bring his letter to the Poison Hand King of Medicine to cure the poison of the leopard embryo tendon easing pill and took the opportunity to ask. There was indeed a Miss Feng who came. Master Wu Chen pondered for a moment and said, however, the poison of the leopard embryo tendon easing pill is too strange. Although I have some ideas, I need time to test my guesses. I am unable to develop an antidote in a short period of time. She left in disappointment when she heard that. Big brother Song, don't you have too many female confidants? Little Hu Fei, who was at the side, said in a strange tone. You're not even my lover. Why are you being jealous? Song Qingshu smacked his head and teased. Hu Fei's breathing was stifled. However, she could not say that she was fighting for her mother and could only sit there sulking. Other than that, Miss Fong, there was another lady who came to look for you. Seeing her sweetheart at a disadvantage, Qinglingsu subconsciously spoke up to help him. Another lady? Song Qingshu went through all the women he knew but could not think of who it was. She claimed to be your wife and came to the King of Medicine Manor twice. The first time was not long after you and Lady Hu left for Gusu. Brother Hu Fei and I noticed that she did not come with good intentions and tricked her to go to the northeast. However, she came back not long ago. It was probably to take revenge on me and Brother Hu Fei. She attacked us the moment she saw us. Qinglingsu recounted the entire story like a machine gun. Brother Song, your wife is so fierce. Hu Fei thought, no wonder Brother Song likes my mother. Although his wife is also very beautiful, she has a fierce face. She's not as gentle and considerate as my mother. Besides, my mother's appearance is not worse than hers. Seeing that you are sitting here calmly, she must have suffered a loss again? But her martial arts are clearly far better than yours. Hearing that it was Zhou Jirua, Song Qingshu's expression was rather complicated. She thought to herself, the relationship between the two of us can be made into a melodramatic romance drama. First, she let me down, then I let her down. Then, she hunted me down, then I killed her. With such a debt of sin, plus all kinds of scenes of the original wife becoming a mistress, we're just short of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship to occupy the prime slot. Of course. It would be a disgrace if our King of Medicine Village had to rely on force to protect ourselves, Qinglingsu said proudly. She was poisoned? What happened next? Song Qingshu was startled and asked worriedly. Dead. Qinglingsu said while munching on melon seeds, she dared to challenge our Medicine King manor. If we let her go back alive and the news gets out, there will be an endless stream of people coming to us for revenge in the future. Let's give her a little something. There is no cure for Xing Haitang. She's dead. What? When Song Qingshu heard that Zhou Jirua was dead, he sat on the chair with a stupefied expression. He didn't hear a single word that Qinglingsu said. Zhou Jirua died just like that? She died just like that. Logically speaking, I should hate her. Even if everything was a misunderstanding and I don't hate her anymore, I shouldn't be so sad. Song Qingshu clutched his heart, cold sweat dripping down his face. Prince Song, don't listen to Ling Su's nonsense. Your wife is not dead. The Poison Hand King of Medicine couldn't stand it anymore. He used his inner force and said in a low voice. Song Qingshu's body trembled. His eyes regained their vigor. He looked at the Poison Hand King of Medicine and signaled him to continue. That day, Lady Song came in a hurry and wanted to capture Ling Su in fear. I didn't know what was going on, so I had to help and accidentally hurt your wife. Please forgive me, young master. The Poison Hand King of Medicine said. What happened after that? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. The Poison Hand King of Medicine understood his feelings and said quickly, your wife's kung fu is excellent. Although she was poisoned by me, she could still hold on. At that time, another young master appeared and saved her. I saw that his kung fu should be the heaven and earth great shift of the Ming dynasty. In today's world, only the cult leader of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji, has such kung fu at such a young age. I always leave some leeway when I use poison. Zhang Jiaozhu is a true disciple of the butterfly bone fairy doctor, Hu Qingyao. It shouldn't be difficult for him to detoxify your wife's poison. Zhang Wuji? Song Qingshu hated this name so much that his teeth itched. When he heard that Zhou Jirua was saved by him, not only did he not relax, but he became even more worried. He asked hurriedly, Great Master, do you remember when Zhang Wuji saved her? The Poison Hand King of Medicine raised his head and thought for a moment, then answered, it should be early September. There was news in Jianghu that the Sword Saint of Mount Hua, Feng Qingyang, and the cult leader of the devil cult, Dongfang Bubi, had a duel, so I still remember. After the duel on the night of the full moon? Then it seems that after she was once again by me in the imperial palace, she came to find trouble with Hu Fei and the others. Then she was poisoned and saved by Zhang Wuji. No wonder Zhang Wuji said that he had seen her at Blackwood Cliff. It seems that she was at the King of Medicine this time. From his tone at that time, it seems that nothing happened between the two of them. Fortunately. Song Qingshu's mind worked quickly and he finally deduced the whole process. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Great Master, what poison did you use? Do I need to take off my clothes when I detoxify it? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of a very serious problem. In wuxia novels, after the female protagonist was poisoned, the male protagonist would always take off his clothes to help her heal. In the original work, Zhang Chuishan had picked up Yin Susu in this way. Zhang Wuji was not inferior to him. When he was saving Zhao Min, he also took off her outer clothes. The Poison Hand King of Medicine was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He chuckled and said, Prince Song is worrying too much. There is basically no poison in this world that needs to be treated by taking off one's clothes. Taking off one's clothes is usually only to treat some external wounds, such as the wound of being bitten by a poisonous snake. You only need to roll up your trousers or your sleeves. As expected, the Zhang father and son are not good people. They rely on this trick to deceive the feelings of an ignorant girl. Song Qingshu secretly cursed. Big brother Song, is the relationship between you and your husband very good? Hu Fei asked. Why do you ask that? Song Qingshu did not understand. I saw that you were immediately stunned when you heard that she was dead. I think you should like her very much. But as your wife, she wants to kill you. It is really hard for me to understand. Hu Fei spoke out the doubt in her heart. This is a long story. That is. Song Qingshu was stunned. He suddenly did not know what to say. He waved his hand impatiently. Forget it. You won't understand the adult world even if I tell you. You are a child, go play in the mud by yourself. Hu Fei was furious. Just as she was about to prove that she was no longer a child, Qinglingsu pulled her sleeve and whispered, Brother Hu Fei, let's go play. Don't disturb Uncle Song. Look at him, he must be troubled by love. Humph, since he loves his wife so much, don't provoke my mother in the future. Holding Qinglingsu's soft hand, Hu Fei could always calm down. However, she still glared at Song Qingshu fiercely when they went out. After coming out of the King of Medicine matter, Song Qingshu was a little absent-minded for a long time. Later, he unknowingly bumped into a tree and woke up. You are Zhang Wuji, right? The leader of the Ming dynasty, right? I will immediately destroy your so-called Holy Virgin's chastity and make your Ming dynasty the laughingstock of the world. The more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more excited he became. Hate and love were indeed people's greatest motivations. Previously, he had walked unwillingly to Blackwood Cliff. He had delayed it as long as he could, chatted with Di Yun, and visited his relatives at the King of Medicine Manor. How leisurely and carefree he had been. In the end, when he heard the news at the King of Medicine Manor, he couldn't wait to rush to Blackwood Cliff and destroy the reputation of the Ming dynasty's Holy Virgin. Along the way, he used traceless sand and traveled day and night. After a few days, he finally arrived at Pingding's house Blackwood Cliff. Previously, he had forced his way through Blackwood Cliff, so Song Qingshu, who was familiar with the terrain, was able to take advantage of the gaps between the guards and stealthily make his way to Blackwood Cliff. I wonder where the Ming dynasty's Holy Virgin lives. Song Qingshu hid at the top of the corridor. After the patrolling guards passed by, he silently landed on the ground. He looked around and quietly made his way to the most luxurious place with the most guards. Is the young Mrs. Bathwater ready? It's ready. I just went to get the flower petals I gathered this morning. Good. Let's go. Hearing the conversation of the servant girls on the way, Song Qingshu exclaimed that he was lucky. It really didn't take him any effort at all. He quietly followed behind them and tailed them. Watching the servant girls walk into a brightly lit courtyard, Song Qingshu observed his surroundings. He reckoned that this was the place where the women lived. Since she was in the women's residence, there were no male guards nearby. She touched a window and wet her finger with her mouth. With a gentle poke, she made a small hole in the paper window. she was proud of herself. Modern society is better. At least the windows are glass. If a thief wanted to make a hole, he would have to prepare a glass knife and a suction cup. It's not as easy as it is now. Once again confirming that there was no one else within a 10 zhang radius, Song Qingshu moved his eyes closer. Probably because of the hot water in the bathtub, the room was shrouded in smoke, making it hard to see clearly. He saw a graceful woman with her back facing the window. She had a head of long, smooth black hair that fell to her waist. Her willowy waist made her seem especially tall and slender. Long, straight black hair. Just looking at her back is already so attractive. What will happen if I look at her front? Song Qingshu sighed. Miss, you and I have no enmity. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being this annoying Ming Dynasty's holy virgin. Take it off, it's good that you're done, so I won't feel guilty when I do it later. Song Qingshu was actually very conflicted, although peeping at a girl bathing was very erotic, it was still too despicable. He felt his face was burning after a few glances. But thinking of his revenge plan, Song Qingshu steeled his heart and secretly warned himself, don't be a hero, don't be a coward. Since I've decided to be a whore, I don't need to build a chastity, I need to think about how to smoothly complete the mission. In just a short while, the woman in the room had taken off her underwear and placed it on the side of the screen. She shook her head slightly, her waist-length hair fluttering even though there was no wind. Her hands went to the back of her neck and tied her hair up, probably to prevent it from getting wet when she entered the bath. Walking on the fragrant stairs in stockings, carrying a pair of golden shoes. Looking at the woman's jade-like feet, stepping on the small ladder step by step into the bathtub, Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of Liu's description of Queen Zhou. Staring at the back of her snow-white neck, slender straight legs, Song Qingshu only felt a stream of hot water dripping from the tip of his nose. He reached out his hand to wipe it, all he could see was bright red, immediately cursing his bad luck. Are you kidding me? Although slim necks, slim shoulders, slim waists are my favorite, but to have a nosebleed just by looking at her back, that's really too useless. Even if you're a virgin for more than 20 years, you shouldn't be this dirty. Could it be that practicing the Joy Zen has caused you to have too much blood? Hearing the sound of flowing water, Song Qingshu looked in and saw that the woman was already lying in the bathtub, one of her jade-like arms sticking out of the water, the other hand scooped up a handful of water and poured it on her body bit by bit. Song Qingshu's eyesight had improved by more than 10 times since he first mastered the divine skill. Even through the fog, he could clearly see the unique luster of the woman's skin under the candlelight. It was a color that was not used to being exposed to the air. It was the moisture that was hidden throughout the spring, and it was also the luster of a flower bud before it withered in summer. Song Qingshu felt his throat go dry. He knew that he couldn't continue looking. He had to see the woman's face. Otherwise, if he continued to fantasize about her in his mind, he would end up like Duan Yu, picturing a perfect woman who didn't actually exist in his mind, forming a mental barrier in his heart. Circulating qi in his hands, he used a gentle force to break the latch inside and gently opened the window. Like a cat, Song Qingshu landed on the ground soundlessly and moved towards the bathtub step by step. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Song Qingshu didn't want to startle the other party, so he was very careful along the way. The sudden sound startled him. Looking up, he saw that the woman had lifted a straight leg out of the water and placed it on the edge of the bathtub, pouring water on it with both hands as if she was playing a prank. Song Qingshu's breathing became heavy, and he cursed inwardly. The woman's ears twitched, and as expected, she sensed someone behind her. But to Song Qingshu's surprise, she didn't turn around or scream. Instead, she said softly, "Is that Xiaobai? Can you come over and help me massage my shoulders? I don't know why, but I've been feeling sore in my shoulders lately." Yes. This voice sounds familiar? A trace of doubt flashed across Song Qingshu's mind, but in order not to startle her, he could only give a vague answer. He used his qinggong to move his feet, and his footsteps were as light as a young girl's. Even when he arrived behind the woman, she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. "Xiaobai, hurry up." The woman stretched lazily. She placed her hands on the edge of the bathtub, revealing her smooth and round shoulders. She signaled for the servant girl to help her massage them. "You asked for it, so you can't blame me. Let's do the foreplay." Song Qingshu reached out his trembling hand and placed it on the young girl's shoulder. He felt that it was incomparably smooth, and his heart skipped a beat. He gently began to massage it. After a long time, the young girl grunted comfortably, "Xiao Bai, your technique has improved a lot today." She then tilted her head back slightly. Song Qingshu was immersed in feeling the elasticity of the young girl's skin. He didn't expect her to suddenly raise her head, and it was too late for him to dodge. Their eyes met, and the two of them cried out in unison, "How could it be you?" The young girl's modesty allowed her to react faster. She raised her wrist and directly stabbed at Song Qingshu's eyes. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and let go of the young girl's shoulder. His fingers gently flicked at the joints of her elbow. The young girl felt her entire arm go numb, and she lost all feeling. Anxious, she got up and raised her leg to kick at his neck, but Song Qingshu directly grabbed her ankle. She tried to break free with her foot, but it was like a clay ox in the sea, and she couldn't move an inch. "I say, young Miss Ren, long time no see. How can I accept such a big gift as soon as I meet?" Song Qingshu's eyes wandered up and down her body. It turned out that this young girl wasn't the holy maiden of the Ming dynasty, but the holy maiden of the Sun-Moon sect, Ren Yingying. Ren Yingying had just been bathing, so of course she was naked now. Her hands and feet were restrained by him, and her whole body was exposed in an embarrassing position in front of Song Qingshu. Although she had always been smart and calm, her mind was blank at this moment. "Young Miss Ren, I'm curious. Why didn't you scream?" Song Qingshu felt very strange while feasting his eyes. Hearing this, Ren Yingying's pretty face immediately turned red, and she couldn't speak of her bitterness. Now that Brother Chong was also on Blackwood Cliff, if she screamed, her father, Uncle Xiang, and the subordinates of the Sun-Moon sect would rush over anxiously. If they saw her posture now, even if Brother Chong didn't mind, she wouldn't have the face to live. "Seems like it's really fate. In the last battle, I didn't succeed in taking off all your clothes, but today you took off your clothes for me to see. How obedient." Song Qingshu saw that her nose was slightly raised, her long eyelashes were trembling, and her delicate face was reflected on her face, making her look even more beautiful. His heart was moved, and he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her cheek. "Shameless." Ren Yingying's breathing quickened, and her chest rose and fell violently. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to tease her a little more, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly turned his head to look outside. At this time an old voice came from outside, "Yingying, father has a few words to say to you." Song Qingshu turned back to look at her, afraid that she would call for help. Unexpectedly, Ren Yingying took a deep breath, and calmly replied, "Daughter is bathing, I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to see father." "My good daughter has grown up." Ren Wishing's gratified laughter came from outside the door. "Father doesn't want to make things difficult for you, but you know the current situation of Blackwood Cliff. There are some things that are not convenient to say on a normal day, and if someone sees you standing outside now, it's also not appropriate. If father remembers correctly, there are several screens in this room. Father can come in and talk to you through the screens, what do you think? This is really a ghost father, forcing his way in when his daughter is bathing." Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. "Okay, father, please wait a moment." Hearing Ren Yingying's words, Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he bent his elbow, instantly wrapping it around her neck. "I won't let others know about our current appearance." Ren Yingying suddenly felt it was difficult to breathe, and quickly said. "Then why did you let your father in?" Firstly, he didn't want to alert the enemy, and secondly, his true energy was still young, so he was slightly afraid of the other's star-sucking ability. Therefore, Song Qingshu didn't want to directly clash with Ren Wishing, but he still slightly loosened his grip. "Just hide." Ren Yingying bit her lips, and no expression could be seen on her face. "There's nothing here, there's nothing at all. Where can I hide?" Song Qingshu looked around. Although there was a large screen between this place and the living room, the screen was quite transparent, so Ren Yingying wouldn't be exposed while lying in the bathtub. No matter where he hid, his shadow would be imprinted on the screen, and Ren Wishing would know when he came to take a look. Ren Yingying's gaze turned, and she stared at the water in the bathtub, and even the tips of her ears became hot. Song Qingshu was stunned. "This works? Yingying, are you done?" father is coming in. Ren Wuxing was a little anxious waiting outside the door. He didn't know how many spies the Ming dynasty had in Blackwood Cliff, so he purposely took his daughter while she was bathing, and the spies would come when their vigilance was low. However, if he stayed outside for too long and was seen by the Ming dynasty spies, it would raise suspicion. Hearing the sound of Ren Wuxing opening the door, Ren Yingying said anxiously, "Quickly carry me in." Her thoughts were quite simple. It was already unfortunate that Song Qingshu saw her naked, but if her father came in and saw her, just thinking about it made her shudder. Song Qingshu didn't hesitate anymore, and carried Ren Yingying directly into the water. What's that sound? Ren Wuxing had just entered when he heard the sound of a heavy object entering the water. It's nothing, father. Ren Yingying's voice was a little frightened. This made Ren Wuxing even more suspicious, and he was worried that the Ming dynasty had kidnapped his precious daughter, so he asked anxiously, "Yingying, are you all right? I feel that something's wrong with you." "I'm fine." Lying in the bathtub, and facing Song Qingshu who was smiling at her, Ren Yingying's voice was naturally a little unnatural. Chapter 195, Smooth hot spring water washing Blackwood Cliff isn't very peaceful now, and there might be some rascals taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Father needs to take a look at you to be at ease. Ren Wuxing was originally very suspicious, and the moment he entered the room, he felt that something was wrong, so he walked step by step towards the back of the screen. Ren Yingying turned pale with fright, and hurriedly gestured for Song Qingshu to go under the water. Under the water? Song Qingshu used his finger to point at the surface of the water, and his expression was extremely strange. He cursed in his heart, "Miss, do you know that you're naked right now?" Hearing that Ren Wuxing's footsteps had already reached the back of the screen, Song Qingshu didn't have time to think about anything else. He took a deep breath and sank his whole body into the water. "Father, why did you just barge in like this?" Ren Yingying crossed her arms, and only her head was above the water. Her face was red, and she looked at Ren Wuxing who walked in with a reproachful expression. Ren Wuxing's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, but he didn't find any suspicious signs, so he hurriedly retreated. "Father is overthinking. Father thought that you were kidnapped by someone." "Father, you guessed correctly." A trace of bitterness flowed through Ren Yingying's heart, but she still said, "Father has been worrying too much recently." After saying that, she used the tip of her foot to poke Song Qingshu in front of her, indicating for him to come up. Who knew that after poking him a few times, Song Qingshu would continue to stay in the water, as if he had no intention of coming up. Around half an hour later. How could a smart girl like her not know what Song Qingshu was planning? She was ashamed and angry at the same time, but there was nothing she could do. She could only close her thighs tightly, cover her chest with one hand, and cover her private part with the other. "I can't help but worry. When I was saved by Zhang Wuji in the Plum Manor, although I knew he was plotting against the Sun Moon sect, that dog from the east had been stealing the treasure for more than 10 years and had already secured the position of the sect leader. I was alone, so in order to regain the position of the sect leader, I could only pretend to be courteous with him. During the battle in Qingda Hall, Ling Huchong and Xiang Wentian were both seriously injured, and I was also blinded in one eye. Zhang Wuji's martial arts seemed to be even more terrifying than that dog from the east. Only then did I realize that it's easier to invite a god and then to send him away." Ren Wuxing sat outside the screen and sighed deeply. Father's martial arts are unparalleled. When Uncle Xiang and Chong brother recover, we naturally won't have to be afraid of that Zhang Wuji. Speaking of Ling Huchong, Ren Yingying couldn't help but think that she was lying naked in a bathtub with another man. She felt a sharp pain in her chest. It's easier said than done. Daddy didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Your Uncle Xiang's chest acupoint was pierced by that Dongfeng bastard. Most of his power has already dissipated. As for that brat Ling Huchong, he was originally a sickly person. If it weren't for Daddy's astral protection, I'm afraid he would have already died after taking that Dongfeng bastard's palm strike. Now, the internal injuries on his body won't recover without 3 to 5 years. Ren Wuxing's tone was full of melancholy. To regain the position of the sect leader, it was worth it to pay this little loss. Unfortunately, there was a sect leader of the Ming dynasty, so he was restricted by both sides. Uncle Xiang, he... Ren Yingying exclaimed. Since she was young, Xiang Wentian had always been very good to her. In her heart, he was like her own father. After the battle that day, we were all seriously injured, but Zhang Wuji took the opportunity to suggest that the Sun Moon sect should return to the Ming dynasty. Our Sun Moon sect separated from the Ming dynasty and has been established for more than 200 years. We have long had nothing to do with the Ming dynasty. He is obviously taking the opportunity to threaten us by bringing this up. Ren Wuxing slammed his palm on the chair, and it was obvious that he was extremely furious. His palm was like a blade, and the armrest of the chair was instantly sliced in half. Didn't you manage to deal with it that time? Ren Yingying asked gently. Looking at the black figure in the water, her brows furrowed. She stretched out her arm and placed it under Song Qingshu's armpit. She exerted a little force, intending to lift him out of the water. To her surprise, not only did the other party not move, but her calf was also held in the other party's hand. Ren Yingying could not help but exclaim when she felt a big hand pinching her leg mischievously. What's wrong, Yingying? Ren Wuxing blanked for a moment and turned around to ask. It's nothing, father. Ren Yingying clenched her teeth and tried to pull her leg back. She tried a few times, but to no avail. She was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. This is the brilliance of Zhang Wuji. He knows that the Sun Moon sect has been established for more than 200 years, and from the elders and hall masters to the disciples of the various branches, everyone has a strong sense of identity with our sect. He is worried that if he presses too hard, even if he kills us, he will not be able to control the sect. There are hundreds of thousands of members of the Sun Moon sect. Therefore, he changed his strategy and began to coax the middle and lower level disciples. Once he controls this group of power, it will no longer matter whether I, as the sect master, agree to merge the sect or not. Ren Wuxing cried out that he had miscalculated. After a long time, he finally understood everything. When Zhang Wuji proposed to merge the sect, he actually did not expect Ren Wuxing to agree to it. He only used it as a condition to entice Ren Wuxing to agree to a series of messy conditions. At that time, when Ren Wuxing saw that Zhang Wuji had finally given up on the idea of merging the sect, he heaved a huge sigh of relief and relaxed his vigilance. Now that he thought about it, those seemingly insignificant conditions were now like knives cutting into his flesh. Ren Yingying was angry and embarrassed when she realized that her calf was being wantonly played with by Song Qingshu. Ever since she became the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect, no man had ever dared to look her in the eye, let alone brazenly molest her. The numb feeling on her leg made her momentarily dazed. She did not hear a single word that Ren Wuxing said. Among the 10 great elders of the Blackwood Cliff, some are the henchmen of that dog Dongfeng, and some are in cahoots with Zhang Wuji. There are very few who are truly loyal to father. Also, this time, the holy nun sent by the Brightness Peak. Our Sun Moon sect has our own holy nun. Why would we need the holy nun of the Ming dynasty to give us orders? However, father's strength is at its lowest now, so I can't shed all pretense of cordiality with Zhang Wuji. Although I know that welcoming the holy nun of the Ming dynasty will give the people below the sect the wrong impression that the Sun Moon sect is a subordinate organization of the Ming dynasty, I can't care so much. Ren Wuxing's boldness was astonishing, so he was naturally unwilling to be controlled by others. However, he was an ambitious and ruthless person of his generation, so he also understood the principle of forbearance. It was only at this moment that he revealed a trace of helplessness and resentment in front of his daughter. Although Song Qingshu was a little mischievous underwater, he had been seriously listening to Ren Wuxing. When he heard him mention the Ming dynasty holy nun, he immediately pricked up his ears. Unfortunately, he did not obtain any useful information. Feeling that Song Qingshu had stopped moving, the numbness gradually disappeared, and Ren Yingying could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She had always been resourceful, so when she heard her father's words, a trace of worry formed between her brows. She asked, "Father, do you have any countermeasures?" Ren Wuxing glanced at her through the screen and said in a deep voice, "Father plans to betroth you to Zhang Wuji." What? Not only was Ren Yingying shocked, but Song Qingshu was also shocked and angry. He pinched the skin on Ren Yingying's thigh to express the anger in his heart. Ren Yingying's skin was already dyed red. When she heard Ren Wuxing's words, she couldn't care less about being taken advantage of by Song Qingshu. She hurriedly asked, why? Ying, if you marry Zhang Wuji, then he and I will be a family. The Sun Moon sect and the Ming dynasty will naturally no longer be separated, and father won't have to worry about being annexed by the Ming dynasty. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Ren Wuxing said. Father, aren't you going to tell your daughter the truth? Ren Ying suddenly pulled her leg back. She wanted to catch Song Qingshu off guard and see if she could escape from his cage. Who knew that she would still be tightly held in his arms? She felt very depressed and couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Chapter 196, The Secret Beneath the Water. Ying has been smart since you were young. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Ren Wuxing smiled. That's right. Marrying you to Zhang Wuji is only to numb his mind and make him think that the Sun Moon sect is at his fingertips. Ying, you can also secretly send messages to me so that I can know his movements in time. Father, you don't have to say any more. I will not marry him even if I die. If I have to marry, I will only marry Brother Chong. Ren Ying said resolutely. When she thought about the other man hiding in the bathtub, she was so angry that she kicked him with her other leg. As expected, she was once again held hostage by Song Qingshu. What's so good about Ling Huchong? He's always been a sickly invalid. If it wasn't for father's absorbing star that dispelled the strange true qi in his body, he would have turned into a pile of bones long ago. His martial arts are SOSO. His solitary 9 swords is SOSO, but compared to Zhang Wuji, the difference is like the clouds and mud. Ren Wuxing stood up angrily and paced back and forth. If his martial arts were only SOSO, it would have been fine. After all, he could be considered one of us. Unfortunately, he's rigidly adhered to the line between good and evil. All he thinks about is the Mount Hua sect. Father invited him several times and gave him the position of left emissary of light. When father passes away, he will be the next sect leader. What's so bad about that? Who knew that brat wouldn't know what's good for him and rejected father's good intentions several times? If it wasn't for you, Ying, father would have killed him long ago. Now, he was half crippled by Dongfang Booby. Just looking at him annoys me. Father, don't say any more. In any case, I won't marry anyone but Ling Huchong. Both of her legs were grabbed by Song Qingshu. Her pure skin was touched by his hateful hands over and over again. When she heard that her father wanted to separate her and Ling Huchong, Ren Ying couldn't help but feel sad. She couldn't hold it in anymore and started sobbing. His wife died young. Ren Wuxing had always doted on his daughter. When he heard her crying so sadly, he panicked. Okay. Father was wrong. I won't force you to marry Zhang Wuji anymore. His tone was filled with endless regret. After crying out the grievances in her heart, Ren Ying felt much better. Her rationality also slowly came back. She noticed the unwillingness in Ren Wuxing's voice. In order to completely dispel this idea of his, she didn't care about exposing herself. She wiped her tears and said, everyone in the world knows about the love affair between the Ming dynasty sect leader and the Mongolian princess Zhao Min and the Amei sect leader Zhou Jirua. Father, if you send me there, how am I supposed to live? Do you want me to be a concubine? When Ren Wuxing heard that her tone had softened, he said happily, you don't know about this. Zhou Jirua has long been married. She's married to someone else, so naturally, she's out of the competition. As for Zhao Min, she was originally the final winner of this love affair. However, for some reason, she suddenly returned to the Ruyang Palace of Mongolia and led an army to cause trouble for the Ming dynasty. This caused Zhang Wuji to be badly battered. Fortunately, he only sent a saintess to Blackwood Cliff. Otherwise, if she were to personally oversee this place, he wouldn't be able to be the sect leader anymore. Now that there are no other women by his side, if father expressed his intention to marry him now, in order to fight for the secret under the water, he would definitely agree. With the power of the Sun Moon sect, they will definitely agree to it. When that time comes, you will surpass them and become the Ming cult leader's wife. Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji had a falling out? When Song Qingshu heard this, he subconsciously tightened his grip and immediately heard Ren Ying's cry of pain. He didn't care much about it and instead pondered, they have such a good relationship, how could they have a falling out? Could it be that Zhao Min found out about the matter between me and Zhou Jirua? that shouldn't be the case. Zhao Min has always been very clear about the disputes between the two of them. Moreover, the matter at the lion-slaying conference proved that I misunderstood. There's no reason for Zhao Min to have a falling out with Zhang Wuji. Could it be that something happened between me and Zhou Zhirua recently and Zhao Min bumped into it, causing Zhao Min to have a falling out with him? Song Qingshu thought of a certain possibility and his expression instantly became very unsightly. Ren Yingying saw that the previous reason didn't work, so she could only resort to her last resort. She said quietly, "Father, it's said that a married daughter is like spilled water. Since I'm married to Zhang Wuji, I'm his woman. No matter what I do, I'll definitely think for my husband, so why would I help you?" As expected, Ren Wuxing didn't think of this. He was instantly shocked and angry. "Yingying, you, smart." Song Qingshu praised. Of course, he couldn't say anything right now, so he could only use his finger to stroke the sole of Ren Yingying's foot to express his appreciation. Ren Yingying held back her laughter and continued, "If father forced me to marry Zhang Wuji, I'll definitely not help father because of my resentment." Ren Wuxing was so angry that he laughed. "You're actually going against father for a sickly drunkard. You're really pissing me off." Ren Yingying remained silent, but her eyes were filled with determination. Seeing that the father and daughter had fallen into silence, Song Qingshu was bored and could only focus his attention on the small and exquisite jade feet in his hands. Each toe was round and full. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. What an exquisite woman. Just this pair of legs alone was worth playing with for an entire night. Ah! Ren Yingying suddenly felt a warm and moist thing on the skin of her leg. She was shocked and cried out in a low voice. "Ling Huchong, you stinking brat, get out here." Ren Wuxing had been suspicious the whole time. Although he didn't see anything suspicious after looking around, he sat down and calmed down. He quickly thought of that wide bathtub. However, since his daughter was inside, it wasn't convenient for him to check. Therefore, he focused all his attention on the bathtub. Ren Yingying's previous strange actions made Ren Wuxing even more suspicious. This time, when Ren Yingying cried out in surprise, he finally sensed another person's heartbeat. He thought that his daughter couldn't stand Ling Huchong's tricks and had already given herself to him. Thinking about how shameless and despicable Ling Huchong was to run into Yingying's bathtub before they were even married, and in addition to the fact that he and Yingying had previously come to an impasse regarding the matter of their marriage, Ren Wuxing's anger rose rapidly. In the water, Song Qingshu felt a strong suction force and knew that it was Ren Wuxing's suction force. He didn't resist and allowed Ren Wuxing to suck him in. When they were 3 feet apart, Song Qingshu sprayed the water in his mouth onto Ren Wuxing's face. Ren Wuxing couldn't defend in time and felt his vision go black. Then, the acupoint on his chest was sealed. Taking advantage of Ren Wuxing's carelessness, Song Qingshu finally managed to subdue him. Just as he was about to use his strength to take Ren Wuxing's life, he heard a cry, "No." When he turned around and saw Ren Yingying's pleading eyes, Song Qingshu immediately came back to his senses. If he killed Ren Wuxing now, it would only benefit Zhang Wuji and Dongfang Muxue. It wouldn't benefit me at all. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, Ren Wuxing finally reacted. When he saw the person in front of him, he was both shocked and angry. "It's actually you. Isn't it me?" Song Qingshu's finger was still on Ren Wuxing's acupoint, ready to do so at any moment. He changed his mind. "That day, you guys jumped off the cliff and didn't die," Ren Wuxing said with a puzzled expression. "Seeing that you're still alive and kicking, I'm sure Dongfang Bubi isn't dead either? Why don't you guess?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "What did you do to my daughter?" Ren Wuxing snorted coldly and said angrily. "I think the situation is already quite clear, I don't need to say anything else." Song Qingshu purposely provoked him. "Yingying, I didn't think that you would actually pledge to marry him. What about Ling Huchong?" Ren Wuxing's tone was full of pity and pain. "Father, don't listen to his nonsense. He suddenly barged in just now, and I was only taken advantage of by him a little, tongue. I didn't do anything with him." Ren Yingying had already taken the opportunity to wrap herself up. She glared at Song Qingshu with a mixture of shame and anger. Now that his daughter was taken advantage of by Song Qingshu, Ren Wuxing slowly calmed down. After the battle in Qingda Hall, he found out about Song Qingshu's identity. Naturally, he knew that Song Qingshu defeated a Void Pierce stage expert with a single sword strike and forced Sui Lenchan to retreat on the Jade Emperor Peak. Ren Wuxing had seen the martial arts of these two people. Although they weren't as good as him, they weren't too far apart. Song Qingshu could easily defeat them. In addition to the battle between him and Zhang Wuji on the Blackwood Cliff, Ren Wuxing deduced that Song Qingshu's martial arts were probably only slightly weaker than Dongfang Bubi and Zhang Wuji. Ren Wuxing reacted quickly and immediately said, Song Xiaoxia is so young but he already has such high attainments in martial arts. I admire him very much. Now, you and Ying. Ren Wuxing paused. This matter concerns a girl's reputation. You have to take responsibility, right? As long as you are willing to join my cult, I can betroth Ying to you. I don't need him to take responsibility for my daughter. Ren Ying exclaimed. Cult Master Ren, are you trying to recruit me? Song Qingshu looked at him playfully with a smile on his face. Do you know that I'm on the same side as Dongfang Bubi? I understand that there are no eternal enemies in the world. Whatever Dongfang Bubi can give you, I can also give you. Whatever Dongfang Bubi can't give you, I can still give it to you. After saying that, Ren Wuxing glanced at Ren Ying. Song Qingshu also looked back. Although Ren Ying's hair was messy and her clothes were untidy, she was still as beautiful as ever. Her hands were tightly grabbing the hem of her clothes to cover her bare legs. She lowered her head and her cheeks were red. She looked very delicate and weak. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as if she was deeply worried. Ren Wuxing's heart suddenly moved. I am indebted to Cult Master Ren's kindness, but my relationship with Dongfang is complicated. I can only let you down. Before he finished speaking, he felt a strange suction force coming from the acupuncture point on his finger. His inner energy surged out and entered Ren Wuxing's body. Song Qingshu was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his inner energy to struggle free. His expression was extremely ugly. Absorbing star. It turned out that Ren Wuxing had purposely changed the topic to lower Song Qingshu's guard. He then took the opportunity to use his absorbing star to ambush him. If it wasn't for Ren Wuxing's sleeping in the same bed, Song Qingshu's acupuncture point had just been opened and his whole body was still feeling numb. Song Qingshu probably wouldn't be able to struggle free so easily. His inner energy would have gone down the drain. Since you don't know what's good for you and you see Ying's body, then die. Ren Wuxing adjusted his inner energy. He clapped his palms together and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. He pounced towards Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's aura was surging. He knew that he wasn't Ren Wuxing's opponent. He decisively broke through the window and escaped. Ren Wuxing was furious. He chased after him like a shadow. Although Song Qingshu's qin gong was higher than Ren Wuxing's, he wasn't as familiar with the Blackwood Cliff's architecture. Therefore, he couldn't shake Ren Wuxing off. After several twists and turns, Song Qingshu passed by a house. He knew that he couldn't continue to run aimlessly like this. He pushed open the door and jumped in. Before he could see the situation in the house, a shining sword was placed on his neck. Song Qingshu lamented in his heart. I can't be this unlucky, right? Why are you here? Just as Song Qingshu was thinking of a way to escape, he suddenly heard a gentle and clear voice. He looked up in surprise and saw a pair of bright eyes in front of him. Song Qingshu was also stunned. It's you? The beautiful woman in front of him was the fairy daughter who came to Jinling City on the moon that day, Princess Chongping, Zhu Yingying. Are people from the Sun Moon sect chasing after you? Zhu Yingying glanced at Song Qingshu when she heard the voice coming from not far away. Yes. Song Qingshu nodded. Come with me. Zhu Yingying withdrew her sword and grabbed his wrist. She walked towards the screen at the side. Greetings, Your Highness Saintess. There were assassins on the Blackwood Cliff tonight. I wonder if Your Highness is all right. Ren Wuxing's voice came from outside the house. Your Highness Saintess? Song Qingshu looked at Zhu Yingying in surprise. The contours of her profile were exceptionally soft and beautiful, as if they were drawn by a single stroke of a pen. There was not a single flaw. He actually came in person. Zhu Yingying frowned. She knew that the other party would not be so easy to get rid of. She immediately changed her mind and pulled Song Qingshu directly to the bed. Seeing him looking at her in confusion, Zhu Yingying said in a low voice and hid under the quilt. Song Qingshu was also a quick-witted person. When he heard her words, he immediately reacted. However, he still couldn't help but have a beautiful thought. Seeing that Song Qingshu hid under the bed, Zhu Yingying also got under the quilt. Only her head was exposed. She said to the door, "Thank you for your concern, Leader Ren. I'm fine. I didn't notice anything unusual. However, someone saw the assassins escaping to this area. To prevent your Highness Saintess from being disturbed, I'd better search first before I can be at ease." Then, without waiting for Zhu Yingying to reply, he directly pushed the door open and entered. He signaled his subordinates to start searching around while his eyes swept across the room. "How dare you?" Audio's face turned cold. He looked at Ren Wuxing and said, "I've already fallen asleep." "Leader Ren, what are you trying to do by barging in with your men?" Chapter 197, Sleeping in the same bed, part of the quilt. They had always known that the Saintess was of noble status. Subconsciously, they were intimidated by her imposing manner. They stopped in their tracks and looked at Ren Wuxing with inquiring eyes. Ren Wuxing let out a hearty laugh. "Please forgive me, Saintess. I'm just worried that something might happen to Saintess at Blackwood Cliff, which would definitely affect the relationship between the Ming cult and the Sun Moon cult. Your Highness Saintess is a righteous person, so I'm sure you can understand my difficulties." Seeing that he was using the Ming dynasty to pressure her, Zhu Yingying snorted coldly and said, "Now that you've seen it, you can leave if you don't see any traces of the assassins." Lying under the quilt, Song Qingshu smelled a sweet fragrance that drilled straight into his nose. Audiobook was sleeping next to him. Their clothes were pressed against each other, and their bodies were pressed against each other. It was a warm and soft sensation. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Could it be, as Patriarch Sunflower said, that I'm really entangled with peach blossoms? But for a man, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Saintess, although we've searched the other places, there's still one place that we haven't searched yet. Ren Wuxing said as he stared at the bed. Noticing his gaze, Xianxia was furious. "I've already taken off my clothes and slept. There's nothing under the blanket. Does Leader Ren want to take a look?" As soon as she said this, the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard. Looking at the expectant eyes of his subordinates, Ren Wuxing felt a little awkward and quickly said, "If that's the case, I won't disturb your rest anymore." He was actually worried that the Saintess would be kidnapped by Song Qingshu like Ren Yingying and have no choice but to deal with him. However, from her tone, it was obvious that she was trying to protect him. Although he knew that Song Qingshu was hiding under the blanket, he didn't dare to lift the blanket. He knew the rules of the Ming dynasty's Saintess, and he didn't want to offend the tens of thousands of Ming dynasty followers for no reason. Since the Saintess was safe and sound, there was no need for him to chase after her. After all, there was still a long way to go, and capturing Song Qingshu could be planned at length. Moreover, he still had the intention of recruiting Song Qingshu. After all of his subordinates had left, Ren Wuxing stood at the door. He turned around and said in a tone of admiration and envy, "So many women are willing to disregard their reputation to protect you. You really have good methods." "Ha ha ha," he laughed and left. "He's gone, you can come out." Zhu Yanqi lifted the blanket and jumped off the bed. Although Song Qingshu was infatuated with the fragrance of the blanket, he didn't have the thick skin to stay there. He also jumped off the bed and said, "Thank you for saving me. It's a pity that I wet your embroidered blanket, and your clothes. I'm very sorry." Looking at the wet blanket, Song Qingshu had a trace of regret on his face. She noticed that her dress was wet because it was so close to Chu Yunqing's body, and her skin could be vaguely seen. Zhu Xiaoying's face turned slightly red. She picked up a coat from the side and put it on to cover her beautiful body. She said awkwardly, "I'm just repaying you for saving me in Jinling City last time. You don't have to take it to heart." "How can that be compared? If I hadn't appeared that day, you would have already succeeded," Song Qingshu said awkwardly. "Everything has its own destiny. That can only prove that the fate of the Tartars is not over yet." Zhu Mingxi sighed slightly, his voice full of helplessness and melancholy. "Oh yes, how did you become the Holy Virgin of the Ming dynasty?" Song Qingshu asked after a moment of silence. Where did you go? Why are you covered in water? Change your clothes first. It's not good for your body to be wet. Zhu Mingxi glanced at his clothes and said softly. Song Qingshu laughed dryly. He was too embarrassed to say that he went into Ren Yingying's bathtub. Fortunately, she didn't really want to know the answer. I didn't bring a change of clothes with me. I'll go down the mountain and warm them up. Zhu Mingxi frowned and slightly shook her head. I still have something to ask you. How about this? I'll find a set of clothes for you to change into. Then she walked to the closet and started to rummage through the clothes. Song Qingshu's expression was a little interesting. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your kindness. But I'm a man, I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to wear your clothes." Thinking about how he would look like in women's clothes, he suddenly shuddered. Zhu Mingxi pursed her lips and smiled. When I travel in Jianghu, I will occasionally dress up as a man. You're worrying too much. After a while, she took out a set of green clothes and handed it to Song Qingshu. She said, "Try to see if you can wear it. I'm worried that it might be a little tight for you." "Thank you." Song Qingshu took it and smelled a sweet fragrance. He was stunned. Why is it fragrant? Zhu Mingxi blushed and turned around. I don't have any brand new clothes here. I've worn this before, I hope you don't mind. I don't mind, of course I don't mind. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. What kind of joke was this? A man who would choose brand new clothes in this kind of situation must be crazy. Go behind the screen and change first. I'll stand by the window and see if there are any of Ren Wuxing's men outside. Zhu Mingxi said and walked to the window. She lightly pushed the window open a little and looked outside. Song Qingshu quickly changed his clothes. He felt his whole body was dry and soft. There was even a faint fragrance coming from the clothes. He immediately felt refreshed. I'll have to find a chance to return this set of clothes to her in the future. It won't be hard to borrow it again. In my previous life, people said that borrowing books is the beginning of love. I'll take a different approach and borrow clothes to express my love. I think the effect won't be too bad. Ren Wuxing didn't send anyone to stand guard nearby. This is really puzzling. Zhu Mingxi stood with her hands behind her back. She lowered her head and thought hard. Maybe he's afraid of offending you because you're a holy maiden? Song Qingshu fastened his belt and walked out. You're indeed a little young. Zhu Mingxi stared at him and looked him up and down. Her lips curled into a smile. You do have 70% of my handsomeness when I'm dressed as a man. Miss, you're elegant and refined. You'll definitely anger Luoqing to death, scare Panan to death, and embarrass Song Yu to death in this set of clothes. I don't dare to compare myself to you. Song Qingshu praised. Is this how you usually lie to young girls? Zhu Mingxi sat down and looked at him calmly. You've wronged me. Little girls nowadays are as cunning as ghosts. Each of them is smarter than the other. How could they be deceived with just a few words? Song Qingshu also sat down at the side and said with an embarrassed smile. If only he was as good at coaxing girls as you are. Zhu Mingxi sighed softly. Yuan Qingji was calm and collected. He was indeed not as frivolous as Song Qingshu. As a holy maiden sent by the Ming dynasty, I've naturally violated Ren Wuxing's interests. That's why he's always seen me as a thorn in his side. Unfortunately, he hasn't fully digested the power of the Sun Moon sect yet, so he can only maintain a friendly relationship with me on the surface. It's rare for him to have something on me today, but he didn't seize the opportunity to make a fuss. It's really not his style. Zhu Mingxi answered. Could it be that he is not dead yet, to spoil your virtue? Is he planning to rope me in? Song Qingshu suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked again, by the way, how did you become the holy maiden of the Ming dynasty? Zhu Mingxi's red lips parted slightly. She spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner, but she clearly explained the whole story. Before the last trip to Jinling, I was invited by Zhang Jiaozhu to be the holy maiden of the Ming dynasty. You know my identity. I'm just a princess of a subjugated country, but I'm not willing to live in seclusion for the rest of my life. All along, my biggest wish has been to drive out the Tartars and restore the Ming dynasty to comfort my father's soul in heaven. Unfortunately, I've been watching from the sidelines for the past few years. Although the Tian Di Hui, the Red Flower Society, the Mu Palace, and the Jing family of Taiwan all claim to be fighting against the Qing dynasty and restoring the Ming dynasty, they don't look like people who can achieve great things. On the contrary, Zhang Jiaozhu of the Ming dynasty is unparalleled in martial arts. He's also a great strategist. I'm afraid that he'll be the one to overthrow the Qing dynasty in the future. Song Qingshu noticed that although she was exposed to the common people, there was an air of elegance and nobility in her gestures. He secretly admired her. Looking at the woman in front of him, whose appearance was as beautiful as a painting, constantly praising Zhang Wuji, he couldn't help but feel a burst of jealousy in his heart. Your Highness, even if Zhang Wuji overthrew the Manchurian dynasty, he'll certainly become the emperor himself. How can it be considered restoring the Ming dynasty's rivers and mountains? Zhu Mingxi seemed to have thought about this question a long time ago. Very quickly, she replied, this is why I'm sure that the Tian Di Hui and the Mu Palace will fail in the end. They're too attached to the orthodoxy. When it comes to the struggle between the Tang dynasty and the Gui dynasty, one word of disagreement and they'll even kill each other. The Manchurian dynasty hasn't been destroyed yet, but they're already thinking about who'll be the emperor in the future. They're really a bunch of... Zhu Mingxi quickly stopped talking, but her meaning was obvious. That's right, Han people have too many smart people. They obviously have 99 brothers, but the enemy is only one. They always think about getting rid of their own people first, and then they'll become the boss. Only then will they go and deal with the enemy. But nobody has ever thought about whether they have the ability to deal with that formidable enemy alone. Song Qingshu sighed. Gongzi's knowledge is indeed profound. Zhu Mingxi's beautiful eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. As the last princess of the great Ming Empire, naturally she's seen the world's top characters. She's roamed the Jianghu for many years, but those so-called heroes and warriors, even people like Qin Jinan, were not really in her eyes. There was only one Zhang Wuji. When talking about the world's general situation, he often hit the nail on the head, making her admire him from the bottom of her heart. She didn't expect that now there's another Song Qingshu. My thinking is different from theirs. My first goal is to overthrow the Manchurian dynasty. As for who will be the emperor, we can talk about it later. Moreover, the Ming dynasty is inextricably linked to my great Ming dynasty. Zhang Jiaozhu also promised that one day, when he unifies the world, he will definitely use the Ming as the name of the country. As Zhu Mingxi spoke, a trace of red appeared on her cheeks. There was another sentence that she didn't say. That day, Zhang Wuji also promised to make her the empress in the future and choose their child to inherit the throne, so that the Zhu family's bloodline could continue to flow. But at that time, she was extremely worried about Yuan Qingji, so she didn't agree. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. This Zhang Wuji is too different from the original work. Chapter 198 will destroy your chastity before the lion-slaying assembly. I already felt that there was something wrong with him. Now that I look back at his various actions, every move of his has a profound meaning, and they all hit the nail on the head. Furthermore, he seems to be full of ambition, as if he wants to devour the world. He's really a world of difference from the indecisive and indifferent man in the original work. Song Qingshu was suspicious of Dou Dasheng, but on second thought, since he could travel through time, a little butterfly effect shouldn't be a big deal. Judging from Gongzi's manner of speech and bearing, you're really not a person of the small pond. But why would you become a Tatar official and willingly work for Kangxi? Zhu Mingxi tilted her head and stared at Song Qingshu. If I said that we have the same goal, but the method we chose is different, would you believe me? Song Qingshu said with a wry smile. Of course I didn't believe it before, but after talking with Gongzi today, I believe it. With your spirit, I know that you're not willing to be a Tatar lackey. Zhu Mingxi looked at him and felt that there was now a ray of light in the previously gloomy future. Song Qingshu was suddenly filled with emotion. I used to try hard to change the color of my lips, but some of my friends didn't understand me. I didn't expect that princess would choose to believe me with just a few words. It's really... Are we just acquaintances? Zhu Mingxi's voice was clear, with a bit of tenderness. Right, why did you come to Blackwood Cliff this time? As soon as Song Qingshu said those words, he cursed in his heart. Hearing his words, Zhu Yanai's expression changed slightly. But since the Holy Maiden of the Ming dynasty is the 9th princess, and we are old acquaintances, I will naturally give up on this mission. Song Qingshu smirked. I'm curious, if we don't know each other, how are you going to destroy my chastity? Zhu Yunai blushed and snorted angrily. Of course, I will use all kinds of despicable means, such as drugs, Song Qingshu said frankly. I hope the ninth princess can forgive me. I have an irreconcilable hatred with Zhang Wuji. I have always been happy to do anything that can attack the Ming dynasty. I see. Zhu Yunai suddenly understood, but she quickly showed a trace of regret. It's really a pity. Both of you are knowledgeable people. If you could join hands, I'm afraid there would be few opponents in the world. There is no possibility of me joining hands with him. Although Song Qingshu's tone was light, his determination was very obvious. What is the hatred between the two of you? Zhu Yunai really could not figure out why two people who were completely unrelated to each other would have such a deep hatred. Song Qingshu held his breath. He subconsciously did not want her to know that the hatred between him and Zhang Wuji was because of a woman, so he could only say vaguely, the reason is really hard to explain. Ninth lady, you only need to know that he can't wait to kill me, and I can't wait to kill him. Alright, I won't ask. Zhu Yunai was silent for a moment. But I have another question to ask you. I heard that you were also on the Jade Emperor Peak that day. I just want to know how Yuan Xingji died? Her voice was slightly trembling, and it was obvious that she was very sad. Yuan Xingji died in the hands of Dongfeng Booby. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth, so he replayed the situation that day. It really is Dongfeng Booby. Zhu Yunai's eyes were filled with tears, and she said while gritting her teeth. Ninth princess, can you listen to me? Song Qingshu saw that Zhu Yong was looking at him with an inquiring look, so he hurriedly said, a fugitive with a sharp knife blocked the road and killed a passing scholar. Finally, he was arrested and brought to justice. When the county magistrate judged the case, did he judge the sharp knife as the murderer or the fugitive as the murderer? Song Qingshu muttered to himself, it's better for you to die than for me. For the sake of Dongfang Mushue, I can only sacrifice Kongxi. I understand what you mean. Zhu Yu pinched her sleeves and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Although Kongxi is the culprit, Invincible East is the one who killed Big Brother Yuan. I can't forgive him. Prince Song, is your relationship with Invincible East very good? Song Qingshu was shocked when she glanced at him with her limpid eyes. How did she know? After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell her the truth. Yes, my relationship with Invincible East is indeed good. I heard that you and Invincible East were beaten down a cliff by Ren Wuxing and the others. Since you're fine now, is Invincible East still alive? Zhu Yu looked at him with a burning gaze, waiting for his answer. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Who told you that we were beaten down the cliff by Ren Wuxing? How could he be so powerful? If it wasn't for Zhang Wuji's sneak attack, Invincible East and I would have been seriously injured and had to jump down the cliff. When I woke up, I found myself hanging on a tree that protruded from the cliff. That's how I survived. As for Invincible East, I didn't see him anywhere. I'm afraid he's been smashed to pieces. However, his martial arts are too high, so he might be able to escape. He didn't intend to reveal the news that Invincible East was still alive. Otherwise, if Zhang Wuji and Ren Wuxing wanted to investigate, Dongfang Mushue might be in danger in the Five Poisons sect. However, he didn't want Zhu Yu to know the truth in the future and resent him. Thus, he spoke ambiguously. Heaven helps the worthy. You're protected by heaven, but Invincible East probably won't be so lucky. A hint of joy flashed between Zhu Yu's brows. In her opinion, Invincible East was probably smashed to pieces after falling down the cliff. Prince Song, what do you plan to do in the future? Are you going to return to Yanjing to help the evildoers? Zhu Yu asked. For now, I'm afraid so. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Zhu Yu sighed and didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, she said, although Ren Wuxing doesn't have people outside, it's very likely that he purposely made you lower your guard. It's too risky for you to go out directly. How about this, I'm going to Xinjing tomorrow anyway, so I'll bring you down the mountain. Thank you for your kindness, Ninth Princess, but it's too risky for you to bring me down the mountain with your current identity. Let me say something arrogant, as long as I want to leave, there are only a few people in this world who can stop me. Unfortunately, Ren Wuxing isn't one of them. I'll just go down the mountain later. Song Qingshu tactfully refused. Ajio has forgotten that I've seen young masters Qinggong before. Zhiyu was startled and suddenly laughed. That's good too. The room fell into silence. Song Qingshu knew it was time to leave, but looking at her beautiful face, he was reluctant to part with her. He suddenly thought of a question and quickly asked, why did the 9th princess travel thousands of miles to Xingjing? If it's a secret and it's not convenient to tell you, then forget it. He was wondering if the Ming dynasty had made a big move again. He wanted to see if he could get some clues from Zhu Yu's mouth. It's just my private matter, so there's no harm in telling you. A few days ago, I received news that an old friend had appeared in Xingjing. I was worried that she would make a decision that she would regret for the rest of her life, so I planned to go and dissuade her. Zhu Yu's voice was full of worry. An old friend? Song Qingshu was puzzled. Ajio's country had long been destroyed, and the one who could be called an old friend was at most Yuan Xingji. Wait, Yuan Xingji? Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. He hugged Zhu Yu's shoulders and asked excitedly, the old friend that 9th princess mentioned, is it Yu? Oh no, Xia Qingqing? Zhu Yu's shoulders sank, and she cleverly let go of his hands. She raised her head in puzzlement and asked, you also know her? Song Qingshu nodded. We've gone through trials and tribulations together a few times, so we should be considered good friends. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that after going around in a big circle, we've crossed paths even more. Zhu Yu smiled. Since young master is her good friend, you must know that after Yuan Xingji died, she must be anxious to get revenge. Yes, I originally promised to help her get revenge, but unfortunately, someone made trouble, causing her to suspect me and suddenly disappear. During this time, I've been looking for her. Finally hearing the news about Xia Qingqing, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be a little excited. Zhu Yu looked at him with a strange expression. No wonder Qingqing doesn't believe you. You're now a high-ranking official of the Manchurian dynasty, and you're good friends with Dongfang Bubi. When I heard you say that you'll help her get revenge, I felt that it was absurd. I didn't lie to her. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, but he didn't explain further. Some things couldn't be explained. Alright, for the time being, what you said is true. It's just that Qingqing's situation is a little troublesome. Zhu Yu looked worried. What happened to her? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. Seeing his nervous expression, Zhu Yu, who had always been quick-witted, couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, without concrete evidence, she couldn't make wild guesses, so she could only answer, I'm not afraid to say it out loud, young master. When I learned that something happened to Big Brother Yuan, I was sad and immediately decided to get revenge for him. Qingqing loves Big Brother Yuan 100 times more than me, so naturally, she has the same idea. I know that Qingqing has always been extreme, so I was worried that she would do anything to get revenge and hurt herself in the end, so I sent people to find out about her. Finally, I found out her whereabouts in Xingjing City. According to the spy's report, she seems to have become Prince Bao's concubine. Song Qingshu suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, and he muttered to himself, how is it possible, how is it possible? I can roughly guess that she used this strategy to get rid of Kangxi, but the power structure of the Manchurian court is extremely complicated. I'm worried that she'll suffer a double loss if she doesn't know the situation, so I decided to go to Xingjing City to find her. Zhu Yu disagreed with Xia Qingqing's decision. If Big Brother Yuan knew this in the underworld, he would definitely be very sad. Song Qingshu was sad, and angry. Luo Bing, this bitch, if she falls into my hands again, I'll definitely make her regret talking too much. 9th princess, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Dozens of thoughts flashed through Song Qingshu's mind, and his emotions finally calmed down. He cupped his hands at Zhu Yu. You're going to Xingjing City? Zhu Yu asked in surprise. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, and then nodded, maybe we can meet again in Xingjing City. Do you like Qingqing? Various signs verified Zhu Yu's previous guess, and she finally couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu had just opened the window, and when he heard this, he froze. He turned around and smiled, but didn't answer, and directly disappeared into the night sky. Seeing that he didn't deny it, Jiyu was a little stunned for a moment. She thought to herself, Big Brother Yuan has just passed away, and with Qingqing's character, it's impossible for her to accept another man's feelings. But I can feel Song Qingshu's sincerity, so how can Xia Qingqing not know? Alas, it's another bitter love. Big Brother Yuan and I were also like this. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy for him. Song Qingshu forcibly used the traceless treading through sand, and after dawn, he arrived at Baoding Prefecture in Hebei Province. Feeling that the true qi in his body was a little exhausted, he had to stop and buy tea and snacks in a tea house next to the post road. Not long after eating, he heard two familiar voices. Lord Song and sect leader Dong Feng have fallen off the cliff for so long, but the spies still haven't found any news. The emperor has even sent the imperial guards. If they still can't find any news, they might lose their heads when they go back. Isn't that so? Waiter, bring all the good food and drinks here to me. When Zhang Kongyan heard Zhao Qishan stuttering, he couldn't help but follow his gaze. At the same time, he teased, bring your head. Did you see a ghost? Oh my god, a ghost. I'm too tired today. Let's take a break and continue tomorrow. In broad daylight, ghost my ass. Song Qingshu scolded with a smile. Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan reacted and immediately leaned over with a flattering smile. A few months ago, there was news from Blackwood Cliff. We heard that Darren Song and Dongfeng sect leader were both knocked off the cliff. We thought. Darren Song was really lucky and managed to turn misfortune into blessing. This way, His Majesty will be very happy. Is that so? Song Qingshu didn't deny it. As imperial bodyguards, why did you come here? It's to find out about Darren's news. His Majesty is anxious and sent out waves after waves of spies, but there was no news, so he sent us out as well. The only thing left is for him to personally lead the army. Darren Song, us brothers have been serving for so long. Other than the previous Wei Ju, we have never seen His Majesty care so much about any official. Zhao Qishan's tone was full of envy. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and did not reply. In the eyes of these natives, Kongxi's action was naturally an enormous favor, but for a transmigrator like him, it was nothing. A subject was a subject, after all. Even if it was a subject who was as favored as Wei Xiaobao, in the eyes of the emperor, he was nothing more than a servant. How could this be considered an honor? Oh right, Darren Song, are you rushing back to Yanjing to report? Why don't we set off immediately? His Majesty is already restless waiting for news from you. Zhang Kongyan saw that Song Qingshu was travel-worn and asked tentatively. At the same time, he felt sweet in his heart. We brothers found Darren Song as soon as we came out. When we go back, the emperor will definitely reward us a lot. No, I have something to do in Xinjiang. I'll have to trouble you two to help me report to His Majesty. Song Qingshu was annoyed. Compared to Xia Qingqing's matter, meeting Kongxi later was nothing. Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan looked at each other and turned pale with fright. Darren Song, forgive me for talking too much. Since ancient times, only officials wait for the emperor. Since when did the emperor wait for his officials? If the emperor gets angry, I'm afraid it won't be good for Darren Song. Can't you just go back and say that you've never seen me before? At that time, His Majesty will not blame us, and I will remember the two of you. Song Qingshu put his arms around their shoulders and said in a low voice. Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan were so frightened that they hurriedly struggled free and begged, Darren Song, it's not that we don't want to help, but deceiving His Majesty is a great crime. Since it's like this, go back and tell the truth. I must go to Xinjiang and explain my difficulties to the emperor when I come back, Song Qingshu said resolutely. Zhang Kongyan was usually quick-witted. Seeing Song Qingshu's unyielding attitude, he rolled his eyes and thought of a way. May I know what business Song Darren has in Xinjiang? Song Qingshu frowned and said unhappily, it's a private matter. I can't tell you. Zhang Kongyan said, Darren has misunderstood. How would I dare to pry into Darren's business? It's just that Xinjiang is Bao Qinhuang's territory. I'm afraid it won't be convenient for Darren Song to go there. We are accompanying His Majesty and just happen to know that His Majesty is preparing to send an official to Xinjiang. After Darren Song returns to the capital, this important task will definitely fall into Darren's hands. Really? Song Qingshu? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. That's right, that's right, Zhao Qixian also reacted and echoed, no matter what Darren wants to do, with the identity of an imperial envoy, it will be much more convenient for you to do things. Song Qingshu pondered in his heart, the future of this trip to Xinjiang is uncertain. Not to mention Hongli and Fu Kangan, even the Jianghu sects like the Red Flower Society are not easy to deal with. With the imperial court's banner, dealing with them will indeed increase the odds of success. Making up his mind, Song Qingshu raised his head and said, "All right, I'll follow you to the palace to see His Majesty first." Zhang Kanyan and Zhao Qixian were immediately overjoyed. They hurriedly said, "Many thanks for Darren's understanding. How about Darren first eat some food and drink and rest before we continue on our way?" "No need, I've already rested well. Let's go first." Song Qingshu was worried about Xianxia and Xinjiang, so how could he be in the mood to waste time? Yes, yes, yes. The two nodded and bowed. They hurriedly pulled over a fine horse. "His Majesty sympathizes with us. These people who came out to investigate are all one person riding two horses." "Darren Song, this way please." Jiao Song Qingshu nodded. Turning over, he mounted the horse and galloped towards Yanjing. "You stinking brat, since you're fine, why haven't you sent back any news after so long? Are you living a befuddled life somewhere and have forgotten about Zhen?" When Kangxi saw Song Qingshu, he was so excited that he jumped down from the dragon chair. "Why are you making it sound so mushy? I'm not your good friend Wei Xiaobao." Song Qingshu cursed. In his heart, he had no choice but to answer, "Reporting to Your Majesty, that day, sect leader Dong Feng and I fell off the cliff and were seriously injured. We also had to escape from Ren Wuxing and the others, so we couldn't send any news. I hope Your Majesty can forgive us. The situation was critical at that time." "I can understand." Kangxi patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Where is sect leader Dongfang now? Is he well?" Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Sect leader Dongfang was slightly injured. He's currently recuperating in the Five Poison sect in Dali." Then he briefly told Kangxi what happened on Blackwood Cliff that day. "The Ming Dynasty sect leader Zhang Wuji?" Kangxi seemed to be deep in thought. A strange light flashed across his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "Ren Wuxing is now the Sun Moon sect's sect leader. Hee, how dare they? One day, I'll make them pay the price. But now, I have another more urgent matter for you to attend to. Here it comes." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to be puzzled. "I wonder what matter Your Majesty is referring to." "I'm planning to send the imperial envoy to Qing capital. I was originally having a headache over who to choose. Xiaobao is dead and you're nowhere to be found. I thought that you've met with misfortune. I can't think of anyone to send." When Kangxi mentioned Wei Xiaobao, a trace of sorrow flashed across his face. "I'm willing to share Your Majesty's worries." Song Qingshu bowed. "May I know what Your Majesty needs the imperial envoy to do?" "It's a mess in Jianing last time." Kangxi snorted coldly. For the past few months, the imperial court hasn't expressed their stance on this matter. It's causing Qing capital to be bewildered. According to the spy's report, Prince Bao has secretly mobilized his troops from the northern front line. He seems to be guarding against the imperial court's sudden dispatch of troops. I'm worried that the front line's military strength will be insufficient to defend against the Mongolian army. I can only send someone to appease him. But Fu Kangan has insulted the princess and indirectly caused Wei Juai's death. If we let them go just like that, it seems to damage the imperial court's prestige. Won't Prince Bao be cocky?" Song Qingshu knew that Kangxi could tolerate this, but he didn't expect him to be this tolerant. "It's just a mere Jianing. Not to mention that she's a fake princess. Even if she's a real princess, it doesn't matter if she dies for the sake of the Qing dynasty." Kangxi snorted coldly. "As for Xiaobao's revenge, I'll naturally avenge him. As the saying goes, an arrogant army is bound to be defeated. If a general wants to take something, he must first give it. I just want Prince Bao to be cocky. Yes. Song Qingshu felt a chill in his heart. He bowed respectfully. After a moment of silence, Kanshi suddenly said, "By the way, after you reward the 3 armies on my behalf and take the opportunity to appease Prince Bao, bring Crown Prince Fu Kangan and represent the Qing dynasty to participate in the marriage of Princess Xianxia of Western Xia." What? Song Qingshu was shocked. Marriage of Western Xia? Yes. Not long ago, the Emperor of Western Xia announced to the world that he'll choose the most favored Princess Xianxia as the Emperor's son-in-law from among the young talents in the world. Kanshi snorted coldly. That's a nice way of putting it. As long as the age is suitable, it'll only be based on ability and not family background. In the end, the Emperor's son-in-law will still be selected from the princes and grandsons of the various countries. But why did they give such a precious place to Fu Kangan? It'd be better to choose any Bailey from the imperial family in the capital. If Fu Kangan becomes the Emperor's son-in-law of Western Xia, then Prince Bao will have a strong ally in Western Xia. Song Qingshu was puzzled. Precious? Kanshi smiled mysteriously. Western Xia and the Qing dynasty are separated by the Jin kingdom and Liao. It's a fool's dream to want to help each other. The Emperor's son-in-law of Western Xia is of little value. Besides, although Fu Kangan has some ability, there are so many heroes in the world. Will he be able to become the Emperor's son-in-law even if I send him? It's just a beautiful dream that I weave for this father and son. Your Majesty is wise. Song Qingshu thought, it's fine if I know that Kangxi will make a move against Hongli sooner or later. But Hongli and Fu Kangan, father and son, are involved in the game. With this sweet date, they might have a fluke mentality. They might not even know how they die in the future. There's one more thing. Kangxi suddenly became silent. It was obvious that he was hesitating. Finally, he said, when you go to Xinjiang, help me find a scripture in Prince Bao's mansion. Scripture? Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. Could it be? Sure enough, Kangxi continued, a Buddhist scripture, the 42-chapter sutra. Hongli is the banner leader of the plain white banner. The 42-chapter sutra in his possession is made of white silk. I don't know what's so precious about this Buddhist scripture. Why did your Majesty ask me to steal such an ordinary Buddhist scripture? Song Qingshu asked tentatively. Kangxi did not hesitate. He said directly, Qingshu, you have made great contributions several times. You are loyal and devoted. There's no harm in telling you. These 8 42-chapter sutra are related to the treasures outside the Great Qing's Pass. They are also related to the destiny of the Great Qing's dragon vein. But now Liaodong is under the control of Prince Bao. I was worried that he would find out about this secret. Therefore, I burned the plain yellow banner's copy. Originally, not one of the 8 42-chapter sutra could be missing. If I destroyed one, I should be able to rest easy. But there are too many capable and righteous people in the world. Prince Bao is also familiar with the northeast environment. I was worried that he would infer something from the incomplete information. Therefore, I planned to destroy one more copy. That way, I would have more assurance. Unfortunately, Wei Xiaobao has already replaced the treasure map in your plain yellow banner's copy. Song Qingshu pretended to be shocked. But he was sneering in his heart. I stole the 42-chapter sutra from Wu Sangui's wife's bed. How can I tell you that? Although he was thinking this, Song Qingshu answered seriously, Your Majesty, I didn't see the 42-chapter sutra when I was sorting out Lord Wei's belongings. Could it be that he was killed not long after he arrived at Shanhai Pass, so he didn't have time to find the sutra? What you said is not without reason. Kangxi nodded. Wu Sangui is a wily old fox. Xiaobao probably wouldn't be able to find him in a short time, and then he was killed. He sighed deeply. Your Majesty, please restrain your grief. Song Qingshu was confused. If Kangxi knew I was the murderer, how would he deal with me? It's fine if you can't find Wu Sangui's 42-chapter sutra, but you must find Hongli's 42-chapter sutra for me. Before you and Fu Kangan go to Western Xia, return to the capital and take the opportunity to give me the 42-chapter sutra. Do you understand? Kangxi said. Yes, Your Majesty. I plan to leave today. Song Qingshu was worried about Xiaoqingqing and didn't want to waste a day. So soon? Kangxi was surprised. That's good. I was going to ask you to visit Xiaobao's widow and see if she needs anything. Shuang. In his mind, the image of a spotless, fair-skinned girl dressed in mourning clothes appeared. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment before saying, I have just returned from Xinjing. I will definitely visit her. Kangxi nodded. Very well. I'll send Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan with a team of imperial bodyguards to go with you. If there's anything, I'll have someone to instruct. Thank you, Your Majesty. Song Qingshu stepped out of the imperial study. Before leaving, he looked back at the horizontal board on the door, his thoughts complicated. I can see the hesitation in your eyes. I don't know what's making you so conflicted. Patriarch Sunflower's voice came from the shadows behind the rockery. Song Qingshu glared at the old eunuch and said grumpily, I also see something in your eyes. What? Patriarch Sunflower asked in surprise. I wax. Song Qing laughed and swaggered away. When he turned around, his face changed. This old faker is a little troublesome. Watching Song Qingshu's disappearing figure, Patriarch Sunflower laughed involuntarily and returned to the darkness. Lord Song, you're really lucky to be appointed an imperial envoy by His Majesty as soon as you came back. On the way to Xinjing, Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan came to Song Qingshu's side and said with a flattering smile, You're right. Thank you for your guidance last time. I will remember this kindness. Although Song Qingshu was anxious, he still maintained a pleasant expression when facing the two of them. Thank you for your guidance last time. Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan repeatedly waved their hands. Darren Song's words are too serious. We brothers have been on the job for so long, and other than Wei Juai, only Darren Song is treated as one of our own by our superiors. We regard Darren as one of our own, so naturally we will speak our mind to Darren Song. In the future, Lord Song will be in charge of the sticking department. In the palace, you'll be second only to the emperor. You just need to take care of us. Song Qingshu gave a hollow laugh. Hey, what? Hey, you two are quite well informed. The sticking department hasn't even taken shape yet and you're already so clear about it. Well, my sticking department is short of people. Are you interested in joining? The two looked at each other and said happily, Can we really join? Although your martial arts are, SOSO, you have good manners. You can do some administrative work in the future. Besides, the sticking department is closer to the intelligence department. As long as you're used properly, you'll be more useful than any martial arts master. Song Qingshu nodded with a smile. Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan were tactfully pointed out that their martial arts were not good. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But listening to the meaning of his words, although they didn't quite understand some of the words, they understood the general meaning. They couldn't help but say excitedly, Thank you, Lord Song, for promoting us. We brothers also know that our martial arts are not good. It's only thanks to our ancestors that we were able to become the imperial bodyguards. Previously, Chief Duo didn't choose us to join the flying guillotine. Although he didn't say it clearly, we knew that he despised our low martial arts. As he spoke, his tone became gloomy. Zhao Qishan also felt the same way. We are ordinary disciples of the 8 banners. We're neither good in literature nor in martial arts. At most, we'll be second-class imperial bodyguards. But which man doesn't want to make a name for himself and bring honor to his ancestors? Even when he comes home for the new year, his parents will have face. Thank you, Lord Song, for giving us this opportunity. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, you'll get more than you can imagine. But I reckon that at some point, you won't be able to persevere. Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. The two of them straightened their expressions and said solemnly, People like us don't have much ability. If we can't even persevere on something like this, we deserve to be looked down upon by others for the rest of our lives. It's still too early to say these things. We'll see when the day comes. Song Qingshu stopped the two of them from continuing to express their loyalty. He opened his mouth and said, You two also know that I have an important matter that requires me to rush to Xinjing as soon as possible. But right now, the group of envoys is moving too slowly. Do you have any good ideas? Zhang Kongyan was stunned. He said confidently, "This is easy. Darren can choose a dozen or so highly skilled imperial bodyguards to travel in light carriages and have the main group continue to advance at the original speed. On one hand, it can solve Darren's worries. On the other hand, when the Emperor asks about it in the future, Darren can say that you used the main group to paralyze Xinjing. Then, you disguised yourself and went to Xinjing to gather information. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" Song Qingshu looked at him in surprise. "I couldn't tell that you are such a talent." Although Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan's martial arts were not very good, they had grown up in the imperial city and were born in noble families. It could be said that they knew the officialdom like the back of their hands. In the future, they had to use their talents in this area. "Darren Song, you flatter me, you flatter me." Zhang Kongyan rubbed his hands together as he spoke. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. It was clear that he enjoyed it very much. All right, let's not flatter each other. You two are more familiar with these guards. Go pick 10 agile guards. Then, we will be on our way immediately." Song Qingshu laughed as he scolded them. Yes. The two of them happily ran off to pick their guards. The group of people traveled lightly. 1 person and 2 horses, they got closer and closer to Xinjing. One day, it suddenly rained heavily. The group of people hurriedly ran to a nearby rundown temple to hide. Not long after they settled down, noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside. It seemed that 2 people had arrived at the entrance of the temple. However, for some reason, they did not come in. Song Qingshu's martial arts were profound. The whispers outside quickly reached his ears. The horses outside the temple are obviously not owned by ordinary martial artists. This rundown temple is very likely to have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We have goods on us, so it is better to be more cautious. Why don't we hurry a bit more and go to the small town in front to rest? A rough voice sounded. Senior brother, the goods we bet on this trip are not even worth the price of a few horses. Do you think they will have designs on our goods? It's raining so heavily. Don't let Debao and Debao get wet. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I won't leave anyway. The woman's voice carried a trace of tiredness in her sweet and innocent voice. She was probably just recovering from a serious injury. Who cares about Debao and Debao? It's all that man's fault. The man's voice suddenly stopped. The rest of his words were obviously swallowed by the woman's glare. You clearly said that you won't mention the past anymore. Why are you still? The woman's voice carried a sobbing tone. The man hurriedly comforted her. Song Qingshu listened and laughed. It was probably another happy father. Not long after, a man and a woman walked in. The man's appearance was ordinary. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. It was obvious that he was a Jianghu ruffian. The woman was different. She had a round oval face. Her eyes were dark and her cheeks were flushed. From time to time, a weak pale color would appear. Although she was dressed like a peasant woman, it could not hide her beauty. In her arms were 2 infants who were still in swaddling clothes. Most of her clothes were wet, but the 2 infants' bodies were completely dry. Song Qingshu was impressed by her. Soon there was a frivolous whistle. It turned out that the woman had a plump and round figure. Her clothes were soaked by the rain. Her clothes stuck to her flesh as if they were translucent. The imperial guards under Song Qingshu were not kind people. Seeing such a beautiful scene, they naturally screamed with excitement. If it were not for the presence of Song Qingshu, they might have walked over and directly molested the little woman. Hearing the endless whistling, the woman's senior brother or husband could not help but be angry. However, seeing that Song Qingshu and his men were all fierce and had Buddhist commandment blades at their waists, he hesitated for a moment and had to stare at them. Intentionally or unintentionally, he stood in front of his wife. Little lady, why don't you come over here and warm yourself by the fire? Yes, my brother's side is full of men. They are hot and will dry the wet clothes in a while. Yes, looking at your age, I'm afraid that your body is weak now. If you catch a cold, I'm afraid that you will be ill for the rest of your life. Take off your clothes. We promise not to look. As soon as the words came out, the guard suddenly burst into laughter. You! The woman was ashamed and angry. The man next to her stood up with a knife and glared at the crowd. Oh, what, you want to fight? Seeing this, the imperial guards also stood up and pulled out the knives at their waists. Suddenly, the temple was filled with cold light. Song Qingshu frowned. This group of ruffians were used to being arrogant in the capital. Naturally, they restrained themselves in the presence of the emperor. Outside the capital, they naturally had a natural sense of superiority and were a little bolder than usual. You two don't have to worry. My men are all rough people. They are used to joking. Although their words are not pleasant to hear, they will not really have any evil intentions. You two can rest assured. Song Qingshu said lightly. Hearing Lord Song's words, the guards naturally did not dare to be too rash. They quickly put away their knives with embarrassed expressions and sat down. Only then did the two see Song Qingshu in the corner. The woman saw his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He sat there with a dignified bearing and a grandmaster's temperament. She was in a trance. He was such a person in the past. The man frowned. When he turned around and saw the guards staring at him, he felt irritated. Bear with it for a while. You can feed them when the rain stops. But they're crying so hard. The woman's voice was full of pity. She bit her lips. If they see it, then so be it. Which mother doesn't want to be stared at when she's feeding her child? No. The man's face was ashen. The two children were that man's bastard children. He didn't fall to his death because of the woman. When he thought about how he allowed his junior sister to be taken advantage of by another man for the sake of these two bastard children, he was instantly filled with anger. Why? The woman was also very angry. Her son's crying made her panic. She quickly reacted. Are you not going to love them because they're not your sons? You clearly said that you treat them as your own flesh and blood. No. I'm not. The man's eyes were evasive. It was obvious that his thoughts were exposed. Seeing his expression, the woman immediately understood everything. But she also knew that he couldn't be blamed. Thinking about her own experience, she couldn't help but feel sad. She choked with sobs. Little girl, why are you crying? Is it because your man isn't good to you? I'll beat him up for you. The two of them lowered their voices. The guards didn't hear their conversation clearly. Instead, they heard the woman sobbing. They immediately burst into an uproar. You bastards, how many days have you been away from the capital? Is it because you left your wives that you want to f***ck every woman you see? This group of people was personally chosen by him. Zhao Qishan was worried that Song Qingshu would be unhappy. He quickly stood up and shouted. How could we, brother Zhao? You know us. We're just talking. We don't dare to do anything. The guards said one after another. They quickly turned to Song Qingshu. We're used to being rude. Please don't be offended. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. He didn't mind. He turned to look at the couple. Madam's body is weak. She's wet. I'm afraid it's not good. If you don't mind, you can go behind me and change into clean clothes. Don't worry. No one will dare to look here. Don't you think so? He smiled at the guards. We don't dare since you've asked. All the guards chuckled and hastily sat up with their backs facing Song Qingshu. They looked down at their noses at their hearts, and their eyes looked straight ahead. The woman's face turned red and was about to refuse when a gust of cold wind blew past, causing her to shiver. She then heard a man's voice, You can still nurse the baby from behind me. Don't worry, they won't dare to look, and I won't look back either. She could tell that it was the young master's voice. Seeing that her husband didn't seem to notice anything, the woman looked at Song Qingshu in confusion. Naturally, she didn't know that this was the martial arts world's secret voice-transmitting technique. She hesitated for a moment and then nodded. When the man saw her walking over there, he was shocked and grabbed her wrist. I'm just saying. Do you really believe it? The woman still remembered the young man's pure and flawless eyes. She nodded firmly and said, I believe he's not that kind of person. Then, she shook off his arm and walked away. Song Qingshu smiled and nodded. He said in a low voice, "Madam, don't worry. I won't look back." "N." She nodded. When she passed Song Qingshu, she said in a low voice, "Thank you." "Okay." The woman snorted. She took out clean clothes from her bag and was about to change. She saw the man beside her. She blushed. "You go over there. Turn your back to me." The man was angry. "I'm your husband now. Why don't you let me look at you?" "I'm sorry. Brother, please give me more time." The woman understood that it was too difficult for a man. However, she couldn't get over it. "Okay. Let's not talk about this. You'd rather stay behind a strange man and change clothes than let me stay in front of you?" The man was still angry. Song Qingshu couldn't listen to it anymore. He said coldly, "If I stay behind you, you can make us not look at your wife. Otherwise, it's better to let your wife change her clothes. Otherwise, it's not a joke." The man was annoyed, but he couldn't refute. He walked to the door of the temple and sat there sulking. Seeing that all the men in the room had their backs to her, the woman bit her lips. She finally took off her wet clothes shyly. Although she knew that those people couldn't see her, she still squatted down and hid behind Song Qingshu, letting Song Qingshu's figure completely block her. Only then did she start to change into new clothes. This man is really a good-for-nothing. He let his wife stay with him with just a few words from our young master. Exactly. It seems that he hasn't even touched his wife's body. He might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. When the man at the temple door heard this, he was furious. However, the guard's guess was not far from the truth. Unable to vent his anger, he only felt that his whole body was about to explode. He got up and walked out, wanting to use the cold rain to calm himself down. "Ah!" The woman cried out when she saw that her husband had abandoned her and left her naked behind a group of strange men. What a group of pig teammates. Song Qingshu was speechless. He sensed the movement behind him and comforted, "Don't worry, madam. Your husband is only standing in the courtyard. He hasn't gone far." "Thank you, young master. I'm afraid it will take a little more time." The woman sped up the pace of putting on her clothes. Soon, the baby's cries disappeared and were replaced by soft sucking sounds. Song Qingshu knew that she was breastfeeding. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The woman didn't have the slightest smell of perfume. It was hard to imagine. However, the clean and simple smell of locust leaves a good impression. There seemed to be a hint of milk fragrance in the air. After a long time, the woman seemed to have finished breastfeeding the child. She packed her belongings and walked out with her son in her arms. Perhaps she had sat cross-legged for too long and her body was weak. As soon as she stood up, she felt her vision go black and she fell to the ground. Song Qingshu had noticed her abnormality. He quickly reached out and held her. He felt extremely soft in his arms. After a moment of surprise, he felt embarrassed. He was worried that she would mistakenly think that he was taking advantage of her. According to Song Qingshu's character, if he really wanted to take advantage of this woman, he could have just pointed out the people in the hall and turned around. It wouldn't have been difficult for him to have a quick friendly match. However, he clearly didn't want to take advantage of her, but she misunderstood him. It was rare for him to be a gentleman, but his image was destroyed at the last moment. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable and sullen. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the woman finally came back to her senses. Her first reaction was to look at her son in her arms. Seeing that they were all carried by the young man, she let out a long sigh of relief. However, she soon felt that the man's hand was tightly pressed against her chest in order to hold the child. Women who were breastfeeding were extremely sensitive. The woman immediately blushed. Thank you, young master." "Madam can't say anything else other than thank you, young master?" Song Qingshu smiled and straightened the woman's body. He looked at her with amusement. When the woman saw his handsome face, she couldn't help but think of a ridiculous thing in the past. She said with an unnatural expression, "May I know your name, young master? You and I met by chance. After walking out of this broken temple, I'm afraid we will never meet again." "Why should we know each other's names?" Song Qingshu said as he picked up the bag she dropped on the ground and stuffed it back into her hands. The woman was stunned. After walking to the other side with her son in her arms, she still glanced at Song Qingshu from time to time, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan looked at each other and secretly gave him a thumbs up. They mouthed the message, brilliant. Truly brilliant. Once Lord Song makes a move, it is indeed extraordinary. The woman's husband also came back from outside. Seeing his wife who had already changed clothes, he snorted coldly and sat to the side, sulking. Seeing all this, the woman secretly sighed in her heart. Senior brother really loves me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married me when I was pregnant before marriage. It's a pity that he's a coarse person. If he had taken care of us mother and son and not lost his temper from time to time, I'm not a blockhead. I'm afraid I would have given in to him long ago. Unfortunately, the more he behaves like this, the more I look down on him. While she was deep in thought, a group of people suddenly barged in through the door. Each of them had a saber on their waist. They didn't seem to be good people. The husband and wife thought that they were also here to hide from the rain, so they didn't pay much attention to them. Unexpectedly, one of them laughed and said, "The Pegasus escort agency is getting worse and worse. Now there are only 2 bodyguards, and one of them is even carrying 2 babies." Ha 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 ha. The husband and wife were shocked when they were called out. They quietly held their weapons in their hands and looked at the crowd with vigilance. Who are you? What do you want? Hee hee, you're the escort, and we're the robbers. What do you think we want? The leader of the group snorted coldly. Then, he looked at Song Qingshu and the others. He was also very worried. My friends, this is a grudge between us and the Pegasus escort agency. Please abide by the rules of the martial world and don't interfere. Song Qingshu nodded slightly, and the group of bodyguards who were eager to try sat down one after another. The woman was very disappointed when she saw that he was indifferent. She thought about it again and realized that she and her husband were doing this for a living. It was normal for them to encounter robbers. Indeed, the robbers had no obligation to be her bodyguards. Moreover, they might be worried about the reputation of the agency. However, she was worried about her 2 sons. After hesitating for a while, she walked over and placed them in front of Song Qingshu. I know this is too presumptuous, but can I ask you to help me take care of my 2 children? The 15 bandits in front and behind him were all mocking him. What galloping horse escort agency? When old escort Ma was the escort agency, it was called galloping horse. In Sue's hands, it should have been called dog climbing escort agency. This kid has learned a few tricks up his sleeves. Instead of staying at home and playing with children, he comes out to embarrass himself. Hey, Sue, quickly kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then our big brother will spare your dog life. Such a stupid escort agency, he can't even guarantee 9,000 taels of silver. He might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Invincible Divine Fist old escort Ma was famous in the past. No one in the martial arts world didn't respect him. This useless kid really let his master down. I think his wife is 10 times stronger than him. It's really like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. It makes people angry. Song Qingshu slowly understood what was going on. This couple was probably Su Jing and Ma Chunhua from The Legend of the Flying Fox. Su Jing was just a bystander, nothing much. This Ma Chunhua, on the other hand, was very famous. That day, she was dissatisfied with her marriage. In the end, she saw the handsome and elegant Fu Kangan. Under a freak combination of factors, she actually got pregnant with him. In the end, she had no choice but to marry her martial brother Su Jing. Fu Kangan's son? Song Qingshu sneered as he looked down at the 2 children who were still sleeping soundly in front of him. Young master, do you want to save them? It looks like they can't hold on much longer. Zhang Kongyan came over and asked quietly. Let's wait and see. Song Qingshu shook his head. Listening to everybody's conversation just now, he thought that this group of bandits was very clear about Su Jing's background. Not only did they know his martial arts background, they also knew the total amount of escort money he had secured. Their words were indeed extremely harsh and unkind toward him, but toward Ma Chunhua and her deceased father, they did not offend him at all. they even seemed to be rather respectful toward him. The bandits' attacks were fierce and accurate, each one's martial art skill was far superior to the husband and wife's combined effort. She could not help but feel strange, although these people could not be considered as Jianghu's first-class fighters, with such martial art skill, they must be famous people with a certain status. Looking at everyone's actions, they definitely weren't here for the mere 9,000 taels of silver. What was their objective? Song Qingshu was not as familiar with the plot of The Legend of the Flying Fox as he was with the most famous novels, so he was immediately suspicious. Suddenly there was a blood-curdling scream. Blood flowed from Su Zheng's thigh. The leader of the bandits raised his leg and kicked Su Zheng down to the ground. He stepped on Su Zheng and said with a cold laugh, "I don't want your life, I just want to cripple your eyes and punish you to not have eyes, you are too muddle-headed." Su Zheng was scared and angry at the same time, his chest was blocked and he was unable to speak. "Friends," Ma Chenhua called out, "if you want the silver, just take it. We have no enmity with you in the past, so why do you have to be so ruthless?" A sword-wielding bandit laughed and said, "Miss Ma, you are a good person, don't meddle in other people's business." Ma Chenhua said, "What do you mean meddle in other people's business? He is my husband." Su Zheng's heart was moved when he heard this. But when he thought of his current sorry state, he felt even more ashamed. An old man among the bandits said, "We looked down on his cowardly appearance, so we gave in to the beautiful and talented Miss Ma, and then we came from thousands of miles away. This injustice must be dealt with." "Looks like it's because of Ma Chenhua." Song Qingshu finally understood. Ma Chenhua, this name is really rural, what a waste of her looks and figure. Although Ma Chenhua is beautiful, she is not a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city, why would they? Could it be Fu Kangon? Song Qingshu's thoughts turned like lightning, and he had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. "Shimi and I are in love, we don't need you evil bandits to fight for justice." Su Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and immediately let loose a torrent of abuse. The bandit leader's eyes turned cold, and he laughed coldly, "You good for nothing, living on this earth is just asking for humiliation." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted his qi and stamped on Su Zheng's body. With a few cracking sounds, Su Zheng screamed and died. Shige. Ma Chenhua was already weak, and seeing this, she became extremely emotional and fainted. "Let's go." The bandit leader had just signaled his men to take Ma Chenhua away when Song Qingshu stood up. He had just realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late to make a move. He could only watch as Su Zheng died, but Su Zheng was just a passerby to him. If he died, then so be it. It would be difficult to cause a ripple in his heart. On the other hand, after exchanging a few words with Ma Chenhua, Song Qingshu could not just watch as she was taken away in front of him. The group of bandits had long been on guard against Song Qingshu and the others. When they saw the situation, they drew their swords and slashed over. Song Qingshu's face was as calm as water. His figure flashed past like smoke, and 7 or 8 people had already fallen while wailing. The bandit leader's heart turned cold, he knew that the other party's martial arts were much higher than his own, so he took out a poisonous needle and shot it towards the corner of the wall. Seeing the twin babies covered in poisonous needles, Song Qingshu was surprised, he did not think that these people would do this to babies. According to his speculation, this group of bandits should be Fu Kangon's men, how could they dare to harm Fu Kangon's own flesh and blood? But how could Song Qingshu understand that Fu Kangon himself did not know that he had 2 sons among the common people? How could his men know? The bandit leader thought that the twins were Su Zheng's sons, and with the intention to cut the weeds and get rid of the roots, he shot a poisonous needle at them. While Song Qingshu was stunned, he took his men and ran away with Ma Chenhua. At this time, Song Qingshu was extremely hesitant. If he went to chase after Ma Chenhua, the 2 children's lives would definitely be in danger. If he went to save the children, Song Qingshu felt that he was being taken advantage of. This was clearly Fu Kangon's own doing. Even God wanted him to die, why should he care about this matter? If he saved Ma Chenhua, he might have a chance to practice the Zen of joy. What was the point of saving these 2 children? Although this was what he thought in his heart, Song Qingshu finally sighed and chose to save the 2 children. He and Fu Kangon were indeed enemies, but between the 2 of them, they were young and plump, and the woman was small and delicate. They could do it openly, or they could use all sorts of tricks to fight to the death. life and death depended on their own abilities. On the contrary, if he let the two little lives disappear in front of him, Song Qingshu would be traumatized for the rest of his life, and the loss would outweigh the gain. He used his vital energy to suck the poisonous needle out of the children's bodies, and then took out the antidote pills that the poison hand king of medicine gave him. He split them in half, dissolved them in water, and quickly fed them to the two children. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary poisonous dart. Seeing that the two children's skin color gradually returned to normal, Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. On the side, Zhang Kanyan and Zhao Qishan were whispering to each other. Didn't you just say that Song Darren's method is brilliant? First, he borrowed a knife to kill someone, and then he watched as the thief killed the woman's husband, and then he made his move to save her. The woman was lonely and had no one to rely on. It was easier for her to be, you understand. Hush, don't let Lord Song hear you. I never thought that Lord Song would actually give up a beautiful woman for two children who don't want to do anything. What are you two whispering about over there? Song Qingshu listened in all directions, and was suddenly speechless. We are talking about Lord Song's noble character and unquestionable integrity, and the legacy of our ancestors. Yes, not only are you calm, but you are also kind-hearted, admirable. Zhang Kanyan and Zhao Qishan cooperated very well, and did not look like they were gossiping at all. All right. Even though Song Qingshu's skin was thicker than a city wall, he could not resist such praise. He coughed, looked at the crowd, and asked, Did you see where this group of people came from? Replying to Lord Song, I know one of the thieves. He seems to be working in Xinjing, a guard said. As expected, it seems that Ma Chunhua is not in danger for the time being. Song Qingshu turned to look at the two children, and thought to himself, after arriving in Xinjing, these two little brats might be able to play an unexpected role. Song Qingshu and the rest were all men, and the two babies were crying and throwing a tantrum, which made the group helpless. Some looked for milk, some changed diapers, and some changed diapers. Song Qingshu could feel the resentment of his guards increasing day by day. After arriving in Xinjing, he sent someone to look for a wet nurse, and the group could finally relax. I'm going out for a walk. All of you have worked hard during this period, take a good rest first, there might be something for you to do in the next few days. Song Qingshu changed his clothes, and before he left, he instructed the crowd. Zhang Kanyan and Zhao Qishan ran over, Lord Song, let us accompany you, we can take care of you on the way. There's no need, this place is full of danger, I'll be a smaller target if I go alone. Song Qingshu declined, and ran to the vicinity of Prince Bao's residence alone. Finally, he sat down in a tea house near the main entrance, and stared at the various people going in and out, deep in thought. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's gaze froze. She was wearing a bright green embroidered leather coat, the color was very bright, but it could not hide the fatigue on her face. It was Nan Lan, whom he had met once before. Song Qingshu was very interested in this fair-skinned and beautiful woman. Not only did she abandon her husband and daughter, and elope with her lover Tian Guinong, but more importantly, she had a unique temperament. If one had to describe it, it could be described as the delicate body of a rich young lady. With a thought, Song Qingshu got up and quietly followed behind her. Looking at her mature and plump back, Song Qingshu sighed, you were born at the wrong time. Being born in this era, it's only natural for you to be criticized by everyone. Not to mention that you were born in the era of my previous life where people laughed at the poor, or even in the era of the Republic of China, it wouldn't be difficult for you to be born with a bit of talent in addition to beauty. Thinking back, Lin Huiying spent her entire life with 3 men, and married the mature and steady Liang Xiqing. Intentionally or unintentionally, she seduced the dissolute scholar Su Jima and the aristocratic Jin Yuelin. One abandoned his wife for her, and the other refused to marry for her. 100 years later, she became the role model of a goddess. Let's not talk about that scumbag Su Jima. Old Jean, you're a tall, handsome, and rich man, but you've given up your whole life for Lin Huiying, just in exchange for a night of pleasure. Is it really worth it? Song Qingshu expressed his feelings, and faintly sighed. Just now, Qingshu happened to see Madame on the street and came over to greet you. Song Qingshu unconsciously omitted a word from Madame Tian. Why does Madame look so worried? Nan Lan looked at him, her eyes filled with complexity. Speaking of which, it is all because of young master. Because of me? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I am so charming that a little woman like Nan Lan has fallen in love with me after just one meeting? It is not convenient to talk here. If Prince Song does not mind, can you follow me back to the Fu for a chat? While Song Qingshu's thoughts were running wild, Nan Lan cautiously looked around. Convenient, of course it is convenient. Song Qingshu laughed foolishly and added in his heart, if it is convenient for a woman like you, why would it be inconvenient for me? Young master, please follow me. Nan Lan bowed slightly and led Song Qingshu to the Tian Fu. Looking at her swaying back, Song Qingshu touched his eyebrows. He struggled for a long time but still followed. Young master, please have some tea. After entering the Tian Fu, Nan Lan brought out a cup of tea and placed it in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu nodded in acknowledgement. Inadvertently, he saw two delicate collarbones peeking out from her collar when she bent over. His expression became unnatural and he looked elsewhere. Seeing the rather deserted Tian Fu, Song Qingshu asked in confusion, I thought it was strange just now. Your Fu seems rather desolate. Looking at the fallen leaves in the yard, it seems that no one has swept it for a while. Now that Madame has personally come to serve tea, is there not a single servant in the Fu? After putting down the tea tray, Nan Lan sat down on the chair opposite him. She looked rather tired. Hearing this, she smiled bitterly, I have made a fool of myself in front of Prince Song. There is indeed not a single servant in the Fu. Why is that? Song Qingshu wondered if Tian Guinong had fallen to such an extent. He turned his head and looked around. Oh right, why don't I see brother Tian? Is he on duty? Guinong, he. Guinong, he. Hearing him mention Tian Guinong, Nan Lan's eyes immediately turned red. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't say a complete sentence. In the end, she started sobbing. Madam, why are you doing this? Song Qingshu was shocked. He quickly stood up from his chair and walked over to her, intending to comfort her. Unfortunately, he didn't know the cause and effect, so he didn't know how to comfort her. He reflexively wanted to pat her back, but suddenly realized that this was no longer the open era of his previous life. His hands were in the air, and he didn't know whether to put them down or not. It was rather awkward. Nan Lan noticed his movements, and her face reddened. She subconsciously moved to the side, took out a handkerchief from her bosom, and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Guinong is currently in prison. Prison? Song Qingshu was startled. Isn't brother Tian Guinong Prince Bao's trusted aide? He definitely wasn't a trusted aide. Song Qingshu's words were rather exaggerated. However, it was true that Tian Guinong was placed in an important position in Xinjiang. From the last time Fu Kangan went to Shanhai Pass, Tian Guinong had brought along his guards. This could be seen. Guinong was sent to prison by Prince Bao himself. He must have suffered a lot in prison. Nan Lan had just finished speaking when she started sobbing again. What crime did brother Tian Guinong commit? Song Qingshu suspected that in the original work, in order to cheat Nan Lan of the treasure map, Tian Guinong had also used the same trick. If Nan Lan hadn't coincidentally found out about his plot, perhaps she would have taken the phoenix hairpin with the treasure map to save him. His eyes glanced at the phoenix hairpin on Nan Lan's bun. Against the backdrop of her black hair, the pearl on the hairpin looked exceptionally round and bright. Song Qingshu pondered, how can I steal the dragon and the phoenix from this hairpin and take out the treasure map inside without anyone noticing? Previously, he took it for granted that he knew the approximate location of the Chuang Wang's treasure, so he could find it. However, the trip to Tubo made him realize how difficult it was to find a hidden cave in the boundless snow-capped mountains. Not to mention that Icy Snow's cousin also knew the approximate location of the treasure, so he deliberately built the Jade Pen Villa to secretly investigate. However, he didn't make any progress for decades. Therefore, when he saw this phoenix hairpin this time, Song Qingshu had a different idea. Speaking of which, it does have something to do with young master. Nan Lan sighed faintly. Last time when Prince Bao's heir, Fu Kangan, came to Shanhai Pass to propose marriage, Guinong was also sent to protect him along the way. In the end, such a big thing happened. The princess died, the imperial envoy also died, and the heir fled back in a sorry state, almost losing his life there. During the trip to Shanghai Pass, not only did he not form an alliance with Prince Ping, but he also became his enemy. Prince Ping was very angry and began to thoroughly investigate the matter. After many investigations, he finally thought that it was a plot by the imperial court to destroy the relationship between him and Prince Ping. Then, he found out that before the incident, Gui Nong had met you in private, so he thought that he had betrayed Prince Ping, so he locked him up and tortured him. At the end of her story, she sobbed. Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded, but that time, we were just old friends meeting, we didn't talk about anything, did we? That's what Gui Nong said, but unfortunately, Prince Ping didn't believe him, Nanlan said. I can't believe that I'm the one who harmed Brother Tian, Song Qingshu muttered to himself. Prince Song, don't say that, it's Gui Nong's fate that this is a calamity. Sometimes, in the dead of night, Nanlan would indeed complain about Song Qingshu in her heart, but she also understood that this matter could not be blamed on Song Qingshu, so she could only sigh at her and her husband's bitter fate. Brother Tian has a wide circle of friends, if you can get an old friend to put in a few good words for you in front of Prince Bao, maybe Prince Bao will let him go. Although Song Qingshu had a feeling that he would be implicated even if he was lying down, he could not bear to watch this delicate woman continue to cry, so he quickly helped her come up with a plan. It would have been better if you didn't mention these people. Nan Lan's breathing immediately quickened, a red flush appeared on her pink cheeks, she was obviously very angry. After Gui Nong's incident, I also had the same thought. I went to visit Gui Nong's old friends one by one, who used to be brothers with him, but who knew that these people would only pretend to agree on the surface, but in reality, they were just brushing me off. Listening to Madame's explanation of this matter just now, it must have been Brother Tian's friends in the bureaucracy who revealed this to Madame. They can't help you for now, don't worry, Madame. When the storm has passed, they might be able to rescue Brother Tian, Song Qingshu consoled. Unexpectedly, Nanlan shook her head, young master, you are a modest gentleman. She suddenly remembered that day at the inn, when the other party had suspected her of being frivolous, she immediately felt that it was strange to say this, but after a moment of surprise, she continued, those people were usually very respectful to me, they called me Madam Sister-in-law, Madam Sister-in-law. I didn't expect that after Gui Nong was sent to prison, when they saw me, their words became frivolous, some of them even made a move on me. Nanlan immediately stopped talking, her face had already turned bright red, it was unknown whether it was from embarrassment or anger. As it turned out, Nanlan's beauty was very famous in Qing capital's bureaucracy, many men coveted this beautiful and delicate wife of Tian Guinong, but usually with Tian Guinong around, no one dared to openly show their desire, but now that Tian Guinong was sent to prison, all of them immediately revealed their true colors. The timid ones flirted with a few frivolous words, the bold ones even directly hinted to Nanlan that Tian Guinong would definitely die this time, let her remarry themselves, only a few people comforted her. Nanlan was extremely disappointed with this group of people, and decided to personally go to the prince's residence to plead for her husband. When she arrived at the prince's residence this morning, when the gatekeeper heard the reason for her visit, he shook his head like a rattle drum. Even when Nanlan begged, he didn't dare to pass on the message for her, if not for her beauty, she would have already been chased away. Finally, she coincidentally met Fu Kangon returning to the residence, and saw a beautiful woman begging the gatekeeper. After asking, he found out that it was Tian Guinong's wife, Nanlan. Fu Kangon had long heard of this subordinate's wife's reputation, it was a pity that he never had the chance to see her. Today, when he saw her, he was stunned, and quickly invited her to the residence for a detailed discussion. Nanlan originally thought that things had taken a turn for the better, but after entering the residence, Fu Kangon didn't mention a word about Tian Guinong, instead, he changed the topic to her. Gradually, Nanlan also understood his meaning, and her face turned pale. Finally, Fu Kangon hinted that if she was willing to spend a night with him, he could consider saving her husband. Nanlan forced a smile, saying that she would go back and think about it, then walked out of the prince's residence in a daze, coincidentally being seen by Song Qingshu. Taking advantage of others when they are down, shameless to the extreme. When Song Qingshu heard this, he immediately cursed, that's right, I saw foreign coming out of the prince's residence today, I wonder why. How could she bring up the deal that Fu Kangon had proposed to another man? Nanlan's face showed an awkward expression, and she opened her mouth several times, but didn't know how to start. In the end, she could only close her lips tightly and sit there with her head lowered, not saying a word. Humph, father has just been imprisoned, and you're already seducing another man into the residence, as expected, very good. At this time, a female voice sounded from the doorway. Song Qingshu raised his head to look, and saw a young girl standing at the doorway. Her skin was fair with a hint of red, and her eyelashes were very long, giving her quite a bit of color. Unfortunately, her face was full of harshness when she spoke, ruining her original beauty. Chapter 204, Shameless Coercion. Qingwen, you're back. Nan Lan stood up, and hurriedly explained, this Gongzi was once your father's and my benefactor, don't be rude. Humph, don't act like a mother to lecture me. Who knows if he's your benefactor or lover? The young girl coldly snorted. You. Nan Lan pointed at her, her entire body trembling with anger. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, understood that this young girl should be Tian Guinong's daughter, Tian Qingwen. The daughter of an ex-wife and the stepmother really are a pair of natural enemies. Either the east wind suppresses the west wind, or the west wind suppresses the east wind. From the looks of it, Nan Lan seems to be the weaker side. I can't be bothered with your trivial matters. Didn't you come to the prince's residence today? How was it? Did Wang Yi agree to let father go? Tian Qingwen impatiently waved her hand. No, I didn't see Wang Yi today. Nan Lan was angry in her heart, and answered with some impatience. How can I do that? How am I going to face your father in the future? Nan Lan's face was pale as she shook her head. Tian Qingwen sneered, why are you pretending to be a chaste woman? Weren't you the wife of another man before you and my father? In any case, you're not pure. Accompanying the heir for a few nights can save my father's life. He definitely won't blame you when he comes out. Bastard, how can you speak to your elders like this? Song Qingshu couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to glare at Tian Qingwen. Tian Qingwen was startled by his aura and said with an unnatural expression, I'm speaking the truth. With that, he ran into the inner hall. Madam, don't mind her words. Children don't know any better. Song Qingshu quickly turned around to comfort Nan Lan. She's right. Nan Lan was a little dazed as she muttered to herself, fine, I'll go find Fu Kangan. Bullshit. Song Qingshu grabbed Nan Lan's shoulders and shook her a few times. When she finally came back to her senses, he said sternly, Tian Qingwen doesn't know what his father is thinking. I believe that any man would rather die than let his wife exchange her body with another man for a chance to live. If you do this, I don't know if you can save Brother Tian, but I do know that Brother Tian will regret it for the rest of his life. But do I have to watch him die? Nan Lan bit her lip and said. This happened because of me. I'll help you save him. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Really? Nan Lan was used to seeing men's ugliness. When Song Qingshu took the initiative to save her, her heart immediately warmed. Of course, but I need time. No matter how much Brother Tian suffers, you must endure it. Don't do anything stupid. I promise you, I'll definitely save him. Song Qingshu pondered. Saving Xia Qingqing was the same as saving her. What harm was there in saving Tian Guinong as well? Thank you, Prince Song. Nan Lan was overjoyed and bowed. Madam, no need to be so polite. Song Qingshu subconsciously helped her up. A unique fragrance came to his nose. He was stunned. This woman seemed to be weightless. She was so light and soft, with both her arms held in the other's hands. Nan Lan sensed that something was amiss. She discreetly stood up and took a step back, asking, May I know where young master lives now? How can this concubine find young master? She was counting on Song Qingshu to help her save her husband. Naturally, Nan Lan didn't want to be unable to find him. When she wanted to. I'm currently staying at the Roof Family Inn in the west of the city. If madam needs anything, you can find me there. Song Qingshu got up and said goodbye. Madam, it's getting late. I'll go back first. I'll inform you if there's any news. By the way, it's best not to tell anyone about what happened today. I'm worried that it'll be harmful to madam. I understand. I won't even tell Qingwen about young master's identity, lest I ruin young master's plans. Nan Lan used to be a daughter of an official. Seeing that Song Qingshu, an official of the imperial court, had secretly come to Xinjing City, her mind was clear. Chapter 205, Invitation to Battle. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans. Song Qingshu had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back. He took out 2 ingots of gold and handed them to Nan Lan. After Brother Tian's accident, Madame went around asking people for help. You must have spent a lot of money. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope Madame won't refuse. Nan Lan was startled. She hurriedly pushed the gold ingots back to him. Young master has acted righteously to save Gui Nong. I can't repay you anymore. How can I accept your gold? Please, benefactor, don't make things difficult for me. Madam, these are special times. Why be so particular? When Brother Tian comes out, it won't be too late to thank me properly. I really can't accept it. The 2 gold ingots were pushed back and forth between the 2 of them. In the end, their hands were even holding each other's. Nan Lan finally reacted. There was a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Since young master is so kind, I'll accept it. She hurriedly pulled her hand back. Song Qingshu was taken aback and took the opportunity to take his leave. When he left the Tian mansion, he rubbed his fingertips in front of his eyes a few times. He could still feel the smooth and tender feeling of his hand from before. He praised inwardly and walked back to the inn. Darren, you want to explore the Bao Prince's residence at night? Zhang Kongyan asked in surprise when he heard Song Qingshu's plan. You can actually lower your voice. Song Qingshu was very depressed. The soundproofing of this inn wasn't very good. Zhang Kongyan hurriedly lowered his voice. Darren Song, this is too dangerous. Why don't I find a few brothers to accompany you? Are you going or not? Song Qingshu looked at him playfully. Seeing his awkward expression, he immediately laughed. I'm just teasing you. Your qinggong isn't good enough. If you go, you'll only cause more trouble. I'll go alone. I'll come and go like the wind. I'll be back soon. After changing into his nocturnal clothes, Song Qingshu snuck near the prince's residence. Looking at the quiet prince's residence, he thought to himself, You, I hope you haven't done anything stupid. He arrived at a remote courtyard wall. Seeing that there was no one around, he tiptoed and quietly flipped over the wall. He avoided the patrolling guards along the way and slowly approached the inner residence. Hiding behind a fake mountain, Song Qingshu's expression immediately turned ugly as he watched the guards coming and going from afar. He didn't expect the security of the Bao Prince's residence to be so tight. He observed for a long time and realized that the other party's defense had no blind spots. He couldn't find a single gap. Although Song Qingshu's qinggong was high, he was not an invisible person. As the saying goes, a wild goose leaves a sound. If he tried to force his way through, he could get rid of a few hidden guards and create an opening. However, with their patrolling frequency, they would be discovered by the other guards in a minute. After a minute, a stealthy investigation would become a forceful intrusion. Most importantly, Song Qingshu didn't think that he could find Xia Qingqing within a minute, let alone bring her away. Otherwise, he would definitely take the risk. After taking a deep look at the residence in the distance, Song Qingshu took a deep breath and turned to leave. The security of the Bao Prince's residence is so tight. Could it be stronger than the Forbidden City? Hearing what Song Qingshu said, Zhao Qishan and the rest immediately surrounded him. In my opinion, the Bao Prince's residence is so heavily guarded. It's actually easier to break into the Forbidden City. After all, the Forbidden City is too big. It's impossible to set up security at every step. As long as one's qinggong is good enough, it's enough to sneak in through the gaps between the patrolling guards. The Bao Prince's residence is relatively smaller. Moreover, Prince Bao holds the military power. It's not difficult to build the prince's residence with a sentry every few steps and fortify the prince's residence like an iron bucket. Song Qingshu knew that it was impossible to sneak in, so he had to think of another way. A mere royal highness made the security of the residence even tighter than the palace. He. Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan looked at each other. The meaning in their words was self-evident. Lord Song, what do you plan to do next? Another guard asked. Tomorrow, we will openly enter the prince's residence as imperial envoys. Song Qingshu harumphed. Everyone, go to bed early and rest up. There might be danger in the future. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Song Qingshu and his entourage left the city first. After putting on their official robes, they took out their banners and sent someone to inform the officials of Xinjing. Not long after, Xinjing sent someone to escort them to the Four Quarters Embassy. As the former capital of the Manchurian Qing, Xinjing had specially set up guest houses to receive envoys from various countries. The Four Quarters Embassy was one of them. Not long after the entourage settled down in the Four Quarters Embassy, Prince Bao, Hongli, along with Crown Prince Fu Kangan and the civil and military officials of Xinjing, came to have an audience. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees. Prince Bao led the soldiers to resist the Mongols and made a great contribution to the country. Here is the special bestowal. After reading the imperial edict, Song Qingshu folded it up and handed it to Prince Bao. Hongli. Song Qingshu had long heard of Hongli's name. This time, he finally saw Hongli in person. He had a square face and wide ears. His upper lip was covered with a thick mustache, giving him a dignified air. The corners of his eyes drooped, adding a gloomy air. What big bags under his eyes! Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. Of course, his mouth was praising the other party for his extraordinary valiance. I have long heard that Lord Song is a young hero. Seeing you today, you are even younger than I imagined. This prince is very impressed. Hongli handed the imperial edict to his personal attendant and came over to hold on to Song Qingshu's hand to show their closeness. Your Royal Highness has been guarding the Great Qing's northern border. Over the years, you have defeated the Mongols many times and shocked the world. You are indeed a pillar of the Great Qing kingdom. In front of your Royal Highness, this lowly official dares not call himself a hero. Song Qingshu felt disgusted, but he had to feign civility. Ha ha ha, Lord Song is really good with words. No wonder you are favored by His Majesty at such a young age. Prince Bao laughed loudly. The two of them chatted in the room for a while. Hongli stood up and bade farewell. Before he left, he said, "Tonight, this prince will hold a banquet in the residence to welcome Lord Song. Lord Song must come." "Thank you, Your Royal Highness. This lowly official will definitely be there on time." Song Qingshu bowed and saw him off. Night fell unknowingly as he handed over the complicated documents to the officials of Qing capital and discussed how to reward the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the northern border. Song Qingshu was worried and could not wait to go to the prince's residence to attend the banquet. After Song Qingshu took his seat, Hongli introduced to the officials at the banquet in a clear voice, "Today, this prince will introduce to everyone a young hero. This Lord Song is still young, but he is already the deputy chief of the imperial bodyguards of His Majesty. He is publicly recognized as the #1 expert in the capital. In the past, Lord Song was ordered to reorganize the Wuling world. His martial arts made all the sects submit to him wholeheartedly. He once defeated the Wudong expert, Reverend Chengxiu, with one strike of his sword and punched the Five Mountains Alliance master. He shocked the world. He is truly the world's top expert." The people below immediately whispered to each other. Suddenly, a cold laugh was heard. "Rumors are always exaggerated. Your Royal Highness must not be deceived. Lord Song, that day you bullied Mount Tai sect. Although I am no longer a disciple of Mount Tai sect, I still remember the friendship between us. I will be so bold as to ask for advice from Lord Song and experience Lord Song's peerless divine skill." Song Qingshu turned his head in astonishment. He saw that the person who spoke was dressed like a Taoist. It was True Jade, whom he had met once at Shanhai Pass. He could not help but laugh and say, "Last time, didn't we exchange blows at Pingxi Wangfu?" Thinking about how he was sent flying several meters with one palm strike, True Jade's old face turned red. He coldly snorted, "Last time, I underestimated Lord Song. This time I will not underestimate the enemy again." True Jade was one of the top experts in the sort of blood jade. In more than half of the book, his martial arts were higher than Yuan Xingji's. Last time, he was easily forced back by Song Qingshu because he had underestimated the enemy. Although his internal energy was not weak, it was not his strong point. What he was most proficient in was his strange movements combined with swift and fierce swordsmanship. He had traveled unhindered in Jianghu for dozens of years, yet he had rarely met a worthy opponent. This Taoist true jade is a rare expert in this prince's fu. Lord Song, you can give him a few pointers. Although Hongli was smiling, his heart was cold. He had praised Song Qingshu as the #1 expert under Kangxi's command, but he had clearly stated that true jade was only an ordinary expert in the fu. If he lost, it was reasonable, but if he won, it would be a great loss of face for that child Kangxi. Seeing that not only did Hongli not stop him, but he was also encouraging him, Song Qingshu knew that this fierce battle was unavoidable. Thinking about how he had changed to practice the joyous dhyana, his current internal energy was far inferior to before, he could not help but frown. The third watch will be tomorrow morning. Everyone, do not stay up and wait. Since Prince is interested, this lowly official will naturally accompany you. Does Prince wish to compete in inner strength or sabers and swords? Song Qingshu looked at True Jade with a smile. There are so many officials here who don't know martial arts. It would be too boring for us to compete in inner strength. Let's compete in sabers and swords. True Jade smiled mockingly. He had exchanged a palm strike with Song Qingshu before and knew that the other's inner strength was above his. If they competed in inner strength, he would probably lose. On the other hand, although the other was also famous for his sword techniques, if his own sword techniques were used together with his strange 100 lightning transformations, his chances of winning would be greater. Competing with sabers and swords. Song Qingshu revealed a trace of disappointment and pretended to reluctantly agree. Seeing this, True Jade was delighted. Alright, but sabers and swords have no eyes and injuries will be unavoidable. On a good day like today, if either side is injured, it won't be good for either side. In my opinion, why don't we both compete with wooden swords? Wooden swords? True Jade froze. He thought that he was used to using swords and would be at a disadvantage if he switched to a wooden sword at the last moment. In addition, his sword was extremely sharp and he was naturally unwilling to give up this advantage. I've heard that Lord Song is proficient in using wooden swords, yet you want me to give up my weapon and use a wooden sword. This is a bit, I believe that Lord Song's words are reasonable. Adept swordsmanship is incomparably swift and fierce, and Lord Song's swordsmanship is also famous throughout the world. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. This is truly not in line with today's atmosphere. At this moment, another military official nearby spoke up. Furthermore, the sword in the perfected one's hand is a treasured sword that can cut through iron as if it were mud. You're taking advantage of him. Lord Song, my condensed jade sword is passable. I can lend it to you. Hongli frowned when he heard this. These two were the top experts under him, but they had always disliked each other. He hadn't expected that they would undermine each other at this time. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the other had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a valiant aura. Behind him, Zhang Kongyan whispered, Darren, this person is the fire judge Zhang Zhaozhong. His martial arts are high and not below True Jade's. The two have always been at odds. Zhang Zhaozhong, the strongest villain in the book and sword feud? Why do I feel that he has a faint intention of expressing goodwill toward me? Song Qingshu suppressed the doubts in his heart and said, many thanks for Lord Zhang's good intentions, but Taoist priest True Jade's words are also reasonable. I am used to using wooden swords, so for him to give up the sword he is accustomed to using is truly an enormous advantage. In order to avoid an unfair victory, it would be better to do as Taoist priest said. He will use his sword and I will use a wooden sword. The 100 officials roared with laughter. Everyone could see that True Jade had taken advantage of the situation. True Jade blushed a bit and inwardly swore, you were the one who was arrogant, so you can't blame me. The winner is king, and the loser is the thief. As long as I defeat you, who will remember what weapons we used in the competition? Please. Song Qingshu had the wooden sword on his back as he smiled confidently. He knew that with the wooden sword in his hand, it would be even more difficult for his opponent to direct his inner energy towards him. All he had to do was to fully utilize the intricacies of his swordsmanship and avoid the sharp edge of his sword. Seeing that Chu Feng had no intention of making the first move, True Jade's expression turned grave as he drew his sword. Sword. With a wave of his sword, he attacked. Everyone saw him slide 3 steps to the right and use the move Cloudless Bright Moon before turning around. His body slightly crouched and his sword stabbed out diagonally. When it was still 5 feet away from Song Qingshu's right shoulder, he had already turned around and used the move Soaring Mountain Range. His momentum was extremely fast and his sword was quickly retracted. Song Qingshu stood motionless in his original position. Only his gaze constantly followed True Jade's figure. The tip of his sword also slightly swayed. True Jade, on the other hand, acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He unfolded his sword energy and his body moved along with his sword. He turned left, then right, and the more he turned, the faster he turned. This swordsmanship was called Mount Tai's 18 Coils. It was created by a famous elder of the Mount Tai sect in the past. He saw that the 18 coils of Mount Tai's 3 gates were like sheep intestines, with a turn every 5 steps and a turn every 10 steps. It was extremely steep, so he incorporated the terrain into his swordsmanship. It was similar to the 8 trigrams roaming body palm of the 8 trigram school. The higher the 18 coils of Mount Tai went, the more dangerous it became. The more the sword moves turned, the more ruthless they became. Complemented by the lightning changes of 100 moves, the 18 coils of Mount Tai was displayed to the fullest. Zhang Zhaozhong's eyes narrowed as he watched from the side. Although his martial arts were on par with his movements were too exquisite. If we were to truly fight to the death, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match. True Jade seemed to want to pierce through Song Qingshu's body with each strike, but unfortunately, he gave up midway each time. Everyone watching was puzzled. Only True Jade was aware of his own difficulties. No matter how crafty and strange his swordsmanship was, the tip of Song Qingshu's sword always seemed to be enveloping his major acupuncture points. It was as if Song Qingshu had a clear understanding of his swordsmanship and was always able to grasp the fleeting flaw. Since Daozhang hasn't attacked for so long, then I will make my move. Song Qingshu faintly smiled. His sword suddenly thrust out 5 times in a row. Each sword move contained an ancient aura. True Jade cried out involuntarily, 5th Great Scholar Sword. There were ancient pines on Mount Tai. According to legend, they were named the 5th Great Scholar Pines during the Qin dynasty. The founder of Mount Tai had once comprehended a set of swordsmanship called the 5th Great Scholar Sword. This set of swordsmanship was simple and unadorned, but there were strange changes hidden inside. More than 20 years ago, Yu Zhenzi had already mastered this set of swordsmanship, but now he saw that Song Qingshu's 5 moves were seemingly right but actually wrong. They were quite different from what he had learned, but it was clear that they were much more brilliant than the original swordsmanship. True Jade hastily raised his sword to block. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar as his right knee was struck. He staggered and bent his right leg, causing him to kneel down. He hastily used his sword to prop himself up, saving himself from being thrown into a sorry state. Thank you for letting me win. Song Qingshu withdrew his sword and retreated with a faint smile. Everyone saw that True Jade's swordsmanship was treacherous and almost like he was showing off. After besieging him for a long time, he didn't dare to make a move. On the other hand, Song Qingshu's moves were upright and dignified, yet he was able to determine victory and defeat in one move. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. True Jade's martial arts were naturally clear to these colleagues. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 expert in Xinjing, yet he was injured by the opponent's first move. From this, it could be deduced that Song Qingshu's martial arts were simply unimaginably high. They looked at Song Qingshu with respect and fear. True Jade's heart, however, was greatly dissatisfied. The opponent had suddenly changed the key points of Mount Tai's sword moves. In his haste, he didn't have time to think too much, so he had naturally used the swordsmanship of Mount Tai. Yet, True Jade had suddenly changed the direction of his sword, causing him to fall into a trap and be defeated. If he had used a sword technique from another sect, then no matter how exquisite the move, based on his cultivation and swordsmanship, he definitely wouldn't have lost so miserably. However, what Song Qingshu had used was indeed Mount Tai's sword technique, and it wasn't fake. Song Qingshu's attainments in swordsmanship were above his own. He knew that if they competed again, he would at most be able to endure a few more moves. In the end, he would still be defeated. In his heart, he was ashamed, angry, and alarmed. Seeing this, Hong Li's heart sank. Kanshi having such an expert under his command was truly a headache. He hastily stood up and said with a smile, as expected, Lord Song's swordsmanship is superb. After Feng Qingyang's fall, I'm afraid the title of Sword Saint will fall on your distinguished self. Daoist true jade swordsmanship is also exquisite. Men, give these two experts a reward. Prince is too serious. This lowly official doesn't dare to accept the title. In his heart, Song Qingshu disapproved of the title of Sword Saint. Even if he wanted to be called, he should at least be called Sword God. He thought of Sword God Shimen Shui and Sword God Xie Feng. They were the role models of his generation. Those who were called Sword Saints didn't seem to have good endings. What Feng Qingyang? There was also the Sword Saint in Wind and Cloud. Although they were incomparably resplendent, they also quietly fell. Lord Song is too modest, Hong Li laughed and said, we just watched a battle of blades and swords. Let's adjust it with a bit of chivalry and tenderness. Recently, this prince has taken in a new concubine who is good at singing and dancing. Today is a rare opportunity, so this prince will let her come out and perform for everyone to evaluate. Song Qingshu's heart thumped and he said, they're here. A melodious music rang out. Song Qingshu nervously looked towards the source of the sound. A group of singers dressed in palace attire slowly walked over. One of them was wearing a water-green gauze dress with a milky white, silver-threaded light gauze dress. A group of singers dressed in palace attire slowly walked over. One of them was wearing a water-green gauze dress with a milky white, silver-threaded light gauze dress. Her vermilion lips were red without makeup, her willow eyebrows were black without makeup, and there was a vermilion dot on her forehead. She was charming and moving. An exceptionally luxurious golden ornament was inserted into her cloud-like black hair. With each step, it trembled. Pearls and jade intertwined with golden light, and tassels fell down and rippled. The hearts of all the men in the field also rippled along with that lightly swaying pendant. Her perfect facial features were meticulously arranged to form an absolutely beautiful outline. Under the faint shadow of the flowing light in her eyes was a completely natural and refined temperament. She was like a snow-white orchid at the bottom of a quiet valley. She exuded a sense of alienation and loneliness from her bones. Just by standing quietly in front of them, it could make people's hearts ache. If it wasn't Xia Qingqing, who else could it be? When she passed by Song Qingshu, Xia Qingqing acted as if she didn't know him. She didn't even look at him and walked straight into the field. She bowed slightly to Hong Li and said, this concubine greets your highness. A trace of tenderness appeared on Hong Li's face. He stretched out his hand to help her up. You may dispense with the formalities. The officers and soldiers have all worked hard. Qingqing, you should dance for them to express this prince's feelings. Yes, your highness. Xia Qingqing smiled faintly. All the civil and military officials in the hall were instantly dumbfounded. They all quieted down, as if they had been captivated by her. Her jade-like hands moved gracefully and her skirt fluttered in the wind. A pair of misty eyes seemed as if they wanted to speak. Light danced in the air. Her entire person was like a flower in the fog, hazy and faintly discernible, flashing with beautiful colors. However, it was also so far out of reach. Song Qingshu had no time to appreciate her graceful dance. He only felt sorrow in his heart. Qingqing, I didn't think you would still take this step. Why didn't you ask me first? I could really help you get revenge. Her jade-like feet lightly tapped the ground. Xia Qingqing spun twice in the air. Her skirt turned into a beautiful disc. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful appearance, it actually made people feel that she was both real and illusory. After landing, the song ended and the dance ended. She stood still and bowed before slowly retreating to the back of the hall. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He quietly stood up. Zhao Qishan asked in confusion, where does official Song wish to go? Hong Li held a banquet to entertain the imperial envoy. The guards of the entire Wang Fu could be said to be guarding the outside but not the inside. After Song Qingshu left the banquet, he ran into a few patrols, but when they saw his official robes, they all nodded in acknowledgement and allowed him to walk. However, Song Qingshu was not an idiot. He did not think that the guards would still ignore him when he reached the inner courtyard of the Wang Fu. He hid his tracks along the way and finally found traces of Xia Qingqing by the lake. A woman stood there alone, staring at the water in a daze. You came pretty fast. Hearing the voice behind her, Xiaoqingqing seemed to have expected it and was not surprised. Why are you waiting here alone? Song Qingshu looked around. With her current status, she should not be alone. I was waiting for you. Xiaoqingqing turned around, a faint smile on her face. The beauty was still beautiful, but her status had changed. A hint of sorrow that was difficult to disguise flashed across Song Qingshu's face. Why didn't you ask me before you made this decision? I would have told you the plan in my heart. After you heard it, you would not have chosen to leave me. I asked you many times. The wind ruffled her hair. Xiaoqingqing stretched out a finger to tuck the messy strands behind her ear. She smiled slightly. But every time you would only say, believe me, believe me. Hearing this, Song Qingshu stilled. It seemed to have been like that at the time. Xiaoqingqing saw his reaction and her expression became complicated. Alright, I'll give you another chance. Tell me your plan now. Song Qingshu immediately hesitated. That matter was too important and could not be leaked. She was now the Bao Wang Fei. Never mind, I already know the answer. Xiaoqingqing sighed quietly and did not speak further. Now that time has passed and your status is different, I naturally cannot tell you. Song Qingshu had an impulse to disregard everything, but in the end, reason overcame everything. I understand, but I'm afraid this will be the last time we meet. You have your plans, and I have mine. I don't want to add to the waves, Xiaoqingqing said calmly as she gazed at the lake in the distance. Isn't your plan to seduce Hongli and sow discord between him and Kangxi? But do you really think that Hongli can defeat Kangxi? Song Qingshu sneered. Xiaoqingqing was obviously stunned. Her face was as cold as ice. You can understand it that way, but this is my own business. I don't need anyone else to worry about it. She added in her heart, of course I know that Hongli is no match for Kangxi. Alright then, we'll never meet again. Song Qingshu turned around and left resolutely. We'll never meet again. Xiaoqingqing was momentarily absent-minded as she muttered to herself. A hint of bitterness flashed across her face. Returning to the banquet, Song Qingshu was as merry as ever. He frequently got up to drink with Xingjing officials. He had been together with Wei Xiaobao and Dolong for a long time, calling each other brothers. His skill in making wine and meet friends had long been trained. He had reached perfection. When he noticed that Hongli got up and left the banquet, he drank even more merrily. When he came out of the prince's mansion, he was already a puddle of mud. Old Zhao, what do you think happened to official Song? Why did he suddenly become so? Zhang Kongyan supported the drunken Song Qingshu and looked at Zhao Qishan in shock. How would I know? He was fine before. Zhao Qishan was vomited all over his body. His expression was even more depressed. Haha, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about today. When we return to the capital, I'll promote you. Hearing their discussion, Song Qingshu forced his eyes open and laughed foolishly. Since it's like this, why don't you vomit all over me too? Zhang Kongyan smiled bitterly. Ugh, I was joking. Official Song, don't take it seriously. Zhang Kongyan's wail came from the night sky. In the prince's mansion, in the Ripple Pavilion where the Vice Fujin lived. Your Highness, it's getting late. Please go back, Xiaoqingqing said coldly. Qingqing, you're already my Fujin. Hongli put on a smile and wanted to get closer. A cold light flashed. Xiaoqingqing's golden snake sword was already pressed against his chest. She said coldly, Your Highness, if you've forgotten, I'll remind you again. This Fujin title is just a cover. Don't take it seriously. Also, don't call me that. Yes, Ben Wang was just joking with Madame Yuan. Hongli took a few steps back in embarrassment. Today, Madame's dance at the banquet stunned the civil and military officials. Ben Wang also benefited from them and was fortunate enough to have a feast for my eyes. When I mentioned it to Madame that day, I never thought that Madame would actually agree. Our alliance does not include dancing for you. Don't do it again. Xiaoqingqing added in her heart, this dance was not for you. Ben Wang is already very satisfied with just this once. Hongli chuckled. Right, I heard that Madame's Golden Snake Camp has been in some trouble recently. Do you want Ben Wan to send someone to help Madame? No need. That was just my method to deliberately numb Kangxi. Otherwise, Kangxi will not tolerate a united Golden Snake Camp. Xia Qingqing shook her head and flatly refused. It turned out that Xia Qingqing had been moved by Luo Bing's words that day. She also felt that Song Qingshu did not really want to help her take revenge. Moreover, the longer she was with Song Qingshu, the more vague Yuan Qingji's figure became in her mind. She was afraid that one day, she would even forget to take revenge and could only choose to leave. However, she had followed Yuan Qingji to command the Golden Snake Camp for so long. She was no longer that unruly little girl who knew nothing and only liked to throw tantrums. Previously, because her husband had been killed, hatred had blinded her eyes. She had calmed down long ago. In her opinion, Luo Bing's vision was limited. Her plan was simply full of loopholes. Xia Qingqing was not as stupid as the people of the Red Flower Society. She would not easily give up her innocence for an illusory possibility. Xia Qingqing first went south to Shandong. Seeing that the Golden Snake Camp was in the midst of a fierce battle, she angrily took a group of trusted aides and went north. Xingjing. Hongli was having a headache. Because of the matter with Princess Janning, he had a falling out with the Western Prince Wu Sangui. Losing Wu Sangui as an ally, he had hundreds of thousands of troops. The road south was blocked by Wu Sangui. To the north was the ferocious Mongolian kingdom. There was no way forward, and there were pursuers from behind. Of course, if he was willing to be a prince who ruled over an area, he could naturally guard his own land and live happily for decades. Unfortunately, he had always coveted the dragon throne in the capital. How could he be willing to be a prince who maintained his own success? Xia Qingqing's arrival made him overjoyed. She had brought him another way out, to ally with the Golden Snake Camp. The Golden Snake Camp would help him transport his troops from Lashunku to Tianjin by sea. The Golden Snake Camp would then mobilize their troops from Shandong and attack the capital together. In this way, they could completely bypass Wusangui's Shanhai Pass. Wusangui and the Liao Xiaofeng were fighting fiercely. By the time he could extricate himself, the Qing dynasty would already be in his pocket. The reason why Hongli had never thought of sending troops from the sea was because his subordinates were not good at fighting on the water. The Bohai Sea was under the control of the Divine Dragon Island. The Divine Dragon Island had long surrendered to the Mongolians. If he set out from the sea, his hundreds of thousands of elite troops would only be buried in the stomachs of the fish. Allying with the Golden Snake Camp could solve all of this perfectly. In the early years, the Golden Snake Camp had mingled with the wind and the water. Today, they were still the overlord of the Yellow Sea. They were good at fighting on the water and could deal with the Divine Dragon cult. Because of this, Hongli and Xia Qingqing hit it off and quickly formed an alliance. During this time, in order to discuss how to deal with the Divine Dragon cult and the specific details of their future cooperation, Xia Qingqing had to meet with him frequently. Hongli was worried that a strange woman frequently entering and exiting the Wangfu would arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. Thus, he placed Xia Qingqing in the Wangfu with the identity of Vice Fu Jing to deceive people. That's good. Although Hongli still had doubts in his heart, he was clear that the other's husband was killed by Kangxi. Whether it was for the benefit of the Golden Snake Camp or for her personal grudge, there was no need for her to lie to him. Changing the topic, he said, "By the way, Madame Yuan, did you see the imperial envoy sent by the court today?" The imperial envoy? Xia Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. She said calmly, "I saw him. He looks like a pretty boy. He doesn't look like anything special. I presume he doesn't have any real skills." "Madame Yuan, if you think like that, you are gravely mistaken," Hongli said in a low voice. After Wei Xiaobao died, Song Qingshu has become Kangxi's #1 confidant. He has the vague posture of aspiring to the throne of the #1 expert of the Qing dynasty. No matter how high his martial arts are, he is still just a knife. What big waves can he cause? Xia Qingqing deliberately put on a disdainful expression. When martial arts reach a certain level, it is no longer a knife. "Madame Yuan, do you still remember how your husband died?" The Golden Snake King's martial arts were very high. He had hundreds of thousands of troops under his command. He was a powerful overlord. But he still died under one blow from Dongfang Bubi. His imperial ambitions were gone in the blink of an eye. Hong Li deliberately looked at Xia Qingqing's expression. As expected, Xia Qingqing's expression changed greatly. One day, I will definitely kill Dongfang Bubi to avenge Big Brother Yuan, but how many Dongfang Bubi are there in the world? The late-night visitor of Song Qingshu. Although his martial arts are not bad, if he wants to assassinate your highness, I'm afraid he is still not strong enough. There are many experts in this prince's residence. Naturally, there is no need to be afraid of him. Hong Li patted his chest heroically. But at such a young age, he already has the bearing of a grandmaster. It is hard to guarantee that in the future, he will not grow into a terrifying existence that can kill a person in 10 steps and leave no trace behind. We must be on guard. Your Highness, you mean to take advantage of the fact that he has not fully matured to strike first? Xia Qingqing asked expressionlessly. But I'm afraid this will alert the enemy and make Kanshi vigilant. The gains do not make up for the losses. I think it is the opposite. Hong Li sneered. According to the spy's report, Kanshi has already asked him to establish a secret intelligence organization, the Stick Office. If it is really established, I'm afraid that in the future our actions will be restricted and we will always be in a passive position when marching and fighting. Hee, as the saying goes, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come. This time, he has walked right into the trap. How can this prince let go of such a great opportunity? But he is still an imperial envoy. If your highness were to make a move, the situation would be unsalvageable. Xia Qingqing frowned anxiously. Don't worry, this prince has a brilliant plan. Hong Li smiled mysteriously. Song Qingshu was escorted back to the Four Quarters embassy by his subordinates. Just as he got off the carriage, an imperial guard came forward and quietly said, Lord Song, a beautiful woman came to look for you. A beautiful woman? Song Qingshu's eyes widened slightly as he asked in a daze, did she report her name? The guard respectfully replied, she did not, but when she came, she was in disguise and seemed to be intentionally concealing her tracks. My brothers felt that she must have something important to discuss with you, so we took the liberty of bringing her into the Four Quarters embassy. She is currently waiting inside. Song Qingshu had only run a few steps when he tripped and fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, the bodyguard beside him was quick to react and caught him so that his face didn't come into close contact with the ground. It was just that after tossing and turning, Song Qingshu became tipsy and fell into a deep sleep. What should we do? Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan stared at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Let's help His Excellency to the bed to rest first, then help him clean up. In the end, the two of them reached an agreement and hurriedly helped him to the bedroom. After putting Song Qingshu on the bed with great difficulty, Zhang Kongyan suddenly felt alarmed. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted, who is it? Zhao Qishan was also startled and hurriedly pulled out his saber, vigilantly looking at the shadows in the corner. What's wrong with Prince Song? At this time a weak female voice sounded from the corner. Hearing this voice, Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan unconsciously relaxed. A woman with such a gentle voice, even if she wasn't a weak and delicate young miss, she couldn't be an assassin or a bandit. With the help of the light, they saw a gentle and graceful young married woman standing on the side of a chair. Her entire body was wrapped in a snow-white cloak. Although her face looked tired, it couldn't hide her delicate and charming appearance. Zhang Kongyan was stunned. Madam, you are? Nan Lan thought to herself, if I say that I have something to ask to see Song Qingshu, they might look down on me and chase me away. I might as well scare them. During this period of time, Nan Lan was used to seeing the faces of Yamen officials, so she naturally had her guard up. I am Song Qingshu's good friend. Is he drunk? Nan Lan couldn't help but frown when she smelled the smell of alcohol in the room. Good friend? Zhang Kongyan and Zhao Qishan looked at each other strangely and immediately put on a flattering smile. I understand, I understand. They all thought to themselves, a woman is alone in Lord Song's bedroom in the middle of the night. Isn't the relationship between the two self-evident? But looking at the woman's hair bun, she seemed to be a married woman. He didn't expect Sir Song to have such a taste. But such a beautiful woman, even if she was married, there were very few men who wouldn't be moved. Sir Song was really lucky, but he didn't know which man was going to be a tortoise. Go prepare some hot water and towels. Leave this to me. Nan Lan took off her cloak and placed it on a chair. She quickly walked over and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her two fair arms. The two guards swallowed their saliva. Yes, yes. Seeing her ordering them around like a hostess, Zhang and Zhao didn't feel disgusted. Instead, they felt that it was natural. They hurriedly retreated out of the room and went to get hot water. Old Zhang, did you see that woman's skin just now? It's so tender that you could squeeze water out of it. Sensing that they were quite a distance away, Zhao Qishan nudged Zhang Kongyan with his shoulder. Silence, are you tired of living? That's Lord Song's woman. But then again, she does have big breasts and perky buttocks, a ravishing beauty. Zhang Kongyan winked. The two men let out a series of sweet dreams. A sinister smile. Taking the basin of hot water from the guard, Nan Lan closed the door with a bang. She noticed the lecherous smiles in the eyes of the two and understood that they had misunderstood her relationship with Song Qingshu. But she had no choice but to come to look for Song Qingshu at such a late hour. During the day, she had inquired about a piece of news. Her husband had been subjected to an inhumane torture today and had lost most of his life. Feeling anxious, she hurriedly ran to the Ru family inn in the west of the city. She discovered that Song Qingshu had already left. After asking around, she learned that he had already moved into the Four Quarters embassy using his identity as an imperial envoy. Thus, she hurriedly rushed over. Afraid that her husband's friends in the bureaucracy would recognize her, Nan Lan intentionally wrapped herself in a cloak, turning from a graceful lady into a plump peasant woman. Unexpectedly, the guard Song Qingshu had left in the Four Quarters embassy was a clever man. Upon seeing her beautiful face and the attire she was wearing, he hurriedly led her in upon hearing that she was looking for Lord Song. However, there were too many people entering and leaving the Four Quarters embassy, so for safety's sake, the guard led her to Song Qingshu's bedroom to wait for his return. Yet, she had waited for so long. Prince Song, Prince Song? Nan Lan lightly shook Song Qingshu's shoulders, but other than muttering a few words, the other party didn't move at all. Nan Lan sighed deeply. No matter what, she had to find a way to wake him up today. Otherwise, who knew if her husband's life would be spared tomorrow? After wringing the towel dry, Nan Lan carefully wiped the filth from the corner of his mouth. Then, she changed the towel and began wiping his forehead, neck, and other parts of his body. Song Qingshu's burning body finally calmed down. Nan Lan stretched out her hand to nudge him lightly as she called out, Prince Song, wake up. I beg of you, I really have no other choice. I had already decided to look for Fu Kangan, but I refused to give up and decided to visit you first. Who could have known that you would? As she spoke, sorrow welled up in Nan Lan's heart, and her shoulders trembled as she began to sob. Unstoppable tears flowed down her cheeks, and drop by drop, they fell onto Song Qingshu's face. Song Qingshu's face twitched, and he groggily opened his eyes. He didn't know if it was because he was drunk, but Song Qingshu blinked a few times, but he still couldn't clearly see the appearance of the woman in front of him. He could only feel from the outline that it was an extremely beautiful woman. Yu, is that you? The fuzzy feeling from before surfaced in his heart. That warm and caring wipe, and the sad sobs by the bedside, made Song Qingshu subconsciously think of her as Xia Qingqing. Only she would wipe his body, and only she would cry for him. Prince Song, you're awake? Seeing him slowly wake up, Nan Lan wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled happily. Yu, it seems that you really can't let go of me, and secretly came here to find me. Song Qingshu subconsciously grabbed Nan Lan's hand, and said in a daze. Yu, are you Prince Song's sweetheart? Nan Lan was startled, and hurriedly tried to pull her hand away from his. Prince Song, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Miss Yu, I'm Madame Tian, Nan Lan. Feeling the other's attempt to pull her hand away, Song Qingshu's grip tightened. Yu, don't leave me. This time, no matter what you say, I won't let go. Hee, Yu, your hand is so slippery. The heat from the other's palm made Nan Lan feel embarrassed and angry, but Song Qingshu's hand was like an iron hoop. Nan Lan used all the strength in her body, but she couldn't move an inch. Don't go be some Fujin. That old pervert Hong Li doesn't have the ability to help you get revenge. You have to believe me, I will definitely help you get revenge. Song Qingshu's next words made Nan Lan's body stiffen, and she couldn't help but tremble. Fujin? Hong Li? Could it be that Song Qingshu had an affair with His Highness's Fujin? Nan Lan immediately fell into a deep fear. Before one wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Now that she knew such a big secret, she would either be silenced by Song Qingshu or by Prince Bao. Her whole body immediately went limp. In a daze, Song Qingshu could only smell the unique fragrance of a woman's body wafting into his nose. His hand was unusually soft and smooth, and he felt as if he was touching a soft body in his arms. Instantly, lust surged, and he pulled the other party into his arms. He opened his mouth and moved closer to the other party's face. "Yu, I've been too good to you in the past, but in the end, you've become like that. I've decided that I won't give in to you anymore." Nan Lan dodged with all her might. When she heard his words, she was angry and amused at the same time. "You've got the wrong person, I'm not your Yu. How is that possible? Other than Yu, which other woman can be so fragrant and so soft?" That day in Yangzhou City, other than the last step, we've already done everything that a husband and wife can do. Don't be shy, today I want to make up for the regret of that day. Song Qingshu buried his head into her lapel. He only felt a rush of fragrance, and immediately became even more intoxicated. "I've heard another secret that I shouldn't have." Nan Lan sighed. Feeling his movements, she immediately blushed. She was so angry that she bit him on the cheek. Ouch! Song Qingshu cried out in pain. "Yu, why did you bite me? I've already said that I'm not Yu." Nan Lan was so angry that she roared in his ear. "Then who are you?" Song Qingshu was stunned after hearing this. He stopped moving and raised his head to carefully look at the face of the woman in front of him. "I'm Madame Tian." Nan Lan was pressed under his body and felt extremely uncomfortable. She felt the hot breath coming out of his nose and quickly turned her head to the side. "Who is Madame Tian?" Song Qingshu's eyes revealed a puzzled look. "I'm Tian Guinong's wife, Nan Lan." Nan Lan bit her lower lip and turned her head to glare at the man in front of her. She really didn't know if he was really crazy or just pretending. "Nan Lan, I remember now. That fair-skinned, beautiful, voluptuous young married woman with a willowy waist and long legs. Could it be that I'm thinking about her every day? Otherwise, why would I have this kind of dream? It's too unharmonious." Song Qingshu looked at the woman under him in a daze and giggled foolishly. "You're not dreaming." Hearing this kind of evaluation of herself in his heart, Nan Lan was about to go crazy. She originally thought that he was a gentleman, but it turned out that he was secretly thinking about her. After staring at him for a while, Nan Lan finally couldn't resist his invasive gaze and turned her eyes elsewhere. "I hope I can have this kind of beautiful dream every day." Song Qingshu lowered his head and kissed her cheek, feeling extremely carefree. She was surrounded by a strong masculine scent. His beard pricked her face and Nan Lan felt a warm flow between her legs. For a moment, she even had the urge to not resist and let go of her body and mind to let him ravage her. However, the shame of a woman made her come back to her senses. She calmly said, "Song Qingshu, I know you're awake. So you still saw through me." Song Qingshu's confused expression immediately cleared up, revealing two clear eyes. "Then why did you come down?" Nan Lan felt that she was almost unable to breathe under his pressure. End of chapter 209. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.